Chapter 1. Young lady, please stay, you have a fortune. On the bustling horse street in Dingzhou City, people come and go, creating a lively atmosphere. Young lady, please stay. You have a fortune. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Lu Xinyan, dressed in white and disguised as a man while shopping, turned around in surprise. She saw a young man in a Daoist robe, lazily sitting by the roadside, looking at her. Behind him was a fortune-telling banner. It bore 8 large characters: true knowledge and insight, benefiting the world and helping people. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan curiously walked towards the young man. Although he referred to her as young lady in a somewhat frivolous tone, she was not angry. What intrigued her more was how he recognized her as a woman. It wasn't that she was ugly, on the contrary. When Lu Xinyan donned female attire, she was certainly worthy of the phrase of beauty that could bring down a city. However, her cultivation had reached the emperor realm. In this era, where sages do not emerge and absolute realms do not reveal themselves, she had already reached the pinnacle. To see through her disguise, one would have to be a cultivator of the same realm or a senior expert stronger than her otherwise. It was simply impossible. Yet this Daoist in front of her had seen through her disguise with a single sentence. Moreover, she felt no trace of cultivation from him. Either he was an extraordinary person of this generation, or he was a hidden expert whose cultivation surpassed hers by a significant margin. Lu Xinyan leaned towards the former. May I ask for your honored title, Daoist? Lu Xinyan slightly bowed, not putting on the airs of an emperor realm cultivator. Bless life without limit. This young lady is polite. My secular name is Jiang Li, and my Daoist name is Jia. You may address me however you like. Seeing that she was not angered by his frivolous behavior, but rather friendly and kind, Jiang Li immediately put away his nonchalant demeanor and greeted her properly. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan smiled and said, Jia? What a strange Daoist name. Jiang Li smiled slightly. I was rude earlier, please do not blame me, young lady. I only spoke out because I saw you have a fortune. Lu Xinyan was not bothered and asked, how did you see that I am disguised as a man? She was very curious to know whether Jiang Li was an extraordinary person or a true expert. Or perhaps he was just a swindler who got lucky and exposed her identity. If it were the first two, it would be fine. But if you're the latter, she wouldn't mind giving him a little punishment. Jiang Li squinted his eyes and smiled. It's because I saw a joy at the corners of your brows and the spring in your eyes, clearly a sign that you are about to have a romantic relationship and will soon be marrying. Since you are marrying, you must naturally be a woman. In truth, Jiang Li didn't really read faces at IT was simply because he was a time traveler bound to a fortune-telling system that allowed him to see the fortune above everyone's heads. If a person had bad luck, the fortune above their head would appear dark. The worse the luck, the darker the color. If it got more serious, it would turn red, indicating impending disaster. Conversely, if good luck was about to come, the fortune would shine with golden light. The better the luck, the brighter the golden light, but more often than not, it would be plain white. No surprises, no good fortune. Besides these 3 types, there was also pink, which symbolized romantic relationships. Jiang Li also discovered that a woman's romantic fortune was generally pink. For men, it was pink with gold. He was able to determine that Lu Xinyan was a woman based on this. Romantic relationship? Lu Xinyan's tone involuntarily raised a few notches. Then, she burst into a feigned hearty laugh. Ha! Daoist, you jest. I could never have a romantic relationship. At this moment, Lu Xinyan had already concluded that Jiang Li was a swindler who had exposed her identity by sheer luck. She was focused on her cultivation and had no desire for romantic affairs, remaining single to this day. Furthermore, as an empress, how could she let someone else arrange her romantic fate? Who could possibly be worthy of her? The person he called out might not even be referring to her. It was just that, due to her disguise as a man, she subconsciously thought he had seen through her disguise. Thinking that she had been tricked by such a small trickster, Lu Xinyan smiled self-deprecatingly and began to consider how to punish Jiang Li, the swindler. Does the young lady not believe me? Jiang Li immediately saw through Lu Xinyan's thoughts. Lu Xinyan shook her head and smiled. I thought you were a true expert, but it turns out you're just a charlatan. Jia, you've picked the wrong person to swindle. Young lady, please do not rush to conclusions. I am not a swindler. You truly have a fortune, Jiang Li quickly said. People like Lu Xinyan, who had colored fortunes above their heads, were actually not many. And every time he calculated a fortune, the The system rewarded him as long as his fortune-telling proved accurate. He could extract a reward from the person he read. This reward could be cultivation, techniques, or even a special skill. In the days since Jiang Li had traveled, he had read fortunes from many people. But most of the rewards he received were trivial skills, like not needing toilet paper when going to the restroom. The best one he got was from a chef, the perfect recipe for braised pork, but he had also gained some experience from it. The profession of the person he read was related to the probability of extracting abilities associated with that profession. For example, he had once extracted a special skill called Coiling Dragon Around Pillar from a courtesan. About your so-called romantic relationship? You probably don't even know who I am, yet you dare to speak so recklessly. Lu Xinyan was gradually losing patience with Jiang Li. Jiang Li was not afraid of Lu Xinyan's threat after all. He truly was not a swindler. Young lady, whether I'm a swindler or not, you will know once you have your fortune read. If I am wrong, I will let you decide my fate, but if I am right, if you are right, this young lady will bow to you and admit my mistake. Lu Xinyan smiled confidently, her playful spirit rising. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled slightly. Young lady, please. Saying this, he took out a small stool from behind and placed it in front of him. Lu Xinyan, not being coy, sat down generously. How do we do this? Jiang Li chuckled and said, let's read your palm. With that, he extended his hand and said, men on the left, women on the right, please extend your right hand. Young lady. Lu Xinyan narrowed her eyes, a hint of cold light flashing as she threatened. If you just want to take advantage of me, you've miscalculated. Jiang Li, hearing this, replied with righteous indignation. Young lady, do not tarnish my reputation. I am a genuine disciple of the Tao. How could I engage in such despicable acts? You better be. After Lu Xinyan said this, she generously extended her right hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Li's hand shot forward and grabbed it. His first impression was that the hand of this bunny deity was whiter and more delicate than that of the top courtesan in the Yihong courtyard. Pretending to feel around, he finally let go of her hand just as Lu Xinyan was about to get angry. Well then, who will my husband be? Lu Xinyan had already decided that as long as Jiang Li dared to make up a name or fabricate something to deceive her, she would show him what it meant to be insulted at the Emperor Realm. Chapter 2. Impending Disaster. Jiang Li wasn't exaggerating, rather, he saw a hint of black energy mixed within the pinkish red fortune above Lu Xinyan's head. This black energy had darkened to a red hue and was continuously devouring her pink fortune. It was the first time he had seen such a strange fortune. Be clear. If you don't explain it properly, I won't let you off. Lu Xinyan's patience was nearly exhausted. Jiang Li shook his head and said, one tael of divination gold. At this point, Lu Xinyan naturally wouldn't give Jiang Li the chance to argue. She quickly took out a tael of silver and tossed it into Jiang Li's hands. Jiang Li weighed the silver in his hand, and a smile reappeared on his face. He began to earnestly deceive her. Although the red wand star is moving for you, bringing a marriage soon, there are also the white tiger and breaking army stars accompanying it. These two stars signify slaughter and are ominous. Your marriage may well be a calamity, and there may be a blood disaster for you. As he spoke, he carefully observed the speed at which the black energy was consuming the pink fortune above Lu Xinyan's head and continued. Within 3 days, the divination will definitely come true. Seeing Jiang Li's increasingly outrageous claims, Lu Xinyan was about to explode. But the next moment, Jiang Li suddenly raised his hand and said, never mind, never mind. Our meeting is fate. How can I bear to see you, a beauty, suffer a short life? I have 3 methods to break this. Are you willing to listen? Lu Xinyan, suppressing her urge to hit him, replied, what do you mean by willing to listen? Jiang Li raised his hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, and said, the way to earn money as a Daoist comes from this. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After tossing him a complete silver ingot, she said, now, can you speak? Jiang Li looked at the 10 taels of silver in his hand and was overjoyed. No problem. Those who came to him for divination would receive corresponding hints or help from the system. If the divination was good fortune, it would tell the person what to do to better embrace their luck. Conversely, if it was bad luck, it would inform them how to resolve it and provide certain items for mitigation. First, after you return home today, a seemingly small trouble will find you. Just ignore it, and after 3 days, the disaster will resolve itself. Second, if you fail to adhere to the first piece of advice, Remember to change into a set of yellow clothing before going out, preferably a darker shade, and prepare a fragrance pouch with a particularly strong scent, along with an extra set of clean clothes to carry with you, from inside to outside. Finally, I have a pill here that may save your life. Be sure to carry it with you. As he spoke, Jiang Li presented a pill provided by the system to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan didn't refuse and took the pill in front of her. Not noticing anything special about it, she regarded it as Jiang Li's trick and coldly said, "Fine, I will wait for you for 3 days. If the divination is wrong, or if you dare to run away." Jiang Li directly interrupted her. "Rest assured, since I perfected my divination skills, I have never been wrong." The confidence in his words caused Lu Xinyan to be momentarily taken aback. She carefully scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe, memorizing his appearance and aura before getting up and leaving. Watching Lu Xinyan's departing figure, Jiang Li shook his head with a smile and said, "What a pity, such a beautiful girl, yet she has a blood disaster at such a young age." Then he called out loudly to Lu Xinyan, "Be sure to remember my words." Lu Xinyan did not turn back and walked away. Jiang Li, however, did not mind. After Jiang Li's commotion, the disinterested Lu Xinyan directly returned to her sect, Yinxiu sect. As soon as she entered the mountain gate, she encountered her senior sister, Bai Ling Miao, the sect leader, leading a group of disciples who were about to head out. "Sister, where are you going?" Seeing Bai Ling Miao's hurried demeanor, Lu Xinyan asked curiously. Bai Ling Miao said anxiously, "A group of my disciples clashed with the direct disciples of the White Tiger sect while out training. The White Tiger sect's leader has detained them and sent word to discuss how to resolve this matter. I'm just about to go." Upon hearing Bai Ling Miao's words, Lu Xinyan was suddenly startled. Didn't this perfectly validate the words of that fraud? Based on her usual character, she would have followed along, but this time, she hesitated. However, after a moment of hesitation, she felt it might just be a coincidence. To verify whether Jiang Li was telling the truth or not, she said, "Sister, I will go with you." Knowing her junior sister's nature, Bai Ling Miao didn't mind and took her along to the soul-severing valley. However, Lu Xinyan forgot Jiang Li's advice to change clothes and prepare an extra outfit. Originally, she didn't want to come, but she thought that if the other party was indeed a genuine fraud, and she was scared to hide in the sect for 3 days, then even if that money-earning Daoist was wrong, it would still be right that if the other party was truly extraordinary, then Bai Ling Miao and the disciples of Yinxiu sect might be in trouble. As the only emperor-level powerhouse of Yinxiu sect, she had to be cautious. "By the way, sister, you are proficient in alchemy. Can you take a look at this pill?" On the way, Lu Xinyan remembered the pill Jiang Li had given her and handed it to Bai Ling Miao to examine. Bai Ling Miao took the pill, furrowed her brows, and examined it for a long time, but couldn't discern its nature. "There's no pill pattern, no medicinal fragrance, and it doesn't seem like a poison pill that resembles the medicinal pills used by ordinary doctors. I need to study it further to know its specific effects." "Junior sister, since when are you interested in medicine?" Hearing her senior sister say this, Lu Xinyan felt her heart relax. At this moment, she was already certain that Jiang Li was a swindler, and everything was just a coincidence. As a dignified empress, she felt embarrassed to have been made suspicious by a fraud. Immediately, she recounted her encounter with Jiang Li in Ningzhou City to Bai Ling Miao. "Ha ha ha, junior sister, I know you're naturally kind-hearted, but I didn't expect you to be deceived by a swindler. Allow me to laugh for a while, ha ha." The group of female disciples following them also burst into kind laughter. Lu Xinyan's delicate face instantly flushed bright red. She secretly vowed that after this matter, she would make that swindler pay the price. While she wouldn't go so far as to kill him, a heavy punishment was necessary. Soon, they arrived at the soul-severing valley. However, within the valley, they did not see the detained sect disciples or the leader of the White Tiger sect. Just as they were filled with doubts, an unexpected change occurred. A formation suddenly appeared, enveloping them. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was shocked and immediately prepared to break the formation. "Ha ha ha, Lu Daoist, do not act rashly. If you do, your Yinxiu sect's little disciples will suffer." With a cold, sinister laugh, Hu Sanqing, the leader of the White Tiger sect, appeared, leading a group of disciples who were escorting several injured female disciples from Yinxiu sect from the shadows. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan felt a heavy weight in her heart. She suddenly thought that today, she might truly fall victim to what that money-earning Daoist had said and face a blood disaster. But where was that so-called marriage? Chapter 3 Don't Come Over. I never expected that Daoist Lu would also be here. When Hu Sanqing saw Lu Xinyan, his eyes lit up. Hu Sanqing had been trapped in the mid-imperial realm for 100 years, and just when he thought he would be stuck here forever, he obtained a very overbearing method of yin-yang exchange. As long as he could find a woman of the same imperial realm for mutual exchange, he could break through his shackles. Thus, he set his sights on Lu Xinyan, the only other imperial realm practitioner in Ningzhou besides himself. Daoist who? What do you mean by this? Bai Ling Miao frowned and asked, Our two sects have always kept to ourselves in this Dingzhou territory. Even if there have been some conflicts among our disciples, they have always been resolved peacefully. What is the meaning of your actions today? Hu Sanqing chuckled. Daoist Bai, I am also forced to resort to this desperate measure. I mean no harm. Heh, is this how you show your lack of malice? Bai Ling Miao sneered as she looked at the formation that trapped them. Hu Sanqing turned to Lu Xinyan and said, Actually, my purpose today is simply to propose a marriage with your sect as Daoist Lu and become partners. I originally just wanted to discuss this with Daoist Bai first, but I didn't expect Daoist Lu to come as well. Upon hearing Hu Sanqing's words, Lu Xinyan was startled again. Could this be the fateful connection that the swindler spoke of? Lu Xinyan felt a wave of discomfort in her heart. Before she could speak, Bai Ling Miao sternly questioned, Is this your attitude when proposing marriage? Hu Sanqing, I call you Daoist out of respect for our years as neighbors. To put it bluntly, my junior sister is not someone you can covet. Hu Sanqing, however, was not angry. Daoist Bai, today you probably have no choice but to agree. As he spoke, he gave a command, and the disciples of the White Tiger sect behind him pounced on the injured female disciples of the Yangtze like hungry wolves, tearing at their clothes. Master, master, save me. Don't come over, no. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao's eyes were bloodshot, and they immediately prepared to break the formation to rescue their disciples. Hu Sanqing laughed and waved his hand to stop his disciples, saying to Daoists, Don't waste your effort. This formation is personally reinforced by me. Even if you can break it, it will take at least a stick of incense. By then, your lovely disciples will have already been enjoyed by my disciples. You are the most shameless. Bai Ling Miao scolded angrily. Lu Xinyan also glared at him. Suddenly, Hu Sanqing's expression changed, and he coldly said, Today, whether you agree or not, you must agree, unless you are prepared to disregard their lives. I will give you 5 breaths to consider. As long as you make a move to break the formation, I will immediately let my disciples continue their actions. They have been drooling over your Yangtze female disciples for a long time. Lu Xinyan looked at the female disciples whose clothes had been torn and whose modesty was exposed, gritting her silver teeth. No matter what, she could not bear to watch them being defiled and was about to speak. Junior sister, don't. Bai Ling Miao, knowing what her junior sister was thinking, immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. Senior sister, there's no need to say more. ISN, Tia just getting married? Who I marry is still getting married. I absolutely cannot watch them be violated by these beasts. Daoist Lu, have you thought it over in 3 breaths? Lu Xinyan stepped forward and coldly said, All right, I agree to marry you, but you must release my disciples first and lift the formation. Upon hearing this, Hu Sanqing laughed heartily. Daoist Lu, do you think I'm a fool? If I release them now and lift the formation, what if you go back on your word? Then what do you want? Hu Sanqing took out a worm from his bosom and said, This is a heart-eating goo that I refined. After you consume it, without my scheduled antidote, you will suffer the pain of 1,000 insects eating your heart and eventually die from the agony. As he spoke, he threw the goo into the formation, landing at Lu Xinyan's feet. Junior sister, don't. Bai Ling Miao exclaimed in a panic. Lu Xinyan shook her head, picked up the goo, and said, I hope you keep your promise. If you dare to go back on your word, I will drag you down with me. Even if I die. Hu Sanqing's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. Rest assured, as long as you consume the goo, we will be family. How can family have killing and fighting? Ha 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 ha. Lu Xinyan closed her beautiful eyes, gritted her teeth, and swallowed the heart-eating goo. All right, release those female disciples and lift the formation. Seeing Lu Xinyan really swallow the goo, Hu Sanqing sensed it and was overjoyed. I will obey my wife's command. Ha ha ha. Then he happily lifted the formation and released the female disciples. Lu Xinyan immediately transmitted a message to Bai Lingmiao. Senior sister, take them back to the sect immediately. Bai Lingmiao, knowing her junior sister's temperament, anxiously transmitted back, what are you planning to do? Lu Xinyan smiled slightly. There is no need for senior sister to ask too much. Just hurry and take them back. Junior sister, Bai Lingmiao wanted to say more, but Lu Xinyan stopped her. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao could only reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Xinyan and take the group of disciples back to the sect. Seeking other methods later, after they left, Hu Sanqing walked over to Lu Xinyan with a lewd smile, his eyes revealing lustful light. My dear, today is a good day. Shall we go back to the bridal chamber? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he reached out to embrace Lu Xinyan's fragrant shoulder. However, when he got close, Lu Xinyan suddenly let out a delicate shout and attacked, thrusting a long sword straight at his chest. Hu Sanqing seemed to have anticipated this and easily dodged. Ha ha. My dear, your temperament is really fiery. I like it. Let us play for a while, and when the goo takes effect, one T you have to obey me? Ha ha. Lu Xinyan was already at a slight disadvantage against Hu Sanqing, and, due to having consumed the heart-eating goo, her heart was filled with worry, causing her attacks to become chaotic. After a few exchanges, she fell into a disadvantageous position. Not only that, but soon she felt a sharp pain from within her body, as if countless insects were gnawing at her internal organs. Ha ha! The heart-eating goo has taken effect. Hu Sanqing laughed loudly upon seeing the change in Lu Xinyan's expression. Already no match for him. Under these circumstances, she was nearly hit several times by Hu Sanqing. Suddenly, she remembered the pill that Jiang Li had given her. Although she didn't know what the pill was for, at this moment, she had no other options. If she didn't take it, she would truly fall into Hu Sanqing's hands. With a mindset of treating a dead horse as a live one, after forcing Hu Sanqing back with her sword, she immediately took out the pill and swallowed it. A miraculous thing happened. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, she felt all the pain in her body disappear. Joy appeared on Lu Xinyan's face. Hu Sanqing's expression changed. The connection between the heart-eating goo and him had actually been severed. Not only that, but he also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately weakened. What did you do? Lu Xinyan coldly laughed and said, You'll find out when you become a ghost. The wheel of fortune turned, and with the backlash, Hu Sanqing was no longer Lu Xinyan's opponent. After a brief but intense battle, he was ultimately defeated and slain under Lu Xinyan's sword. Looking at the ugly face of Hu Sanqing lying at her feet, Lu Xinyan finally felt a hint of fear. If it weren't for Jiang Li's pill, she would have surely faced great danger today. He truly is an extraordinary person, calculating perfectly. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but sigh. By the way, why did the Daoist want me to wear deep yellow clothes? And why did I need to prepare an extra set of clothes and a pouch? Just as she was puzzled, a gurgling sound suddenly came from her abdomen. Lu Xinyan's face changed immediately. That pill. But before she could act as a dignified Imperial Realm practitioner, she lost control, and a foul odor emanated from beneath her. The long white robe on her body had a splash of yellow at the hem, slowly spreading like a brilliant yellow flower. Coincidentally, at that moment, a voice came from afar. Sister Mo, don't be afraid. We're here to save you. Then she saw Bai Lingmiao, leading over 1,000 disciples from Yanshizong, charging towards her. They didn't give her a chance to dodge at all. At this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly thought that it might be better to let Hu Sanhang kill her. Don't come over. Chapter 4, Drawing Rewards. This young lady, your forehead is dark, and your eyes lack spirit. It may be an ominous sign. Come, let this poor Daoist read your palm and measure your fate to see if it can be resolved. In front of Jiang Li sat a pure-looking rural girl. At this moment, her face was red, shyly being led by Jiang Li, her small hand being fumbled with. Although her luck, represented by a plain white color, wouldn't yield any rewards, Jiang Li still needed to eat, right? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. While Jiang Li was getting into the groove, 3 prompt sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. This indicated that someone had responded to the divination, and it was the system's reward feedback. Jiang Li's spirit was instantly lifted, his eyes filled with anticipation. He looked directly at the girl across from him, whose eyes were glistening with shyness, her blush spreading to her neck. Ahem, here, take this talisman home, burn it at your door, and everything will be auspicious. Evil will not invade. Saying this, he pulled out a talisman that even he couldn't understand and handed it to the girl. The girl solemnly accepted it, blushing as she gave Jiang Li 10 copper coins before walking away shyly. Just as she was about to turn the corner, she looked back at him reluctantly, her eyes full of spring. Seeing this, Jiang Li immediately waved his hand and smiled slightly at her. As a professional con artist, Jiang Li knew exactly how to maintain his clientele. Then, in the bustling street, Jiang Li opened the system to prepare for a lottery draw. 3 people had drawn luck in the past 2 days. Could it be that the rabbit spirit from this morning had also come true? So fast. He wondered if she had followed his advice. If she died, it would be such a pity. Jiang Li muttered to himself. Then, a light screen appeared in front of him, visible only to him. Inside the light screen were 5 cards, from which he could draw one to reveal the reward. Jiang Li rubbed his hands together. Heavenly Father, please bless me with something useful. After saying that, Jiang Li clicked on the card in the middle. Immediately, a soft white light illuminated. However, Jiang Li's expression was filled with disappointment. The white light represented that the reward drawn was quite ordinary. Sure enough, when the card flipped open, it depicted a sugar figurine. Subsequently, the card transformed into a white light and entered his forehead. Instantly, a skill for making sugar figurines appeared in his mind, as if he had done it countless times before, very skillfully. As long as the reward he drew was something like this that required learning, he could directly master it, skipping all learning processes. In fact, he might even be better than the original practitioner. Jiang Li felt somewhat disappointed. His first lottery draw yielded such an ordinary thing. He already had many similar items. Next, he thought in his heart. The next moment, 5 cards appeared in the light screen again. Jiang Li rubbed his hands again, then huffed a breath into his palm. Heavenly Father, please bless me with something useful. If not a cultivation technique, at least a martial art. Jiang Li remembered that the target for this second draw was a burly man. It was impossible to draw a skill like coiling Dragon Around Pillar from him. Believing that the probability of drawing trash again was low since he had already drawn trash once, he chose the middle card again. In his hopeful gaze, the card flipped, but it still lit up with a white light. The card depicted a beautifully embroidered needle. Jiang Li's expression turned strange. Could it be the Sunflower Manual? A thought flashed through his mind. If it really was the Sunflower Manual, would he have to castrate himself after learning it? Just as he was puzzled, the card transformed into a white light and entered his forehead. The next moment, damn it, you big man, you actually know needlework. Jiang Li fell back in despair, lazily leaning against the wall, overwhelmed with a sense of loss. Looking at the last lottery draw, he no longer held any hope. He even had a premonition that the skill drawn from that rabbit spirit might be something like cross-dressing. How could he, a man, learn how to dress as a man? If the second draw really was the Sunflower Manual, maybe it could work together. Just as he was in despair, the lottery page in the light screen refreshed again. Jiamnikazwali glansa. Hakemima. He immediately sat up straight, looking carefully. This time, the lottery page had changed somewhat. 5 choices, 3 picks. He looked at the explanation on the page with excitement, revealing an ecstatic expression. What is going on? He had calculated quite a few people, including those unlucky ones who immediately died after a reading, and those lucky ones who tripped over gold. But this situation was something he had never seen before. Jiang Li stroked his chin, thinking that the rabbit's spirit, which felt very comfortable to touch, might be an extraordinary figure. He didn't delay and, with an excited heart, selected the 3 middle cards in order. As the cards flipped, a dazzling golden light erupted, making Jiang Li squint. Wow, golden legend. But that wasn't all. Before he could see what the rewards were, 2 more streaks of golden light flashed, forcing him to squint tightly. Triple flash. Jiang Li closed his eyes, suppressing the impulse to cry as he muttered to himself. After the worst comes the best. After the worst comes the best. Finally got some luck after so many hands. When the golden light dissipated, Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze were 3 cards edged in gold. They each depicted 2 books and a pill. Swish! The card depicting books transformed into 2 streaks of golden light. entering his forehead. The card depicting the pill transformed into a streak of golden light, landing in his hand. A cultivation technique? It's a cultivation technique. He actually drew a legendary cultivation technique. The Great Reversal Technique, the Pure Spirit Sword Technique, and the 5 Transformation Gathering Yuan Pill. These were the 3 rewards he drew. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Li carefully felt himself. He had fully mastered the techniques and sword arts. However, there was still some difference. Although he had learned the Great Reversal Technique, this technique couldn't directly make him a top expert. He still needed a long time to accumulate cultivation. But compared to other cultivators, he had no bottleneck with this technique. As long as his body could withstand it, he could increase his cultivation at the maximum speed allowed by this technique. It could be said that his understanding of this technique could rival or even surpass that of the person who created it. As for the Pure Spirit Sword Technique, it could be used right now. However, its power was related to his own cultivation level. According to his estimation, he could at most unleash half of its power. As for that, gathering Yuan Pill, it could save him a lot of time. But he didn't know how much cultivation it would increase. After the initial excitement subsided, Jiang Li began to think about that rabbit spirit again. The other party might be an extraordinary existence. Chapter 5. Practicing sword can lead to exhaustion. With excitement in his heart, Jiang Li quickly packed up and ran towards the outskirts of the city, setting aside the Huitian Gong for now. He was eager to try out the Qing Ling sword technique. However, after reaching outside the city, he suddenly remembered that he didn't even have a sword. Jiang Li frustratedly tapped his head and began to look around. Since he didn't have a sword, he could only use a wooden stick as a substitute. He picked up a straight stick with a fork that could serve as a guard and casually twirled it, as if performing swordplay. What a pity! If only there were a field of rapeseed flowers here. It would have been perfect. He shook his head, slightly disappointed, and prepared to demonstrate the sword technique. Just then, a fierce wind blew, and a colorful tiger suddenly leaped out from the nearby woods. Since Jiang Li had crossed over, he had never stepped out of Dingzhou City and had long forgotten that this was still a wild world, teeming with beasts in the mountains and forests outside the city. Having lived 2 lives, he didn't possess much more courage than others. Upon seeing the tiger, his legs went weak with fear. If it weren't for the wooden stick in his hand, he would have already fallen to the ground. It's over. I can't do a slide tackle. Roar. The tiger didn't care whether he could slide tackle or not. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it lunged at Jiang Li. Before it got close, he could already smell the foul stench emanating from the tiger's massive mouth. In a panic, he closed his eyes and instinctively unleashed the Qing Ling sword technique that was ingrained in his heart. Jiang Li heard the sound of a sharp blade slicing into flesh. Following that, he felt a warm liquid splatter on his face. The expected pain did not come. When he mustered the courage to open his eyes, he saw the tiger's enormous body had been split in 2, lying 3 steps away from him. Jiang Li looked at the remaining piece of the wooden stick in his hand, and a look of wild joy gradually appeared on his face. The power of a single sword was indeed terrifying. At that moment, his courage swelled to an infinite degree. If there were a field of rapeseed flowers, wouldn't he be able to flatten it with a single sword strike? However, before he could enjoy his triumph, an indescribable feeling of weakness flooded his body. That one sword strike had completely drained all the strength from within him. He felt as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. His legs were weak, and he saw stars in his eyes. He knew he couldn't stay outside the city for long. Tigers have a strong territorial instinct, so there shouldn't be any overly dangerous beasts nearby. But the smell of blood from the tiger's corpse would likely attract some soon. After resting for a moment, he forced himself to walk back to Dingzhou City. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to return to Dingzhou City without any incidents. Finally, after getting back to his residence, he could no longer hold on. His vision blackened, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and nights. What he didn't know was that due to his extreme weakness, Lu Xinyan, who had returned to Dingzhou City, was unable to sense his aura and find him. With Hu Sanqing dead and no imperial-level expert to hold down the Baihu sect, it had become a piece of fat meat. As the only imperial-level member of the Yanxiu sect, she didn't have much time to spare either. After searching for 2 days, she left in disappointment. However, in her heart, she had already categorized Jiang Li as one of those reclusive experts. When Jiang Li finally woke up again, it was already deep into the night. 3 days later, he was awakened by the rumbling sound from his own stomach. As soon as he opened his eyes, a strong feeling of hunger surged in his brain. He felt that if a whole cow were placed in front of him, he could eat it all. His body was now extremely weak. If there had been a mirror, he would have seen that he looked like nothing but skin and bones. He glanced around the room, which could only be described as bare, and wanted to cry without tears. Although he had the perfect recipe for braised pork, a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. Looking out the window, it was already deep into the night. For a moment, Jiang Li found himself in a dilemma. But the hunger in his stomach could not be delayed any longer. If he didn't eat or drink soon, he felt he would be the first transmigrator to starve to death. Just when he was at a loss, a fragrant smell wafted into his nostrils. A round pill rolled out from his bosom. It was the 5-turn gathering yuan pill. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Li picked up the pill and put it in his mouth. Originally, he was worried that his small frame wouldn't be able to withstand the overwhelming medicinal power of this top-grade pill. But now, he couldn't care less. As soon as the gathering yuan pill entered his belly, he felt a torrent of medicinal power surging through his limbs and bones. In just an instant, his withered face returned to its previous appearance, even more flushed than before. But before he could rejoice for long, his body began to swell rapidly like a balloon. At the same time, he felt a tearing pain. Without giving it much thought, the Daoist gong began to operate on its own, without any point of comparison. Even though his understanding of the Daoist gong was unmatched, the effects of this technique still surprised him. The overwhelming medicinal power of the gathering yuan pill was simply unable to resist the devouring speed of the Daoist gong. Soon, his body returned to normal. As time passed, the medicinal power of the gathering yuan pill was completely absorbed by Jiang Li. Jiang Li clenched his fist, feeling his body filled with strength. Inside him, a qi mass was circulating in his dantian. This must be the spiritual energy of cultivators. At that moment, he finally stepped onto the path of cultivation. He just didn't know what realm he was currently at. If given the opportunity, he had to find a cultivator to ask. However, he could now display about 30 of the power of the Qing Ling sword technique. Thinking back to how he had easily split a fierce tiger in half with only half of its power, Jiang Li felt that his future was full of hope. This was just the beginning. As he calculated more and more divinations in the future, the rewards he drew would only get better. Just as he was feeling excited, a foul odor wafted in. He sniffed and looked down. His clothes were completely stuck to his body. He smelled worse than a beggar who hadn't bathed in 3 years. Jiang Li frowned, covered his nose, and quickly cleaned himself up. By the time he looked outside, dawn was breaking. Jiang Li knew well that the early bird gets the worm. After stretching and changing into a fresh robe, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Today, he wouldn't pack up unless he calculated for at least 100 people. After declaring such grand words, Jiang Li took his divination banner and headed towards the bustling and familiar Maxing Street. Chapter 6, A Fraud? Jiang Li originally thought he had left his residence early enough. But when he stepped out of the small alley where he lived, he found that there were already many pedestrians on the street, along with several figures of cultivators. Dingzhou City was a place where mortals gathered, and very few cultivators came. The sudden appearance of so many cultivators today must mean that something significant had happened while he had been in a deep sleep for 3 days. Jiang Li thought for a moment and used the breath-concealing technique from the Daoist gong to make himself look like an ordinary person again, continuing towards Maxing Street. After setting up his divination stall in the usual spot, Jiang Li lazily sat in the corner to bask in the sun, just like before. However, his eyes were scanning the area, looking for someone fated to meet him. Soon, he spotted a man with a black-red aura on his head, but with a hint of gold, walking out of a gambling house with a look of joy. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. Jiang Li mumbled in disappointment. The infinite celestial venerable said, "Brother, please wait a moment. I can see that you have dark misfortune looming over you, with black clouds above your head. It seems you have been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately." The man, hearing someone call him, instinctively turned to look at Jiang Li. Upon seeing a shabby-looking Taoist priest, The man immediately cursed. Where did this beggar come from? Don't jinx me. Get lost, get lost. I don't have any spare change to give you. After saying that, he turned to leave. Jiang Li was not angry. Instead, he smiled and looked at the man's back, saying mysteriously, if you leave now, that will be your calamity. Even if I have the power to turn things around, I want to have a chance to use it. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened, and he walked back. He grabbed Jiang Li's collar, ready to throw a punch at this priest who was cursing him. However, Jiang Li, who already had some cultivation, was not someone an ordinary person could provoke. Jiang Li reached out and directly grabbed his wrist, applying gentle pressure. It hurts. Let go, it's going to break, it's going to break. Spare my life, priest, spare my life. The man cried out in pain, hurriedly begging for mercy. The surrounding pedestrians were drawn over by the commotion between the two. Jiang Li smiled and said, now you can speak properly, can't you? At this moment, the man dared not provoke Jiang Li any further and could only nod begrudgingly. Priest, I'm not stealing or robbing anyone. I haven't sought you out, so what do you want? Jiang Li laughed, if I'm not mistaken. You might have a great disaster coming your way. The man did not believe it. Priest, you must be mistaken. My luck has been great these past 2 days. Look, I just won this from the gambling house. After deducting my capital, it's a full 30 taels of silver. The onlookers gasped when they saw the man take out 30 taels of silver in the street. Isn't that Neo-heir? He has been winning for 3 days at the gambling house. I heard he has won over 100 taels. Recognizing him, Neo-heir puffed out his chest, looking very pleased. When the crowd heard he had won over 100 taels, they looked at him with envious eyes. Priest, did you hear that? I can't possibly have bad luck. If I really had bad luck, how could I have won 3 times in a row? Then, he endured the pain and took out a tael of silver, saying, Priest, this tael is for your incense money. When I win again tomorrow, I'll come to your temple and donate more. After saying that, he stuffed the silver into Jiang Li's hand and tried to slip away. He thought, if he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him. After putting away the silver, Jiang Li grabbed Neo-heir, who was trying to leave. Brother Neo, if you walk away today, don't blame me for not warning you about the impending disaster. Neo-heir, with a mournful expression, asked, Priest, what do you want? Jiang Li smiled. We are fated to meet. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Let me give you a divination and find a way to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Neo-heir sighed in relief. Divination? Go ahead, priest, just do it. No need to scare me with talk of disasters. Neo-heir relaxed and regarded Jiang Li as a con artist trying to swindle money. It was just a matter of spending a little more silver, treating it as a loss to avoid disaster. Just then, a young man and woman, both cultivators, curiously approached. Senior brother, someone is doing fortune-telling. The lovely young girl said excitedly to the handsome young man beside her. This was her first time seeing someone fortune-telling on the street, and she was very curious. Street charlatans just want to scam money. The man said coldly, Is that so? But he seems to have some real skill. The girl said, looking innocent. The handsome young man scoffed, Junior sister, since you just stepped out of the mountains, you don't know how treacherous the world is. There are many strange people, but even more deceitful charlatans. This young Daoist looks too young and has no signs of cultivation. How could he possibly have real skills? Junior sister, look at this person. He is strong, has a full forehead, and bright eyes, clearly someone who could live a long life. I just heard the bystanders say he has been winning at gambling for the past few days. How could he possibly have a disaster coming? He clearly thought this young Daoist was just trying to fleece Neo-heir because he had won money. Upon hearing this, the girl looked at him with admiration. Wow. Senior brother, you understand physiognomy. You know so much. The handsome young man, feeling proud, replied, just a bit of knowledge. So, this guy's a bad egg who scams money. Huh? Let me see how I can expose him. The girl said, her eyes wide with determination. Priest, what is going to happen to me? Neo-heir asked, trying to please Jiang Li. He had already decided that no matter what Jiang Li said, he would nod in agreement and then give him some money to leave. Jiang Li closed his eyes, pretended to calculate for a while, and then suddenly opened them. Before him, a light curtain appeared that only he could see. Although you have been lucky recently, gaining a bit of wealth, you don't realize this is consuming your fortune. Today marks the turning point of your luck from good to bad. I have two pieces of advice you must remember. After you survive this calamity, your true fortune will come. First, when you go home later, only walk on the right side of the street and stay close to the edge. Second, look over there, there's a cow. When you pass by it, loudly moo 3 times. Whether you can avoid this calamity depends on whether you believe what this Taoist says. After saying this, Jiang Li gave him a meaningful look, causing Niu Er's heart to shudder. Then, Jiang Li's fingers began to move in front of Niu Er. Seeing this, Niu Er, recognizing the situation, prepared to give Jiang Li 2 more taels of silver as a thank you for the divination. But suddenly, a voice like a yellow oriole rang out. Wait. Chapter 7. Blocking Disaster. Everyone saw a beautiful girl and a handsome young man step forward. Don't believe him, he's just a scammer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li turned to look at the two. Upon realizing they were cultivators, he frowned slightly. However, it seemed his concealment technique was effective, as they did not see through his identity. On the contrary, he could vaguely see that the two had a similar aura to his, but theirs was not as powerful, only about 1/3 of his size. Moreover, he noticed that a dark cloud was faintly forming above their heads, growing heavier. According to his experience at this rate, in just a couple of days, it would turn into the most severe black-red color. This is a scammer. Walk on the right side. Moo like a cow. How could such unreliable advice be true? You must not fall for his tricks. The girl stood in front of Niu Er, speaking earnestly. My senior brother has already read your face. It's not as he says. You are destined for longevity and have no bad luck. Niu Er felt awkward looking at Jiang Li, caught between two people he couldn't offend. He was in a difficult position. He didn't know whether to give the divination fee or not. Jiang Li, seeing someone disrupt his scene, naturally wouldn't remain silent. More importantly, Niu Er hadn't paid him yet. 2 taels of silver would be enough for him to live well for a couple of days, instead of worrying about others. He thought it best to take care of himself. Jiang Li said calmly, Sticky beggar, what do you mean? The girl spoke in a spoiled tone. Jiang Li wouldn't show any good face to this clearly spoiled young girl. He snorted coldly and said, if Niu Er listens to me, he can turn misfortune into good fortune. As for you two, your death is probably not far off. Upon hearing this, the girl became furious and immediately started cursing. You, Niu Bai, not only deceiving others, but also trying to deceive me. Do you dare to curse me with death? Do you even know who I am? Jiang Li replied with a sidelong glance. I don't care who you are, but please don't interfere with my making money. Then he looked at Niu Er and said, remember my words, give me the silver and you can go. Seeing both sides getting more and more agitated, Niu Er, knowing that as an ordinary citizen he had no good outcome in this, quickly threw the silver to Jiang Li and tried to leave. You. The girl stomped her foot in anger upon seeing this. Niu Er forced a smile and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to escape. However, after he left the crowd, recalling Jiang Li's words and his previous expression, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He cautiously moved to the right side of the street. Seeing this, the girl rushed forward and grabbed him. Just because he told you to go right, you go right? You should go left. Let's see what you can do. Jiang Li's lazy voice echoed at this moment. Niu Er, think it through. Don't joke with your own life. Niu Er, hearing this, immediately made up his mind and whispered to the girl, Miss, I'm just a nobody. Please don't make things difficult for me. If I let you go, then just go. No more nonsense. At this moment, the handsome young man who had been silent also spoke up. You can safely go left. We have our senior brothers and sisters here. We'll ensure your safety. After saying this, he shot Niu Er a threatening glance. Niu Er could only move left again upon seeing this. At this time, the eyes of the onlookers also followed Niu Er's movement. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until Niu Er had walked 1/3 of the way down the street. Nothing happened. The girl looked at Jiang Li triumphantly and snorted, still claiming you're not a liar. Jiang Li shook his head upon hearing this. Just as the girl was about to mock Jiang Li again, an unexpected event occurred. When Niu Er reached a construction site, the newly built beam suddenly collapsed. Seemingly due to poor construction, the crowd gasped in surprise. Niu Er, even if he noticed the danger, had no time to dodge and could only watch the thick beam crash down toward his head. In this critical moment, a flash of sword light appeared. The beam was split in two, narrowly missing Niu Er, having escaped with his life. Neo could no longer care about anything else and scrambled to run toward the right side of the street. Once he confirmed he was safe, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and then looked back. He saw the young man holding a long sword, his expression grim. The girl's face was not much better. If it hadn't been for her senior brother acting quickly, Neo would surely have been killed by the beam. Not listening to my words leads to this outcome. If you insist on going your own way, how many times can you save him? Jiang Li's voice echoed eerily. This is just a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. The girl stubbornly retorted. Her senior brother also looked grim. This is impossible. His appearance is clearly the same as recorded in books. Long life, no illness or disaster. Jiang Li ignored the two and shouted loudly to Neo. Neo, why not try again to verify this for these two? Scared out of his wits, Neo dared not disobey Jiang Li's words and hurriedly shook his head. What are you still doing there? Jiang Li said again. Neo then remembered Jiang Li had two pieces of advice. Though terrified, he could only choose to trust Jiang Li. As he passed a tethered cow by the roadside, he imitated the cow's mooing. However, his comical appearance did not elicit any laughter from the crowd. After Neo finished mooing, the tethered cow raised its head and began to moo loudly in response. The old cow mooed while shifting its feet, perfectly blocking Neo's left side. Then, everyone heard a loud crash coming from the ruins where the beam had collapsed. It turned out that the beam's collapse triggered a chain reaction. While everyone focused their attention on the cow in Neo, a large amount of debris and wood flew towards Neo. The area wide enough to cover the spot where Neo had been standing and the old cow was within 3 paces. Once the dust settled, he nervously checked himself and miraculously found he had not been harmed at all. It was because the old cow had perfectly shielded him on the left side, protecting him. But the poor old cow, having shielded him from disaster, was knocked down by the debris and looked like it wouldn't survive. Neo looked at the fallen old cow, then back at Jiang Li and burst into tears. Chapter 8. Amongst Compassion. Daoist, save me. Neo was now completely dazed, unable to move. He felt as if the whole world was against him, constantly trying to kill him. Jiang Li, hearing this, impatiently said, Did I not tell you? Once you imitate the cow's mooing, you will be fine. From now on, you will have a smooth path, great wealth, and nobility. After hearing Jiang Li's words, Neo's anxious heart finally settled. The girl approached her senior brother, somewhat dazed. Senior brother, what is going on? Did you miscalculate? Jiang Li's predictions seemed so accurate that she was somewhat frightened. Just a moment ago, Jiang Li had said they both faced bloodshed and had little time left. The handsome young man was also feeling uneasy. He had no ability to read fortunes. He had only read some texts about divination. He had intentionally said that to show off in front of his junior sister. But now it seemed that Jiang Li was indeed a remarkable person with real skills. Could it be that he was truly going to die, as Jiang Li said? No, it couldn't be. He was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The young man comforted himself. Then, his eyes lit up. Junior sister, didn't he say that after Neo escapes this disaster, good fortune will come? The girl thought for a moment and replied, He seemed to have said that. Hearing this, the young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. It seems his predictions are not accurate. Neo doesn't seem to have any good fortune coming. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Neo, who didn't dare stay on the street for another moment, stumbled after taking just 2 steps. Just when he thought his bad luck wasn't over, he looked down and discovered that what tripped him was actually a gold ingot. Neo was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly hugged the gold ingot to his chest. Following this, he dashed away amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd. Senior brother, did he just pick up a gold ingot? The girl asked uncertainly. The young man swallowed hard, unable to contain his excitement. Yes, yes. After exchanging glances, the two hurriedly walked over to Jiang Li. I am Morong Feng, and this is my junior sister, Ouyang Fian. We were blind and disrespectful earlier. I apologize for our rudeness, and I hope the Daoist will forgive our offenses. Saying this, he pressed down on Ouyang Fian's head and bowed to Jiang Li. Ouyang Fian, having met the Daoist, exclaimed, Long life to the Daoist. At this moment, she was no longer the spoiled girl from before. She was behaving so well it was almost frightening. as if she were a completely different person, although Jiang Li was somewhat displeased with the two. Upon seeing the dark clouds above their heads, he still maintained a cold expression and said, "I'm just a country bumpkin. I cannot afford such grand gestures from you two." Saying this, he turned to the side, avoiding the formalities of the two. Then, he began to pack up his stall and pretended to leave. The two, upon seeing this, immediately felt anxious. They had clearly seen Jiang Li's abilities just now, which could be described as an ironclad assertion. If he were to leave, who else could save them? They quickly blocked Jiang Li, pleading, "Daoist, you can't leave. If you go, what will happen to us, the two of us as fellow disciples?" Ouyang Fian also stared at him with her big watery eyes, blinking as she looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li maintained a cold expression and said, "I am just a fraud, and a fraud's words cannot be taken seriously. You two should not entangle yourselves with me." Hearing this, Morong Feng was almost ready to kneel before Jiang Li. "Daoist, I was just joking, just looking for fun." Saying this, he took out a bead from his pocket and said, "Daoist, please take a look. This is a jade dew pearl. As long as it is carried on the body for a long time, it can prolong life and repel evil." Jiang Li, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at the bead in his hand. His eyes brightened as he asked, "How many taels of silver can this bead be exchanged for?" Morong Feng's mouth twitched at his words, and he chuckled dryly. If this item were in the hands of a mortal, it might be worth around 10,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately put his arm around Morong Feng's shoulder, saying, "So it's Brother Morong? I have long admired Brother Morong, and I didn't expect to have the fortune to meet you here today. This is truly a cause for celebration. Let's find a quiet place to get to know each other better." Saying this, he pulled Morong Feng along towards the tea house without giving him a chance to refuse. At the same time, he discreetly tucked the jade dew pearl into his own pocket. Morong Feng, being dragged by Jiang Li, felt as if his hand was clamped tightly in an iron grip. He tried several times to break free, but was unsuccessful. At this moment, he found Jiang Li even more mysterious. He also felt relieved that he hadn't attacked Jiang Li just now. The three of them found a secluded room in the tea house, and after the waiter brought the tea, Morong Feng eagerly began to ask Daoist, "You mentioned earlier that my fellow disciple and I are in danger. Do you have a way to break this?" Yes, Daoist, I'm still young. I don't want to die." Ouyang Fian added pitifully. Jiang Li took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Don't worry, this is just a small problem. Since you have encountered me, we are fated. I am a monk, and monks are compassionate. I will not stand by and do nothing. Naturally, I will help you avert disaster." Hearing Jiang Li's words, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Before Morong Feng could continue to inquire, Jiang Li changed the subject. "You two must be children of the immortals, right?" Jiang Li could see their identities, but Morong Feng was not surprised. "What children of the immortals? We're just little cultivators who have just begun to scratch the surface." Morong Feng replied with an awkward smile. He thought Jiang Li was a reclusive expert, teasing them because of their previous actions. Brother Morong is too modest. I just have a few questions I wish to ask. Morong Feng, upon hearing this, looked surprised and said, "Daoist, feel free to ask. I will certainly answer without holding back." Jiang Li smiled slightly, not being polite, and directly asked, "Brother Morong, what is your current cultivation level?" Morong Feng was taken aback by this question. He could not see through Jiang Li's cultivation level at all. If it weren't for Jiang Li's earlier display of strength that he had sensed, he wouldn't have known that Jiang Li was also a cultivator. This was clearly a sign of someone with a much higher cultivation level. But why would Jiang Li ask such a question? Despite his doubts, Morong Feng still answered honestly. "I am currently at the 7th level of qi refining. I am at the 5th level of qi refining." Ouyang Fian chimed in. Jiang Li smiled at Ouyang Fian and continued, "I see. Then, Brother Morong, what are the stages after qi refining?" Morong Feng repeated, "Huh? After qi refining, there are foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, refining void, integration, and great ascension." As he spoke, he revealed a look of yearning. After great ascension, there is the Emperor stage, which is the highest realm one can see in the world today. Each major realm is further divided into 3 minor realms, upper or middle, and lower. Though they are minor realms, the differences between them are vast. Jiang Li, upon hearing this, curiously asked if this is the highest realm one can see. Does that mean there are further realms? Murong Feng nodded and said exactly. After that is the saint realm. Currently, saints rarely reveal themselves in front of others. As for how many there are, I am afraid I am too low in cultivation now. As for what comes after the saint realm, it is the legendary peak realm. It is said that upon reaching this peak realm, one may hope to step onto the path of immortality. Whether this is true or not, no one knows, and I have only heard the elders of my sect mention it by chance. Following this, Jiang Li asked many questions about common knowledge among cultivators. Murong Feng answered almost every question. Gradually, he began to have a basic understanding of this world. In the end, unable to contain his curiosity, Murong Feng asked, Daoist, if I am not mistaken, you are also one of us cultivators. Why do you know nothing about these matters? Jiang Li was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that his cultivation had been discovered? Was the concealing breath technique in the Great Return Heaven skill so weak? How did you know I'm also a cultivator? Jiang Li frowned and asked. Murong Feng laughed and said, I guess correctly. Jiang Li's face darkened immediately. This guy was actually trying to trick him. Seeing Jiang Li's expression change, Murong Feng quickly explained, just now, when you grabbed my wrist, I was unable to break free. If you were not a cultivator, a mortal would never have such strength. Jiang Li sighed upon hearing this, secretly scolding himself for being foolish to leave such a big flaw. He then casually made up a story, saying, to be honest, I have lived in the temple with my master since I was young. Unfortunately, my master passed away before he could teach me anything, and I have only been practicing on my own by reading some texts in the temple. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng was immediately in awe of Jiang Li. Ouyang Fian beside him even looked at Jiang Li with admiration, her big apricot eyes sparkling with little stars. May I ask how old you are, Daoist? Jiang Li did not hide it and directly said, I just turned 20 this year. Hiss. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian both leaned back in shock, gasping. Then, Murong Feng awkwardly said, this is truly embarrassing. Just so you know, I am 23 this year, and I am actually 3 years older than you. I am 17. I am 17 this year. Ouyang Fian also chimed in. Jiang Li, somewhat puzzled, asked what's wrong with that. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian exchanged glances, feeling quite disheartened, and said, Daoist, you must have a concealing breath technique, right? If you trust us, could you reveal your cultivation level so we can see? Jiang Li stared at the two for a while and ultimately revealed his cultivation level. 10th level of Qi refining. Oh my! Ouyang Fian immediately exclaimed, followed by a scream, clutching her head and glaring at Murong Feng with dissatisfaction. Be quiet. Since the Daoist does not wish to reveal his cultivation level in public, he must have his reasons. Why are you shouting so loudly? Ouyang Fian, realizing she was in the wrong, could only glare at him fiercely but dared not retort. Murong Feng awkwardly smiled at Jiang Li and said, Daoist, your talent is indeed astonishing. To reach the 10th level of Qi refining at such a young age without a master to guide you is truly impressive. Is that difficult? Jiang Li, seeing their exaggerated reactions, decided not to tell them that he had only spent one night to achieve this level of cultivation. Murong Feng smiled bitterly and said, it's not just difficult, it's as hard as climbing to the sky. Daozhong, it's normal that you don't know. In Dingzhou, we have two top sects, the White Tiger sect and the Inshio sect. Besides these two top sects, there are no less than 100 second-rate sects. And the third-rate sects are countless. Among so many sects, there might be less than 1% of cultivators who can reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30. At this point, Murong Feng couldn't help but puff out his chest. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, it is very likely he would reach the foundation establishment stage before 30. Someone like Daozhong, who reached the 10th level of Qi refining at 20 and could advance to foundation establishment, is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. Only the White Tiger sect and the Inshio sect can cultivate foundation establishment cultivators at the age of 20. Jiang Li, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and said, so, does that mean I'm a genius among geniuses? Murong Feng laughed and replied, what you said isn't wrong. Jiang Li sensed the implication in his words. Are you suggesting that there are others better than me? Murong Feng seemed to think of something, and his expression turned serious as he replied, That's right. Lin Wanwan from Yinxiu sect and Gu Linhuan from the White Tiger sect both successfully established their foundations before the age of 16. They are the two unparalleled prodigies of Dingzhou. Jiang Li couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that if he had crossed over at the age of 10, he could have established his foundation at 10 as well. What was so impressive about establishing it at 16? Then he heard Murong Feng continue, Daozhong, do you think these two are already extraordinary? Jiang Li wanted to say he didn't think so, but he still nodded along, until he realized Murong Feng had more to say. But there is one person who, compared to Lin Wanwan and Gu Linhuan, isn't even worthy to carry their shoes. Seeing Murong Feng's expression that seemed to be saying, Ask me, hurry up and ask me, Jiang Li held back his impulse to punch him and patiently asked, Who is this person? Before Murong Feng could respond with satisfaction, Ouyang Fian jumped in first. She is my idol, the junior sister of the Yinxiu sect's master, and one of the two emperors of Dingzhou, Lu Xinyan. Murong Feng couldn't help but glare at her, then, with admiration in his eyes, said, This Lu Xinyan can truly be described as a celestial beauty, not only possessing an unparalleled appearance, but also establishing her foundation at 10. Achieving the golden core stage at 12, and then breaking through a realm every year. By the age of 18, she had already reached the emperor realm, ranking among the female emperors of this era. He then suddenly lowered his voice. Daozhong, you must have noticed that many cultivators have appeared in Dingzhou City these past 2 days. This is related to the youngest female emperor in Dingzhou's history. Jiang Li, intrigued, asked what happened. Murong Feng carefully looked around and said, Just 3 days ago, Lu Xinyan, with her early emperor realm cultivation, killed the current leader of the White Tiger sect, Hu Sanxing, who is another mid-level emperor, in battle. Chapter 10. Light Pink Underwear. Now, the White Tiger sect is leaderless, with the Yinxiu sect eyeing them covetously, while a large number of second-rate sects are stirring. The situation is extremely critical. Jiang Li asked curiously, What does this have to do with the gathering of many cultivators in Dingzhou City? According to rumors, Hu Sanxing coveted Lu Xinyan's beauty and plotted to forcibly marry her, but unexpectedly lost his life because of it. However, this was not the end. The Yinxiu sect did not intend to let the White Tiger sect off easily. During this time, the White Tiger sect has been retreating under the pressure of the Yinxiu sect, suffering heavy casualties. In the end, it was the guarding lord of Dingzhou City who intervened to mediate, which stopped the conflict. But the price was to publicly disclose a secret realm controlled by the White Tiger sect. The reason many cultivators have gathered in Dingzhou City during this time is to explore that secret realm. Jiang Li stroked his chin and said, So that's how it is. In that case, the Yinxiu sect is indeed generous to publicly share the secret realm they fought hard to reclaim. Murong Feng laughed and said, Daozhong, you misunderstand. Oh, Murong Feng continued. It is said that the secret realm is fraught with dangers. Even the White Tiger sect has not fully explored it. To open the secret realm is already a huge concession. How could they possibly disclose the situation inside to the Yinxiu sect? Therefore, the Yinxiu sect had no choice but to choose to open it and share the risks. Jiang Li nodded in understanding, pondering. So, your senior brother and sister are also going to explore that secret realm? Murong Feng nodded and said, That's right. Where there are dangers, there are opportunities. We also want to go in and try our luck. If we are fortunate enough to obtain some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it will increase our chances when we break through in the future. After speaking, Murong Feng suddenly asked eagerly, Daozhong, you haven't said what our tribulation is yet. Is it because of this secret realm? Ouyang Fian's big eyes sparkled as she pitifully added, Daozhong, you are compassionate and won't let us die in the secret realm, right? Jiang Li shot her a disgusted look. This little girl might have some impact on him if she were older, but right now she's too young. Only Murong Feng would like this kind of thing. Jiang Li sat up straight and said, Let me calculate for the two of you. Upon hearing that Jiang Li finally agreed to tell their fortune, both of them were overjoyed. Jiang Li immediately pretended to close his eyes and calculate, but in reality, he was checking the solution provided by the system. It really is somewhat related to this secret realm. Currently, 3 paths are in front of you. It depends on how you choose. Murong Feng immediately asked, "Please enlighten us, Daozhong." Jiang Li nodded and said, "First, you can give up exploring the secret realm, and naturally, there will be no danger." Murong Feng, hearing this, became anxious and said, "That won't do. Daozhong, you don't know. Such an opportunity is rare. Once the Yinxiu sect explores the secret realm thoroughly, they will definitely not open it again. Don't worry, there are still two other paths." Jiang Li said calmly, "When the secret realm opens, you should be the last to enter. It's best to wait until everyone has been inside for half a day before you go in." Murong Feng immediately looked troubled and said, "But Daozhong, with my and my junior sister's level of cultivation, we dare not go deep into the secret realm and can only take our chances on the outskirts. If we enter too late, we miss the opportunity and possibly return empty-handed." Jiang Li shook his head slightly and did not answer, but continued, "Once you enter that secret realm, you need to remember one thing." "What?" Jiang Li suddenly looked at Ouyang Fian with a mischievous smile and asked, "Little sister, you must remember to bring a few pairs of underwear, and they must be ones you have worn. At a critical moment, it might save your life." "What?" Ouyang Fian's face turned red upon hearing Jiang Li's words. "Daozhong, what are you saying? How could underwear possibly save a life?" Murong Feng also looked at Jiang Li with a strange expression. "Daozhong, you must be joking." Jiang Li shook his head and said, "I never joke when it comes to fortune-telling." "Oh, and it's best if they haven't been washed." Ouyang Fian, being just a 17-year-old girl, had never spoken about such things with outsiders. She immediately lowered her head, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, and said, "Daozhong, can I bring outer clothes instead?" Jiang Li immediately said with a serious face, "If you want to save your life, it's best to follow my orders. If you insist on going your own way, then I have no good solutions." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that the luck above their heads, although still turning black, had a hint of golden light emerging. Yet, under the pressure of the black mist, it appeared as fragile as a candle flame in a storm, as if it would be completely swallowed by darkness at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled and said, "If you can survive this tribulation, you might have unexpected rewards." Murong Feng, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister, before entering the secret realm, prepare a few pairs of underwear and skip bathing." Ouyang Fian, upon hearing this, looked troubled and said, "Senior brother, why are you saying this to? Fian, you're no longer a child. You should prioritize the bigger picture." Ouyang Fian could only nod lightly and, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper, replied, "All right, fine." Murong Feng, seeing that Ouyang Fian had agreed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Li's words were indeed a bit too outrageous. How could women's undergarments possibly be life-saving items? If it weren't for Niu Er's previous experience, he would never have believed Jiang Li's words. Then, Jiang Li asked, "When is the opening day of this secret realm? And where is it located?" 5 days later, 800 miles southwest of Dingzhou, at Luohan Valley. Murong Feng replied succinctly, "Does the Daoist also have an interest?" Jiang Li nodded. However, he was not very interested in this so-called secret realm. What intrigued him more were the cultivators who would enter it. By then, there would surely be many cultivators like Murong Feng with dark fortunes. That would be his opportunity. By the way, Jiang Li suddenly became serious again and asked, "What color, material, and style is your undergarment?" This is." Seeing Jiang Li's serious expression, Ouyang Fian thought the matter was quite important. She looked at Murong Feng and, feeling embarrassed, finally said, "Light pink, silk, with a little cat embroidered on the back. Does that count?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a bold personality and actually like cats." Jiang Li Loga. Murong Feng curiously asked, "Is this related to our safety?" "Oh no, I was just asking out of pure curiosity," Jiang Li said with a mischievous grin. "Oh my, Daoist you!" Ouyang Fian exclaimed, and then covered her face as she ran out. Inside the elegant room, Jiang Li and Murong Feng's lewd laughter immediately echoed. Chapter 11. Conflict outside Luohan Valley. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, Jiang Li did not encounter any other cultivators with fortunes like theirs. However, Jiang Li had other gains. He unexpectedly drew a very nice golden reward from Niu Er's divination. "Good luck," As the name suggests, Jiang Li gained Nyoer's luck. The specific effects still needed to be verified, but Jiang Li felt that such a luck-related reward would definitely not be too bad, especially since he could only see the fortunes of others but not his own. This good luck was particularly important. At the same time, it opened a new door for him. It didn't necessarily have to focus on divining cultivators. Although the chances of drawing good rewards from cultivators were higher, ordinary people could also yield some rewards unrelated to cultivation, but still quite effective. When Jiang Li and Murong Feng arrived at Luoan Valley, it was already crowded outside. Cultivators of various levels gathered in groups, waiting for the arrival of the people from Yangtze and Baihuman. Daoist, look, those are the disciples of the second-rate sect of Dingzhou, Rianzong. Due to their cultivation methods, the disciples of Rianzong, regardless of gender, all have very fiery tempers. And over there are the disciples of Beishan sect. This sect favors dual cultivation methods. Murong Feng explained as they waited for the secret realm to open. Dual cultivation? That sounds good. Does their sect accept people? Jiang Li was clearly very interested in this topic. Although he had no intention of joining a sect, if this sect practiced dual cultivation methods, it was worth considering. However, why were all the disciples of Beishan sect male, with no female disciples? Jiang Li curiously asked while looking at a group of burly men with thick beards. Murong Feng leaned over and whispered a few words in Jiang Li's ear. What the heck? Jiang Li's eyes widened, and he could no longer look directly at those muscular Beishan disciples. One of the Beishan disciples noticed Jiang Li staring at them, and upon seeing Jiang Li's handsome face, his eyes lit up. He winked at Jiang Li and licked his lips. Jiang Li was so startled that he shivered and quickly looked away. Murong Feng nervously suggested, Daoist, let's go over there. Jiang Li hurriedly nodded. Let us go, let us go. After Murong Feng finished introducing, Jiang Li began to look for clients. Soon, he locked onto a loose cultivator. Hey, you over there with the black clouds swirling above your head. You probably don't have long to live. Come over and ask the Daoist for help. Maybe I can point you in the right direction. Jiang Li initiated his traditional sales pitch, challenging the other party. At this moment, Murong Feng's fortune had completely turned black, nearing the worst red-black color, just a step away from total catastrophe. It seemed he would have to wait until they entered the secret realm for it to fully explode. Meanwhile, the black aura above the loose cultivator's head had already turned completely red-black. According to Jiang Li's experience, this guy might not even make it into the secret realm before dying. In the past, Jiang Li would have avoided such people at all costs to prevent being affected. But today, he had to make good use of him to promote himself. Who the hell are you, wild Daoist? Who are you cursing? The loose cultivator angrily retorted upon hearing Jiang Li's words and seeing his attire. Jiang Li pretended to be angry and said, You broke loser, I kindly remind you. And you dare to curse me? Hearing Jiang Li call him a broke loser, the loose cultivator became furious, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're looking for death. Without a sect backing him, he had always felt uneasy. Today was a rare opportunity to gamble his luck in the Baihuman secret realm. Yet he was cursed by Jiang Li to have a death calamity. How could he keep a good attitude? Stinky Daoist. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, don't blame me for taking your head to break the evil and dispel the disaster. Hearing the dispute, many cultivators immediately gathered to watch the commotion. Jiang Li was delighted at this. Murong Feng saw that things were escalating and wanted to pull him back. But Jiang Li shook off his hand and said, You don't need to worry about this. I'm just trying to save him, and this broke loser curses me. Murong Feng was left speechless. Given Jiang Li's earlier words, the loose cultivator had shown restraint by not attacking immediately. The loose cultivator, hearing Jiang Li's words, became enraged. Stinky Daoist, today you either have me or I have you, he said as he prepared to attack Jiang Li. The surrounding cultivators quickly intervened, advising, Friend, calm down. Before the secret realm opens, you cannot act recklessly. This is a prohibition issued by Yangtze. Please don't act on impulse, or everyone will be in trouble. If it really comes to that, you can settle it after entering the secret realm. The loose cultivator, hearing this, decided to back down. As long as he apologizes to me, this matter can be settled. Otherwise, once we enter the secret realm, I will not let him off. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to persuade Jiang Li Daoist, this is your fault. How can you curse this friend? Quickly apologize, and this matter can be resolved. That's right, Daoist. Quickly admit your mistake. Otherwise, once you enter the secret realm, no one will be able to help you. Jiang Li, however, was filled with anger and said, Enter the secret realm? He needs to have a life to enter. What did you say? You're looking for death. The loose cultivator, seeing Jiang Li still speaking disrespectfully, immediately wanted to attack, but lacked the courage due to Yang Xiazan's prohibition. Once we enter the secret realm, it will be your death day. I'll see if he can still be so tough then. Jiang Li coldly laughed. I have been reading faces and measuring fortunes since childhood, and I have never been wrong. You clearly have the appearance of a short-lived person. I kindly wanted to point you in the right direction. Since you don't appreciate it, then it's fate that you and I are not meant to be. If you still want to fight me, you probably want to get that chance. After speaking, he clasped his fists and said to the crowd of cultivators, Fellow Daoists, if you trust this poor Daoist, it's better to keep your distance from him. Otherwise, if you get caught up in his blood disaster and lose your life, don't blame me for not warning you. After finishing, he stepped out of the crowd, found a corner, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, looking like a transcendental figure. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of it. Although they didn't fully believe that such a young Daoist like Jiang Li had any real skills, they still followed the principle of listening to advice leads to a full stomach and gradually distanced themselves from the scattered cultivator. The scattered cultivator, seeing this, felt his teeth grind in frustration. He had originally planned to travel with several cultivators, but now no one was willing to accompany him. He glared at Jiang Li, memorizing his appearance, preparing to strike as soon as they entered the secret realm. A mere chi refining stage 10 dares to provoke me. He asking for death. Since there were only cultivators here and no ordinary people, Jiang Li chose not to hide his cultivation level to avoid attracting attention. This, however, made the already early-stage foundation establishment scattered cultivator harbor murderous thoughts. Chapter 12. Do you have such good luck? This farce did not cause much of a stir. Once there was no further action, the crowd dispersed again, waiting for the two major sects to arrive and open the secret realm. The scattered cultivator, with a gloomy expression, walked to a corner, his gaze lingering on Jiang Li. Seeing this, Murong Feng's expression turned a bit grim as he said to the meditative Jiang Li, Daoist, the situation is not good. That guy's been staring at you. I'm afraid he will attack you once we enter the secret realm. Jiang Li didn't even lift his eyelids, unconcerned as he replied, No worries, he won't have that opportunity. Murong Feng was surprised and asked, So you really mean that his death is imminent? Jiang Li looked at him and said, Brother Murong, I never joke about matters that pertain to divination. Hearing this, Murong Feng smiled awkwardly and fell silent. However, he still had some doubts. The other party did not seem like someone who was about to die. With these doubts, Murong Feng pulled Ouyang Fian to a spot slightly farther from Jiang Li, carefully observing the situation. Although he wanted to help Jiang Li, he knew that a foundation establishment cultivator was not someone a chi refining stage 7 cultivator, could provoke. Fellow Daoist, can we travel together? The scattered cultivator, who had been staring at Jiang Li, turned in surprise when he heard someone speaking to him, curious as to why someone would want to partner with him at this time. Upon realizing that the other was merely a young chi refining stage 8 cultivator, he understood. Normally, those who would partner with him to explore the secret realm would only be of the same cultivation level. Now, with no one willing to accompany him, this chi refining cultivator had seized the opportunity. After sizing him up for a moment, he said, Everyone else is avoiding me. Aren't you afraid I'll bring you trouble? The other replied with a smile, I don't believe in those Daoist threats. If they could really see through the heavenly mysteries, would they still be mingling with us? As he spoke, he clasped his fists and introduced himself. I am Ran Qingyun. The scattered cultivator initially wanted to refuse upon seeing Ran Qingyun's low cultivation, but then thought that entering the secret realm would inevitably involve danger. Using this person as a shield wouldn't be a bad idea. He could serve as a good target. Since that was the case, it was better to comply. The scattered cultivator also clasped his fists in agreement. May I ask how to address you, fellow Daoist? Ran Qingyun asked with a smile. It was a normal inquiry, but the scattered cultivator's expression became somewhat unnatural as he replied, "This. I'm afraid I have some difficulties in revealing my name." Ran Xingyan didn't mind and said, "No problem, no problem. It was my rudeness." Seeing that the other did not press further, the scattered cultivator relaxed a bit. "Fellow Daoist, is it all right if I sit here?" Ran Xingyun asked, pointing to a large stone beside the scattered cultivator. Looking at the other's sunny and clear face, the scattered cultivator hesitated for a moment. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he thought that the other was still willing to partner with him at this time, so he reluctantly agreed. However, the hand hidden in his sleeve quietly formed a spell. If anything unexpected happened, he would strike first. But soon, he realized he had overthought it. After chatting for a while, he had thoroughly grasped the background of the person before him. This Ran Xingyun seemed to be a rich young master who had just run away from his family. He was very interested in everything, yet had only a vague understanding of matters. Although he kept asking questions, his demeanor was not off-putting. Rather, his polite manner made one feel close to him. Moreover, he always managed to compliment him appropriately when he was explaining things, scratching his own itch. Gradually, the scattered cultivator let down his guard and conversed happily with him, appearing as if they had known each other for a long time. Seeing that someone was actually willing to partner with that scattered cultivator, Murong Feng felt it was not good. He hurriedly ran to Jiang Li and said, "Daoist, it's bad. Has a helper now. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li glanced at the pair and sneered. "Helper? Not necessarily. To me, he looks more like a killer." "Huh?" Murong Feng was a bit puzzled. "Should we place a bet? I know you don't believe me, and you actually don't believe my divination. Now is a good time to verify." Caught off guard by being exposed, Murong Feng smiled awkwardly but did not refuse, saying, "Then Daoist, what shall we bet on?" Jiang Li looked at the scattered cultivator, whose aura was thick with dark red luck, and said with a smile, "I bet he won't survive for 15 minutes. The stake will be that jade dew pearl you gave me. What do you think?" Murong Feng chuckled and said, "Daoist, can't you extend the time a bit? 15 minutes is too short, right? Just 15 minutes. Do you want to bet or not?" Murong Feng immediately slapped his thigh and said, "Bet. If I lose, I have 100-year-old jade marrow carved into a delicate pendant that I can exchange for 1,000 taels without issue." He had it all planned out. If he won, he would get back the jade dew pearl, proving that Jiang Li's claim of a blood disaster was just a clever scam. But if he lost, he would have to cling tightly to Jiang Li to save himself. By then, a mere pendant worth 1,000 taels would be nothing to worry about. At that moment, Murong Feng no longer hesitated and sat directly beside Jiang Li, staring intently at the two people in the distance. Time quickly passed, nearing half an hour, yet he could not see any signs of the other party being in danger. Moreover, he saw that the two were enjoying a lively conversation, appearing quite happy. It seemed that if this trend continued, they could live for another 100 or 200 years without issue. "Daoist, the time is almost up," Murong Feng reminded. Just as his words fell, an unexpected change occurred. The young man beside the scattered cultivator, who had just been full of admiration and chatting amiably, suddenly plunged a dagger into his heart without a sound. "What the hell?" Murong Feng jumped up, his face filled with shock. The other cultivators, hearing the commotion, all looked towards him. Soon, everyone followed his gaze and saw Ran Xingyun and the scattered cultivator. You. The scattered cultivator looked at the dagger in his heart, then at Ran Xingyun, who still wore a sunny expression. He couldn't comprehend why they had been chatting so happily just moments before, and now he was trying to kill him. However, he was also a Foundation establishment cultivator and quickly struck out with a palm toward Ran Xingyun. But Ran Xingyun had already been prepared. After stabbing him, he swiftly dodged to the side. Surprised, huh? Wu Lao. Upon hearing his name called, Wu Lao was taken aback, immediately understanding that the other was targeting him. However, he couldn't recall when he had provoked this person. "Stop thinking. You couldn't possibly remember me. The last time we met was 20 years ago, when I was only 6 years old." Ran Xingyun still had a smile on his face, but tears were streaming down his eyes. "Do you still remember 20 years ago? The family that took you in after you were seriously injured and passed out?" Wu Lao, upon hearing this, showed a moment of surprise. Are you that child?" Ran Xingyun tore open his shirt, revealing a strong chest, and pointed to a hideous scar on his heart, laughing. I was lucky. My heart is on the right side. I just wonder if you have such good luck. Wu Lauer stumbled and fell to the ground. Even though a foundation establishment cultivator has a strong vitality that allows him to survive being stabbed in the heart, the feeling of that strength slowly dissipating was quite unbearable. Oomph, little thing, you actually didn't die. Wu Lauer's eyes were fierce, resembling a starving wolf near death. Though he was dying, he still had the ability to fight back. He thought about how to lure Ran Qingyun closer for a fatal blow. But he heard Ran Qingyun chuckle. Stop scheming. I want to give you the chance. Saying this, Ran Qingyun took out a treasure box from his bosom. After opening the box, he revealed 108 gleaming half-inch long steel needles, neatly arranged inside. He whistled, and a steel needle flew out unsteadily. Seeing this, Wu Lauer was instantly filled with despair. You're not yet a foundation establishment, and you can actually manipulate objects. Ran Qingyun did not respond, but continued. These 108 steel needles were specially made for you. Don't worry. I won't waste a single one before you die. You little bastard, I curse you. Wu Lauer barely managed to utter half a curse when a steel needle, under Ran Qingyun's control, pierced into his thigh. Knowing he couldn't just sit and wait for death, Wu Lauer immediately endured the intense pain and lunged at Ran Qingyun. However, with a knife in his heart, half of his strength was gone. Ran Qingyun didn't confront him head-on, but skillfully dodged, occasionally manipulating the steel needles to stab into Wu Lauer's body, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. Wu Lauer could be heard letting out pig-like screams from time to time. Clearly, the steel needles were not as ordinary as they appeared. Otherwise, a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to endure such screams. The group of cultivators immediately labeled Ran Qingyun as a pervert. In battles among cultivators, whether for treasure or revenge, the principle is to cut through chaos quickly to prevent the opponent from making a last-ditch effort, avoiding a turn of events. The idea that villains die from talking too much exists only in stories. Unless, of course, the person is a pervert. Otherwise, how could they slowly torture someone in front of so many people? Don't you fear unforeseen consequences? Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. Wu Lauer's screams grew weaker. At this moment, there was not a single good piece of flesh left on him, and he just wanted to die quickly to end the suffering. Yet, everyone saw Ran Qingyun still smiling. I've only stabbed you 54 times, there's still half left. I'm sorry, just kill me. I'm a beast, I shouldn't repay kindness with enmity. I'm not human, please just kill me. Wu Lauer begged. That won't do, I promise not to waste a single one. One must keep their word. Ran Qingyun continued to insert the steel needles into him at a leisurely pace. The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts as they watched Ran Qingyun's smiling face. Even those golden core cultivators in the crowd felt some trepidation towards Ran Qingyun. It wasn't his methods they feared, but the fact that he seemed to truly enjoy the thrill of torturing Wu Lauer. When the last steel needle pierced Wu Lauer's forehead, he finally fell silent. The crowd couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After seeing Wu Lauer finally die at his hands, the smile on Ran Qingyun's face finally faded. He then turned to look at Jiang Li, who was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. The cold gaze made Murong Feng, who was beside Jiang Li, shiver. Ouyang Fian even directly hid behind Murong Feng, afraid to peek out. At that moment, Murong Feng suddenly remembered something. He looked at the sky and was shocked to find that when Wu Lauer died, it seemed to have just been exactly a quarter of an hour. Instantly, his heart grew colder. This young friend, you should leave quickly. At this moment, a golden core cultivator spoke up, reminding Ran Qingyun. From the brief words exchanged between the two, they had roughly guessed the enmity between them. It was a classic farmer and snake story. Indeed, Yin Xiuzong's prohibition must be obeyed by everyone. But since you had your reasons, Yin Xiuzong probably wouldn't pursue it too harshly. However, you can't enter this secret realm. Ran Qingyun smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but I must enter this secret realm. Seeing this, the other party stopped persuading him. Some things only need to be said once. After that, Ran Qingyun suddenly walked towards Jiang Li. This immediately put Murong Feng on high alert. Daoist, he is coming. He is coming. Clang. Murong Feng was so frightened that he drew his sword. The image of Ran Qingyun torturing Wu Lauer just now left him with too much trauma. However, Ran Qingyun didn't look at him and walked past him directly to Jiang Li. Daoist, you are indeed calm, a true master. Jiang Li tightly closed his eyes, secretly cursing. Calm my ass, damn it, it scared the hell out of me. He wasn't calm at all. He was clearly frightened by the brutal scene just now and didn't dare to open his eyes. Fellow Daoist, when a person dies, the debt is settled. Please handle the corpse. Ran Qingyun was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect Jiang Li's first words to be this. But in his heart, he had completely regarded Jiang Li as a reclusive master. Soon, after burning Wu Lauer's corpse to ashes, he returned to Jiang Li's side. Daoist, he softly called out. Jiang Li finally opened his eyes, and, upon discovering that there was nothing nauseating to see, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Daoist. Today, I have avenged my deep grievance, all thanks to you, and I will never forget it. Saying this, he directly knelt on the ground to pay his respects to Jiang Li. Get up. I'm not dead yet. I'm neither your elder nor a deity. I can't accept such a great gift. Jiang Li scolded. He actually didn't like the feeling of being bowed to. However, Ran Qingyun stubbornly knocked his head 3 times before standing up. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that Jiang Li had previously given Wu Lauer a death sentence. And now it had come true. Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Li changed. A clear-cut prediction, especially Murong Feng, who looked at Jiang Li as if he were a deity. No one knew better than him how terrifying Jiang Li was. He had even accurately predicted Wu Lauer's death date. Just thinking about the fortune Jiang Li had calculated for him made his face turn as red as a pig's liver. Daoist, this is the Linglong pendant. Please keep it safe. Can you give me a definite answer? Is there still hope for our senior brother and sister? Wu Lauer's death struck him too hard. Far more shocking than when he saw Neo Air in Ningzhou City. I gave him a chance, but he didn't listen. He had no fate with me. He deserved to die. But you are different. You have fate with me, Jiang Li said with a smile, naturally accepting the Linglong pendant into his bosom. Daoist, Murong Feng has been without parents since childhood. From now on, you are my father, my real father, Murong Feng said with a mournful face. Then suddenly remembered something and asked Ouyang Fian, by the way, junior sister, how many pairs of your panties did you bring? Chapter 14, The Glorious Ran Qingyun. After Murong Feng's joke, the atmosphere among the group became much more relaxed. At this moment, Ran Qingyun's face was full of ease as he said, I originally wanted to take advantage of the crowd today to take action, but unfortunately, my cultivation is too low to get close to the opponent. If it weren't for the Daoist, that beast wouldn't have found its companions, and I would have died today, perhaps without even being able to take revenge. With just a few words, Ran Qingyun clearly explained the whole situation. Jiang Li waved his hand and said, every drink and peck is predetermined by heaven. Today, it was meant for him to die. After thanking Jiang Li again, Ran Qingyun said, Daoist, if I survive today, I will surely repay this kindness in the future. He openly defied the prohibition of the Yanxiu zone, and he didn't want to implicate Jiang Li. After saying this, he prepared to leave. But then he heard Jiang Li suddenly call out to him, Dao friend, please wait. You have an omen. Hearing this, Ran Qingyun laughed and said, Daoist, I don't do fortune-telling. If good people truly get rewarded, my parents wouldn't have died back then. Although Jiang Li helped him, he wasn't very interested in fortune-telling. On the side, Murong Feng saw this and quickly advised, Brother, you must believe it. The Daoist says you have an omen, so you definitely do. Don't worry, the Daoist can definitely help you resolve this calamity. Murong Feng greatly admired Ran Qingyun and didn't want him to die without understanding. His admiration for Jiang Li was blind. Since Jiang Li said he had something going on, then he definitely did. Therefore, he wanted to persuade him. However, Ran Qingyun smiled indifferently. Life and death are fated. Besides, I have avenged my great enmity today. So I have no more attachments. It's nothing but death. Murong Feng quickly grabbed him and said, You're still young. Don't think too negatively. Let the Daoist help you to break it. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Li and said, Daoist, say something. Jiang Li, however, smiled and said, Who said he was going to die? Huh? Murong Feng was taken aback, and he couldn't help but loosen his grip on Ran Qingyun's hand. However, Ran Qingyun didn't leave. Instead, he was quite interested. He thought Jiang Li was about to say something about impending disaster. Unlike his senior brother Murong Feng, who hadn't ventured much into the martial world, he had been exposed to all kinds of people since childhood. He was quite clear about the tricks of swindlers like Jiang Li. He was grateful for the help Jiang Li inadvertently provided. But that didn't mean he believed Jiang Li truly had abilities. Jiang Li smiled at Ran Qingyun and said, "You have a full heaven and a square earth, with auspicious clouds swirling above your head and golden light radiating. You have an excellent fate. Not only will you not die this time, but you will also get what you wish for, and your thoughts will come to fruition." Jiang Li wasn't speaking nonsense. The golden light above Ran Qingyun's head was dazzling. If he had sunglasses, he would definitely put them on. Otherwise, looking at him for more than 2 seconds might blind him. Compared to Murong Feng, who had dark clouds above his head, Jiang Li preferred someone like Ran Qingyun who had good fortune. This often meant that after the omen came true, he could draw better rewards from the other person. Although Ran Qingyun had spoken casually earlier, he didn't really want to die. If it were ordinary times, he would have run away as soon as he violated the Yin Shozong's prohibition in public. However, he had a sister waiting for a very rare herb to save her life. He had long learned from a disciple of the Baihu sect that such a herb existed in the secret realm. It was that person who had saved him when he was severely injured back then. For both emotional and logical reasons, he could not sit idly by. If Jiang Li were to use dangerous arguments to deceive him, he would definitely not believe it. But since Jiang Li said he would achieve what he wished for, even if Jiang Li was a swindler, he had to believe it this time. Ran Qingyun walked up to Jiang Li again, his expression serious. "Daoist, please help me." After saying this, he directly knelt down on the ground. Such a tough person kneeling before Jiang Li twice drew a lot of attention. There was still some time before the secret realm opened. Other cultivators couldn't help but gather around to watch the excitement. Jiang Li was, of course, more than happy to see this. He supported Ran Qingyun's arms, wanting to help him up, and said, "A man's knee is worth gold. Don't kneel so easily in the future." However, Ran Qingyun shook off his hands and said, "Daoist, Qingyun knows that omens are not to be taken lightly. But I have nothing to offer, so I can only resort to this strategy. If I achieve something in the future, I will repay today's matter 100-fold. Let me kneel. It feels more comfortable in my heart." Faced with such a stubborn person, Jiang Li no longer tried to persuade him. He directly sat opposite him and summoned the system interface. On it, Ran Qingyun's omen was displayed along with a note. Additionally, a special item was included. Jiang Li was instantly energized. In such situations, he had only seen the rabbit's spirit appear before. It had directly contributed 2 of his cultivation methods and a bottle of top-grade elixirs. Ran Qingyun was surprisingly the same, which excited him immensely. Jiang Li immediately said, "You must be looking for something, right?" Upon hearing this, Ran Qingyun's body shook. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Yet, Jiang Li had guessed it. How could he not be surprised? But more than that, he felt that perhaps he could really find it this time. "Daoist, please guide me." Saying this, Ran Qingyun directly knocked his head on the ground twice. This action left Jiang Li dumbfounded. Indeed, once one grasped another's lifeline, the other party would become particularly proactive. Within 30 miles southwest of the secret realm, you can find what you want. But remember, absolutely do not kill any living beings. And do not pick it yourself. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Ran Qingyun furrowed his brows. He had already learned about the herb, known as blood-infusing flower, which was usually guarded by a very powerful beast that was too strong for him at the moment. If he couldn't kill it, how could he take the herb from under the beast's claws? More critically, the blood-infusing flower required the beast's blood to mature. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. This was precisely the reason he had never been able to find the blood-infusing flower. "Daoist, this puts me in a difficult position." He didn't know whether to listen to Jiang Li's words. He saw Jiang Li take out a very ordinary gourd from his pocket and hand it to him. "After you find it, use what's in the gourd to trade." Ran Qingyun was even more puzzled upon hearing this. "Trade? That's right, trade," Jiang Li confirmed. But trade with whom, the beast? He had already confirmed that Jiang Li completely knew what he was looking for. Yet, what Jiang Li said left him completely perplexed. Remember my words. Otherwise, you will regret it for a lifetime. Jiang Li's expression was serious, without any hint of joking. Ran Xingyun could only nod upon hearing this, not even looking at what was in the gourd before directly putting it away. However, he had made up his mind that if possible, he would still pick it directly. After all, his sister couldn't wait, and he couldn't joke with her life. Chapter 15. Will they believe me? By the way, if you follow my advice, there might even be unexpected surprises. Remember. Upon hearing this, Ran Xingyun got up half convinced. In his heart, he kept muttering. He had already determined that Jiang Li had some abilities, but not many. After all, he had really guessed what he wanted to do. Out of respect for Jiang Li, he did not continue to argue, but chose to appear to comply. Ran Xingyun walked away in thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was overjoyed. Among the crowd that had gathered to watch, many had varying shades of fortune above their heads. Dao friend, you have golden light soaring above your head. Surrounded by auspicious clouds, you have an omen. Jiang Li smiled as he found someone with fortune above their head that was not inferior to Ran Xingyun's. However, as everyone listened to his repetitive opening lines, they couldn't help but laugh. The cultivator called out by Jiang Li laughed and said, "This Daoist, I don't do fortune-telling." Although he noticed that Jiang Li had some unusual traits, he still didn't quite believe it, especially those words he had just said to Ran Xingyun, which they found utterly absurd. For what he said, they gathered the gist of it. He actually wanted Ran Xingyun to make a deal with the demon beasts. Those mindless demon beasts could make deals. It was simply ridiculous, and he didn't want to be seen as a fool by others. At that moment, many people started to look at Ran Xingyun with strange expressions. Fellow Daoist, this poor Daoist fortune-telling depends entirely on fate. I only speak kindly because I see that we have a connection. You don't think I would deceive you for just a few taels of silver, do you? You think too little of this poor Daoist. Hearing this, the other party's eyes flashed with struggle. Just a few taels of silver. It could be considered a small price to pay, especially since Jiang Li had just mentioned that his luck seemed quite good. Just as he hesitated, a streak of escaping light suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, those streaks of light flew closer at a rapid pace. The people from the White Tiger sect were coming. Someone shouted, and the cultivators surrounding him dispersed in a rush, running towards the entrance of the secret realm, wanting to secure a favorable position and be the first to enter. Seeing this, Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian also prepared to run over, but were called back by Jiang Li. "Stop! Have you forgotten my words?" Upon hearing this, the two immediately halted, recalling Jiang Li's earlier instruction to let them enter last. They anxiously glanced at the crowd, ultimately having to choose to stay behind. "Daoist, our cultivation is low, we can't go too deep. If we enter late, all the good things on the outskirts will be beyond our reach." Murong Feng couldn't help but say. Jiang Li snorted coldly. "Do you want your life or riches?" Hearing this, Murong Feng could only sulk and obediently stand still. Jiang Li's mood at this moment was not good. The cultivator earlier had clearly wavered and was about to come to him for fortune-telling. But now, with the arrival of the White Tiger sect, they had disrupted his business. How could he not be angry? After the escaping light dissipated, at the entrance of the secret realm appeared more than a dozen figures dressed in white, with a vivid tiger embroidered on their backs. "Oomph!" An old man with a white beard coldly snorted, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped everyone, revealing the cultivation of the great ascension stage. Whether in the Qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, or golden core stage, everyone held their breath and carefully looked at the people from the White Tiger sect. "A bunch of trash. Consider yourselves lucky," a young man with a gloomy face said coldly. The cultivators present, constrained by the might of the White Tiger sect, dared not voice their anger. "Damn, that old guy is one thing, but this little brat is so arrogant," Jiang Li said from a distance. Murong Feng quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Daoist, be quiet. He is Gu Lin Huan from the White Tiger sect, now a golden core cultivator. This person is vengeful. Be careful not to incur his resentment. Jiang Li skufa fudi. What is there to be afraid of?" Despite saying that, he still lowered his voice. This made Murong Feng show a look of disdain. "Daoist, your body is quite honest. What do you know? This is called being strategic. You from the White Tiger sect. What a great show of power. Don't you ever learn your lesson?" Haven't you been hurt yet? Suddenly, a clear and cold voice rang out. Soon after, another dozen streaks of escaping light flew in from the distance. After the light dissipated, a group of beautiful and graceful female cultivators appeared before everyone. Murong Feng had a lecherous grin and said, Daoist, look, these are the female disciples of Yin Xiuzong. How about it? Aren't they beautiful? Good. Even though Jiang Li had already been bombarded by various internet beauties in his previous life, he couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. These women, whether in temperament or appearance, were top-notch, especially the one standing in the middle, who was stunningly beautiful. However, he felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. Noticing Jiang Li's gaze, Murong Feng chuckled, Daoist, you really have a good eye. That one is the recognized first beauty of Ningzhou, the junior sister of the Yin Xiuzong sect leader, the only Emperor Realm powerhouse in Ningzhou now, Lu Xinyan. So, she is Lu Xinyan? Murong Feng nodded teasingly. So, Daoist, are you considering returning to secular life? This poor Daoist is a fire-dwelling Daoist. I can marry. It's no problem, Jiang Li said instinctively. But why do I feel like I've seen her before? Daoist, I know you're a bit smitten at the moment, but this is too klitsch. There are so many people wanting to pursue her. They're lined up all the way to Zhongzhou. I doubt you have a chance. Murong Feng countered. Jiang Li shook his head. No, it's not right. I have definitely seen her before, but I just can't remember. All right, you've seen her. That's enough. Murong Feng didn't believe him at all. Look, the one who just spoke is Lin Wanwan from Yin Xiuzong, the second pride of Yin Xiuzong, now also at the Golden Core stage. With your talent and looks, Daoist, I think you are a good match for her. Consider it? Jiang Li, upon hearing this, looked at the woman next to Lu Xinyan. Dressed in a striking red, fitted long dress, she stood out remarkably. However, always being next to Lu Xinyan made her presence easily overlooked. Lu Xinyan's brilliance overshadowed everything. This woman might have a calamity of blood and light. What a pity. So young and already destined to perish. Jiang Li suddenly said, Daoist, you don't love her, so don't curse her like that. It's not good, Murong Feng said speechlessly. Jiang Li shot him a sideways glance. How many times have I said it? This poor Daoist never jokes when it comes to fortune-telling. Then what should we do? Daoist, you have to save her, Murong Feng said anxiously. Jiang Li sighed. Feng, are you crazy? Do you think she would believe me? Just look at her status. Do you think she would believe me? Jiang Li curled his lips. Seeing Lin Wanwan's haughty demeanor, he knew she would be hard to deal with. He wouldn't stick his warm face to her cold backside. Murong Feng frowned. No way. Jiang Li sneered. Think about how your junior sister acted when she met me. Murong Feng awkwardly smiled. Daoist, I just didn't recognize the great mountain. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Li rapplia irritably. Do I look like someone who will hold a grudge against you? But this Lin Wanwan, let's forget about it. This poor Daoist doesn't want to get into trouble without even tasting the food. It's better to just watch the show. Seeing this, Murong Feng didn't say anything more. Although Lin Wanwan had a stunning beauty, she was not inferior to him. He had just instinctively reacted, thinking it was too much of a pity for such a beauty to die. At this moment, Lin Wanwan had already started to confront Gu Linhuan. Gu Linhuan, a defeated general. When did it become your turn to be so arrogant? Don't forget, this is already the territory of my Yin Xiuzong. You can't just act high and mighty here and criticize. Lin Wanwan. Gu Linhuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Without the Emperor Realm sect master sitting in the White Tiger sect, facing the victorious Yin Xiuzong, they naturally had no room to argue. Gu Linhuan was rendered speechless by Lin Wanwan's retort, his complexion changing from blue to red. The Great Ascension old man from the White Tiger sect with him could only smile alongside Lu Xinyan, not daring to say another word. He then turned back and scolded. Linhuan, shut up. This is not a place for you to act wild. Hurry and apologize to Miss Lin. Hearing this, Gu Linhuan could only unwillingly bow his head and admit his mistake to Lin Wanwan. However, as he lowered his head, no one noticed the flash of malice in his eyes. TSK, this kid really has some skill. No wonder he's so arrogant. Jiang Li watched Gu Linhuan's fortune from a distance, lost in thought. Murong Feng, curious, asked Daoist, what did you say? In Jiang Li's eyes, the fortune above Gu Linhuan's head was not only a symbol of good luck and a golden hue, but was actually eroding Lin Wanwan's fortune. This was the first time he had seen such a situation, but it did not prevent him from making a guess. Lin Wanwan was likely to fall into this guy's hands. Huh? Morong Feng was taken aback. That's impossible. The White Tiger sect just lost to the Yin Xiuzong, and the sect leader Hu Sanqing was killed by Lu Xinyan. How could he dare? Jiang Li chuckled and said, in the secret realm, dangers abound. Who knows what one might encounter? Could it be? Morong Feng still felt that Gu Lin Huan shouldn't have the guts. But Jiang Li was certain. Want to bet? Morong Feng shook his head repeatedly. No bets, I won't bet with you. But Daoist, are you sure you won't save her? If you save her life, perhaps you might have a chance to be close to her. Jiang Li scoffed. If I want to be close, I'd rather be with someone else. Who would want a proud little girl like Lin Wanwan? Following Jiang Li's gaze to Lu Xinyan, Morong Feng gave him a thumbs up. Daoist, you're indeed impressive. I admire you. Just as the two were joking, Lu Xinyan suddenly sensed something. She felt a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar aura in the crowd. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly and immediately looked towards the crowd. Soon, she spotted Jiang Li, who was chatting and laughing with Morong Feng. Daoist. Lu Xinyan felt delighted upon seeing Jiang Li. She did not expect to see him here. Just as she wanted to go over and greet him, she thought it was inappropriate given the number of people around. However, Jiang Li clearly did not recognize her. Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly had an idea. Wanwan. She transmitted her voice to Lin Wanwan beside her. Master Uncle. Lin Wanwan immediately prepared to turn and look at Lu Xinyan. But Lu Xinyan continued to transmit. Don't move, listen to me. Lin Wanwan's heart tightened, collecting her thoughts, thinking Lu Xinyan had some important plan. Did you see that Daoist at the back of the crowd? Following Lu Xinyan's instructions, Lin Wanwan quickly spotted Jiang Li, who was wearing a plain Daoist robe, and was slightly surprised. This person was only at the qi refining stage, and looking at his age, he wasn't too young. Among these people, he might be considered talented, but compared to her, or even Gu Lin Huan, he was far inferior. She did not understand why her renowned master uncle would want her to pay attention to such a person. Master Uncle, I see him. What is the problem? Once we enter the secret realm, if you encounter him, you must not provoke him. Be very cautious. You cannot let him be in any life-threatening danger. Lin Wanwan was taken aback. Master Uncle, Lin Wanwan glanced at Jiang Li's youthful and handsome face, her thoughts racing. If he changed into decent clothes and dressed up, he wouldn't be a bad-looking guy. Could it be that Master Uncle was infatuated? Lu Xinyan said, just remember my words. You must not anger him. Do you understand? Knowing Lin Wanwan's personality, Lu Xinyan repeatedly cautioned her. However, she was unaware that her words made Lin Wanwan even more certain of her guess. Oh my, I said Master Uncle has been single all these years, treating everyone coldly. Turns out she has a thing for good-looking guys. Master Uncle has good taste. Everyone has their little quirks. And she decided she must keep this little secret for her Master Uncle, unaware that Lin Wanwan had misunderstood. Lu Xinyan looked at Jiang Li and recalled the incident where she almost embarrassed herself in front of Yin Xiuzong's disciples. That guy had given her the elixir, so he must have known she would end up like that, making her bring an extra set of clothes. How despicable! As she thought about it, she remembered how Jiang Li had held her hand when he was fortune-telling, thinking at the time he was just reading her fortune. Now looking back, perhaps he was taking advantage of her. At this thought, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush slightly, making her appear even more beautiful. Lin Wanwan, who was always observing her master uncle, noticed Lu Xinyan's flushed cheeks, and her already bright eyes widened even more. Oh my, just by looking at him. She asked like this. Has master uncle been bewitched or poisoned? How could she fall so quickly? Unable to contain her curiosity, she scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe. Other than being good-looking, there was nothing particularly striking about him. She couldn't figure out how this guy had captured her master uncle's heart. Chapter 17. All for what I've read in books. Today, the secret realm has been opened. All friends at the golden core stage and below may enter. This opportunity is only once, so I hope everyone treasures it. After exchanging opinions with Lu Xinyan, the old man from the White Tiger sect at the Mahayana stage officially announced the opening of the secret realm. The Ningzhou cultivators couldn't help but cheer upon hearing this. Gu Lin Huan looked at the crowd of misfits in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. Did they really think they were being allowed into the secret realm out of kindness? They were merely being used as cannon fodder. He cast a subtle glance at Lin Wanwan, who seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes flickering with cold light. Then he lowered his head, hiding his own thoughts. Soon, the secret realm was opened by the old man from the White Tiger sect, who solemnly handed the key to the secret realm to Lu Xinyan in front of everyone, signifying that from today onwards, this secret realm belonged to the Yin Xiuzone. After receiving the secret realm, Lu Xinyan looked at the group of cultivators and smiled. Good luck to you all. After saying that, she took the lead and left the entrance of the secret realm, leaving only the Yin Xiuzone disciples headed by Lin Wanwan. The White Tiger sect disciples did the same. Once Lin Wanwan and Gu Linhuan, the two prodigies of their respective sects, entered the secret realm first, the other cultivators couldn't wait any longer and rushed in, afraid that if they were slow, the good things would be taken by others. After waiting for half a day, as Jiang Li instructed, Murong Feng finally could not hold back and said, Daoist, let us hurry in. When we pass by Senior Lu Xinyan, you must not look at her too much. Knowing a bit about Jiang Li's character, Murong Feng couldn't help but remind him. Jiang Li nodded, impatiently saying, all right. After that, the three of them leisurely walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. As they passed by Lu Xinyan, the only emperor-level powerhouse in Ningzhou at present, Jiang Li couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. Earlier, he had been too far away to see clearly. Now that he was closer, Jiang Li was instantly captivated by Lu Xinyan's beauty, exclaiming in his heart, wow, this lady is really amazing. At the same time, he felt that he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. After taking a glance, he didn't dare to look more. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly realized Lu Xinyan was actually looking at him. Their eyes met, and Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush, instinctively turning her head away. Oh wow, my charm is already this great? This was Jiang Li's last thought before entering the secret realm. Seeing Jiang Li enter the secret realm, Lu Xinyan let out a slight sigh of relief. The earlier eye contact had made her feel too embarrassed. She wondered if this guy recognized her. Then, she frowned slightly. She had not noticed before, but now she remembered that when she first met Jiang Li, he clearly had no cultivation at all. Yet now, Jiang Li had already reached the Qi refining stage level 10. Moreover, being close just now, she felt an even more familiar sensation from him. This feeling is not due to familiarity. It feels more like a sense of shared origin and kinship, which surprises her greatly. Could it be that the other party is not only an extraordinary person, but also a reclusive master? Lu Xinyan really couldn't find any reason to explain how Jiang Li suddenly transformed from an ordinary person into a Qi refinement period cultivator in just 3 days. She immediately regarded Jiang Li as a senior monster disguised with a young face. Jiang Li, who was completely unaware that he had become a monster in the eyes of others, was captivated by the scenery as soon as he entered the secret realm. Like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, what met his eyes was lush greenery. Inside, there were towering ancient trees and seas of flowers like clouds. In the distance, there were towering peaks, rolling and undulating. Fortunately, Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian were not in any better state, which prevented him from making a fool of himself. Wow, it's so beautiful here. If only I could cultivate here forever. Ouyang Fian, being a young girl, lacked the composure of Jiang Li and Murong Feng, the two big men, and was lost in admiration. Murong Feng patted Ouyang Fian's shoulder and said, don't think about it. Junior sister, it only looks good. If you stay here for too long, the only outcome is death. He then proceeded to educate Ouyang Fian and Jiang Li about the characteristics of the secret realm. The reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because of its uncertainty. No one dares to say they can fully explore it. All secret realms have a carrying limit, and if one exceeds a certain level, they cannot enter. Otherwise, why do you think Lu Xinyan, a dignified Emperor Realm cultivator, doesn't come in personally, but lets us take advantage? So, the dangers inside are only targeted at Golden Core Realm and below, right? Jiang Li asked. Murong Feng nodded and said, that's right, but never let your guard down. The dangers in the secret realm can easily take the life of a Golden Core Realm cultivator. We should just take a chance at the outskirts and never go deeper. Saying this, he chose a direction and led the way. The one with the lowest cultivation. Ouyang Fian walked in the middle, while Jiang Li brought up the rear. However, After walking just a few steps, Murong Feng suddenly stopped, frozen in place. Cold sweat pouring down his face. Seeing this, Jiang Li walked up to him and stood shoulder to shoulder. After seeing the scene before them, his expression also changed slightly. Not far ahead of them, there was a broken corpse hanging high up by a vine. The corpse was covered in bite marks from unknown beasts. Murong Feng couldn't help but swallow hard and said, We should change direction. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the divination Jiang Li had given them. If he hadn't waited for this half-day, with his character, he would have definitely rushed in first with his junior sister. The outcome could very well have been the same as that corpse. Thank you, Daoist, he stammered. Ouyang Fian was gripping Murong Feng's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. Stop looking. Let's go. At this moment, he also felt a bit nauseous. The excitement of the three as they first entered the secret realm had vanished in an instant. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it no longer piqued their interest in the slightest. None of the three spoke, and before they knew it, they had walked back to the entrance. After a moment, Jiang Li spoke up. Murong, tell me honestly, do you have any experience in actual combat outside? Murong had a slightly mournful face, stammering. I. Hurry up and say it. This is our first time out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt like he had a headache. At first, he thought Murong Feng had a wealth of experience from the way he spoke about the cultivation world. He thought that was the reason he wanted to come to the secret realm to have some fun. Now, he just wanted to slap himself. Not being able to see his own fortune was his biggest flaw. Jiang Li grabbed him by the collar. Then how could you speak so confidently? I read it in books. Murong Feng was on the verge of tears. Damn, get out right now. Jiang Li was not one to suffer in silence for the sake of face. Realizing the situation was untenable, he would not take risks. He could earn rewards from others without needing to risk his life like other cultivators for resources. If they couldn't get out, the entrance to the secret realm was one way. To leave, they would have to wait at least 3 days for someone with the key from the outside to open the exit. Damn it. You've really gotten me into trouble. Jiang Li cursed out loud. Senior brother, what should we do now? Ouyang Fian was already terrified by the broken corpse from earlier. When Ran Qingyun killed someone, there were cultivators around, and she had been frightened badly. Now, with no one to bolster her courage, Jiang Li felt that even a gust of wind could scare the little girl to death. Before Murong Feng could speak, Jiang Li said impatiently, What else can we do? Just stay here and wait for the door to open. With no other options, Murong Feng and his junior sister had no choice but to obediently wait in place with Jiang Li. A gust of wind blew, rustling the leaves with a whisper. This immediately caused Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian to panic. Hey, it's just the wind, Jiang Li said irritably. Murong Feng awkwardly smiled, trying to maintain his composure. But his slightly trembling hands revealed his current state, not much better than Ouyang Fian. Jiang Li felt a bit frustrated. He originally wanted Murong Feng to be their guide and see the world. Unknowingly, he had become a mainstay for these two. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar came from afar. Jiang Li turned around sharply, alertly looking in the direction of the sound. Roar! Soon, another beastly roar echoed, and this time it was much closer than before. Jiang Li frowned. It's not safe here. We can't stay here any longer. We must move. Murong Feng nodded repeatedly, realizing belatedly. That's right. The first rule of secret realm exploration is to never stay in one place for too long. Jiang Li shot him a glare. Next time, if there's anything we need to pay attention to, say it sooner. Murong Feng timidly said. I forgot when I got scared. Jiang Li felt like he was about to be driven mad by him, and said impatiently. Is that all? Murong Feng shook his head. That's all, really. Let us go. Jiang Li shouted, then chose a direction to walk. He no longer held any hope for Murong Feng. Perhaps his luck was much better than Murong Feng's. Or maybe the good fortune reward he got from Yo Air was in effect. The three walked for quite a while without encountering any danger. Gradually, they were no longer as tense as before. Daoist, look over there. Murong Feng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li looked in the direction he pointed. He saw a solitary purple flower growing on a not-so-tall cliff. It's a purple lotus flower, purple, 6 petals, 3 leaves, there's no mistake. It's a purple lotus flower. Saying this, he was about to run towards the flower. Jiang Li pulled him back. Have you forgotten the fate of that previous person? Your bad luck hasn't disappeared yet. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng shivered and forced a smile at Jiang Li. What use does this flower have? Murong Feng's eyes lit up. This is a medicinal ingredient for refining a first-turn gathering yuan pill. Even if you don't plan to refine it yourself, you can trade it for a lot of good things. A first-turn gathering yuan pill? Jiang Li suddenly recalled the pill he had eaten before. He still remembered that the name of that pill was 5-turn gathering yuan pill. What use does the first-turn gathering yuan pill have? He directly inquired. Murong Feng immediately showed a face full of desire and said, this pill contains extremely rich spiritual power, which can directly enhance a cultivator's cultivation level without any side effects, saving a lot of time in training. Oh, I see. Jiang Li thought to himself. No wonder eating a 5-turn gathering yuan pill turned him directly into the 10th level of qi refining. Indeed, 5 turns are much stronger than 1 turn. However, no one would be foolish enough to consume it directly. Murong Feng suddenly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li asked with a strange expression, why not? This pill is extremely precious, and gathering the herbs needed for its refinement is very difficult, even if you manage to gather the herbs. It is also hard to find an alchemist capable of refining this pill. Usually, people take this pill during a breakthrough to increase their chances of success. Jiang Li's expression suddenly darkened, and he continued to ask, so you mean since there's 1 turn, are there 2 turns and 3 turns as well? Murong Feng nodded and said, exactly. With each additional turn, not only does the medicinal effect double, but the difficulty of successfully refining it increases significantly. 1-turn gathering yuan pills cannot be bought with ordinary silver, and 2-turn and 3-turn pills can only be obtained by second-rate sects in Ningzhou. As for 4 turns, I have never even heard of them, let alone 5 turns. All I know is that 5-turn pills are exclusive to Emperor Realm experts. Even those experts would cherish a 5-turn pill and wouldn't easily consume it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's face darkened further. If someone directly ate a 5-turn gathering yuan pill, what would happen? Murong Feng thought for a moment and said, not to mention the preciousness of the 5-turn gathering yuan pill. First of all, it is impossible for anyone to do that. I said if. Murong Feng laughed and said, if there really is a fool who directly ate a 5-turn gathering yuan pill, I can't say about other matters. But he would definitely be beaten to death by his elders, and if he didn't die, he would be laughed at by outsiders. Daoist, don't joke around. Such a foolish person might not appear even in 1,000 years. Ha ha ha. After laughing a couple of times, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Li's expression was very off. Cough. Daoist, you didn't eat a 5-turn gathering yuan pill, did you? Jiang Li suddenly smiled broadly and said, how could that be? I was just asking. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the purple lotus flower. Murong Feng, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and said, Daoist, you really love to joke. Little did he know, with his back to him, Jiang Li's expression had already twisted to the extreme, but he suddenly frowned again. Thinking of that rabbit lord, the pill was extracted from her, which proves that she must also have a 5-turn gathering yuan pill on her. According to Murong Feng, if 5-turn pills are exclusive to Emperor Realm experts, then that means the rabbit lord is an Emperor Realm expert. Thinking of this, Jiang Li was startled. There is currently only 1 Emperor Realm expert in Ningzhou, and if the rabbit lord is not just a passerby, then it must be Lu Xinyan. Damn! He couldn't help but exclaim. Murong Feng, who was following him, was startled by this. Daoist, what is wrong with you? Jiang Li ignored him and thought about the familiarity he felt when looking at Lu Xinyan. Also, the way Lu Xinyan looked at him when they made eye contact before entering the secret realm. All of this proved that the rabbit lord is Lu Xinyan, and she had long recognized him. Thinking about how he once held her hand and acted inappropriately, Jiang Li felt that his future was bleak. Didn't he just offend a female emperor? Damn, if he had known, he would have directly read her bones instead of looking at her palm. Chapter 19. Silver Pattern Giant Python. While Jiang Li was regretting, he walked towards the purple lotus flower, completely forgetting that he had just reminded Murong Feng to be careful. A precious herb like this growing here without being taken by earlier cultivators must have some issues. However, Jiang Li was currently a bit distracted by the matter regarding Lu Xinyan and forgot to be cautious, just as he reached under the purple lotus flower. Preparing to take a deep breath and jump up to pick the flower, suddenly a gust of foul wind rushed at him, startling Jiang Li. He saw a huge bloody mouth suddenly appear in front of him, biting toward his head. Daoist, be careful. Moron, who was behind him, also panicked and shouted a warning. Ouyang Fian, however, only screamed in fright. Jiang Li instinctively activated the great reversal skill, pointing his finger like a sword, and used the clear spirit sword technique. A sword chi shot out rapidly from his fingertip. At the same time, he quickly retreated. With a poof, the sword chi accurately hit that giant mouth, creating a massive wound that gushed out a lot of blood. A series of ear-piercing screams came from the monster, and Jiang Li steadied himself and looked at the creature. He then discovered that the thing that had just attacked him was actually a gigantic python. This python was as thick as a water bucket, and its scales shimmered with a chilling silver light under the sun, looking extremely hard. At this moment, the giant snake was rolling on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Clearly, Jiang Li's earlier attack had caused it considerable damage. Jiang Li was now sweating profusely, realizing that if he had reacted just a moment slower, he might have ended up in the snake's mouth. This was even more terrifying than witnessing Ran Qingyun torturing Wu Lauer or seeing the previous corpse. Jiang Li panted heavily, staring intently at the giant python. The giant python was now recovering from its pain, its cold snake eyes also glaring fiercely at Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li even felt that he could see flames of anger in the giant python's eyes. He suddenly felt that this giant python was not an ordinary beast, but had intelligence similar to that of a human. This was a demon beast. Otherwise, with that sword chi he just unleashed, an ordinary beast would have been cut in half long ago. Yet, shooting into the weakest point of this giant python's mouth only made it bleed a little. Silver-patterned giant python. Moron behind him directly shouted the name of the python. Daoist, be careful, this is a second-tier demon beast comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Jiang Li couldn't care less about what tier it was. He only knew that if he didn't kill this giant python in front of him, all three of them would die here. The speed of the giant python, just now, was clearly beyond what they could outrun, especially with these two deadweights behind him. If he hadn't performed exceptionally and reacted a step faster, he would have already been swallowed by now. Moron, I'll take the lead. You provide support. Let's go. Jiang Li shouted, casually grabbing a wooden stick and charging straight at the silver-patterned giant python. Inside, Jiang Li was terrified, but he had a characteristic of being able to take risks. At this moment, he forced himself to disregard life and death. However, just as he charged forward, wanted to see where Moron was, he found that Moron was actually standing still, holding Ouyang Fian, looking panicked and shaking continuously. Damn it! There was no time to think, as Jiang Li saw the giant python already twisting its massive body and crawling towards him. Its speed was even 3 points faster than his. Jiang Li infused his spiritual power into the wooden stick in his hand, using the clear spirit sword technique, and directly engaged in a struggle with the silver-patterned giant python. Soon, he realized that he didn't seem to need to be too afraid. This second-tier demon beast, comparable to the Foundation establishment stage, was not very difficult to deal with, except for being a bit faster. After overcoming the initial panic, he found that he was actually somewhat at ease, except for the wooden stick in his hand being a bit useless and unable to cut through the giant python's scales. The python couldn't even touch him. The wooden stick struck the python's body repeatedly, making it scream, but it had no way to retaliate. The pair of Moron and Ouyang Fian, who were huddled together trembling, watched with wide eyes and mouths agape. Jiang Li wielded the wooden stick like a peerless sword immortal, exuding elegance and grace. No matter how the giant python attacked or tried to coil around him, he effortlessly countered each move. Brother, the Daoist is so handsome. Ouyang Fian couldn't help but gawk. Moron also instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head, wanting to refute, but couldn't find a reason. Look at your father. Hand me the sword. Jiang Li shouted at the two incompetent teammates. Huh? Oh, Murong Feng, realizing what was happening, quickly threw the sword in his hand toward Jiang Li. The giant python knew that if Jiang Li got the sword, it would be its doom. It flipped and, while sweeping its tail violently towards Jiang Li, lunged and knocked the flying sword away. Jiang Li snurta coldly, leaping up to dodge the sweeping tail while stepping on the python's head, catching the sword first. Clang! The sound of the sword ringing echoed as it was drawn. As soon as he held it, Jiang Li felt the difference between the sword and the wooden stick. Without hesitation, he unleashed the clear spirit sword technique, slashing at the giant python. In the astonished gazes of Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, Jiang Li, clad in Daoist robes, instantly transformed into a celestial being. In a brilliant flash of sword light, the second-tier demon beast, the silver-striped giant python, was directly sliced in half. Jiang Li landed gracefully, flicking the blood off the sword. Just as he wanted to turn back and show off to Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, he was suddenly startled as the severed silver-striped giant python twitched. Oh my God! Thinking it wasn't dead yet, Jiang Li frantically chopped at the python's corpse. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian looked on, doubting their life choices. Was a celestial sword immortal who had just leaped up and slain the snake demon really the person before them? Daoist, that's enough, it's dead. Murong Feng hurriedly stepped forward to stop Jiang Li. Jiang Li let out a breath, feeling a bit exhausted as he sat down. The recent battle had drained him physically and mentally. Murong Feng, on the other hand, excitedly searched through the nearly minced python corpse. Soon, he found an irregular pearl and exclaimed, "Good thing it wasn't crushed." Saying this, he wiped the blood off the pearl with his sleeve and presented it to Jiang Li, as if offering a treasure, saying, "Daoist, look, this is the demon core of the silver-striped giant python." Chapter 20. Dried Fish? Jiang Li didn't take the demon core from him, but coldly stared at him and asked, "Are you trying to sell me?" Hearing this, Murong Feng broke out in a cold sweat at Jiang Li's icy gaze. "Daoist, let me explain. I was really stunned just now and didn't hear you. When I came to my senses, you had already killed the beast. Besides, if I wanted to sell you, I would have run away while you were fighting it. Daoist, you have to believe me, I really didn't mean to. I doubt you would dare. If I hadn't seen you standing there, I would have already sliced you and that beast together." Saying this, he took the demon core and examined it for a moment before asking, "What is this demon core used for?" Murong Feng quickly explained, "The demon core has many uses. It can be used for alchemy, forging, or if you cultivate a special technique, it can be refined to enhance your cultivation. If you have spirit pets, it can also be used to feed them. The higher the grade of the demon core, the more precious it is." Jiang Li nodded, putting the silver-striped giant python's demon core into his pocket. "Daoist to flower." At this moment, Ouyang Fian also eagerly picked a purple lily and presented it to Jiang Li. This little girl understood that pleasing Jiang Li was the most important thing at this moment. Jiang Li took the purple lily, but frowned slightly. The demon core was manageable, but he had no idea how to store this purple lily. "Do you have any storage artifacts?" Murong Feng quickly replied, Yes. This is a storage bag. It can hold a small number of items and is very convenient. I'll hang on your waist right now." Saying this, he swiftly took off a bag embroidered with golden threads from his waist and helped Jiang Li hang it on his. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, and after understanding how to use it, he put the purple lily and demon core inside. Then he looked at the sword in his hand, just about to speak when Murong Feng eagerly said, "Daoist, you should take this sword too. It's much more useful in your hands than in mine. Please don't dislike it. Once we get out, I will definitely invite the best blacksmith to forge you a good sword." Jiang Li was quite satisfied with Murong Feng's understanding of human relations. "Then I'll take it for now. It's definitely more useful in my hands." After saying this, he also placed it into the storage bag, concerned that the smell of the python's blood might attract other dangers. The three of them took a short rest before immediately leaving. They didn't dare venture too deep, just wandering around the outskirts of the secret realm for a day. As night fell, perhaps due to Jiang Li's luck, they fortuitously found a dry cave. This made the three of them ecstatic. Meanwhile, in another place, Ran Qingyun, hidden in the darkness, looked at a blood-colored flower in the distance with fiery eyes. "Found it, little sister, you're saved," Ran Qingyun exclaimed excitedly in his heart. At the same time, his gratitude toward Jiang Li deepened. If Jiang Li hadn't told him to look in the southwest, he wouldn't have found the blood-life flower so quickly. But excitement aside, he didn't rush to pick the flower. Instead, he focused his gaze on a demon beast not far from the blood-life flower. It was a cat demon comparable to someone in the late Foundation establishment stage, with a glossy black coat. Seeing the cat demon, Ran Xingyun's heart sank as he muttered to himself, how could it be in the late Foundation establishment stage? Aren't they usually in the early stage? Ran Xingyun was confident he could handle ordinary demon beasts across levels. However, the late Foundation establishment stage was far beyond his capabilities. After struggling in his heart for a moment, he decided to take action. He crawled on the ground, slowly approaching the cat demon. Before long, he reached just behind the cat demon, ready to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, the cat demon, which had been sleeping with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Its emerald green pupils reflected an eerie glow in the moonlight. It didn't move, but the corners of its mouth curled up like a human's. Slightly. Whoosh whoosh. Two sounds of air breaking echoed as Ran Xingyun shot out two steel needles aimed at the cat demon's hind legs. He never thought he could kill a cat demon at the late Foundation establishment stage. He just wanted to injure it to draw blood and then hasten the growth of the blood-life flower. But suddenly, the cat demon sprang up, dodging Ran Xingyun's steel needles. It landed gracefully and looked at the crouching Ran Xingyun with a seductive gaze. Its emerald green pupils revealed a mocking expression. Seeing his surprise attack fail, Ran Xingyun had no choice but to charge at the cat demon. No matter how he directed the steel needles toward the cat demon, it skillfully dodged each one, often finding the opportunity to swipe at Ran Xingyun. In just a short time, Ran Xingyun's body and face were marked with several claw marks. He panted heavily, knowing the cat demon was toying with him. Otherwise, with the cat demon's strength, it could easily leave a fatal wound on his neck. Although Ran Xingyun was in a sorry state at the moment, he was not afraid. As long as the cat demon didn't intend to kill him immediately, he still had a chance. No matter how clever the cat demon was, it was merely a beast. Soon, after being scratched again by the cat demon, Ran Xingyun fell to the ground, seemingly unable to get up. The cat demon walked over with elegant steps, looking at Ran Xingyun with deep disdain. He didn't understand why a foundation-less human would not run away upon seeing it, but instead dared to launch a sneak attack. The cat demon jumped directly onto Ran Xingyun's chest, and upon seeing the barely alive Ran Xingyun, lost any desire to tease him further. Just as it raised its paw, ready to finish him off, Ran Xingyun, who had originally closed his eyes in resignation, suddenly opened them wide and opened his mouth. Two steel needles, each only an inch long, suddenly shot out from his mouth, aimed straight at the cat demon's eyes. Unfortunately, he had greatly underestimated the cat demon's strength. He thought the sure hit would land, but once again it missed. The cat demon simply flipped backward and dodged. However, this time, he had thoroughly angered the cat demon. The cat demon swung its sharp claws and struck heavily at his face. Ran Xingyun barely had time to raise his arms to protect his head before feeling a tremendous force hit his arms. Then, he was swatted away by the small cat demon. After rolling several times on the ground, he finally managed to stop himself and slowly stood up. At that moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken by the cat demon's paw. This is bad. I overestimated myself too much. He looked at the cat demon, which was baring its teeth and slowly approaching him, and sighed in despair. Am I going to die here today? At this moment, he remembered Jiang Li's advice to him. Never, ever kill. He smiled bitterly, thinking it would be better to advise the cat demon instead. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Li had given him a gourd. He didn't know what was inside. He quickly took out the gourd and opened it. As soon as he opened it, a strange fragrance wafted out from the gourd's mouth. Upon smelling this fragrance, the cat demon suddenly froze, revealing a look of desire in its eyes. Seeing this, Ran Xingyun felt delighted. It's useful. He then turned the gourd upside down and poured it into his palm to see what was inside. Soon, he saw a thin little fish strip fall into his palm. Ran Xingyun. A shadow suddenly flashed by, and Ran Xingyun found that the little fish strip in his palm had vanished. Looking down, he saw the cat demon licking its lips with a satisfied expression. Then, the cat demon jumped onto his shoulder, gently poked his face with its little paw, and pointed at the gourd. The meaning was obvious. Ran Qingyun immediately poured out another fish strip and brought it to the cat demon's mouth. The cat demon was not polite and immediately gobbled it up. Soon, the little fish strips in the gourd were eaten clean by the cat demon. After having its fill, the cat demon stretched lazily on his shoulder. Then it jumped down and walked towards the blood blossom. After taking a couple of steps, it turned back and meowed at Ran Qingyun, signaling him to follow. Ran Qingyun, still a bit dazed, followed the cat demon to the blood blossom. Meow, meow. The cat demon pointed at the blood blossom with its paw, then pointed at the gourd in his hand. You mean I should trade it for the little fish strips? The cat demon shook its head. Meow. Ah, you mean this is a reward? Ran Qingyun was once again bewildered. This time, the cat demon nodded. Then, he saw the cat demon suddenly lift its hind leg and swipe at the blood blossom. Hey, don't. Ran Qingyun shouted urgently, but it was too late. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. The blood blossom suddenly burst forth with a blood-red light, incredibly enchanting. It seemed to be even more beautiful than the blood blossom he had inquired about, and it appeared to have an even stronger effect. Ran Qingyun was completely bewildered and couldn't he figure out what was happening. Meow. The cat demon's call snapped him back to reality, and he quickly picked the blood blossom, carefully checked it, and, after finding nothing wrong, stored it safely. The cat demon then jumped back onto his shoulder. Meow, meow. Ah, you want to follow me? Meow. Little fish strips? Meow. Ran Qingyun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He never expected that he could obtain the blood blossom, which he had fought so hard for, with just a gourd of little fish strips. And now, he was being followed by a cat demon that was comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, he recalled Jiang Li's previous words, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Truly a master. Just as he finished sighing, Jiang Li on the other side heard the system's notification sound. Ding dong. Jiang Li, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Then, he disdainfully glanced at Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, who were flirting nearby. These two useless people had already consulted him for their fortune and still hadn't seen it manifest. Meanwhile, Ran Qingyun had already seen his fortune manifest so quickly. He immediately summoned the reward panel. A row of 5 cards appeared before him. Unfortunately, this time it was still a 5-choice one. Jiang Li felt a bit disappointed. He thought that the reason Lu Xinyan's reward could be a 3-choice was likely related to her cultivation level. According to his habit, he directly chose the middle card. The moment the card flipped open, a dazzling golden light shone. Jiang Li's expression instantly brightened, thinking, is Niu Heir's luck this strong? This was already the 3rd time he had drawn a golden legend. He felt that this probability was so high that he wondered if he had hit the jackpot. With excitement, after the golden light dissipated, he immediately checked it. He saw that the card depicted a person's head, with the words talent written at the bottom. Then, the card transformed into a golden light and entered his brow. Jiang Li immediately understood what this reward was. It was actually Ran Qingyun's cultivation talent. Normally, cultivators could only manipulate objects after reaching the Foundation establishment stage. However, Ran Qingyun, relying on his special talent, could manipulate objects to fight even at the 8th level of qi refining. But he could only control small steel needles. Jiang Li's heart stirred. The long sword belonging to Murong Feng, kept in his storage bag, was directly controlled by him and flew around him like an extension of his arm. The Qingling's sword technique includes a sword manipulation section. Jiang Li, who had long since mastered the Qingling sword technique, had no difficulty manipulating the flying sword. He had long discovered that the rewards he drew, aside from physical items, would exert a stronger effect on him than on the original reward target. As expected, the power of his sword manipulation at this moment was completely different from Ran Qingyun's half-baked ability. It was truly the power of the Foundation establishment stage. Murong Feng suddenly saw his sword flying around Jiang Li and was instantly shocked. Daoist, you can actually manipulate swords. He looked at Jiang Li with surprise, his heart surging with waves. What, is there a problem? Jiang Li raplia nonchalantly. Murong Feng swallowed hard and said, But you're still at the qi refining stage. Ran Qingyun can do it too. Jiang Li raturta. Ah, this. Murong Feng wanted to say, brother, do you not see what Ran Qingyun uses to manipulate objects? It's steel needles. Those things weigh only a couple of taels. And look at you, a long sword weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Is there any comparability? Do you think he doesn't want to manipulate a sword? It's just that he can't. Even so, in the eyes of many, Ran Qingyun was already a person with extraordinary talent. So what about Jiang Li? A monster? Even the two strongest prodigies recognized in Ningzhou, Lin Wanwan and Gu Linhuan, couldn't manipulate objects at the qi refining stage. What if he can, I can't? Jiang Li disdainfully glanced at him, thinking this guy was making a big deal out of nothing. He then directly controlled the long sword to fly toward the stone wall inside the cave. Clang! After a sound of sword ringing, the long sword, under the horrified gaze of Murong Feng, transformed into a beam of sword light and directly vanished into the stone wall, leaving only a small dark hole. Bang! With the sound of the stone wall shattering, the long sword flew out from the other side and accurately returned to its sheath, being collected by Jiang Li into his storage bag. He looked at the two holes, one large and one small, in the stone wall and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Murong Feng squinted at him, looking like he really wanted to hit someone. This is called not bad? With such speed and power. Among the foundation building period cultivators who haven't yet developed their qi shields, he could walk sideways. Okay. At this moment, Murong Feng felt very hurt. Before leaving the mountain gate, he was the #1 genius of the sect, proud and invincible. Although he knew there were always people better than him, he was quite satisfied with his achievements. A 23-year-old qi refining 7th level cultivator had already surpassed 99% of people, enough to be proud. But after encountering Jiang Li, he was severely struck down. A 20-year-old qi refining 10th level cultivator, and that was without a master's guidance. However, if it were just this, he could still accept it. After all, such talents could always appear in first-rate sects, or even stronger ones. But to be able to control a sword at the qi refining stage really made him despair. Daoist, do you have any tricks? I'm kneeling down for you. Please tell me. Murong Feng asked with a face full of desire. Jiang Li pretended to be desolate, looking aloof, and said, perhaps this is talent. Chapter 22, Smile Shift. Ah, my friend, you have a blood disaster on you. Jiang Li looked seriously at a foundation building period cultivator lying on the ground, pale-faced. Daoist, if you press your hand hard on my wound, I might still have a chance. Otherwise, before I encounter a blood disaster, my blood will run dry first. The injured cultivator said weakly. Originally, he wanted to curse directly. At this point, why was he still mentioning blood disasters? But when he thought of that beast that had torn his brothers to shreds, comparable to a mid-foundation beast, being pierced by Jiang Li's sword, the curse that was about to come out was swallowed back. Oh, I'm sorry. Jiang Li pulled Murong Feng over and pressed his hand on the other's wound. Then he asked again, friend, you have a blood disaster. Do you need me to help you resolve it? The injured cultivator weakly replied, yes, please save me, Daoist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately declared, rest assured, my friend. It's my duty. This guy's fortune was simply outrageous. Jiang Li directly took out a regular injury healing pill given by the system from his bosom, stuffed it into the cultivator's mouth, and pulled him back from the brink of death. Ding dong. Upon hearing the prompt sound of a reward being received, Jiang Li's mouth curled up. Without caring whether the other party agreed or not, he directly searched the cultivator's body and took some silver coins, putting them into his own pouch. As payment for the fortune, my friend has no objections, right? Seeing this, the other party smiled and said, of course, of course. At this moment, Jiang Li was no longer the Jiang Li of the past. He no longer valued these worldly possessions as much. Take good care of him. Don't let him die. After giving a command to Murong Feng, Jiang Li ran aside, excitedly starting to draw rewards. As expected, it was still a 5-choice one. As usual, he chose the middle reward. After a not very dazzling golden light flashed, he saw a card open up, depicting a small figure sitting cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. At the bottom of the card, the words 30 years were written. Then, the card transformed into a golden light and entered his brow. At this moment, he realized that the reward he drew this time was actually cultivation. He had drawn 30 years of the other's cultivation. In an instant, he felt the spirit power mass in his dantian begin to rapidly compress. The mass turned into countless droplets like a cloud. Spirit power liquefied. I've reached foundation building. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows, not expecting it to be so simple. At this time, Murong Feng also walked over to him. Daoist, he is no longer in serious trouble. Just that? Daoist, why you seem a bit different from before? Jiang Li grinned and said, I had a little insight just now and made a small breakthrough. Saying this, he directly revealed his cultivation level. Murong Feng pointed at Jiang Li, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. How could you reach foundation building? How could you reach foundation building? This became the phrase Murong Feng repeated the most afterwards. To Jiang Li, hearing this was incredibly pleasing. At this moment, his confidence had swollen to the extreme. The Great Return Heaven skill is definitely a top-tier technique. The Clear Spirit Sword technique is the same. After these few days of understanding, at least Murong Feng's technique was far inferior to the Great Return Heaven skill. And when he was at the Qi refining 10th level, he could already use the sword control technique in the Clear Spirit Sword technique to slay second-tier beasts comparable to the foundation building stage. Now, he felt that even if he encountered early Golden Core stage beasts, he would not be without the power to fight. Let us go deeper, Jiang Li said exuberantly. Murong Feng hesitated. Daoist, didn't we agree to just circle around the outskirts and wait for the secret realm to reopen? Jiang Li, feeling frustrated at his lack of ambition, said, as cultivators, we must defy heaven and not fear dangers. With your attitude, will you ever break through to foundation building like me? Murong Feng muttered, I didn't want to compare with you. I just wanted to compare with Lin Wanwan and Gu Lin Huan. At least those two, while recognized as the two great talents of Ningzhou, were still within an understandable range. As for Jiang Li, a monster who learns sword control at the slightest disagreement and breaks through his realm in a turn, he felt there was no need to take him as a target or example. So what should we do now? Seek treasure? Murong Feng asked curiously. Jiang Li smiled mysteriously. Exactly. However, the treasure Jiang Li referred to was not what Murong Feng understood. In his eyes, those cultivators exploring the secret realm were his opportunities. Therefore, Jiang Li took Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian to start searching for cultivators. However, it seemed that their luck had run out. They encountered several cultivators whose fortunes were ordinary. Finally, they came across two guys with black gas above their heads, having bad luck. But the reward they drew was also a useless life skill. This made Jiang Li fall into self-doubt. Daoist, it's about time. Let us head back. If we go deeper, we might encounter beasts comparable to the Golden Core stage. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian huddled closely together. As they ventured deeper with Jiang Li, the dangers they faced began to increase significantly. If it weren't for Jiang Li, the two would have probably been devoured by those powerful beasts long ago. Jiang Li, however, felt a bit reluctant. Such situations where cultivators cluster together wound tea happen often. Moreover, in this secret realm, which was most likely to encounter dangers and opportunities, there were plenty of potential customers. Although luck was temporarily poor in just 2 short days, encountering those with golden light good luck or black light bad luck was already more than he had seen in a month in Dingzhou City. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Let us go a little deeper, and if we still don't gain anything, we'll turn back. Murong Feng, although very reluctant, knew that at this moment, he couldn't do without Jiang Li. He could only grit his teeth and continue to follow him. On the way, the number of corpses they encountered began to increase. There were both cultivators and demon beasts. The sheer quantity made even Jiang Li feel a bit hesitant. Moreover, he noticed that many of the cultivators did not seem to have been killed by demon beasts. It looked more like they had been murdered by other people. Clearly, the act of killing for treasure was becoming more frequent the deeper they went. However, he was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Soon, they stepped into the 3rd level, an area comparable to the realm of Golden Core demon beasts. Yet Jiang Li still had no good gains. Let's go back. In the end, Jiang Li chose to retreat. Murong Feng was delighted to hear this. But just then, they suddenly heard a commotion of arguing. Someone, Jiang Li exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng's smile instantly faded. But it didn't completely disappear. Instead, it shifted onto Jiang Li's face. Chapter 23 Bait. Murong Feng really didn't understand why Jiang Li liked to read fortunes for others. Many times, he didn't even want the fortune-telling fee, simply wanting to help others. Ultimately, he could only conclude that Jiang Li was a good person. The three of them cautiously parted the grass in front of them and soon saw a group of people not far away, seemingly divided into two factions, arguing about something. Jiang Li did not rush forward. The unfortunate souls they had encountered earlier, who had clearly been victims of treachery, constantly reminded him that the deeper they went into this secret realm, the more likely it was for murder and treasure theft to occur. At that moment, Jiang Li's eyesight was exceptionally good, and he quickly spotted Lin Wanwan and Gu Linhuan, two prodigies from Ningzhou. The two were not speaking. It was the disciples of the White Tiger sect and Yin Xiuzong behind them who were arguing. There were also some other golden core cultivators and loose cultivators. Soon, Jiang Li understood the general situation. They seemed to have discovered some extraordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, that item was guarded by a demon ape comparable to the nascent soul stage. If it were just a single demon ape of that level, perhaps this group of golden core cultivators could handle it. But the difficulty lay in the fact that the demon ape had a large group of ape demons comparable to the golden core and foundation establishment stages under its command. At this moment, they were fervently arguing about who would act as bait to lure the demon ape out so that someone could take the opportunity to seize the treasure. It was obvious that anyone with a brain could understand that whoever acted as bait would be the unfortunate one. A demon ape comparable to the nascent soul stage would spell certain death for anyone who faced it alone. Jiang Li's initially excited heart sank at this moment. If he jumped out now, he would definitely be forced to act as cannon fodder. Jiang Li looked at the fortunes of those people and found that many were pitch black with hints of red. Clearly, very few would survive to leave the secret realm. Especially Lin Wanwan and Gu Linhuan's fortunes were already darkening with red. Moreover, Gu Linhuan's fortune continued to encroach upon Lin Wanwan's. Based on Jiang Li's experience, it was highly likely that these two would end up as a pair of tragic lovers, dying together. He didn't want to get involved with these people. It was better to leave first. Let us go, hurry up. After softly urging Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, Jiang Li cautiously began to retreat. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng and his sister didn't even ask why and turned to leave. However, just as Ouyang Fian turned around, she saw a snake behind her, flicking its tongue right in front of her face. Startled, she immediately opened her mouth, then hurriedly covered her mouth. But it was too late. Gu Linhuan and the others had already heard. Who's there? Soon, Jiang Li heard a whooshing sound coming towards them. Without hesitation, he summoned Murong Feng's sword and shot towards the direction of the sound. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out, and Jiang Li felt a surge of blood and energy within him. The great return heavenly art immediately activated on its own, suppressing the surging energy. It actually blocked my full-powered sword? Gu Linhuan's voice also rang out. Upon being discovered, Jiang Li had no choice but to reveal himself. He recalled the sword and stored it in his storage bag, displaying an innocent expression. Infinite Heaven Venerable, I'm here to pay my respects. We were just passing by, so I want to disturb everyone's discussion of important matters. The road is long. If we're fated, we'll meet again. Goodbye. You want to leave? Since you overheard our conversation, you think you can just walk away? Gu Linhuan looked at Jiang Li and the others, feeling delighted. This was just the bait they needed. It's him. He actually reached the foundation establishment stage. Lin Wanwan frowned after seeing Jiang Li's face. She had expected to encounter Jiang Li here. A glance at Gu Linhuan made her immediately understand what he was thinking. Don't be a nuisance here. Get lost. Lin Wanwan scolded Jiang Li. Hearing this, Jiang Li was not angry and smiled. Understood. I'll leave. For someone about to die. He generally had a big heart. Who knew Gu Linhuan directly blocked their way? What do you mean leave? Lin Dao friend, with them here. It's easier for us to get the red crystal stone. I assent it. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan scoffed. Gu Linhuan, are you not ashamed? You're a disciple of the White Tiger sect, yet you've fallen to the point of using a foundation establishment and two chi refinement cultivators as bait? Gu Linhuan, however, was not angry. Miss Lin, if we don't use them, then I have no objection to you coming yourself, or your junior sister's behind, you can also do it. I want you to come, Lin Wanwan said coldly. Gu Linhuan sneered. I can go too, but Miss Lin, do you know the exact location of the red crystal stone? At this point, a wave of resentment rose in Gu Linhuan's heart. If it weren't for the restrictions of the secret realm, allowing only those at the golden core stage to enter, the red crystal stone would have been his already. He had gone through great effort to learn the whereabouts of the red crystal stone, only to have to hand over the secret realm due to Hu Sanqing's death, ruining his plans. How could he not feel hatred? Fortunately, only he knew the exact location of the red crystal stone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to leverage this against Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was also feeling troubled at this moment. She wanted the red crystal stone, but she couldn't ignore her master's words. She then turned her gaze to Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. You two stay, he can leave. Lin Wanwan pointed at Jiang Li, telling him to leave. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian immediately felt their scalps go numb, trembling in fear. Being made to act as bait to lure a demon ape comparable to the nascent soul stage was no different from being killed outright. Daoist, save me, Murong Feng pleaded with Jiang Li. At this moment, Jiang Li was also feeling conflicted. Murong Feng was brought in by him, and he really couldn't bear to abandon them and leave. At this time, Gu Linhuan also spoke up. No, Miss Lin. These two are only at the chi refinement stage. It's impossible for them to lure that demon ape. However, he was able to block my flying sword just now. He has the perfect choice. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan was about to speak when Jiang Li interjected. All right, I'll go. Lin Wanwan turned around in surprise, looking at Jiang Li with extreme astonishment. With Lu Xinyan's instructions, she would be willing to protect Jiang Li even at the cost of not getting the red crystal stone. Initially thinking Jiang Li was just a pretty face, she was surprised to find he was willing to sacrifice for his friends. This made her respect him a little. You should think carefully. This is no joke, Lin Wanwan said solemnly. Hearing the concern in her words, Jiang Li felt somewhat confused. This woman seemed to have been protective of him from the start. Could it be that she thought he was handsome? For a moment, Jiang Li's impression of Lin Wanwan changed somewhat. He shook his head. It's fine. He didn't really have a deep bond with his senior brother Murong Feng. Rather, he had just seen that the luck above their heads had completely turned black and red. Clearly, the divination was about to come true. As long as he followed what his divination indicated, nothing would go wrong. It was less about his confidence in himself, and more about his confidence in his divination. Chapter 24, Rhetorical Question. Master Dao, you're so good to us siblings. You will be our reborn parents from now on. Murong Feng was so moved that he almost shed tears. Yes, yes. Master Dao, you are our father. Ouyang Fian was already so touched by Jiang Li that she was a mess. Murong Feng coldly glanced at Ouyang Fian, clearly indicating, it's not like I'm your junior sister. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Jiang Li was too lazy to bother with these two lively treasures, and, thinking that since he couldn't escape, he might as well join them, naturally blended into this group. Everyone, we all have divination, besides Gu Linhuan and Lin Wanwan, the two later rising talents. Along with their siblings, the rest of the loose cultivators had all witnessed the fate of Wu Lauer after Jiang Li had shown him good and bad omens. They still respected Jiang Li quite a bit. Although Jiang Li was forced to act as bait, they had a certain respect for him. They all smiled friendly at Jiang Li and came up to talk to him. Master Dao, greetings. Master Dao, please help us see how our fortune is. Master Dao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Help us calculate our chances of winning this time. Seeing that these loose cultivators and the golden core disciples from small sects were all polite to Jiang Li, Gu Linhuan immediately sneered. Divination? Fortune-telling? Just him? Ha ha ha. What a joke. If he really had the ability, why didn't he check his own fortune before going out? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit awkward. They had seen Wu Lauer die right in front of them. They knew that some things couldn't be completely trusted, but they also couldn't dismiss everything. Jiang Li, however, smiled and said, I'm just a little village Taoist, not worth much. As the saying goes, one can calculate others, but not oneself. I did forget to check the almanac before going out these past few days, but there is no worry about my life. However, for you, my friend, A dark calamity looms over your head, and bloodshed is imminent. You might be in for some big trouble. Where did this wild Taoist come from, daring to be so reckless here? Upon seeing Jiang Li speak disrespectfully to Gu Lin Huan, a disciple from the White Tiger sect immediately shouted angrily. Some were so anxious that they were ready to draw their swords. Gu Lin Huan, with a grim expression, said, "If it weren't for needing you as bait later, I would have killed you to offer as a sacrifice for my sword right now." Lin Wanwan, who was standing by, quietly remarked, "The White Tiger sect is really impressive." Hearing Lin Wanwan's words, the disciples of the White Tiger sect did not show any displeasure and dared not refute her. After Lin Wanwan finished speaking, she tried to comfort Jiang Li. Who would have thought that the next moment, Jiang Li suddenly said, "Miss Lin, I'm afraid you also have ominous signs." The disciples of the White Tiger sect immediately covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. They had seen people courting death, but not like this. One of the female disciples from the Yin Xiuzong immediately scolded. You really don't know your place? My senior sister is helping you speak, and you dare to curse her." Gu Lin Huan laughed even harder. "Miss Lin, it seems the person doesn't appreciate your kindness at all." The dignified Lin Wanwan from Yin Xiuzong actually got her warm face slapped by a cold backside. Haha. At this moment, Lin Wanwan's expression also turned a bit unpleasant. Jiang Li's mouth was indeed a bit hard to like. He kept saying that she had ominous signs. She angrily replied, You can't tell good from bad, can you?" The loose cultivators beside Jiang Li also advised, "Master Dao, say a few good auspicious words. You shouldn't provoke Lin Dao friend." "Yes, Master Dao. We know you really have skills, but some words should just be kept to yourself. Be careful of misfortune coming from your mouth." Jiang Li smiled, heeding their advice, and, feeling full, immediately conceded. "Sorry, I spoke without thinking. Just treat it as a joke." Seeing this, and remembering Lu Xinyan's instructions, Lin Wanwan could only suppress her anger and turn her head away, with Jiang Li and the Murong Feng siblings as three baits. The expressions of the Golden Core cultivators also improved a lot, especially those loose cultivators. Without Jiang Li, it was very likely that the bait would have been selected from among them. That ape demon, though comparable to the nascent soul stage, had poor eyesight. "We will act at night." After finalizing some details of the operation and assigning tasks, Gu Lin Huan set a time for action. Upon hearing this, everyone had no reason to disagree. They immediately gathered together, waiting for nightfall. The disciples of the White Tiger sect clustered together, as did those from Yin Xiuzong. The remaining loose cultivators and disciples from other sects voluntarily sat with Jiang Li. It seemed that the appearance of the three of them had helped them out. Everyone was very warm towards Jiang Li and his companions. Some even explained some life-saving tips to them on the spot, hoping they could grasp a few more chances to survive. Jiang Li listened eagerly, learning hungrily. However, Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian kept looking at the sky, absent-minded. Praying that night would come a bit later. "Thanks to all the friends for your concern. I have no way to repay you, so how about I calculate a few divinations for you?" Upon hearing this, everyone became interested. Seeing that Gu Lin Huan did not jump out to spoil the fun, they all spoke up. Almost everyone present had some degree of black luck above their heads, with a small portion being golden. In any case, there wasn't a single useless white, which made Jiang Li quite excited. He immediately began to feign a divination for everyone. "This friend, your hall of impression is dark. Your eyes are lifeless, and the 7 killing stars above your head are too strong. Your life palace is dim and lifeless." Jiang Li spoke in a way that left the other party stunned. In short, the message was, "You won't survive tonight." Master Dao, isn't that a bit too much?" Jiang Li's expression turned serious. "Not at all. You must not take it lightly or disregard it. Today we have fate together. I have a good word for you. Keep it in mind." "Master Dao, please say it. I'm all ears." Jiang Li nodded. "Don't be greedy. Absolutely do not be greedy. Just take one piece of that red crystal, understand?" Jiang Li didn't elaborate further. Whether they could avoid disaster actually depended on their own choices. He was only responsible for the divination coming true and then drawing rewards. After finishing, he began to calculate for the others. It seemed that due to the impending disaster brought about by this event, everyone else was more or less the same. As long as they were not greedy, they could save their lives. Only 2 lucky ones would have some unexpected gains. Everyone was half convinced by Jiang Li's words. Seeing this, Jiang Li's face turned serious. Everyone, I know what you're thinking. Wealth can move the heart, but some things cannot be fully trusted nor completely dismissed. I can only say this much. After saying that, noticing there was still some time left, he directly closed his eyes to rest. What a good cannot be fully trusted nor completely dismissed. Then, Master Dao, should I trust what you said to me earlier? Lin Wanwan, attracted by the lively scene on Jiang Li's side, heard his last sentence and asked with a smile. Jiang Li opened his eyes to look at her, smiling broadly. Miss Lin, as the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter, and honest advice is hard to hear. Do you really think I am that kind of fool who cannot recognize good from bad? Upon hearing Jiang Li's rhetorical question, Lin Wanwan was momentarily stunned, deep in thought. Chapter 25. Look at your lifeline. Lin Wanwan suddenly felt that Jiang Li radiated a mysterious aura. She actually found him a bit hard to understand. At first, she thought he was just a pretty boy who somehow caught Lu Xinyan's attention. Now, it seems that the other party really has some unique qualities, just based on the fact that they did not abandon Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. It is evident that they are not a heartless and ungrateful person. In response to Jiang Li's questioning, Lin Wanwan decided, for Lu Xinyan's sake, to listen to what he would say. Just now, Wanwan was impulsive and reckless, so she asked the Taoist for guidance. Jiang Li smiled and said, I can't claim to give guidance. I only have this one method of divination. As a monk, I cannot bear to see someone in trouble and turn a blind eye, which may sound a bit foul, but every word is true. Just consider me a madman rambling. Listening to Jiang Li's words and seeing his sincere expression, Lin Wanwan increasingly felt that Jiang Li was a person who concealed his talents and was unfathomable. After all, if he didn't have real skills with his habit of cursing people to death, he would have been killed countless times already. Seeing this, everyone began to speak up. Miss Lin, what you don't know is that this Taoist is indeed a remarkable person with extraordinary foresight, regardless of how much they actually believed. They all helped Jiang Li by saying a few good words, which can be considered as repaying him for acting as bait for them for a while. Lin Wanwan immediately sat down on the ground and looked at Jiang Li at eye level. Then please, Taoist, help me take a look. Haha, Miss Lin, you really plan to listen to this fraud? Gu Linhuan saw Lin Wanwan moving closer to Jiang Li and immediately walked over with a smile, ready to mock her. He had previously noticed that Lin Wanwan's attitude toward Jiang Li was somewhat different. Now that he thought about it, there might be some unspeakable relationship between the two. At this moment, he just happened to continue to humiliate Jiang Li to embarrass Lin Wanwan. It would be like collecting some interest. Lin Wanwan looked at Gu Linhuan with some disgust. What I believe or not is none of your business. Or are you afraid? Afraid of being right about what this Taoist says? Gu Linhuan sneered. Afraid? Don't say it. I really am quite afraid. Saying this, he turned to Jiang Li, little Taoist. Since you want to help Miss Lin with fortune-telling, then help me take a look too. But if you dare to talk nonsense, even if you escape from the hands of the monkey demon, I will not spare you. Gu Linhuan, you really have a lot of power. Lin Wanwan said coldly. If someone didn't know better, they'd think your White Tiger sect has complete control in Ningzhou. Hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Gu Linhuan's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to a smile. Just joking, Miss Lin. Please don't take it to heart. At this moment, he didn't dare to completely tear his face with Lin Wanwan. At this time, Jiang Li suddenly said, You're dead. Gu Linhuan's face immediately changed. What did you say? The pressure of his golden core cultivation erupted, aiming at Jiang Li. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly and also unleashed her golden core cultivation to help Jiang Li withstand the pressure. I said, You're dead. Jiang Li was utterly unafraid, looking at Gu Linhuan as if he were a dead man. Gu Linhuan was forcing him to act as bait. So how could Jiang Li show him any good face? You're seeking death. Gu Linhuan immediately drew his sword. But Jiang Li said, If you kill me now, we'll be the bait later. Gu Linhuan was stunned for a moment, his expression changing rapidly, and finally, he could only reluctantly put away his sword. Fine. I'll let you live a little longer. Let's wait and see. After saying this, he led the disciples of the White Tiger sect away. Jiang Li suddenly smiled. The annoying and troublesome guy has finally left. Lin Wanwan raised her eyebrows. You did that on purpose. It was clear that Gu Linhuan intended to attack Lin Wanwan. So how could Jiang Li allow him to stay nearby and listen? Jiang Li smiled slightly, not denying it, but instead stood up and took her aside. Miss Lin, if I say Gu Linhuan will attack you, would you believe me? Lin Wanwan furrowed her brows slightly at Jiang Li's words. That's impossible. Daoist, don't you know? If it weren't for the city guard of Ningzhou stepping in, the White Tiger sect would have been exterminated by my Yin Shiozone long ago. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act against me. Jiang Li shook his head. Miss Lin, this is a secret realm, and danger is everywhere. If you think this way, others will think the same. Once you die, he could push the blame onto 4 or 5 others. Lin Wanwan looked at the others. There are so many people here. Are you implying that with so many eyes around, Gu Linhuan wouldn't dare act? Jiang Li continued. Since he dares to act against you, do you think he would let these people go? But even if he's strong, he can't possibly take on so many people. Besides, I'm not a pushover, Lin Wanwan said confidently. Jiang Li shook his head. Don't forget, there's also a monkey demon comparable to the nascent soul stage. The White Tiger sect has occupied this secret realm for so many years. Do you think they have no understanding of it? Lin Wanwan shook her head again. Daoist, you're overthinking it. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare act against me. Even if he killed everyone here after going out, he wouldn't be able to pass my master's test. Seeing this, Jiang Li sighed slightly in his heart. This woman might be a rare talent for cultivation, but she was too naive and overly confident. On what basis did she think Gu Linhuan wouldn't dare to act against her? Miss Lin, let me read a fortune for you. Lin Wanwan didn't refuse, as she was originally curious about Jiang Li's divination. Give me your hand, Jiang Li said. Lin Wanwan was slightly taken aback. To read your palm, how can I do it without looking? But you didn't read their palms just now? Jiang Li rolled his eyes. That's not the same. Those big men have nothing worth looking at. You're different. They just face small disasters. But you're facing a life-and-death calamity, so I must be more cautious, he said with a serious expression. Lin Wanwan twitched her mouth, unsure whether to believe him. But in the end, she still extended a slender hand from her sleeve. Jiang Li took her hand without hesitation and began to examine it closely. As soon as he touched it, Jiang Li noticed that this woman's hand was also very beautiful. It felt exceptionally smooth, not inferior to Lu Xinyan's at all. Daoist, how is it? Lin Wanwan was now a bit alert. Who reads palms by looking at the back of the hand? Ah, this is quite bad for you. Look at your lifeline. There is obviously a break, which indicates that you have a major life and death calamity. If not handled properly, it could endanger your life. But don't worry. Although my cultivation is ordinary, I am quite skilled at defying fate and transforming disasters into blessings. Chapter 26. I really am reading your palm. A pill suddenly appeared in Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li frowned slightly, looking at the pill in his hand with some confusion. He realized that this pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lu Xinyan earlier. Both were deworming pills. Before, he thought Lu Xinyan was just an ordinary person, and giving her a deworming pill probably meant she had parasites in her stomach. But now, it seems that wasn't the case. Now Lin Wanwan actually needed this thing to save her life, which is a bit strange. Jiang Li didn't think too much about it and handed the pill to Lin Wanwan, then began to speak according to the divination symbols on the light screen. Miss Lin, if you want to avoid this calamity, the best way is to return to the entrance of the secret realm immediately and wait for it to reopen. But I think you definitely won't do that, right? Lin Wanwan nodded immediately. That's natural. The Daoist might not know the value of this red crystal stone, this stone. Saying this, Lin Wanwan began to explain to him the preciousness of the red crystal stone. It was merely a top-notch material for refining and arranging formations, something that could be encountered but not sought. But these things held no attraction for Jiang Li at all. Well, since Miss Lin insists on going, you must be wary of Gu Linhuan. No matter what he offers you to eat, you must not eat it. Regardless of any danger you encounter, you must not accept his help. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, Dao Zhang, you're overthinking it. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me, unless he no longer wants to be part of the White Tiger Gate or stay in Ningzhou. Jiang Li shook his head upon hearing this. not offering further advice. This is just what the divination shows. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. And one last thing. Have you prepared any extra personal clothing? Lin Wanwan frowned and asked, "What do you mean, Dao Zhang?" She couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Li, feeling that this person in front of her might be some kind of pervert. Remembering his unusual behavior when he touched her hand, Lin Wanwan felt very cautious. Jiang Li didn't think too much about it and said directly, "If you don't have any, you should borrow a couple of pieces from your fellow sisters." Lin Wanwan's expression changed slightly. Her gaze at Jiang Li filled with scrutiny. After speaking, Jiang Li didn't care whether she believed him or not and returned to the crowd first. "Dao Zhang, I saw it. Did you just hold Lin's hand?" Mu Rongfeng immediately approached Jiang Li with a curious expression as he saw him walk over. "Dao Zhang, you're impressive. It hasn't been long, and you've already made a move. You were just saying you weren't interested, but that little hand you touched, amazing," he said, giving Jiang Li a knowing look. The other cultivators looked at Jiang Li with teasing expressions. Just as Jiang Li was about to explain, Gu Linhuan walked over again and mocked, "We're about to die. And you still have the energy for these little antics. Hee, you better get ready to be a flirt." Jiang Li wouldn't let him off easily and coldly laughed. "Are you envious or something?" "Hee, envious?" Gu Linhuan also sneered. "I see not only do you have dark clouds overhead and blood energy soaring, but you also have a rootless and formless fate. TSK. You haven't even held a woman's hand yet. Are you still a virgin?" Jiang Li. What did you say? Gu Linhuan's defenses instantly broke down, glaring at Jiang Li. Oh, did I hit a sore spot? I was just joking, haha. Jiang Li quickly put his hands up in surrender. "Gu, great talent. Don't be so agitated. As you said, I'm about to die, so it's not worth it to attack me now." Gu Linhuan took a deep breath, regaining his composure. "It's about time. Let's make our move." After saying that, he shot Jiang Li a glare and took the lead. Lin Wanwan walked to Jiang Li's side and sighed. "Dao Zhang, I really don't understand you. Why do you keep provoking him? When it comes to fighting, I might not be able to protect you. If he wants to deal with you, there will be plenty of opportunities. What will you do then?" Jiang Li smiled and said, "Why are you so nice to me, Miss Lin? If I remember correctly, this is only our first meeting." Lin Wanwan didn't hide it from him anymore, knowing that after they went out, Lu Xinyan would find him. "It's my master uncle who asked me to take care of you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's heart sank. This woman holds grudges? But he maintained a calm expression and asked, "Miss Lin, why does your master uncle want you to take care of me?" She didn't say, but Dao Zhang, "You should know better than I do," Lin Wanwan implied. Jiang Li felt even more anxious. "Oh no, that woman really does hold grudges. I just touched her hand, and look at how generous Lin Wanwan is." Jiang Li followed the crowd towards the monkey demon's lair, feeling worried about how to escape after leaving the secret realm. While he was lost in thought, the group had already stopped. Gu Linhuan said, "Everyone, we will proceed according to plan. Once the three of them lure the monkey demon out, we will rush into the lair immediately and take the red crystal stone as quickly as possible. How much we can get depends on everyone's fortune. Remember, don't get caught up in a fight." After saying this, he coldly looked at Jiang Li and said, "Dao Zhang, it's up to you now. Don't worry. Our previous misunderstandings are nothing. As long as you can lure the monkey demon away and hold on for half a quarter of an hour, we will rescue you. Once the task is completed, the red crystal stone will also be yours." Jiang Li sneered. "So now that you've finished your business, you remember to say nice things? Are you afraid I'll backstab you?" Gu Linhuan suppressed his anger and said, "Little Daoist, you better behave. Or even if I have to give up the red crystal stone, I'll be the first to kill you." Jiang Li immediately laughed. "That is more like it. It sounds much better when you talk like that. At least when you die later, I'll be a bit happier." Gu Linhuan nearly couldn't hold himself back from attacking Jiang Li. Lin Wanwan stepped in front of Jiang Li and coldly said to Gu Linhuan, "Focus on your own business." Gu Linhuan glanced at Lin Wanwan and then changed his tone with a smile. Just joking. After saying that, he turned away, his expression darkening again. Lin Wanwan looked at Gu Linhuan, then turned to Jiang Li and said, "If you didn't have such a foul mouth, you'd actually be pretty good. Next time, don't use divination as an excuse to touch a woman's hand, or you might get beaten to death one day." Saying this, she handed a jade pendant to Jiang Li and said, This item can withstand a full-strength attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Be careful. Once you lure it out, run straight to the plains. The monkey demon can't gain any leverage there, so it 1 TB too fast. You should be able to take Gu Lin Huan S hit. Your strength shouldn't TB too bad. With this jade pendant, holding out until I come to save you shouldn't TB a problem. Jiang Li felt a bit touched in his heart and, after accepting the jade pendant, defended himself. I really was just looking at palmistry. Hee. Lin Wanwan gave him a knowing look and stopped paying attention to him. Daozhang, it's up to you. When they reached the entrance of the monkey demon's lair, Gu Lin Huan said coldly. Jiang Li bumped into him, walking to the front and looking at the monkey demon's lair not far away. He then turned back to Gu Lin Huan and said, "Little trash. I'm waiting to see how you die. Murong Ouyang, let us go." After saying that, he strode forward. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian could only follow closely behind Jiang Li with sad faces, under Gu Lin Huan's threatening gaze. "Wait, you're coming in with us." Gu Lin Huan suddenly stopped Ouyang Fian, then said to Jiang Li, "If you dare to run away before we come out, this little girl's life will depend on your choice." Chapter 27. From a horse groom to a plagued monkey. Jiang Li's expression changed upon seeing this. He would likely need Ouyang Fian later. If she went in with them, then he and Murong Feng would truly be doomed. Jiang Li frowned and said, "No way. She has to come with us." "Hee, do you think I'm stupid? She must go in." Gu Lin Huan was unyielding. Then he looked at Lin Wanwan and said, "Miss Lin, if they run away after we go in, we will be caught in a pincer attack." Gu Lin Huan didn't finish his sentence. But Lin Wanwan had to consider it. Even if she trusted Jiang Li, they had only just met less than a day ago. "Miss Lin, she must come with us. Otherwise, we part ways here." Lin Wanwan felt a bit troubled, but thinking of Lu Xinyan's instructions, she walked up to Jiang Li and stared into his eyes, saying, "Daozhang, can Wanwan trust you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. He actually had other ways to deal with it, as long as Ouyang Fian could give him her underwear in advance. But he didn't expect Lin Wanwan to choose to trust him. Thinking about the possible accidents if Ouyang Fian separated from them, Jiang Li immediately nodded heavily and said, "Okay." Lin Wanwan stared into his eyes for quite a while, then turned to the others and said, "I, Lin Wanwan, vow in the name of Yin Xiuzong that these three will not flee at the critical moment. Do any of you have objections?" Seeing Lin Wanwan say this, Gu Lin Huan had nothing more to say. In any case, he already had a plan and was the least worried. The others also echoed, choosing to trust Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan looked at Jiang Li again and said, "Don't let me down." Jiang Li took a deep breath, nodded, and led Murong Feng and his fellow disciples towards the ape demon's lair. "Daoist, you can't leave us behind later," Murong Feng said, closely following Jiang Li with a mournful expression. Jiang Li finally lost his patience and said, "Get lost, get lost. What a big man, always nagging. Go wait over there." He pointed to a clearing in the distance. Before he could finish, Murong Feng, as if granted amnesty, grabbed Ouyang Fian and ran towards the clearing Jiang Li pointed at. Jiang Li shouted after them, "Hey, remember to prepare the underpants." Murong Feng waved his hand without looking back. Jiang Li spat on the ground and muttered, "These two pig teammates." Gu Lin Huan saw Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian running far away and was about to scold them when he heard Jiang Li shout at him, "Shut up, trash. Watch me perform." Gu Lin Huan almost crushed the hilt of his sword in his hand, but finally held back, maintaining a cold expression. However, in his heart, he had already considered Jiang Li and Lin Wanwan as dead. I'm not angry. They'll all die. There's no need to argue with dead people." He kept reassuring himself. Saying this, he took out a pill and said, "Everyone, there is toxic miasma inside the ape demon's lair. This is the miasma avoidance pill, which can protect you for half an hour from the miasma." He then distributed the pills to everyone. Lin Wanwan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She didn't expect Jiang Li to be right. "This pill, is it safe?" Lin Wanwan asked pointedly. Gu Lin Huan immediately laughed and said, "Miss Lin, you're underestimating me. I, Gu Lin Huan, am upright and just... How could I poison you? If you don't believe me, you can decide after you see the miasma inside the lair." At this moment, someone said, "This ape demon is a gregarious beast, and there will indeed be miasma in their lair." Gu Linhuan immediately replied, Miss Lin, didn't I say I wasn't lying? If you have your own methods, that's even better. Feel free to inspect the pills. I believe among you. There must be someone knowledgeable about pills. The cultivator who spoke earlier stepped forward and said, I know a little about pills. May I take a look? Gu Linhuan generously handed the pills to him. The cultivator picked one, sniffed it, and then crushed it, carefully examining it before shaking his head and saying, It's indeed the miasma avoidance pill, and its quality is above average. He then took one from Gu Linhuan's hand, but did not consume it. Seeing this, the others also took one from Gu Linhuan. Gu Linhuan then brought the pills to Lin Wanwan and said, Miss Lin? Lin Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but still took one. Gu Linhuan smiled and said nothing as he walked towards the others. Lin Wanwan held the pill and sniffed it, but did not detect anything unusual. At this time, Jiang Li had already arrived at the entrance of the ape demon's lair. Looking at the dark entrance, he took a deep breath, summoned his sword, and flew into the cave, not caring about anything else, just wildly slashing. Instantly, a series of piercing howls and screams echoed from within the cave. Jiang Li didn't even look back and turned to run. Soon, a large number of ape demons rushed out of the cave. Among them, one particularly massive ape demon, nearly twice Jiang Li's size, stood out, wielding a thick stone club that was polished to a shine. Good, that's the ape demon king. Gu Linhuan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the ape demon chasing Jiang Li. Lin Wanwan watched Jiang Li reach the clearing and noticed that the ape demon couldn't catch up to him for a while, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Let's go. There are young ape demons inside. The ape demons won't leave their lair for too long. Everyone immediately set off, taking advantage of the ape demon king being out of the cave to rush inside. On the other side, Jiang Li found, just as Lin Wanwan said, that the speed of the ape demons in the clearing was not very fast. So, he didn't feel too anxious. However, when the ape demon king realized someone had entered the lair, it fell for the tiger strategy and immediately tried to return to the lair. Jiang Li wouldn't let it go. Although he had the thought of running away earlier, since he had promised Lin Wanwan, he wasn't prepared to go back on his word. Hey, you pestilent monkey. Come chase me. Jiang Li taunted while running. He was also relieved that, although the ape demon had long arms, its legs were short, making it not very fast in the clearing. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble if it were another Foundation establishment cultivator. They would have probably been knocked out by a club by now. But just as he was feeling relieved, he suddenly saw the ape demon pick up a huge rock from the ground and throw it at him. Seeing the approaching boulder, Jiang Li's face changed drastically. Big brother, I was wrong. Chapter 28. Good brother ape da. Jiang Li barely dodged the flying boulder by rolling. Just as he steadied himself, the sound of something breaking through the air followed. Only now did Jiang Li understand why the ape demons, who could unleash their full power in the forest, had such a clearing near their lair. There were huge stones everywhere, making it easy for the ape demons to throw them. The boulders fell like rain, and Jiang Li could only evade in a fluster. Ouyang Fian, hurry, and take off your pants. He managed to dodge once, then twice. But Jiang Li didn't think he could evade them all, and quickly reminded Ouyang Fian. Hearing Jiang Li shout, Murong Feng, hiding in the corner, quickly reached out to Ouyang Fian behind him. Junior sister, sorry, but the Daoist is in trouble, so I have to trouble you. Saying this, he went to directly take off Ouyang Fian's pants. Slap. Ouyang Fian screamed and instinctively slapped Murong Feng on the face. A clear red palm print appeared on Murong Feng's face. He covered his face, feeling wronged, and said, Junior sister, why are you hitting me? I'm doing this to save the Daoist, not to take advantage of you. I have some ready-made ones. At this moment, Ouyang Fian's face was as red as the ape demon's, but she shyly took out a pair of silk underpants from her storage bag and handed them to Murong Feng. After receiving them, Murong Feng couldn't help but sniff them. Smells good? Brother, are you trying to die? Ouyang Fian covered her face and slapped Murong Feng again. But this time, she didn't use much strength. Why do mine smell so bad? Murong Feng muttered while wrapping a stone with the underpants. Daoist, the pants. He then threw them towards Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li quickly dodged another boulder and leaped to catch the underpants in his hand. He didn't have time to see what they looked like and directly unfolded them, aiming at the ape demon. A cute little cat appeared before his eyes. Yeah, those were the ones I wore that day. Jiang Li couldn't help but exclaim. Ouyang Fian, hiding at a distance, felt her cheeks burning and couldn't bear to face anyone anymore. However, the effect was surprisingly good. Once the underpants appeared, the ape demon stopped throwing boulders at him. When Jiang Li unfolded the panties, the monkey demon twitched its nose, its eyes shining with excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Li felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was his first time verifying the accuracy of his divination, and he had to say, it was quite impressive. The monkey demon's eyes were fixated on the panties in Jiang Li's hand, its large mouth, with 4 long, canine teeth, drooling uncontrollably. Roar, roar, roar. The monkey demon kept shouting at Jiang Li. Jiang Li chuckled and raised the panties, saying, throw away the stick. The monkey demon frowned. Roar, roar, roar. I won't throw it, or I'll tear it apart. As it spoke, Jiang Li pretended to rip the panties apart. The monkey demon was startled and immediately stopped him. Roar, roar, roar. It threw the stick far away. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled at Murong Feng. How about it? My divination is accurate, right? Murong Feng hurriedly gave Jiang Li a thumbs up. Jiang Li turned around and cautiously approached the monkey demon. The monkey demon instantly displayed a human-like smile, full of anticipation. Soon, Jiang Li reached the monkey demon's side and carefully handed the panties to its large hand. The monkey demon's face lit up with excitement as it cautiously pinched the panties with 2 fingers that were not much thinner than Jiang Li's arms. Roar. The monkey demon let out a couple of roars, but this time, Jiang Li was a bit unsure of its meaning. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't understand, the monkey demon showed an impatient expression. Suddenly, its demonic aura surged, scaring Jiang Li to jump back cautiously. But the next moment, the monkey demon transformed into a robust man with a monkey head and abundant body hair. Come here. The monkey demon stuttered, beckoning Jiang Li. Previously, Jiang Li had learned from Murong Feng that once demon beasts reached a realm comparable to the transformation stage, they could transform and learn some rudimentary spells. He didn't expect that this monkey demon, comparable to the nascent soul stage, could do it now. However, it was clear that its transformation was still imperfect. Seeing that the monkey demon had no intention of attacking, Jiang Li cautiously walked over again. 3 of you go. The monkey demon pointed at the panties in its hand and then extended 3 fingers. Jiang Li laughed at this and waved at Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. The 2 cautiously walked over. Jiang Li quietly asked Ouyang Fian, how many do you have left? Ouyang Fian blushed and replied, there are still 3. If that's not enough, I could take off the one I'm wearing. To save her life, Ouyang Fian was willing to go all out. Jiang Li smiled and said, no need. Just give me those 3. All right, that cat looks pretty good. Ouyang Fian naturally didn't dare to give Jiang Li a cold shoulder, only blushing and squeezing Murong Feng's arm tightly. Murong Feng grimaced in pain, wanting to cry, but having no tears. It really hurt. Jiang Li cheerfully took the 3 pairs of panties and walked in front of the monkey demon, handing it 2 pairs. Then he pointed to the pair in its hand, and the 2 he just gave, saying, 3 pairs in total, right? The monkey demon looked at them, scratched its head, and thought for a moment, feeling that it was somewhat different from what he said, but couldn't figure out where it was wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Li took out another pair and waved in front of it. Friend, meeting his fate, let me give you another pair. Upon hearing this, the monkey demon's face broke into a big smile. Roar, roar, roar. It jumped and excitedly shouted. However, with its current human form, it looked a bit comical doing so. Even Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The monkey demon didn't care about this. After it calmed down, it gave Jiang Li a thumbs up and stuttered, Monkey Da, you and I are good brothers, good forever. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly realized that although this guy was incredibly strong and powerful, its nature seemed quite simple. Of course, it would still be just as naive when it came to tearing people apart. Jiang Li didn't stand on ceremony and, ignoring the overpowering stench from Monkey Da, directly put his arm around its shoulder. Good brother, shall we sit down and chat? Lin Wanwan and the others were still in the monkey demon's lair, so the monkey demon couldn't go back just yet. With the panties in its hand, The monkey demon had completely forgotten about the presence of others in its lair and immediately started a stuttering conversation with its new good brother. Later, Jiang Li discovered that although this guy spoke haltingly, it was quite talkative. Moreover, from Monkey Da's mouth, Jiang Li learned some not-so-good news. The monkey demon clan was actually just a gatekeeper. The real owner of the lair was someone else, a poisonous serpent comparable to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 29. The Price of Greed. Gu Linhuan concealed the truth. Jiang Li immediately thought of the crux of the matter. This secret realm had always been controlled by the White Tiger sect. Because only golden core stage cultivators could enter, it had resulted in the secret realm not being fully developed. Gu Linhuan, as the #1 prodigy of the White Tiger sect and a golden core stage cultivator, was undoubtedly the person who knew the secret realm best, bar none. Now that the White Tiger sect had been severely damaged by the Yin Xiuzong, led by Lu Xinyan, they certainly wouldn't dare to conceal anything. But Gu Linhuan might not have been completely forthright. He had also thought about how Gu Linhuan could kill Lin Wanwan under everyone's watchful eyes. After all, Lin Wanwan's strength was not inferior to his at all. Even if he could kill Lin Wanwan and silence everyone else, Lu Xinyan was right outside the secret realm and might discover something, even without any evidence. Now he understood that this brat wanted to use the poisonous serpent's hand to kill Lin Wanwan, then push everything onto others. After all, that was a poisonous serpent comparable to the peak of the nascent soul stage, something they could not deal with at all. He could be sure that the White Tiger sect definitely didn't know about the existence of this poisonous serpent. Seeing Jiang Li's grim expression, the monkey demon laughed heartily, thinking Jiang Li was afraid of the poisonous serpent. Brother, don't be afraid of it. Sleep, and if you don't wake up, I'm here. The monkey demon patted its chest with a loud sound. Jiang Li smiled warmly upon hearing this. The monkey demon was certainly the kind of brutal beast, but also had a sincere nature. As for Lin Wanwan, Jiang Li could only hope she would listen to him. As long as she followed what the divination said, she would definitely be fine. He was just a foundation establishment stage cultivator now. Even if he wanted to help her, he was powerless. Monkida, haven't you thought about going outside? Don't you find it boring in this small secret realm? Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, the monkey demon scratched its head. Grinning and pointing at its monkey head, go out and die, here live. Jiang Li understood upon hearing this. A demon beast that couldn't transform and hide among humans would indeed be easily killed by powerful cultivators outside. After all, in the eyes of those great cultivators, demon beasts were just moving resources. Some special demon beasts were even treasures all over. Wait with you, go out. Monkey the Shuklet. Looking at this simpleton who had none of the cunning he associated with monkeys, Jiang Li sighed. Monkey-da, do you eat people? Eat. Monkey-da eats everything. Jiang Li shook his head. If you want to go out, you'd better change your habit of eating people or with your brain. You'll be discovered as soon as you step outside. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cleverness flashed in the monkey demon's eyes. Of course, here eat. No problem. Outside cannot eat. Jiang Li suddenly realized that he might have worried too much. This guy was actually quite smart. Time rewinds. Just as Jiang Li led Monkey-da out, Lin Wanwan and the others rushed into the lair and soon encountered the miasma mentioned by Gu Linhuan. Everyone looked at the miasma before them, their faces not looking too good. There were other monkey demons in the lair as well, although the big ape was gone. These ape demons were at most comparable to the golden core stage. However, their numbers were numerous. In such an environment, if they engaged in combat, they wouldn't last long. Gu Linhuan smiled and said, now everyone believes me, right? The crowd laughed and complimented him, praising his foresight. Lin Wanwan felt a bit more cautious, but also relaxed slightly. All right, time is short. Let's take the anti-miasma pills and go in to get the red crystal stones. How much we can get depends on everyone's luck. Upon hearing this, everyone took out the anti-miasma pills they had prepared earlier and swallowed them. Just as Gu Linhuan was about to take his, Lin Wanwan suddenly called out to him, give me yours. Gu Linhuan chuckled, Miss Lin, you're too cautious. Lin Wanwan said nothing and directly snatched the anti-miasma pill from his hand, tossing her own to him. Gu Linhuan didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one go. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan felt a bit relieved and also swallowed her pill. However, she didn't notice the slight, barely perceptible smile that flashed in Gu Linhuan's eyes. He quickly said, "All right, there are many forks in the cave. Everyone, stay close to me and don't get lost." With that, he stepped into miasma first. Seeing that he was fine, everyone followed him in. Led by Gu Linhuan, they quickly advanced deeper into the cave. Along the way, they encountered many ape demons blocking their path. But without the big ape, these ape demons were no match for a group of golden core cultivators and posed no threat to them at all. Don't linger on killing. Obtaining treasures is the key, Gu Linhuan reminded as he charged ahead. However, the ape demons seemed endless, continuously pouring out from the chaotic forks in the cave. Lin Wanwan felt a bit worried. These ape demons were too reckless and fearless. Just as she was on alert, she suddenly heard Gu Linhuan excitedly shout, "We've arrived, the red crystal stones." Everyone looked past him and indeed discovered a massive space not far ahead. Inside, there was a dazzling red light, with a layer of red crystal stones spread across the ground. Their eyes instantly lit up. It was hard to tell whether their excitement was due to the treasure or the reflection of the red light. "Quick, let's go in," someone shouted, and the group lost their previous teamwork and rushed in all at once. Lin Wanwan could not hold back either. Even though she was from the top sect, Yinsho sect, she had never seen so many red crystal stones at once. However, no one noticed that Gu Linhuan had quietly fallen behind everyone. He looked at their backs and sneered. "A bunch of fools run faster and feed it well, so I can reap the benefits." The first to rush in was a loose cultivator who had previously sought Jiang Li's fortune-telling. At this moment, he had completely thrown Jiang Li's words to the back of his mind. He directly swung his sword and dug out a piece of red crystal stone from the ground, his face filled with excitement and greed. He had no idea that the noise he made while picking up the red crystal stone had awakened the poisonous serpent sleeping on a protruding rock at the top of the cave. Just as Jiang Li had said, if he had turned and run immediately after picking up a piece of red crystal stone, he might have had a chance. But at this moment, he had forgotten Jiang Li's advice and was focused solely on digging up the red crystal stones. Not just him, but others also failed to notice that danger was approaching. Gu Linhuan had already quietly hidden in the shadow of a corner, his eyes gleaming coldly as he watched the poisonous serpent at the cave's top. "Come down, it's all yours." The next moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled and quickly stood up, dropping the red crystal stones in their hands, each taking out their magic tools and weapons, looking toward the source of the scream. They saw only two severed, blackened legs and a huge serpent head with golden yellow pupils, coldly staring at them. Late stage of the nascent soul. One person stuttered as he recognized the poisonous serpent. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle. The gigantic and ferocious serpent head, with its icy golden pupils, slender claws, and body spanning dozens of feet, indicated the serpent's power, especially the single horn on its head, which added a significant sense of oppression. The poisonous serpent coldly stared at the crowd, and after devouring one person, it did not move again. Lin Wanwan and the others saw that the serpent was still, and they did not dare to act recklessly, each of them watching the serpent with trepidation. It was as if both sides were playing a game of statues. I won't get out." Finally, a disciple from the White Tiger sect could not withstand the pressure, let out a strange cry, and attempted to run toward the only exit. Lin Wanwan cursed inwardly, "Fool." Sure enough, in the next moment, the poisonous serpent turned into a blur and swallowed that White Tiger sect disciple whole. Seeing this, everyone was drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. After devouring another person, the poisonous serpent once again returned to calm, not attacking the others. However, its massive body now blocked the only exit. To get out, they would have to defeat or kill it. A single ape demon comparable to the early nascent soul had already forced them to use a strategy of luring it away. Facing a poisonous serpent on par with the late stage of nascent soul, they all knew they had no chance of victory. The poisonous serpent tilted its head, watching the crowd with interest, seemingly wondering who would break first next. The only plan was to work together. There was a slim chance of survival. Everyone must not fight alone. Let us give it our all. As a top disciple of Yinsho sect, Lin Wanwan took the initiative to take on the responsibility of leading everyone. Hearing her speak, the poisonous serpent did not attack, but turned its head to look at her, Lin Wanwan felt her heart race under the serpent's gaze, but had to feign calmness. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing this, the others realized there was no other choice and nodded in agreement. However, Gu Linhuan, hiding in the corner, revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Work together? What a joke. In life and death situations, each to their own fate. The best choice is to let the friends die while I live. Attack! Lin Wanwan suddenly shouted and drew her sword, slashing at the poisonous serpent. A series of bright sword lights instantly illuminated the cave. If Jiang Li were here, he would immediately recognize that Lin Wanwan was also using the pure spirit sword technique. Seeing Lin Wanwan attack, everyone quickly summoned their magic tools and weapons, all rushing to attack the poisonous serpent. The serpent, however, showed no panic, a hint of mockery flashing in its eyes. It simply raised its paw lightly, effortlessly deflecting Lin Wanwan's sword light, producing a sound of metal clashing. An attack that could normally split mountains and shatter rocks left not a single mark on the serpent's claw. The other attacks from the others at this moment also fell on the poisonous serpent, but like Lin Wanwan, they had no effect whatsoever. This serpent's scales are too hard. We can't break through. Someone cried out anxiously. Lin Wanwan, hearing this, felt anxious but had no choice. They couldn't penetrate the serpent's defenses. But the serpent merely swept its long tail and sent many people flying, unable to get up for a long time. After that, the serpent sprayed a purple poisonous gas at the crowd. Seeing the color of the gas, everyone instinctively knew it was highly toxic and dared not underestimate it. They could only retreat immediately. But the poisonous gas continued to spread, compressing their living space. Gu Linhuan, hiding in the shadows of the corner, saw this and took the poison antidote he had prepared in advance. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he quietly said, "That's right, die. It's better if you all die." At that moment, a loose cultivator seemed to think of something and shouted loudly, "Fire! The poisoned serpent fears fire." Hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately shouted, "Who knows fire-type spells?" Several people responded immediately. Some condensed fireballs in their hands, while others summoned fire-imbued magical tools. The effect was surprisingly good. The purple poisonous gas was indeed pushed back directly by the flames. Seeing this, everyone was delighted and hurriedly exerted more effort in casting fire-type spells. One person even summoned a flaming flying wheel and threw it at the poisoned serpent. The wheel moved at high speed, actually splitting the poisonous gas in two before slashing into the poisoned serpent, creating a deep wound. The poisoned serpent let out a shrill howl in pain. Its cold eyes fixed fiercely on these people. They had completely enraged it. The poisoned serpent no longer toyed with them. Its massive body turned into a shadow and ruthlessly lunged at the nearest disciple of the White Tiger sect. The person didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed whole by the poisoned serpent. Upon seeing this, Lin Wanwan immediately shouted, "Gather together. Don't get picked off one by one. Everyone, channel your spiritual power to those who know fire-type spells." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately obeyed Lin Wanwan's command and gathered together. Those who could use fire-type spells cast them, while those who couldn't continuously channel their spiritual power to the ones who could. For a moment, they barely managed to withstand the poisoned serpent's onslaught. However, everyone knew that this couldn't go on forever. Their spiritual power would eventually run out, and that would be the moment of their demise. "Hold on, we will definitely think of a way to break the situation." Lin Wanwan kept encouraging everyone. But there was a loose cultivator who had previously had his fortune told by Jiang Li, whose gaze kept sweeping towards the exit that the poisoned serpent had opened and the crimson crystals on the ground. With a twist of his eyes, taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the poisoned serpent, he suddenly dashed out. "No!" Lin Wanwan's expression changed as she immediately shouted. But the other party did not listen at all, quickly running towards the exit. He even casually picked up a few already dug out crimson crystals and hugged them to his chest, just as he was only a few steps away from the exit. With an excited expression of having survived a disaster, he suddenly felt his body sink. A huge force pulled him backwards. The poisoned serpent had already caught up and bitten one of his legs. Then he felt a sense of weightlessness, was thrown into the air by the poisoned serpent, and after letting out a wail like a slaughtered pig, fell into the mouth of the poison serpent waiting below. The poison serpent shook its body and turned its gaze back to Lin Wanwan and the others, its eyes filled with endless mockery, as if laughing at their overestimation of themselves. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth and finally spat out 4 words. Everyone continue. Then, everyone fell once again into a fierce battle with the poison serpent. Chapter 31. The Elegant and Composed Villain. The battle between the crowd and the poison serpent seemed to last an eternity. They not only used all their tricks and revealed all their hidden cards, but also appeared extremely weak and exhausted. It was clear that they had been severely affected by the poisonous gas. However, the poison serpent was not having an easy time either. It had underestimated these humans, especially the sword-wielding woman. The deepest wound on its body had been inflicted by that woman's sword. That strike had almost costed its life. Gu Linhuan, hiding in the corner, was also startled by Lin Wanwan's sudden outburst of strength earlier. If he hadn't set a trap for Lin Wanwan and the others, that sword strike might have fallen on him. Lin Wanwan now looked at the poisoned serpent with a sense of despair. She had just used up all her hidden cards and could only injure the poison serpent severely. At this moment, she regretted deeply why she hadn't listened to Jiang Li. If she had followed Jiang Li's advice and not entered this lair, she wouldn't have encountered such danger. Especially for the disciples of the Inshio sect following her, she felt even more guilty towards them. Thud! A disciple of the Inshio sect suddenly collapsed on the ground. His face dark. It was clearly a sign of the poison gas attacking his heart. Lin Wanwan saw this and felt pain in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had already noticed that Gu Linhuan was missing and realized that everything was just as Jiang Li had said. It was all the doing of Gu Linhuan. She hated herself for not listening to Jiang Li earlier. It was her own arrogance and greed for the crimson crystals that had blinded her. If Gu Linhuan were here, she would have definitely slain this despicable villain with a sword. People around her continued to fall one after another. It was not only the female disciples of the Inshio sect, but also the disciples of the White Tiger sect. But surprisingly, it was those loose cultivators and other minor sect disciples who had previously had their fortunes told by Jiang Li who seemed to be able to endure. Although their faces were also dark and pale, at least they could still stand straight. These loose cultivators also began to realize something. After the first loose cultivator who had just entered the cave was swallowed by the poison serpent, they were all startled and didn't bother to take the crimson crystals. It was as if Jiang Li's fortune-telling had come true. As long as they didn't get greedy, they could survive. The previous person who had attempted to escape alone had also been driven by greed, picking up a few crimson crystals along the way, which led to him being chased down by the poison serpent. They had seen it clearly at the time. If he had just run away, he had an 80% chance of escaping. With 2 people dying in accordance with Jiang Li's fortune-telling, they had no choice but to think more. A few of them exchanged knowing glances, then looked at the fallen disciples of the White Tiger sect and the Inshio sect. They unanimously made a decision. Staying any longer would mean death. It was better to take advantage of the fact that Lin Wanwan and the disciples of the Inshio and White Tiger sects still had some fighting strength left and escape while they could. Run! No one knew who shouted, but after launching a round of magical attacks at the poison serpent, they directly ran toward the exit, not even glancing at the crimson crystals on the ground. The heavily injured poison serpent indeed did not stop them. It focused all its attention on Lin Wanwan, the woman who had dealt it the most damage. Lin Wanwan's heart sank upon seeing this. She couldn't afford to complain. She could only work harder to fend off the poison serpent attacks. Just as she was filled with despair, several fire-type spells suddenly exploded behind the poison serpent, especially the fiery flying wheel that had previously wounded it. If the poison serpent hadn't dodged quickly, it would have almost been directly severed at its horn. Miss Lin, please don't blame us. We can only resort to this tactic for self-preservation. If you are fortunate enough to survive and escape, please do not pursue us. Farewell. After saying this, they ran out again. Lin Wanwan took a deep breath upon hearing this. No matter what considerations these people had, whether they were wary of the Inshio sect or genuinely feeling guilty, it didn't matter anymore. Right now, she was only thinking about how to survive. Gu Linhuan's expression darkened slightly. The decision made by these loose cultivators surprised him a bit. If it were him, after seeing the first cultivator attempt to run out of the cave and fail, he wouldn't have tried again. But these people acted decisively, as if they already knew that the poison serpent wouldn't chase them. However, he wasn't too worried. Each of these people was heavily injured, and there was only one exit to the secret realm. He was confident that after dealing with the poison serpent and Lin Wanwan, he could eliminate them to silence them. Meanwhile, the poison serpent, having been ambushed, was even more severely wounded. Caught off guard, it was in such a sorry state due to a group of golden core cultivators, which did not make the poison serpent feel good either. At this moment, he already had some thoughts of retreating. After all, as long as he was in this secret realm, he was invincible. As long as he didn't seek his own death, no one could threaten him. Moreover, there was a big ape outside, eyeing his position covetously. Even if he killed Lin Wanwan and the others, it was very likely that the big ape would take advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, the poisonous flood dragon sprayed out another puff of toxic gas, then took advantage of the cover of the gas to quickly dart away, disappearing into the maze of passages. Seeing this, Gu Linhuan's expression became even worse. He originally intended to deal with both Lin Wanwan and the poisonous flood dragon at once. But first, those loose cultivators fled at the critical moment, and now the poisonous flood dragon had retreated. This completely disrupted all his plans. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rescue the disciples of Yin Xiuzong, he suddenly noticed that two loose cultivators had not left. These two were none other than the ones Jiang Li had predicted would have unexpected gains. "Why are you still here?" Lin Wanwan frowned. He thought only the disciples of Yin Xiuzong and by human were left. The two exchanged glances and said, "We forgot." Lin Wanwan said, "All right, no matter what. Surviving today is no small feat for you two. We'll split the red crystal stones here among the three of us, and after we go out, Yin Xiuzong will reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, the two immediately showed excitement in their eyes. Although they almost died here, compared to these gains and Lin Wanwan's promise, it seemed worth it. "You two, stop dawdling, come help me save people." After hearing this, the two quickly nodded and helped Lin Wanwan rescue the female disciples of Yin Xiuzong. "What about them?" One of them pointed at the disciples of Baihuman and asked. At this moment, the disciples of Baihuman were almost completely wiped out, with only two barely standing, while the rest looked half dead. Lin Wanwan thought for a moment and approached the two injured Baihuman disciples, asking, "Where's Gu Linhuan?" Upon hearing this, both shook their heads. "We haven't seen Senior Brother Gu since we entered." Lin Wanwan sneered. "What if I said he betrayed us and harmed you too? Would you believe it?" The two exchanged glances, frowning. "Impossible. Senior Brother Gu is not that kind of person." Seeing this, Lin Wanwan wanted to say more, but suddenly heard Gu Linhuan's voice. "She's right. It was I who schemed against you." As he spoke, everyone saw Gu Linhuan walking out from shadow in a corner, looking calm and elegant. Chapter 32. Rewards break through again. "Why do you like panties so much, Big Ape?" Jiang Li asked curiously. At this moment, the three of them and the ape sat together, very harmoniously. "Good fragrance." "Not here." Jiang Li chuckled. "Look at her. Isn't she better than panties?" He pointed at Ouyang Fian, which earned him a roll of her eyes. But the big ape disdainfully glanced at Ouyang Fian and said, "Small, weak, Big Ape doesn't like. Big Ape likes big with fur." Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to tease them a bit more, he suddenly saw many people rush out of the nest. When they saw the big ape sitting with Jiang Li, they all turned pale with fear and ran away. They were already heavily injured, and facing an ape comparable to the nascent soul stage was definitely a death sentence. Jiang Li stood up abruptly, wanting to stop them. But these people ran away quickly, not giving him a chance at all. Jiang Li frowned slightly. Since they hadn't died, it proved that they had listened to his advice. But why hadn't Lin Wanwan come out yet? Had she already died inside? The next moment, a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Jiang Li's expression brightened. The rewards had arrived. He counted, and there were a total of 10 rewards, including Lin Wanwan. There were 11 people in total. This meant that Lin Wanwan was very likely still inside, because regardless of life or death, the divination would be fulfilled, and Lin Wanwan's had not yet. He looked at the dark nest and asked the big ape, "Do you think that poisonous flood dragon is dead?" The big ape scratched his head and said, "Big ape doesn't know, but poisonous flood dragon leaves no survivors. If they are alive, the poisonous flood dragon might be dead." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, "If I go in, can you protect me, big ape?" The big ape immediately pounded its chest and said, "Big ape is here, brothers are good." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Then wait for me for a while." As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground and directly started a lottery. 10 lottery pages appeared directly in front of him. Unfortunately, all of them were 5 draws for 1. Jiang Li took a deep breath and directly chose a 10 consecutive draw. Then, as he saw the continuous white lights light up, his expression grew darker. His luck was truly terrible. Just when he had 2 chances left, suddenly a golden light lit up, causing him to squint his eyes involuntarily. Before he could show joy on his face, another golden light lit up, forcing him to close his eyes directly. When the golden light dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. A flipping golden hook? That was a bit interesting, but who came up with the idea of a yellow dog peeing? That's too creative. In this 1-on-8 battle, he saw that the first 8 drawn cards were basically some useless minor skills. The only somewhat useful one was a contribution of 20 years of cultivation from an unknown big brother. The reason this 20 years of cultivation was just white light was probably because the contributor had already reached the golden core realm. If he contributed 80 years of cultivation, it would probably shine golden. Jiang Li finally focused on the last 2 rewards. One card depicted a muscular upper body with the number 100 written below. The other was a full 100 years of cultivation. Surprise flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. 100 years of cultivation probably pulled out all the time that guy had spent cultivating. He just didn't know what that muscle card was. But when the rewards surged into Jiang Li's mind, it seemed that because there were too many, Jiang Li's eyes widened, and he froze in place. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. When his pupils refocused, he saw a furry monkey face right in front of him, almost face to face. Damn! Jiang Li was so startled that he took a step back, sliding back 50 zhong under the shocked gazes of the big ape and Murong Feng. Jiang Li was momentarily dumbfounded. He immediately looked inward and found that the drops of liquid spiritual power in his dantian were gone. In their place was a shiny little golden ball. Golden core? Jiang Li was both surprised and delighted. He actually broke through to the golden core stage in one go. 120 years of cultivation was indeed not in vain. Looking at his round, shiny golden core, it was clearly a sign of a complete golden core. He recalled that muscle card of the same level as the 100 years of cultivation and immediately searched for the reward effect in his mind. Body cultivation for 100 years, Jiang Li exclaimed in surprise to himself. He hadn't noticed that among those who did divination, there were body cultivators. But that was the main point. The main point was that he was now effectively dual cultivating. The reason he could slide back nearly 50 zhong in one step earlier was precisely because of the terrifying, explosive power of body cultivation. Jiang Li clenched his fists, feeling the strong, pure sense of power within him, and was immensely pleased. A man must have strength. With this body, anything like flipping golden hooks or battling 8 directions would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the big ape and Murong Feng rushed over to him. "Brother, are you all right?" The big ape asked with concern. Jiang Li raised his arm and patted his bicep with the other hand, saying, "It's fine, it's rock solid." Murong Feng frowned, staring at Jiang Li for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. "Daoist, are you perhaps a reincarnation of a great being?" Previously, when Jiang Li had suddenly and inexplicably broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Murong Feng could still explain it by saying Jiang Li was a prodigy stronger than Lin Wanwan. Now sitting down on the ground, taking a nap, and opening his eyes to find himself at the golden core stage. Such a magical event would be hard to believe without seeing it with his own eyes. Unless Jiang Li was actually a high-level being living in seclusion, playing with the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li felt excited, yet somewhat regretful. He realized he had been too careless. Not to mention that Murong Feng had seen him suddenly break through, but just the fact that he had received too many rewards, causing his brain to crash for a while, was enough to make him feel apprehensive. At that moment, let alone the big monkey, even Morong Feng could easily kill him. He did not answer Morong Feng's question, but instead gave him a meaningful smile. Immediately, Morong Feng's mind conjured up an epic masterpiece. Jiang Li's image instantly became much taller. Big monkey, let's go in and take a look. Lin Wanwan's reward had been delayed for a long time, which meant the opponent was still alive. At this time, it should not be too late to go in. You just hope Lin Wanwan had listened to him and held on for a while longer, and not, like those two unfortunate souls, seek death by not heeding advice. Chapter 33. The Teachings on the Battlefield. At this moment, Lin Wanwan was clutching her heart in pain, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Gu Linhuan. What did you make me eat? Gu Linhuan smiled wickedly and said, Heart-eating Gu, you should be familiar with it, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's heart jolted. Lu Xinyan had once been forced to eat the heart-eating Gu by Hu Sanqing. According to her master, if it weren't for a high-level being saving her, Lu Xinyan would have faced great danger. To her surprise, Gu Linhuan had also concocted this vicious heart-eating Gu, just like Hu Sanqing. However, thinking about how Hu Sanqing had once been Gu Linhuan's master made it understandable. As for how Gu Linhuan had poisoned her, she quickly realized it must have been due to that Ji Zhuangdan. No matter how careful she was, she had still fallen into Gu Linhuan's trap. After barely escaping from the poison dragon, she didn't expect another Gu Linhuan to jump out. Lin Wanwan already knew that she was doomed today. If she had listened to the Daoist and not entered the cave or eaten Gu Linhuan's food, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Gu Linhuan, aren't you afraid that after you go out, my master will tear you to pieces? Gu Linhuan laughed heartily and said, Miss Lin, I'm perfectly fine. Why would Senior Lu kill me? You will be killed by the poison dragon. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Wanwan nearly ground her teeth to dust upon hearing Gu Linhuan's words. She shouted angrily, why? Gu Linhuan's face turned cold as he replied, My master treated me like a son. How could I not take revenge? I couldn't kill that bitch Lu Xinyan, so I'll kill you first and collect some interest. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth and pointed at the disciples of the White Tiger sect beside her, saying, For this, you disregard your own sect members? Gu Linhuan sneered them. They bowed their heads and surrendered just to survive. A bunch of cowardly scum. They deserve to die. Not just them. I will step over your corpse, grow stronger, and finally wipe out the Yin Xiuzong and the White Tiger sect to comfort my master's spirit. All right, enough talk, you can go. Gu Linhuan formed a sword gesture with his fingers, and a long sword behind him unsheathed with a clang, slashing towards Lin Wanwan. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan could only muster all her strength to resist. She was already heavily injured from the fight with the poison dragon. Now, being afflicted by Gu Linhuan's heart-eating Gu, her strength was almost depleted, and it wasn't long before she was forced to retreat under Gu Linhuan's attacks. She gritted her teeth and shouted to the two standing cultivators, Aren't you going to take action? If I die, will he spare you? The two cultivators, having just escaped from the poison dragon, were reluctant to confront Gu Linhuan. However, Gu Linhuan coldly laughed. Gentlemen, this matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you don't say anything after we go out, I won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and quietly moved to the side. Miss Lin, this is a feud between your major sections. We really can't intervene. We apologize. Lin Wanwan could only bite her silver teeth tightly, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Gu Linhuan laughed even more joyfully. Lin Wanwan, stop struggling in vain. As long as you transcribe the Great Reversal Technique and the Qing Ling Sword Technique for me, I might consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the heart-eating Gu. Saying this, he formed a gesture with his hands. With a snap, Lin Wanwan's long sword fell to the ground. She felt as if 100 insects were gnawing at her heart, with unbearable pain and unbearable itching. Realizing the effect was about to take hold, Gu Linhuan laughed and said, How does it feel? Not pleasant, right? At that moment, Lin Wanwan was lying on the ground, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. You want to practice the supreme techniques of Yin Xiuzong? Gu Linhuan took a deep breath and replied, Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. I need to practice both sex techniques simultaneously and merge them into one to take my revenge. Lin Wanwan, you've already experienced the power of the heart-eating goo. Hurry up and write. But Lin Wanwan let out a bitter laugh and said, Gu Lin Huan, your idea is misguided. The Great Reversal Technique and the Qing Ling Sword Technique are both the supreme techniques of our sect. Even as my master's direct disciple, I can only practice the incomplete versions, not to mention that I can't write it down. Even if I could, I wouldn't give it to you. Gu Lin Huan coldly laughed. Then let's see whose bones are tougher, yours or my heart-eating goo. Saying this, he activated the heart-eating goo again. Lin Wanwan's scream echoed throughout the entire cave. Just as she was being tormented by the heart-eating goo to the point of losing her sanity, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, reminding her of the pill Jiang Li had given her. Could it be? Without hesitation, Lin Wanwan immediately endured the excruciating pain, took out the pill, and swallowed it directly. What'd you eat? Gu Lin Huan immediately noticed Lin Wanwan consuming something and questioned. But soon after, Gu Lin Huan felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and exclaimed in shock, My heart-eating goo. What did you eat? After swallowing the pill, Lin Wanwan felt an indescribable sense of relief throughout her body. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she immediately grabbed her long sword. In contrast, Gu Lin Huan, having his heart-eating goo dispelled, was instantly gravely injured from a backlash. What did you eat? I ate an immortal pill, a miraculous medicine. Anyway, I ate your nemesis. Lin Wanwan glared fiercely at Gu Lin Huan, enunciating each word. Gu Lin Huan's cultivation was nowhere near as profound as Hu Sanqing's. Hu Sanqing, being an emperor-level figure, had struggled to withstand the backlash and was ultimately killed by Lu Xinyan. Gu Lin Huan would only fare worse. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and said resolutely, What does it matter? Even if I'm injured, in your current state, you may not be able to defeat me. Lin Wanwan coldly laughed and replied, I can't. But what about them? Saying this, she looked at the two cultivators watching the scene unfold and said, Gentlemen, if you don't act now, when will you? The two cultivators instantly had thoughts of action. At this moment, it was indeed the best opportunity to strike Gu Lin Huan. Two gentlemen, if I were you, I would just stand there and watch. You didn't act earlier, and now you want to? Do you think Yin Xiuzong will let you two fence-sitters go after we get out? Upon hearing this, the two were taken aback. Lin Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, Don't worry. Our Yin Xiuzong is not the kind of untrustworthy sect. You just need to take action, and once we get out, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. However, the two cultivators remained unmoved. Gu Lin Huan laughed heartily and said, Lin Wanwan, stop talking. They are not like you, a pampered young lady who can't afford to gamble. With that, he raised his sword and charged towards Lin Wanwan. Even though he was severely injured, he was still in a much better state than Lin Wanwan. After a few hard clashes, Lin Wanwan, nearly out of energy, was no match for him. Gu Lin Huan kicked her, causing her to stagger, and aimed his sword at her chest. Despair immediately filled Lin Wanwan's eyes, true despair. Just as she felt hopeless, she suddenly heard a voice coming from the cave entrance. Horizontal strike, release force, sidestep, slash. Hearing this voice, Lin Wanwan instinctively made those moves. The result astonished her. Gu Lin Huan, who was about to kill her, was unexpectedly caught off guard by these simple moves, and his chest was slashed with a long wound by her sword. If he hadn't dodged quickly, that sword could have almost split his head in half. Both retreated at the same time and looked towards the cave entrance. There stood Jiang Li in a Daoist robe, smiling as he watched them. Daoist! Lin Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, looking at Jiang Li at the entrance. Gu Lin Huan, however, looked extremely grim. He thought of everything, but never expected that the one who would ruin his plan would be Jiang Li, whom he had looked down upon the entire time. Hey, you guys continue. I'll just watch without getting involved. Jiang Li took out a sunflower seed from somewhere and squatted down, munching away while watching. He even shared a handful with Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. As for Yuanda, upon entering the cave, he found that the poisoned serpent seemed to be seriously injured. So he immediately abandoned them and ran off to find the poisoned serpent for a life-or-death struggle. Daoist, help me kill this guy, Lin Wanwan said excitedly. Jiang Li shook his head and replied, No, I can't afford to offend your Yin Xiuzong and the White Tiger sect. Miss Lin, please don't drag me into this. Then he turned to Gu Lin Huan and said, don't worry, fellow Daoist. I absolutely won't attack you. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan felt a surge of resentment in her heart. She had defended Jiang Li multiple times in front of Gu Lin Huan, yet Jiang Li chose to stand by and do nothing at this moment. Gu Lin Huan laughed, haha, you are quite perceptive. Although he loathed Jiang Li to the extreme, he didn't want to provoke him too much at this moment. As long as he killed Lin Wanwan, Jiang Li would just be an ant that he could crush at will, right? Gu Lin Huan immediately raised his sword again and walked towards Lin Wanwan, preparing to strike. Why dodge him? The first move of the Qingling sword technique is exactly for this moment. Just stab him. Jiang Li's voice rang out at the right moment. For some reason, after hearing Jiang Li's words, Lin Wanwan felt a sudden clarity and enlightenment. Following Jiang Li's guidance, she executed the moves. Although there was some delay after hearing them, she still cleverly deflected Gu Lin Huan's attack. Exactly, that's it. This move, White Rainbow Crossing the Sun, is most suitable for stabbing him down there right now. At this point, don't worry about aesthetics. Jiang Li continued, oh no, why did you make the same mistake again? The Qingling sword technique emphasizes agility. Being agile doesn't mean just dodging. You're so foolish. Use the fifth move, plucking flowers and chasing the moon. Look, if you had just twitched your wrist a little earlier, you could have at least sliced off a bit of his pinky. What a shame. Is this sword really that heavy? Agile, Qingling, Qingling, agile. How many times do I have to say it? Are you holding a firewood stick? Jiang Li buzzed around like a fly, extremely annoying. The noise made Gu Lin Huan feel restless and almost go crazy. Yet to Lin Wanwan, this voice was like heavenly music. She realized that after following Jiang Li's advice, dealing with Gu Lin Huan was not only effortless, but her understanding of the Qingling sword technique had also improved significantly. If only her internal strength hadn't been exhausted, she could have dealt with him using the most primitive sword technique. If she could wield her sword, she was confident she could defeat Gu Lin Huan within 50 moves. However, this also raised a question in her mind. How did Jiang Li understand the Qingling sword technique so thoroughly? She even felt that the one guiding her now was her master, Bai Ling Miao. No, even her master couldn't point out her flaws so precisely and give targeted suggestions like this. This required an absolute and thorough understanding of the Qingling sword technique. Only Lu Xinyan from the entire Yin Xiuzong had this capability. Realizing this, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. No wonder her master uncle wanted her to take care of Jiang Li. It turned out that they were so close that the Qingling sword technique had been passed on to Jiang Li. What should she call her master uncle's man? Master uncle's husband? No, that's too high a generation, a whole generation above. Master uncle's male? What kind of term is that? Not right either. Lin Wanwan suddenly felt that this question was even more troublesome than Gu Lin Huan right now. Why was she dazed again? Seized the opportunity to take his life. When Lin Wanwan came to her senses, she found that she had actually sliced off one of Gu Lin Huan's hands with her sword. He was now painfully clutching the severed stump, glaring at Jiang Li with fierce eyes. Didn't you say you wouldn't make a move? Gu Lin Huan felt extremely aggrieved at this moment. Jiang Li was being inconsistent and untrustworthy. I didn't make a move either. Oh, I'm sorry, what does that mean? A true gentleman watches the game without speaking. I was just being chatty. I want to say anything more. Looking at Jiang Li, who wore a teasing expression and kept apologizing, Gu Lin Huan felt like he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Suddenly, a spray of blood shot up high. Gu Lin Huan used his remaining left hand to clutch his neck, not even glancing at Lin Wanwan, who was trying to kill him. Instead, he stared at Jiang Li with eyes full of unwillingness. Ding dong. A clear and pleasant notification sound rang in Jiang Li's ears. Having learned from previous experiences, he didn't rush to check it. He planned to wait until he got out and find a safe place to draw his prize. Daoist. Lin Wanwan thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how to address Jiang Li, so she could only call him by the old term. Daoist, thank you. Jiang Li waved his hand and said, don't thank me. It has nothing to do with me. You killed him, so don't blame me. Gu Lin Huan was a disciple of the White Tiger sect, and Jiang Li didn't want to get involved in any karma that would attract the White Tiger sect's attention. After this incident, he firmly decided never to take risks again. It was just too dangerous. Seeing Jiang Li's overly cautious demeanor, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but laugh and cry. What he had just done wasn't any different from directly attacking Gulin Huan. Regardless, she still wanted to thank the Daoist. After they exited the secret realm, the Daoist must come to Yin Xiuzong as a guest. Her master and master uncle would surely be very happy and welcome the Daoist. Lin Wanwan thought that Lu Xinyan had not publicly revealed their relationship for some concerns. Now, she could act as a bridge between them. First, to repay Jiang Li's life-saving grace. Second, to consider her master uncle's lifelong happiness. Therefore, Lin Wanwan was now more attentive to Jiang Li. In her heart, she had long regarded Jiang Li as part of Yin Xiuzong. Moreover, Jiang Li had already thought of an excuse for knowing the Qingling sword technique, but hadn't used it. Since he was one of their own, so what if he knew some of their sex skills? What's wrong with that? Just as she finished speaking, Lin Wanwan's expression suddenly changed. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground, and she clutched her abdomen with both hands. Daoist, I might have to excuse myself. She stammered, unable to finish her sentence, her eyes widening suddenly. Then, a series of gurgling sounds erupted. Following that, a foul odor wafted from her body. At this moment, Lin Wanwan felt as if the sky had fallen. She looked at Jiang Li in despair and said with great difficulty, Daoist, kill me. Chapter 35. The Hidden Master Jiang Li? Miss Ellen, have you prepared a change of clothes? Jiang Li asked somewhat awkwardly. Get out, all of you get out. Lin Wanwan shouted hysterically. Jiang Li quickly called to his senior brother Murong Feng and the two loose cultivators, helping the surviving disciples of Yin Xiuzong and OMEN out. Daoist, did Miss Lin just lose control? Murong Feng immediately asked. Shut up, Jiang Li snuppat. Aside from the few unconscious disciples from Yin Xiuzong and OMEN, only he and Murong Feng's group saw Lin Wanwan's embarrassing state. The two loose cultivators were also present. He scanned their faces sternly and said in a deep voice, if you don't want to die, keep what just happened to yourselves. The few nodded quickly, indicating they would keep it a secret. What thing? I don't know. Looking at Murong Feng's exaggerated performance, Jiang Li sighed. From the two loose cultivators, he had already learned the details of what happened, but he didn't expect the effect of the bug-repelling pill to be this good. It was so powerful that it couldn't even be contained. Suddenly, Jiang Li thought of a horrifying possibility. Lu Xinyan must have taken one too, right? Did she take it or not? Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He was horrified at the thought of a dignified empress embarrassing herself in public. At that moment, Jiang Li felt all the hair on his body stand on end and his back chill. I'm doomed. I'm really doomed. He muttered anxiously. Daoist, what did you say? Seeing Jiang Li's pale face, Murong Feng immediately asked. Jiang Li forced himself to calm down and shook his head, saying, it's nothing. Remember, you all must keep this matter to yourselves. After emphasizing it again, Lin Wanwan also walked out of the cave. I apologize, everyone. I lost my composure earlier. Please come in and take away those red crystals. Jiang Li looked at Lin Wanwan's complexion and saw she had returned to normal, so he cautiously asked, Miss Lin, are you hurt? Lin Wanwan shook her head, saying it's nothing. Then she looked at the two disciples they were supporting. Don't worry, Mississippi. They are fine. What do you plan to do with these OMEN disciples? Lin Wanwan glanced at the OMEN disciples and said, they didn't collude with Gulin Huan. After we go out, just hand them over to OMEN. The implication was that their fate was none of her concern. If they made it to the opening of the secret realm, it was their fortune. If not, it was their calamity. Jiang Li nodded upon hearing this. He could already tell from the luck above these people's heads that they wouldn't die. It was a pity they were all unconscious. Otherwise, he could have persuaded them and calculated a few fortunes. With his current reputation among these people, he wouldn't need to say much. Then, they went back into the cave to dig up the red crystals on the ground. However, in front of these abundant materials, no one had a smile on their face. A faint odor lingered in the air, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. After finally digging everything out, Lin Wanwan didn't divide it equally, as she previously stated. Instead, she took out 1/10 and gave it to the two loose cultivators. She looked at the two and asked, do you have any objections? Seeing this, the two exchanged glances, realizing their mutual embarrassment. At this moment, Lin Wanwan was already generously giving them red crystals, which made them ecstatic. They wouldn't dare to have any other thoughts. Moreover, the amount they received was enough for them to make a fortune. Any more would be a disaster. Daoist, we will drink together again when we meet in the future. Miss Lin, take care. Saying this, the two immediately left. Daoist, take this, Lin Wanwan said, handing a storage bag to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was somewhat puzzled, but he still accepted it. Upon opening it, he was stunned. Lin Wanwan had actually given him more than half of the red crystals. Daoist, please don't think it's too little. To be honest, we owe our survival to you. But please understand, our sect's development also relies on these. Once we exit the secret realm, you can use these crystals to exchange for other resources within the sect. Rest assured, the price will be fair. Jiang Li waved his hand and said, No, this is too much. I can't take it. I haven't done anything. Jiang Li dared not accept these. They were like hot potatoes. If he brought these crystals to Yin Xiuzong, there would be no way he could survive. It was clear that this woman wanted to use them as an excuse to trick him into Yin Xiuzong and silence him. Jiang Li immediately shook his head vigorously. Saying this, he stuffed the storage bag back into Lin Wanwan's hands. Since Miss Lin is fine, I will take my leave first. The mountains are high and waters are long. We may meet again by fate. After saying this, he didn't bother to hide his cultivation anymore. With a few leaps, he vanished. Lin Wanwan, now very weak, couldn't chase after him. She only frowned at his retreating figure and said, That speed? She then turned to Murong Feng and asked, Is he in a golden core stage? Murong Feng nodded and said, That's right. He broke through before entering the cave. Lin Wanwan's frown deepened. She clearly remembered that when entering the secret realm, Jiang Li was only at the qi refining stage. Although he was already at the foundation establishment stage when she saw him later, it was normal to find some opportunity in the secret realm to break through. But who could continuously break through in such a short time? She quickly inquired about the details from that time. Jiang Li had already left, and since he didn't hide his cultivation, Murong Feng naturally wouldn't keep it a secret. He recounted how Jiang Li had sat down and broke through to the golden core stage in detail. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanwan's beautiful eyes lit up. I understand now. Daoist is actually a hidden master with extraordinary cultivation. He hides his power just to play among mortals. When he encounters any danger, he will release his seal and restore part of his cultivation. Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian nodded in agreement, saying we thought so too. Otherwise, how could he calculate so accurately? Lin Wanwan nodded, but there was still a half sentence she didn't say. How could the one Lu Xinyan liked be just an ordinary fortune-telling cultivator? An ordinary cultivator couldn't possibly instruct him on the Qingling sword technique. With this, everything made sense. Oh no, Lin Wanwan suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Li's previous demeanor clearly indicated he intended to leave. Such a hidden master often has quirks. If he left, finding him again would be difficult. What would Lu Xinyan do then? There was only one exit to the secret realm. As long as they blocked it, Jiang Li would have no way to bypass it. Calculating the time, the exit to the secret realm would soon open. Lin Wanwan immediately used branches to make a sled, placing her unconscious junior sisters and those by whom men disciples onto it. Then she instructed Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian to drag the sled towards the exit. Faster, faster. You two, hurry up. We must reach the exit before the secret realm reopens. Chapter 36. Panic in full swing. Ding dong. Ding dong. At the exit of the secret realm, Jiang Li frowned slightly at the sudden sound of 2 system prompts in his ear, feeling a bit bewildered. Didn't everything already come true? Who else could it be? After a long while, Jiang Li finally realized that these 2 sounds were from Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. He pondered for a moment and understood. It was only at this moment that the secret realm opened that these 2 pig teammates were truly safe. What a situation! Jiang Li found it hard to believe. At this moment, many people had gathered at the exit of the secret realm, but there were at least half fewer than before they entered. Some were happy, while others were worried. However, Jiang Li noticed that the luck above most people's heads was basically white. It seemed that this time in the secret realm had mostly exhausted their good fortune. As for the bad luck, there probably weren't many left who could still stand here. He had no idea how many people had been killed by the monsters inside the secret realm, or how many had died from being stabbed in the back by others. Even if there were people with colored luck above their heads, he wasn't planning to reveal himself. He just wanted to quickly slip away as soon as the exit opened. To this end, he had deliberately changed into a different outfit and donned a hooded cloak to blend in with the crowd. It wasn't long before the exit of the secret realm slowly opened amidst the crowd's anticipation. Upon seeing this, Jiang Li immediately became alert, ready to mix in with the crowd and make his escape. Just then, he spotted Murong Feng and his sister, along with Lin Wanwan, working together to pull a sled towards this direction. Lin Wanwan looked anxious as she scanned the large crowd at the exit, trying to find Jiang Li. "Where are you? Where are you?" she mumbled to herself. Jiang Li lowered his head, trying not to stand out too much. "Hey, Daoist." Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, sounding pleasantly surprised. Jiang Li didn't turn around but covered his face and spoke in a low voice. "Friend, you've recognized the wrong person." Ran Xingyun, puzzled, said, "No way, Daoist. I could never mistake anyone else for you." Jiang Li was nearly panicking inside, wanting to get rid of Ran Xingyun as quickly as possible. Looking at the exit just a few steps away, he quickly whispered, "Don't talk, keep a low profile. We can discuss later when we're out." But at this moment, Lin Wanwan had already heard Ran Xingyun shout and turned to look in their direction. She immediately spotted Jiang Li, who was cloaked and sneaky. "Daoist, I see you," she exclaimed, releasing her grip on the sled and pushing through the crowd to chase after him. Everyone was a bit dazed, not understanding why this talented disciple from Yin Xiu sect was acting so out of character. However, due to her status, they instinctively made way for her. Seeing this, Jiang Li let out a strange cry and dashed toward the exit in a few quick steps. The crowd's curiosity was piqued. They were eager to know how this cloaked brother had provoked this young lady. But one thing was certain: the relationship between these two was definitely not ordinary. Just as Jiang Li rushed out of the secret realm's exit, feeling delighted and free, he suddenly heard a cold voice beside him. "Daoist, where do you think you're going?" Jiang Li froze at the sound, not looking back as he replied, "Friend, you've got the wrong person." Saying this, he prepared to run away. But Lu Xinyan swiftly stepped in front of him, waving her hand to lift his cloak. "Daoist, you don't recognize me anymore?" Lu Xinyan looked at him with a teasing smile. Jiang Li immediately broke into a sweat, with a fierce tiger in front and pursuers behind. He hated Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian for dragging him into this mess. "I don't recognize you. I have something urgent to attend to. I must take my leave." Such a reclusive master. How could Lu Xinyan let him escape? Just as he was about to say something, Lin Wanwan also rushed out, shouting at her, "Stop him. He wants to run." Seeing Lin Wanwan, who was covered in injuries and looking disheveled, Lu Xinyan's expression changed immediately. Connecting this with Jiang Li's unusual behavior, a bad feeling arose in her heart. She gently raised her jade hand and placed it on Jiang Li's shoulder, immediately sealing his meridians, rendering him unable to move or speak. Jiang Li panicked, crying out in his heart, "Oh no, someone is going to die?" Lin Wanwan hurriedly caught up, panting, "Aunt, he wants to leave you behind. You mustn't let the Daoist get away." At this moment, the secret realm's exit was filled with cultivators. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, everyone looked at Jiang Li with expressions of, "Bro, you're in trouble." After all, it was a case of the master eating the disciple. "What a skill, friend. You should write a book, I'll buy it." Realizing she had said something wrong, Lin Wanwan quickly covered her mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyan's face flushed with anger. "Wanwan, what are you saying?" Lin Wanwan anxiously replied, I'm sorry. I was just worried and misspoke." But looking at the surrounding crowd, it was clear that no one believed her. Lin Wanwan immediately realized it was bad. Tomorrow, the entire Ningzhou would probably hear the news. The first beauty of Ningzhou, the only female emperor Lu Xinyan, has someone in her heart. Disperse. What are you looking at?" Lin Wanwan immediately scolded the crowd. Then, like a child who had done something wrong, she stood beside Lu Xinyan and said, "Aunt, don't be angry. I was just anxious about your lifelong happiness." Lu Xinyan, blushing, said, "What nonsense. Lifelong happiness? I'll deal with you when we get back." Then, looking at Lin Wanwan, who still bore wounds on her face, she asked with concern, "Wanwan, what happened inside?" How did you get such serious injuries? According to the information provided by the White Tiger sect, there is only a monkey monster comparable to the nascent soul stage in that secret realm. Logically, with Lin Wanwan and the other's strength, they should have been able to handle it easily. Just as she was speaking, Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian also dragged the unconscious disciples of Yin Shou sect and White Tiger sect out. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinyan's expression darkened even more. Lin Wanwan recounted everything that had happened inside from beginning to end, even mentioning how Gu Linhuan had tricked her into eating the heart-devouring goo. But she omitted the embarrassing details of losing control. Heart-devouring goo? Upon hearing this term, Lu Xinyan was slightly taken aback. Looking at Lin Wanwan's somewhat evasive gaze, she could figure out this girl had also taken the pill Jiang Li had given her. Thinking of this, a blush inevitably appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was in a state of panic. After giving him a glare, Lu Xinyan instructed Lin Wanwan, "Keep an eye on him, and we'll go seek justice for you." Saying this, she raised her hand. The unconscious disciples of the White Tiger sect were lifted through the air and thrown in front of an elder from the White Tiger sect. "Friend, you must give me an explanation for this." Chapter 37. The True Great Reversal Technique. The elder of the White Tiger sect, upon learning the full story, felt his back drenched in sweat. It was already fortunate that the White Tiger sect hadn't been completely wiped out by Yin Shou sect. He never expected that Gu Linhuan would do such a thing inside. Ignoring the condition of the several disciples from the White Tiger sect, he forcefully awakened them and inquired about the details of the incident. "Lu Daoist, this matter is due to the negligence of my White Tiger sect disciples. You are magnanimous. Considering the face of Ningzhou City's defense, and knowing that my White Tiger sect did not intend to do this, please be lenient. Rest assured, I will definitely provide you and your sect with a satisfactory response." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan coldly looked at him and said, "I want the Xuanzong order." The elder of the White Tiger sect's heart skipped a beat. "This, friend, I'm not negotiating with you. In addition, your White Tiger sect's sword forging pool must be open to my Yin Shou sect disciples unconditionally." Hearing this, the elder of the White Tiger sect sighed, utterly at a loss. "Friend, I can give you the Xuanzong order, but only disciples above the golden core stage can enter the sword forging pool." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan shifted from anger to joy and said, "It's a deal." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving the elder of the White Tiger sect staring at the several severely injured disciples of the sect, feeling like crying without tears. Return to the sect. With a wave of her hand, Lu Xinyan directly grabbed Jiang Li and soared into the sky, flying towards Yin Shouzong. Lin Wanwan sighed and called out to a female disciple of Yin Shouzong beside her, "Senior sister, could you give me a ride? I'm out of strength." The other party smiled and said, "It's the first time I've seen you look so disheveled." Saying this, she led Lin Wanwan and another disciple of Yin Shouzong to chase after Lu Xinyan's departing figure. Although Jiang Li was already at the golden core stage, this was his first experience of flying. Watching the scenery rush by below, he felt extremely excited. The Great Return Heaven technique unexpectedly began to operate on its own at this moment, breaking through the meridians sealed by Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan immediately noticed something was off and instinctively reacted by letting go of Jiang Li. Having never flown before, Jiang Li felt the gravitational pull on his body and instinctively hugged Lu Xinyan's slender waist. Lu Xinyan was suddenly filled with both surprise and anger. Her cheeks flushed. She forcibly suppressed the urge to retaliate and said, "Let go of me." Jiang Li awkwardly smiled and said, "Sorry, it's my first time. I can't help it." Saying this, he controlled the spiritual power within him, activated his technique, and flew up on his own. Lu Xinyan straightened her wrinkled clothes, cleared her throat, and asked, "How did you learn our Yin Shouzong's supreme technique, the Great Return Heaven technique?" From the first time she saw Jiang Li, she noticed a familiar aura about him. However, she never expected that the reason was that Jiang Li practiced Yin Shouzong's supreme technique, the Great Return Heaven technique. If Jiang Li hadn't just used his technique to break through her seal, she wouldn't have realized it. Jiang Li awkwardly smiled and said, "It's my family's heirloom." Lu Xinyan certainly didn't believe such words. The consequences of leaking a technique were severe. At this moment, Her gaze towards Jiang Li was filled with deep vigilance. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. When she first met Jiang Li, she was certain that he was an ordinary person. But now, he was already at the golden core stage. Coupled with the fact that he had seen through her identity and produced a pill that could restrain the heart-devouring goo, as well as that mysterious divination technique, made her feel like she was being plotted against. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Xinyan asked sharply, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. Jiang Li could only stubbornly insist, "It really is my family's heirloom." Without saying another word, Lu Xinyan once again sealed Jiang Li's cultivation and body. Regardless of whether what he said was true or false, this matter was of great importance. Even if Jiang Li really hadn't lied and had saved her, she had to be cautious, extremely cautious. "Please bear with me for now. Once we return to the sect, the truth will be revealed. If I have wronged you, I will certainly apologize." After saying that, she flew back to Yin Xiuzong with Jiang Li at the fastest speed. In the discussion hall of Yin Xiuzong, Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan circled around Jiang Li, examining him without stopping. Jiang Li could only blink his eyes and do nothing else. "Junior sister, is this the Daoist you mentioned?" Lu Xinyan nodded and said, "Exactly. So, you mean to say, not only does he know our sect's great return heaven technique, but he also managed to break your seal?" Lu Xinyan nodded again and said, "That's right. I wouldn't misperceive. He was using the great return heaven technique at that time." Bai Lingmiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior sister, have you considered that, putting aside where he got the great return heaven technique from, how could someone at the golden core stage possibly break your seal?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was also taken aback. She had been too astonished at the time to think of it. Reflecting now, she was shocked. As an Imperial Realm cultivator, how could she be broken through by a golden core cultivator? Bai Lingmiao then smiled kindly at Jiang Li and said, "Daoist friend, could you demonstrate how you broke through my junior sister's seal?" Jiang Li sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't avoid it, and could only operate his technique to break through Lu Xinyan's seal. In fact, it was quite simple. Lu Xinyan practiced the Great Return Heaven technique, but had not yet reached the highest realm. Although Jiang Li's realm was not high, his understanding of the Great Return Heaven technique was far beyond what she could compare to. The two techniques were interconnected, and he easily found some flaws. "Is that enough?" Jiang Li shrugged and said to the two of them. Bai Lingmiao was immediately amazed. "Daoist friend, you say your technique is an heirloom?" Jiang Li nodded and said, "Exactly." Bai Lingmiao suddenly laughed and said, "Then it must be a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan was surprised and asked, "Senior sister, what do you mean?" She couldn't understand why Bai Lingmiao so easily believed Jiang Li's words. "Junior sister, even with my current realm, it wouldn't be easy to break your seal. The only possibility for the Daoist to do this is that his Great Return Heaven technique is above ours." Lu Xinyan frowned and asked, "Senior sister, what do you mean specifically?" "The Daoist's Great Return Heaven technique is the real Great Return Heaven technique. What you and I practice can only be strictly called the Return Heaven technique." Bai Lingmiao's eyes revealed a hint of longing. But then, she looked at Jiang Li with blazing eyes, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Jiang Li was so frightened that he kept retreating, thinking to himself that this woman was too eager. Lu Xinyan was still here. Couldn't she wait a little longer? Chapter 38. The New Elder of Yin Xiuzong. My master told me before he passed away that there are two types of return heaven technique. One is the one we cultivate, and the other is the true great return heaven technique practiced by the Daoist. Bai Lingmiao's gaze was ethereal, as if she could see her master when he was still alive. Legend has it that the founder of Yin Xiuzong learned the great return heaven technique and the pure spirit sword technique from a Daoist, and from that, established Yin Xiuzong. However, the founder had insufficient talent and did not learn the true transmission, which is why the technique we practice now is not the complete Great Return Heaven technique. This is something only the past sect masters knew, so it's normal for you, junior sister, not to be aware of it. If it weren't for the arrival of Daoist Jiang, I would have thought this was just a legend after all. Our Yin Xiuzong can only stand in Ningzhou because of these two techniques. Now it seems that the legend is true. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan looked at Jiang Li in surprise and asked, "Senior sister, does this mean he is a descendant of that Daoist from back then?" Bai Ling Miao looked at Jiang Li with hopeful eyes and said, "Exactly right, Daoist Jiang? Huh? Oh, that's right. It seems there is such a thing. I heard my master mention it." Jiang Li raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but complain inwardly that this coincidence was too coincidental. Bai Ling Miao, looking delighted, took Jiang Li's hand and said sincerely, "Daoist, if that's the case, we are actually of the same sect and kindred spirits." Saying this, she looked at Lu Xinyan and said seriously, "Junior sister, why are you staring blankly? Hurry and serve tea." Okay. Lu Xinyan, looking bewildered, hurriedly instructed the disciples of Yin Xiuzong outside. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Miao had already warmly pulled Jiang Li to sit down. "Daoist Jiang, do you have a place to stay?" Jiang Li was also somewhat at a loss with Bai Ling Miao's enthusiastic demeanor and instinctively answered, "Not at the moment." "That's great. Then Daoist Jiang can stay at Yin Xiuzong. I should be a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, you can call me senior sister." Bai Ling Miao's big eyes sparkled as she stared directly at Jiang Li, holding his hand and not letting go. Jiang Li felt his heart racing. Finally, under the expectant gaze of Bai Ling Miao, he awkwardly spoke up, "Senior sister Bai." "All right, junior brother Jiang." "Ha." Upon hearing Jiang Li call her senior sister, Bai Ling Miao immediately showed a look of joy and quickly beckoned Lu Xinyan, saying, "Xinyan, come over and meet your senior brother Jiang." "Jiang Li." "Lu Xinyan." Seeing that Lu Xinyan did not move, Bai Ling Miao smiled awkwardly at Jiang Li and said, "Don't be fooled by Xinyan's high cultivation. She's actually quite naive and doesn't understand social niceties at all." Saying this, she pulled Lu Xinyan in front of Jiang Li and urged, "Hurry up and greet him." Lu Xinyan looked at her excited sister, then at the somewhat flustered Jiang Li, and finally murmured, "Senior brother Jiang, junior sister Lu, Jiang Li Raplia." "Good." A loud voice echoed in their ears. Bai Ling Miao began to clap her hands excitedly and said, "Great. From now on, our Yinxiu sect is complete. Someone, bring the ancestral tablet. I want to declare to the heavens and ancestors that from today, our Yinxiu sect adds a new elder." Under Bai Ling Miao's orders, the members of Yinxiu sect quickly mobilized. Before long, a disciple led Jiang Li to the ancestral worship site of Yinxiu sect. He was in a daze throughout the process, letting others arrange everything. Jiang Li didn't even have time to clearly hear the name of the Yinxiu sect's ancestor before he became the third elder of the sect. Aside from Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, and the only male elder, the entire process was incredibly fast. In fact, Lin Wanwan hadn't even returned yet. "Junior brother Jiang, after your long journey, you should go rest. Tonight, your senior sister will host a welcome banquet for you." Then, a female disciple took Jiang Li to his assigned cave dwelling. After Jiang Li left, Lu Xinyan frowned and said, "Senior sister, is the great return to heaven skill really passed down to our ancestor by Taoist?" Bai Ling Miao gave her a glance and said, "You really believe that?" "Huh?" Lu Xinyan looked at her in confusion. "Of course it's fake. The great return to heaven skill and the pure spirit sword technique are ultimate skills that our ancestor created bit by bit. There's no such thing as a Taoist passing down the method." "Then what about what you just said?" Bai Ling Miao, feeling frustrated, said, You really are just growing in cultivation without growing any brains." She instinctively pointed at Lu Xinyan's chest, but felt it was inappropriate and quickly corrected herself. "You're just growing in cultivation, not in wisdom. The great return to heaven skill is a secret of our sect, where Jiang Li learned it is not important for now. Just the fact that he can break your seal is enough to prove his understanding of the great return to heaven skill is above ours. Such a person, if left outside, would be a huge threat to Yinxiu sect." Hearing this, Lu Xinyan's expression changed, and she said coldly, "Then why keep him? We can just—" "All right, stop pretending. Can you actually take action?" Bai Ling Miao said impatiently. Lu Xinyan's momentum deflated. "After all, he saved my life. I know you're kind-hearted. But does that mean your senior sister is the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity?" Lu Xinyan smiled brightly and said, "Of course not. Senior sister is the kindest person in the world." Bai Ling Miao tapped her forehead and said, Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities, regardless of the reason. The fact that Jiang Li possesses the great return to heaven skill is true, and his understanding of it is deeper than ours. Since killing him doesn't align with our principles, let's do the opposite and bind him tightly to our Yinxiu sect. First, we can utilize him to improve our sect's great return to heaven skill. Second, Jiang Li can predict your fortune and misfortune and provide corresponding solutions. Such a talented person should be well recruited. He saved you and also saved Wan, which proves he means us no harm. So, do you still think what your senior sister did today was absurd? Lu Xinyan quickly shook her head. I never said that. It's all what you think. Oomph. It's all written on your face. Do you really have to say it out loud? Bai Ling Miao glared at her. Then, senior sister, there are many ways to recruit him. Why make him an elder? He's only at the golden core stage, just like Wan. Lu Xinyan continued to ask curiously. What was his cultivation when you first met him? I don't know. Lu Xinyan replied, puzzled. And now? Golden core. I'm not. Lu Xinyan suddenly paused. Right, I almost forgot. How did Jiang Li suddenly become a golden core? Chapter 39, mind-blowing. Just now, I was holding his hand to check his bone age. He can't be more than 20. Otherwise, he would either be a powerful old monster stronger than you, or have some opportunities. If it's the first case, it's a shame to make him just a small elder. If it's the second, with that kind of talent and opportunity, I think it won't be long before he catches up to your achievements. Don't forget, he also has that incredible divination skill. So, for whatever reason, just being an elder doesn't cost us anything. Lu Xinyan nodded in understanding, deeply admiring her senior sister's calculations. Senior sister, having you is truly my blessing. She flattered. Go away. You don't care about sect affairs. All you know is to sneak out and play. In this huge sect, if I don't manage it, who will? After Bai Ling Miao finished speaking, she sighed and said, Xinyan, although your cultivation is extraordinary and you are an unparalleled genius, your heart is too kind. Just like this time with the Tiger 3 incident, such things may happen again in the future. I'm worried that you will encounter such dangers again, and you won't have the mindset to deal with them. I want you to recognize Jiang Li as your senior brother. Don't have any other thoughts in your heart, and be closer to him. With his incredible divination skills, he can also protect you. Listening to Bai Ling Miao's earnest advice, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes became slightly moist. She took Bai Ling Miao's hand and said, Thank you, senior sister. Bai Ling Miao shook her head softly and said, Xinyan, this world is harsh, with demons rampant and strong people emerging. My cultivation is insufficient, so I can only help you this much. You will ultimately have to leave this small Ningzhou and see the outside world. I don't care if you spread the name of Yinxiu sect throughout the world. I only hope you can live safely for the rest of your life. And I 1T let down the promise made by our master before they passed away. Just as the two sisters were showcasing their deep sisterly bond, Jiang Li, who had arrived at his cave dwelling, was also resting his chin and thought about the events of the day. Regarding what Bai Ling Miao said, he certainly didn't believe a word of it. What kind of luck is that? What great return to heaven skill? What distinction between great return to heaven skill? What Taoist passing down methods? Those are all lies. However, he could somewhat understand Bai Ling Miao's purpose in helping him cover up the lie and even having Lu Xinyan recognize him as her senior brother. After the secret realm journey, he realized that this world is not as stable and peaceful as it seemed when he first arrived. Once he embarked on the path of a cultivator, danger would always accompany him. He could see the fortunes and misfortunes of others, but not his own. To live well, he could only stay away from danger. As the #1 sect in Ningzhou, as long as he stayed here and did not go out, he would definitely not encounter any danger. But relationships between people are reciprocal. There is no hatred without reason, and no love without cause. Bai Ling Miao, as Lu Xinyan's senior sister, might treat him well because he saved Lu Xinyan's life. But as the sect leader, she would never bestow such an important title as elder upon him. After deep contemplation, Jiang Li decided that he still needed to have an open and honest conversation with Bai Ling Miao. Otherwise, even if he stayed in Yinxiu's sect, he wouldn't feel at ease. Daoist, are you there? Suddenly, Jiang Li heard someone calling him from the cave. From the voice, it seemed Lin Wan had returned. He walked straight out of the cave and welcomed Lin Wan in. Ah, Daoist, no, I should call you second uncle. Lin Wan smiled brightly at Jiang Li. Her eyes filled with mischief. Second uncle? Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Right, originally I only had one Uncle Lu, but now you have become my master's junior brother. Which makes you Uncle Lu's senior brother. Doesn't that mean you are my second uncle? Lin Wanwan explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled bitterly. Forget it. Just call me Jiang Li in private. The term second uncle always reminded him of second senior brother. Sure, Jiang Li. Lin Wanwan was completely unreserved in her address. Jiang Li shook his head. You just got back, and with all these injuries, why are you looking for me? Just returned to the sect, and heard they have a new second elder. Upon inquiring, it turned out to be you. Now tell me, how did you manage to win over Uncle Lu? How did you make her invest so much that my master officially recognized you as her junior? Looking at Lin Wanwan's gossipy expression, Jiang Li was puzzled. What does that even mean? Win over or whatever? Keep pretending. I know everything about you too. Just tell me how you met. Uncle Lu is such a beauty with so many suitors. How did you capture her heart? Lin Wanwan had a look of someone who had seen through everything. Jiang Li was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? I just helped her with a divination and saved her life. That's all. Impossible. She even taught you the Qingling sword technique. You still say you two have nothing going on? If you don't tell me, I'll expose your secret of sneaking a study of our Yinxiu sect supreme techniques to my master. When the time comes, she'll break you two apart. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with cunning, as if she had Jiang Li firmly in her grasp. Hearing this, Jiang Li's heart stirred. Fine. Go ahead and tell. If you dare, I will reveal your little secret about wedding yourself to everyone in Ningzhou. You shameless. Lin Wanwan's face turned red as she pointed at Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li laughed. Wanwan Jr., you wouldn't want everyone to know about your little incident, would you? As he spoke, he moved closer to her. Lin Wanwan immediately became like a startled little rabbit, nervously retreating. Why you stay away? What do you want? I am your junior now. Ha 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 ha, junior. That makes me even more excited. Jiang Li grinned with a perverse smile, reaching out toward Lin Wanwan. At that moment, Lin Wanwan hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, so she was no match for Jiang Li. In just a few steps, she was cornered against the wall. Ha ha! Scream all you want. I specifically chose this cave. It's very quiet here. Even if you shout your lungs out, no one will hear you. Lin Wanwan's eyes immediately filled with mist as she looked at Jiang Li, who seemed like a hungry ghost, and closed her eyes in despair. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, falling to the ground and shattering like a beautiful petal. Jiang Li curled his thumb and middle finger, breathed into them, and then flicked her forehead hard. Ouch! Lin Wanwan immediately covered her forehead in pain. She could feel a large bump rapidly forming on her originally pale forehead. Little girl, you dare to threaten me? Next time, I won't let you off so easily. Jiang Li looked at her with disdain. Lin Wanwan felt a mix of grievance and unexpected disappointment in her heart. You bad person. You're such a bad person. I'm going to tell my master. Watching Lin Wanwan run out with tears streaming down her face, Jiang Li smiled triumphantly. A beautiful talent is nothing much, easily handled. Chapter 40, A Candid Talk. When Jiang Li saw Lin Wanwan again, it was already evening at the welcoming banquet specially set up for him by Ling Miao. Besides Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, there were some Yinxiu sect deacons and second-generation disciples like Lin Wanwan present. Although it was called a welcoming banquet, it was actually just a small table for each person. On each table were some spiritual vegetables and fruits, along with a pot of wine. This left Jiang Li, who originally had high expectations, thinking he would be served some rare delicacies, feeling a bit disappointed. Junior brother Jiang doesn't like this? Bai Ling Miao asked with a smile upon seeing Jiang Li's lack of enthusiasm. I like meat, Jiang Li said frankly. Ha. Junior brother Jiang is really straightforward. But unfortunately, we don't have any meat here. The Yinxiu sect only has women, and eating meat would bring some impurities, so we haven't prepared any. I hope you can bear with it. Seeing Bai Ling Miao's apologetic expression, Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed to complain. He laughed. Sister, don't take it to heart. I was just speaking casually, no other meaning. Bai Ling Miao smiled upon hearing this and raised her wine cup. Come, let's toast to junior brother Jiang and welcome him to Yinxiu sect. All the variously beautiful female cultivators of Yinxiu sect immediately smiled and raised their cups in unison. Cheers to junior brother Jiang. Cheers to Uncle Jiang. Being toasted by so many beautiful women, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He immediately raised his cup and drank it all in one go. The sudden addition of a male to the Yinxiu sect made these female cultivators very curious. With Bai Ling Miao intentionally promoting the atmosphere, it quickly became lively, contrary to Jiang Li's expectations of a very formal gathering. After Bai Ling Miao said a few polite words at the beginning, the women became casual. One moment, someone would toast him, and the next, he would toast back. Some of the female deacons of Jiang Li's generation were still somewhat reserved due to their status. However, those female disciples of Lin Wanwan's generation were much bolder. One after another, they came to Jiang Li to toast him. Even though Jiang Li knew that these female disciples were mostly just curious about him, he still couldn't help but feel flustered by their flattering remarks. Seeing that Jiang Li seemed kind and easy to talk to, the female disciples became even bolder. Uncle Jiang, are you really a Daoist? Uncle Jiang, did you really predict that Uncle Lu was in danger? Uncle Jiang, Wanwan said you saved her. What exactly happened at that time? Uncle Jiang, how tall are you? Uncle Jiang, how old are you? Uncle Jiang, are you capable? Gradually, Jiang Li was already sweating from the pressure of the questions. Indeed, when women acted like rascals, they were no less than men, and perhaps even more so. Only Lin Wanwan remained seated, staring at Jiang Li while drinking quietly by herself. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao approached. Wanwan, why aren't you playing with them? You're usually the most lively one. What's wrong today? Lin Wanwan pouted. What's there to play with? It's not like I haven't seen men before. Besides, that guy is not a good person, so I can't be bothered with him. Looking at Lin Wanwan's proud little demeanor, Bai Ling Miao was somewhat surprised. A glint of insight flashed in her eyes. Wanwan, what do you think of your Uncle Jiang? Him? He's just a person of low character. Despicable and vile, a wicked scoundrel. Lin Wanwan thought of the flick to her forehead earlier and instinctively touched her smooth forehead. I mean, what do you think of his strength? The worldly wise Bai Ling Miao immediately understood what she wanted from Lin Wanwan's words and asked again. Lin Wanwan was slightly flustered. But seeing that Bai Ling Miao hadn't noticed anything, she relaxed a bit. I don't know for sure, but his understanding of the Qingling sword technique is very profound, almost on par with master. In fact, if it weren't for Bai Ling Miao's face, Lin Wanwan would have preferred to say that Jiang Li's understanding of the Qingling sword technique was even higher than hers. Hearing that Jiang Li actually knew the Qingling sword technique, Bai Ling Miao was a bit surprised. She had always thought that Jiang Li only knew the Great Return Heaven technique. After Lin Wanwan returned, aside from taking a look at Jiang Li, she spent the rest of her time healing. She hadn't had the chance to ask about the details of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, she immediately sat beside Lin Wanwan and inquired about the details of the secret realm. Naturally, Lin Wanwan had no reservations and repeated what she had said to Lu Xinyan. Just in more detail, when encountering some issues, Bai Ling Miao would interrupt to ask questions carefully. When she heard that Jiang Li only casually pointed out a few things, and that Lin Wanwan, despite being severely injured, could kill Gu Linhuan, who was in much better condition, with just the simple sword techniques from the Qingling sword technique, her surprise grew even more. The mystery surrounding Jiang Li seemed to deepen in her eyes. What's wrong, master? What happened to Uncle Jiang? Lin Wanwan asked curiously. Bai Ling Miao shook her head and said, It's nothing, just worried about you. Hearing this, Lin Wanwan wanted to tell her how Jiang Li had bullied her. But thinking of her embarrassing moments in the secret realm, she ultimately had to swallow her resentment and prepare to seek revenge at a later opportunity. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiang Li gradually became tipsy. Seeing Bai Ling Miao walking towards him, his face flushed. Jiang Li laughed heartily. It's senior sister Bai. Can you help me switch out a group? He waved his hand boldly, dismissing the group of female disciples surrounding him. Bai Ling Miao shook her head helplessly, signaling them to leave. The group of female disciples, seeing this, all laughed and dispersed. Lu Xinyan also took Lin Wanwan and found an excuse to leave. Soon, only Jiang Li and Bai Ling Miao were left in the venue. Junior brother Jiang, are you drunk? Bai Ling Miao asked tentatively. She wanted to take advantage of Jiang Li's drunkenness to see if she could extract some information from him. However, she saw Jiang Li, who had been dazed, suddenly become clear-eyed. Senior sister Bai, let's just speak plainly. There's no need to beat around the bush. I'm just a small golden core cultivator now. I can't stir up any waves in front of you. Bai Ling Miao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Junior brother, Jiang, need not be afraid. Bai Ling Miao, am not one of those small-minded people from the White Tiger sect. I won't repay the life-saving grace you showed to Xinyan and Wan with malice. Jiang Li nodded. Then I can rest assured. To be honest, senior sister Bai, I really have no confidence when dealing with you big shots. There is something I want to discuss openly with you. Chapter 41, Ambiguity. Oh, what is it? Bai Ling Miao asked curiously. Besides the Great Return Heaven technique, I also know the Qing Ling's sword technique. Jiang Li said directly. He knew that Lin Wan would definitely tell Bai Ling Miao about this, so he figured it would be more sincere to bring it up himself now. Bai Ling Miao finit surprise. So even the Qing Ling sword technique was taught to my ancestor by that Daoist back then? Jiang Li sighed. Senior sister Bai, I said we should talk openly. Why are you still using this kind of rhetoric? It really makes me feel uneasy. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao laughed and covered her mouth. All right, junior brother Jiang, I won't tease you anymore. How you came to know these two techniques, I actually don't care. Oh, Jiang Li was also a bit surprised. Bai Ling Miao nodded. Your Great Return Heaven technique and Qing Ling sword technique Shun Ti have originated for the Yin Xiu zone, right? Jiang Li wanted to say yes, but he shook his head instead. It's indeed not. Junior brother Jiang, I want to ask about the process or reasons. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. I just want to ask you one thing. Do these two techniques differ from the techniques of our sect? From Bai Ling Miao's gaze, Jiang Li could see deep anticipation. After thinking for a while, Jiang Li felt that his understanding of these two techniques could indeed be considered different from the techniques practiced by Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao. So he nodded. It's not completely different, just slightly so. Bai Ling Miao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, Junior brother Jiang, I know what I'm about to say may be a bit shameless, but I implore you to keep your Great Return Heaven technique and Qing Ling sword technique within the Yin Xiu zone. Before Jiang Li could respond, Bai Ling Miao continued, Junior brother Jiang, don't be quick to refuse. Whether it's you or your descendants, from now on, you will receive the unconditional and bottomless protection of the Yin Xiu zone. You personally will also have almost equal status and treatment as us in the Yin Xiu zone, and you will have a say in the major affairs of the sect. Of course, when it comes to the fundamental principles of the Dao sect, I won't let you mess around. Bai Ling Miao laid out all the benefits Jiang Li could receive in the Yin Xiu zone in one breath. In summary, he would practically be second only to one in the Yin Xiu zone. So, in the Yin Xiu zone, I could do whatever I want? Jiang Li's eyes twinkled. Bai Ling Miao nodded solemnly. In a certain sense, yes. Then can I choose a female disciple to serve me every day? I think Lin Wan is quite good. I'll take her tonight. If Lu Xinyan is also willing to join, I think I can handle it. Bai Ling Miao. Just kidding, just kidding. Hey. Senior sister Bai, don't draw your sword. Seeing that Bai Ling Miao was on the verge of fury, Jiang Li quickly spoke up. Bai Ling Miao placed a sword against Jiang Li's neck and coldly asked, will you agree or not? I agree. I never said I wouldn't. Just move the sword away a bit. I'm scared. After a small joke, Jiang Li said, Senior sister Bai, the two techniques I know aren't as powerful as you think. They're actually similar to what you learned. Oh, Bai Ling Miao looked at him curiously, waiting for more. The techniques are the same, but I might understand them better than you, which is also the reason why I was able to break Lu Xinyan's seal. As he spoke, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed one to Bai Ling Miao. Senior sister, let us use chopsticks as swords and spar with sword techniques. How about it? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao immediately became interested. Watching others is never as good as trying it oneself. She immediately took the chopsticks and smiled. Junior brother, even if I only use sword techniques, my physical body is not something you can compare to. I will try to suppress my strength to be on the same level as you. Although Bai Ling Miao knew that Jiang Li's understanding of the techniques was above hers, that was just an objective condition. She didn't think that with Jiang Li's current realm, he could suppress her. She also wanted to teach this cheap junior brother a lesson, making him not underestimate the heroes of the world just because he learned two top-notch techniques. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Li understood what Bai Ling Miao was thinking and immediately used the chopsticks as a sword, executing the Qing Ling sword technique and stabbing toward her. Bai Ling Miao also used the Qing Ling sword technique to meet him. At first, Bai Lingmiao was full of confidence. However, she quickly realized that within just 2 or 3 moves, she had fallen into a disadvantage. Although both were using the same sword technique, Jiang Li always managed to find her flaws and weaknesses. Meanwhile, she was always being led by Jiang Li. This feeling was something she had only experienced in her childhood when her master fed her moves. After her techniques matured, even her master could no longer give her this feeling. The more they sparred, the more shocked she became. At first, she could still resist a bit, but soon, her sleeves had many small holes, all poked through by Jiang Li with the chopsticks. If it were swords, she would have been stabbed by Jiang Li multiple times by now. As the leader of a sect, Bai Lingmiao, although usually very calm, also cared about her image. She immediately stopped suppressing her strength, hoping to regain some face. But soon, Jiang Li gave her another big surprise. Without using any magical powers, Jiang Li surprisingly resisted her physical strength equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Crack! As the power intensified, the chopsticks in both their hands ultimately proved too fragile. The ones in Bai Lingmiao's hand were directly severed by Jiang Li. However, the chopsticks in Jiang Li's hand had also cracked. "You are practicing dual cultivation of spirit and body?" Bai Lingmiao exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Li smiled and nodded, saying, "Without a master, I can only practice blindly myself." Bai Lingmiao immediately reached out, grabbing Jiang Li's arm and squeezing it tightly. "With a golden core stage body, how can you waste such talent like this?" Just as Bai Lingmiao lamented in frustration, Lu Xinyan walked in from outside. "Ah, what are you two doing?" Bai Lingmiao froze for a moment, then realized she was still gripping Jiang Li's arm tightly. Their posture at that moment appeared somewhat ambiguous to outsiders. She immediately blushed and hurriedly released Jiang Li. "Ah, junior sister, don't misunderstand. I was just surprised to find that junior brother Jiang is actually practicing dual cultivation of spirit and body. So I lost my composure a bit." Though not as stunning as Lu Xinyan, Bai Lingmiao was also a rare beauty. Time had left no marks on the face of this ascension stage cultivator. Instead, it had settled a unique charm within her. At this moment, her blushing face, seen up close, made Jiang Li's heart race. "Ah, my senior sister and I were just sparring with sword techniques," Jiang Li casually explained. However, the simultaneous explanations from both of them had an air of cover-up. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly, scrutinizing the two of them back and forth, and finally said with some displeasure, "Then let me experience junior brother Jiang's sword techniques too." "Junior sister, don't." Seeing Lu Xinyan's expression, Bai Lingmiao knew it would be bad and wanted to explain. But Lu Xinyan had already pointed her finger, drawing a chopstick into her hand. Then, with a gentle flick, she lifted another one and placed it in Jiang Li's hand. "What the hell is this?" Jiang Li sighed inwardly, having no choice but to accept the challenge. Clearly, Lu Xinyan's swordsmanship was far superior to Bai Lingmiao's. Although it was still the clear spirit sword technique, it was entirely different in her hands. Various sword forms were executed with ease, like a swift antelope's horns, leaving no trace. Bai Lingmiao watched from the side, secretly amazed. She knew Lu Xinyan had high talent, but she never expected the gap between them to be so vast. What surprised her even more was Jiang Li. Under Lu Xinyan's storm-like offensive, he still handled it with ease, showing no signs of fading. "Junior sister Lu, can we talk calmly first?" Jiang Li said, somewhat speechless. He couldn't understand Lu Xinyan's sudden anger. "Shut up, don't call me junior sister. If you want to be my senior brother, you need to prove you have the ability. Don't say I'm bullying you for being weaker. As long as you can win even one move against me in swordsmanship, I will bow my head and apologize, respectfully serve you tea, and call you senior brother." Jiang Li's anger flared at her words. It sounded as if he was eager to be this senior brother. But wasn't it this woman who had captured him? Bowing and apologizing? If he remembered correctly, this woman had said during her last fortune-telling that she would have to bow and apologize to him. All right, then let's settle old and new scores today. Jiang Li stopped hiding his strength and immediately turned defense into attack. Clearly just an ordinary chopstick, but in Bai Lingmiao's eyes, it seemed like a swimming dragon, grand and imposing. Just a straightforward attack made it difficult for Lu Xinyan to counter. It seemed any schemes and tricks were utterly powerless before such straightforward strength. No matter how Lu Xinyan responded, Jiang Li ruthlessly shattered them one by one. There were no thrilling confrontations, just an overwhelming crush. Snap! Lu Xinyan stared blankly at the chopstick in her hand, which had been knocked to the ground by Jiang Li. Rendered speechless for a long time, the talent praised by countless people, 20 years of hard work, that extremely proud heart was ruthlessly shattered by Jiang Li in that moment. Clang! A sudden sound of sword ringing echoed. Jiang Li lightly tossed the wooden chopstick into the air, then flicked it with his finger. The chopstick transformed into a silver light, embedding itself beside Lu Xinyan's foot. Kneel down and call me senior brother. Jiang Li's gaze was icy as he looked at Lu Xinyan, his aura so strong that it was unmatched. It was unclear how long it took. But Lu Xinyan finally regained her composure. She bit her lip lightly, tears glimmering in her eyes. Without waiting for Bai Lingmiao to smooth things over, she suddenly knelt down with a thud, respectfully handing a cup of wine from the table to Jiang Li. Senior brother, I was ignorant and overstepped my bounds today, using wine instead of tea to apologize. Please accept my bow. Saying this, she lowered her head and raised it over her head. Jiang Li accepted it with one hand and drank it all in one go. All right, get up. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lu Xinyan finally stood up, then, a bit dejected, said to Bai Lingmiao, Senior sister, it's getting late. I'll head back to rest now. Then, she respectfully bowed to Jiang Li and said, Senior brother, good night. After saying that, she turned and left directly. Bai Lingmiao sighed. Junior brother Jiang, you've completely crushed Xinyan's pride. Jiang Li coldly replied. She was too complacent, never facing any setbacks. One must know there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. It's better for her to lose her pride to me today than to fall into someone else's hands tomorrow. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai Lingmiao's beautiful eyes. Although Jiang Li's cultivation was not high, his words were profoundly enlightening. There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Junior brother, I have been taught, Bai Lingmiao said seriously, bowing to Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded, accepting her bow without hesitation. However, at this moment, he appeared inscrutable, while inwardly, he was already quite flustered. He said those words hoping they would reach Lu Xinyan's ears through Bai Lingmiao. He certainly didn't want her to hold a grudge against him. Just thinking about being mentioned by someone at the Imperial realm made his hair stand on end. Junior brother, since you're now an elder of Yangxizong, then senior sister 1T be polite and we'll arrange some tasks for you. A sly glint suddenly flashed in by Lingmiao's eyes. Jiang Li nodded. Senior sister is being polite. This is only proper. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was just a matter of him teaching disciples, something he had long been prepared for. As he expected, Bai Lingmiao smiled and said, Junior brother should have thought of this. I want you to start giving lectures from tomorrow, responsible for guiding the cultivation methods of everyone in the sect. Don't worry, junior brother, I won't let you be too fatigued and delay your own cultivation. You'll only need a lecture every 3 days. Jiang Li nodded in agreement after hearing this. After discussing some details, Jiang Li returned to his cave dwelling. Once back, Jiang Li slumped into a chair, breathing heavily. He couldn't say whether Bai Lingmiao had any other thoughts, but he had to be cautious in dealing with her. Although tonight seemed harmonious, it had completely drained Jiang Li's energy. Especially the final swordsmanship duel with Bai Lingmiao and making Lu Xinyan kneel and call him senior brother had left him mentally exhausted. But the outcome was quite good. At least, he had established a foothold in Yangxizong. As long as he demonstrated his true abilities and taught something, he would be thoroughly tied to Yangxizong. Having a top sect in Ningzhou as a backing was more beneficial than harmful for him. After recovering for a while, Jiang Li smiled again. He still had 3 rewards left to draw. He wasn't particularly looking forward to Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian, but he had been anticipating Lin Wanwan's for a long time. With a thought, 3 light screens appeared before him. Unfortunately, there was no situation of 5 out of 2 or even 5 out of 3. However, he was well prepared and not too disappointed. In reverse order, the first 2 should be Murong Feng and Ouyang Fian. The last one is Lin Wanwan. He didn't hesitate much and directly chose the middle card from the first 2 light screens. Although he said he had no hope, in reality, he was still silently chanting in his heart, golden flash, golden flash. But the reality is that you can never hold too much hope for a thing or a person, especially for the two useless ones, Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian. Chapter 43, What does sharing a room mean? The two little wastes contributed a skill called reading comprehension. It is said that as long as he reads, he can easily understand the true meaning of the text. This was clearly drawn from Morong Fong, but this was completely useless to him. He was too lazy to read other books. For cultivation methods, as long as the system selected it, he could learn it directly. As for Ouyang Fian, it was even more ridiculous. Jiang Li drew another skill from her. Perfect peeling. As long as it was a fruit that needed peeling, he could peel it from top to bottom without breaking it. Moreover, the width and thickness were completely even. Well, what good is that for me? Jiang Li couldn't help but complain. Indeed, this pair of siblings were just two pure wastes. In the end, Jiang Li's gaze fell on Lin Wanwan's reward. As usual, he directly selected the middle card. The next moment, a dazzling golden light flashed, causing Jiang Li to close his eyes, suppressing the joy in his heart. He immediately opened his eyes after the golden light dissipated. He saw an eye drawn on the card. Below the card, the word talent was written. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. It was actually the same as the talent he drew from Ran Xingyan before. Ran Xingyun's talent gave him unparalleled sword control talent. He just didn't know what Lin Wanwan's was. When the card turned into a golden light and entered his mind, Jiang Li immediately understood the purpose of this talent. Weakness perception. Lin Wanwan possessed the talent to see through others' weaknesses. However, this talent was not very obvious in her. It wasn't that she could always discover others' weaknesses. Especially in battle, perceiving is one thing, and being able to effectively target is another. But after being enhanced by the system, this talent received unprecedented strengthening in Jiang Li. It wasn't just people, it seemed that even objects could be perceived. Now, when he looked at the table beside him, he immediately saw the weakest spot on it. He pointed his finger like a sword and tried to unleash a wisp of extremely weak sword energy toward that weak point. He heard a crack. The edge of the table immediately shattered into pieces, as if it had been sliced by several sword energies. The effect was absurdly good. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise. If he had drawn this talent before sparring with Lu Xinyan, he was confident that he could disarm her chopsticks within 3 moves. Of course, the premise was that Lu Xinyan suppressed her cultivation and only competed in swordsmanship. Jiang Li curiously glanced at other items displayed in the cave and tried several times. After shattering 2 chairs, 3 vases, and 2 candlesticks, he finally put away his playful mood. At the same time, he also discovered that this talent was not without limitations. If he maintained this state for too long, his eyes would feel noticeably sore. His spirit would also feel a bit hazy. But as his cultivation improved, these negative effects would gradually lessen. After a long period of summarizing, Jiang Li had roughly figured out the advantages and types of rewards. Rewards can be roughly divided into 5 categories: skills, items, cultivation methods, talents, and cultivation levels. Perfect peeling and perfect braised pork, without a doubt, were the most trash and useless. Next are some more special skills, such as the previously drawn inverted hook, dominating 8 desolates, and coiling dragon around pillar. Under certain specific circumstances, they can have miraculous effects. In the future, he might draw even more powerful skills, such as alchemy or artifact forging. Next are items and pills. For example, the 5-turn gathering yuan pill he drew from Lu Xinyan before. Although it looks precious, it is a one-time consumable. Even if he draws some divine weapons, there are still limitations and time constraints. A little better are cultivation methods. Once learned, they are his own, especially after being enhanced by the system. They can unleash a power more terrifying than that of the original creator. But the top tier still has to be talents. This type of reward is the most special. Unlike pills or cultivation methods, which can only be drawn by those with high cultivation, talents do not distinguish between status or strength. Having it is having it. Not having it is not having it. Ran Xingyun, a mere qi refining stage cultivator, can also provide him with sword control talent. Lin Wanwan, in the golden core stage, can also provide him with top-level practical talent, like weakness perception, and all of it is enhanced. As for the cultivation level reward, Jiang Li found it hard to evaluate its quality. When luck is good, he can draw hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation, making an instant leap. When luck is bad, it could be just a year or two, barely enough. As for whether there will be even better rewards in the future, he would need to explore that himself. But in any case, he couldn't cultivate anymore. He could only rely on drawing rewards to pass the time. Holding this thought, while other cultivators were still practicing all night, Jiang Li had already laid down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. A night of silence. Ding, ding, ding. Woken by the morning bell of Yin Xiu Zone, Jiang Li reminisced about the special skills he practiced with Lu Xinyan in his dream last night, then hurriedly tidied himself up, dressed, and walked out of the cave. Since he promised by Ling Miao to give a lecture, he couldn't be lazy, at least not on the first day. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he found a young female disciple, about 14 or 15 years old, with a delicate appearance and only at the qi refining stage, waiting outside early. Elder Cheng'an, I am disciple in Shaozhu, on behalf of the sect master. I invite Elder Jiang to the lecture hall to give a lecture. As she spoke, she curiously looked at this newly appointed elder from yesterday. Although she had seen him from afar, when Bai Ling Miao announced it to the world, seeing him up close, she found that Elder Jiang was much more handsome than she had seen from a distance yesterday. However, she was very curious about how Jiang Li, with only golden core cultivation, could become an elder. On the way to the lecture hall, the little girl hesitated several times, which Jiang Li noticed. In the end, he took the initiative to speak. If you have any questions, just ask. I'm only a few years older than you, so don't be so restrained. Really? And Xiaozhu's face lit up with joy. Jiang Li nodded. As long as your questions aren't too outrageous, I don't mind clearing up any doubts for you. Elder Jiang, are you and Elder Lu really partners? What did you meet? I heard that you once saved Elder Lu's life. Was that when you pledged your lives to each other? Have you shared a room before? And Xiaozhu had a gossiping expression, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Li, eagerly waiting for his answer. Upon hearing in Xiaozhu's question, Jiang Li nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. He had always thought the other party would question his cultivation, doubt his strength. After all, having a golden core cultivator give a lecture in a large sect like Yin Xiuzone was quite absurd. But he never expected that the point of interest for the other party would be this. Why are you asking this? Jiang Li asked with a dark face. But in Xiaozhu, carefree and lighthearted, said, It's not just me. All the senior sisters want to know too. We discussed it all night yesterday. And they all said you're relying on your looks to eat soft rice. But don't worry, I don't think that way. I believe that Uncle Jiang, you completely rely on your strength to win Elder Lu's heart. By the way, Elder, what does sharing a room mean? I asked the senior sisters yesterday, but they just wouldn't tell me. Jiang Li, Chapter 44, The Method for Drawing Lots. Sister Bai, so when you say everyone, you really mean everyone. Jiang Li looked at the packed lecture hall, his face a bit dark. He had always thought that when Bai Ling Miao said everyone, she meant some ordinary disciples. But it turned out to be literal. Including Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, all the disciples of Yinshu sect were present. It looked like there were at least 1,000 people, especially since, apart from him, all the disciples of Yinshu sect were female. The feeling of being surrounded by nearly 1,000 beautiful women made Jiang Li feel like he was being besieged by a pack of wolves. Sister Bai, it's fine for the others, but how come you and junior sister Lu are here too? I'm just at the golden core stage, giving a lecture to you at the imperial realm and one at the great ascension stage. I'm really nervous. Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, Your understanding of the great return technique and the pure spirit sword method is far beyond ours. It's just that your realm is a bit lower. It's no problem. Jiang Li sighed. No wonder you said to give a lecture every 3 days. With nearly 1,000 people, just answering questions afterwards would probably take 3 days. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao laughed heartily. Junior brother, giving a lecture is just giving a lecture. As for how much they can understand, that's their own business. There's no need to answer every question. That's the privilege of a direct disciple. Then, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Junior brother, can your lecture allow for questions? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was also a bit taken aback. In the cultivation world, how much one could comprehend from a senior's lecture depended entirely on one's understanding. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as aptitude. No one would invest too much energy in someone with mediocre qualifications. He was used to the atmosphere of classes in his previous life and hadn't transitioned yet. Seeing the hope in by Ling Miao's eyes, Jiang Li chose not to refuse. Sure, but there are just too many people. How about this? I'll work a bit harder and not do a lecture every 3 days. You could divide them into several batches. And I'll give a lecture every day. Bai Ling Miao actually didn't have much hope for this, as it was too difficult. But she never expected Jiang Li would actually agree. Jiang Li's position in her heart instantly rose a lot. The junior brother's righteousness made the senior sisters seem a bit petty. Since that's the case, let's divide them into 10 batches, 100 each time, but junior brother still needs to rest, so you can only lecture for 10 days a month. How does that sound? Jiang Li nodded. Sounds good. Since everyone is here today, let's listen together. If junior brother is willing to answer questions, I'll control the number of people, Bai Ling Miao continued. To this, Jiang Li naturally had no objections. After saying that, Jiang Li didn't hesitate and sat cross-legged on the lecture platform opposite everyone. Today, I will first talk to everyone about the method of practicing the introductory chapter of the Great Return Technique. After the system enhancement, Jiang Li's understanding of the Great Return Technique far exceeded everyone else's by an entire level. At first, many female disciples, especially some who had higher cultivation than Jiang Li, were a bit skeptical. But as Jiang Li began to speak, slowly, the originally noisy lecture hall became silent. Whether it was Lu Xinyan at the Imperial Realm or in Shaozhou, a small disciple at the Qi refining stage, they were all captivated. They unconsciously began to practice according to Jiang Li's words. Jiang Li spoke for a full hour. When Jiang Li closed his mouth and stopped lecturing, those female disciples below still didn't stop their cultivation, all immersed in the joy of increasing their cultivation. The first to react was Lu Xinyan. After all, as an Imperial Realm cultivator, what Jiang Li said today was helpful to her, but limited. Next was Bai Ling Miao. It could be said that the higher the cultivation level, the quicker one became clear-headed. Simple and easy to understand, the introductory chapter managed to convey so much. If it weren't for his youth and being a male, I would suspect he was the reincarnation of a patriarch. The unusual expression in Bai Ling Miao's eyes never faded. Lu Xinyan nodded. It was very enlightening. And just in this short time, I feel that my cultivation has increased a little. Moreover, when others give lectures, they're afraid their explanations are too obscure. But he is almost all straightforward, afraid you won't understand. We hit the jackpot, junior sister. We really hit the jackpot. Bai Ling Miao said excitedly. I broke through. I broke through. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan looked over curiously. They saw a Qi refining stage junior disciple shouting with excitement. Bai Ling Miao wanted to reprimand her at first, as many people were still immersed in their cultivation. But the next moment, another person shouted excitedly, I also broke through. I also broke through. Then, one after another, people began to break through. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They had heard Jiang Li's lecture, and while it had an effect, it wasn't this outrageous. But soon, they realized that most of those breaking through were Qi refining stage junior disciples, with very few foundation establishment disciples. There were none above the golden core stage, and most were stuck at a certain level for a long time without improvement. He was lecturing on the introductory chapter today. Lu Xinyan suddenly brightened, thinking of something. If he lectures on the subsequent parts, Bai Ling Miao only said half and then stopped. Many times, cultivators get stuck at a certain level, unable to progress, which is called a bottleneck. Jiang Li's lecture today undoubtedly helped many people break through their bottlenecks. Just as the crowd below was immersed in the joy of increasing their cultivation and breaking through their realms, Jiang Li, sitting on a lecture platform, was staring intently at the crowd below, drooling. Long before he started lecturing, he noticed that many people had a faint golden aura above their heads. At first, he thought these disciples had collectively won a lottery today. But then he discovered that those disciples with golden auras above their heads had all improved their cultivation after listening to his lecture. The brighter the gold, the greater the improvement. Many shining with gold even directly broke through. If these people had come to him beforehand to check their fortune or see their luck, he would have drawn so many prizes that his hand would cramp. However, Jiang Li wasn't too disappointed because he had discovered his method for drawing lots. We're the most numerous and highest quality cultivators in Ningzhou, Of course, it's Yinsho sect. The chances of drawing top rewards from the disciples of Yinsho sect are absolutely much higher than from other cultivators. As long as he calculates for those disciples with golden auras above their heads before the lecture, the efficiency would be absolutely top-notch. Indeed, coming to Yinsho sect was my most brilliant decision. Slurp. Jiang Li wiped his saliva and looked at the female disciples below as if he saw a series of treasure troves. Chapter 45, Answering Questions. Everyone, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and speak up. Ask eagerly. At this moment, Jiang Li was in a great mood. He finally experienced the joy that responsible teachers feel when they see their students making progress. He now wished these people would break through daily so he could receive feedback. However, wanting to break through one's cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a day. Therefore, he must start from now on, sparing no effort to enhance the foundation of these female disciples of Yinsho sect. This way, we can better and faster reap the rewards. However, after Jiang Li expressed his desire for everyone to ask questions, no one raised their hand to speak. This trendy way of preaching was still too advanced. Even Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao were somewhat unaccustomed to it. Elder Jiang, can I ask a question? Just when everyone was looking at each other, unsure of how to ask questions, a weak voice rang out. It was the little disciple in Xiaozhu who had previously led Jiang Li, raising her hands, shrinking her neck in a surrender gesture, and nervously looking at her fellow female disciples with a flushed face. Seeing this, Jiang Li looked at her with encouragement in his eyes and smiled. Xiaozhu, just raise one hand. No need to raise both. If you have a question, just ask. Elder, what does same room actually mean? Jiang Li, Lu Xinyan, Bai Ling Miao, a group of female disciples. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Jiang Li really didn't expect that this little girl would be so persistent about this question. He and told her before and had just barely brushed it off to avoid being labeled a perverted uncle. Unexpectedly, this girl brought it up again at this moment. Ahem, just as in Xiaozhu was about to get so nervous that she might cry, Jiang Li was the first to react. This question from Xiaozhu is a good one. As for what same room means, Bai Ling Miao was now looking at Jiang Li with a murderous gaze. It seemed that as long as Jiang Li dared to explain what same room was in public, she would directly castrate him. Seeing Bai Ling Miao's murderous glare, Jiang Li chuckled and said, Same room, as the name implies, means rooms of the same style and layout. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead, giving himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Bai Ling Miao also let out a sigh of relief. As a sect composed entirely of female cultivators, there would indeed be many inconveniences. As the leader of such a sect, she had to consider many more issues. Oh, so that's how it is. Then Elder Jiang and Elder Lu really are in the same room. And Xiaozhu suddenly realized. Puffed. Jiang Li, who had just taken a sip of tea to moisten his throat, immediately sprayed it all out. Ha ha! A group of female cultivators couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Jiang Li looked at Lu Xinyan and, seeing that she didn't have an unhappy expression, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl really dared to say anything. Seeing everyone looking at her in surprise, and Xiaozhu wondered, isn't it? Elder Jiang and Elder Lu's cave dwellings, aren't they the same in terms of specifications and formation arrangements? Ahem. All right, Xiaozhu, from now on when I preach. No more bringing up matters outside of cultivation, understood? Jiang Li felt that such things should be avoided in the future and directly set a rule. Being a man in a sect full of female cultivators was indeed somewhat inconvenient. After this little episode, the atmosphere finally became lively. Others began to eagerly raise their hands to ask Jiang Li questions. Jiang Li answered every question, leaving no stone unturned, fulfilling his responsibilities. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but exclaim again, I didn't expect that junior brother Jiang just joined the sect and is already so dedicated. It really makes me feel ashamed. By the way, junior sister, there are some things I thought about overnight and feel I should discuss with you. Lu Xinyan looked at Bai Ling Miao curiously and said, Senior sister, please go ahead. Don't hold a grudge against Jiang Li. What happened last night was for your own good. He just thought you were too smooth sailing, so he wanted to temper your arrogance. You must know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Bai Ling Miao said earnestly. Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes flickered, and for a moment, her heart seemed to be touched by something. Although it's just a first acquaintance, I feel that he, despite seeming free-spirited and carefree, is actually very warm-hearted. He just likes to hide this behind his unruly exterior. Junior sister, you must not overthink it. What happened last night was just a misunderstanding. Bai Lingmiao added. Lu Xinyan stared blankly at Jiang Li, who was excitedly explaining the method to a disciple on the preaching platform, and nodded. Don't worry, senior sister. I don't hold a grudge against him. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao sighed in relief and then said excitedly, That's good, that's good. I have a feeling that with you and him, Yin Xiu sect might reach a new level under my leadership. Looking at Bai Lingmiao's excited face, Lu Xinyan smiled slightly, resembling a white lotus slowly blooming on the snowy mountain. Senior sister, it definitely will. Jiang Li seemed tireless as he answered the disciples' questions one by one. It was unclear whether he forgot or Bai Lingmiao forgot, but they had initially agreed to control the number of questions. Bai Lingmiao didn't enforce it, and Jiang Li didn't mention it either. Thus, the preaching session unexpectedly lasted from morning until evening. All the disciples of Yin Xiu sect were filled with admiration for Jiang Li, the preaching elder. It was hard to find anyone like him who was so meticulous, hardworking, and selflessly explained and resolved problems for others. Not only in Ningzhou, but even in the entire human realm's 36 states, no one else could be found. Until the evening bell of Yin Xiu sect rang. Everyone finally came back to their senses. At this time, Bai Lingmiao also stood up and walked to the preaching platform, saying loudly, All right, today, as preaching ends here. Starting tomorrow, every 100 people will form a group to come here to listen to the teachings. Upon hearing this, all the disciples stood up in unison, their expressions solemn, and bowed deeply to Jiang Li, saying in unison, We thank Elder Jiang for resolving our doubts, and wish Elder longevity and health, enjoying peace and happiness forever. This included not only the disciples, such as Lin Wanwan, but even Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, beside her bowed deeply to him. Even though their intentions were not entirely pure, seeing this made Jiang Li's heart tugged, making him a bit teary-eyed. Jiang Li smiled broadly, returned the courtesy to everyone, and then walked down the preaching platform alone, facing the starry night, heading towards his cave dwelling. Until Jiang Li's figure disappeared into the night, everyone slowly stood up. Chapter 46. Jiang Li's Salty Pig Hand. Junior sister, come out quickly. Let's call Jiang Li to go to the preaching place together. Early the next morning, Bai Lingmiao arrived outside Lu Xinyan's cave dwelling. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lu Xinyan, dressed in a pure white long dress, looking more radiant than a fairy even without makeup, walking out from the cave dwelling. Senior sister, it's still early. Senior brother Jiang preached for so long yesterday, so let him rest a bit longer. Lu Xinyan smiled as she said. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao narrowed her beautiful eyes and smirked. You were so desperate the day before yesterday. How come you're so caring today? Lu Xinyan's cheeks immediately flushed with 2 shades of red, but she stubbornly retorted. Who is desperate? If he wants to be my senior brother, shouldn't he show some real skills? He has completely earned my respect yesterday. So isn't it normal for junior sister to care about senior brother? Normal, very normal. I'm just afraid some people miss him too much. Do you think I want to get up this early? Bai Lingmiao teased. Since you're not in a hurry, then I'm not either. Let me in your cave dwelling for a cup of tea first. Since you're already out, let us go. The disciples at the preaching place are probably waiting anxiously. Lu Xinyan, however, ignored her and didn't respond, but the blush on her cheeks deepened. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao smiled and didn't poke fun at her. The two walked together and soon arrived outside Jiang Li's cave dwelling. Bai Lingmiao raised her jade hand lightly, cast a seal towards Jiang Li's cave dwelling, and prepared to remind Jiang Li with her voice. But she found that Jiang Li didn't seem to be in the cave dwelling. The two looked at each other in surprise. Not here. Where did he go? Perhaps he might have already gone to the preaching place. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and said. Bai Lingmiao recalled Jiang Li's performance yesterday and felt it was very likely. The two hurried to the lecture hall without stopping. As soon as they arrived, they found the place was already bustling with noise. The first batch of over 100 disciples who had been scheduled yesterday had formed a long queue for some unknown reason. At the end of the line, Jiang Li was sitting at a table, holding the hand of a beautiful and graceful female disciple, seemingly saying something to her. Whatever Jiang Li said made the graceful female disciple laugh uncontrollably, her body swaying back and forth. Her already cool attire seemed unable to contain the springtime glow on her chest. Bai Lingmiao looked at Lu Xinyan, who had already changed her expression, and quickly grabbed a female disciple, asking, "What is Elder Jiang doing?" The female disciple, seeing Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan, hurriedly greeted them, saying, returning to the sect master, "Elder Jiang is reading our palms, saying he is helping us check our fortune." Everyone is getting their palms read. Bai Lingmiao looked at the long queue, somewhat speechless. Elder Jiang said he wants to take a look to better understand each person. He said this is called in tailoring education to the individual. The female disciple thought for a moment and replied, "All right then, you all wait in line." Bai Lingmiao pulled the about to explode Lu Xinyan and walked towards Jiang Li. "Look here. Although your marriage line is a bit bumpy, your career line is very deep, no, very long. This represents a promising future. And I observe your heavenly court is round and full, fair and flawless. Today, in terms of cultivation, you will surely gain." "He, elder, really?" "Of course, come. Let me feel your bones again to see more accurately." "Elder, stop it." The graceful female disciple immediately acted shyly, but intentionally spread her arms and pushed her chest towards Jiang Li. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Jiang Li about to commit a crime in broad daylight, Bai Lingmiao quickly coughed a few times. "Oh, it's senior sister Bai and junior sister Lu who have arrived." Jiang Li awkwardly retracted his hands. "Good morning, sect master. Good morning, Elder Lu." The female disciple hurriedly stood up and greeted them. You go wait aside for now. I need to talk to Elder Jiang about some matters." The female disciple quickly moved aside. Bai Lingmiao teased, "Elder Jiang is quite enthusiastic. Coming to the lecture hall so early." Jiang Li scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Senior sister has commanded, so I will do my utmost. Dare not be careless." "In that case, having you here is truly a blessing for our Yinshio sect." Jiang Li waved his hands repeatedly. "Say no, no. Being able to enter Yinshio sect is my blessing." "Hey, you can't say that. Our entire sect is made up of female disciples. As the saying goes, lonely yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not grow. Having you here to balance things out is just right." Jiang Li felt even more awkward upon hearing this. After all, openly teasing disciples in front of the head sister was indeed appealing, but not very appropriate. As the saying goes, life is unpredictable. No one knows what will happen next. Just right, I specialize in this, helping everyone check their fortunes and giving some advice to seek good and avoid bad. Without worries, one can focus more on cultivation, improve oneself, and enhance our sect's overall strength, right? Listening to Jiang Li's serious nonsense, Bai Lingmiao couldn't help but laugh in anger. She had never seen anyone put it so refreshingly and elegantly. Truly shameless to the extreme. Stop babbling. If you're going to flirt, just flirt. Don't act like it's for the sake of the sect. Many disciples in the sect haven't really interacted with men. Don't mess it up and cause a big mistake. Jiang Li quickly patted his chest and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. How could I be that kind of petty person? Hee, you guess whether I believe you or not. Since you say you're reading fortunes, then it's just right. Junior brother, help me check my fortune and palm." Bai Lingmiao smiled and extended her hand to Jiang Li. Jiang Li wasn't foolish. Seeing Lu Xinyan beside her with a dark face, he dared not take Bai Lingmiao's hand. "Ha ha ha. Senior sister, you are blessed with great fortune. Even without reading palms, I can see most of it." He wasn't joking. Just now, he hadn't noticed, but at this moment, Bai Lingmiao's luck was so bright it could be described as dazzling. Such a big fish, Jiang Li couldn't let go. "Senior sister, let me read your fortune." "All right, but you must think clearly. I am not one of those little girls who could be deceived by you. That won't do." After receiving confirmation, Jiang Li pretended to calculate, and immediately a light curtain appeared in front of him. After seeing the words on it, Jiang Li cleared his throat and said, "Oh, congratulations. Senior sister, I was wondering why you looked radiant today. It turns out there is a joyful event coming, a great joyful event." Jiang Li's exaggeration made Bai Lingmiao look skeptical. She had already experienced Jiang Li's knack for nonsense and was determined not to believe anything he said. You little rascal. Don't think you can get away with sweet words. Let us be clear, if you can't explain it, don't blame me for punishing you for being a frivolous disciple. Since you call me senior sister, then I have to punish you. It's only right. Saying this, she glanced at Lu Xinyan beside her and was determined to find an excuse to teach Jiang Li, the roguish little rascal, a lesson today. Chapter 47. Dual Emperor? Senior sister, are you stuck at the Mahayana stage for a long time, unable to make any progress? Jiang Li squinted his eyes and said. Bai Lingmiao rolled her eyes at him and said, if you're going to say that, there's no need to elaborate. Everyone in Yinxiu sect knows this. Although Bai Lingmiao looked quite young, her actual age was not small. She had joined decades earlier than Lu Xinyan. However, due to her talent, she had been stuck at the Mahayana stage for many years without any progress, which troubled her greatly, and she felt there was no way out. Even though she had a deep sisterly bond with Lu Xinyan, seeing Lu Xinyan, who was decades younger than her, achieve the imperial rank early made her anxious, which was a lie to deny. Yet the more anxious she became, the more she felt the barrier was difficult to break. Then I will say, senior sister, today you will break through. Do you believe it? Jiang Li said with a smile. Bai Lingmiao certainly wouldn't believe it and replied irritably. Don't use this to make fun of me. If you annoy me, I'll punish you. Jiang Li directly ignored Bai Lingmiao's useless threat and said seriously, senior sister, remember my words. Today you will surely achieve the imperial rank. Seeing Jiang Li's serious expression, Bai Lingmiao also put away her playful heart and said, Junior brother, this joke is not funny. If I really can achieve the imperial realm, then Yinxiu sect will have a dual emperor. This would completely overturn the structure of Ningzhou, making Yinxiu sect a true dominant power. Junior brother's fortune-telling never lies. Senior sister, you must believe in my professional ethics. Bai Lingmiao felt a slight flutter in her heart at Jiang Li's words, but she couldn't grasp it. Jiang Li continued, Senior sister, just listen to me. Today you will definitely become an emperor. At this moment, Lu Xinyan, who had been frowning, couldn't help but take Jiang Li's words seriously and said, Senior sister, although this guy is a bit frivolous, this matter cannot be doubted. Saying this, she looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang Shixiang, please be clear. Jiang Li nodded and said, Senior sister, although great joy is approaching, there are a few points you must pay attention to. First, isn't there a deep pool behind the sect? After you listen to my lecture, you can go to that pool to cultivate. Second, no matter what happens or what sound you hear, do not come out until you break through. Lastly, remember to take off your clothes and place them properly on the shore before entering the pool. Bai Lingmiao found the first two sentences somewhat puzzling, but considered them relatively normal. However, the last sentence made her have some other thoughts. Finally, with her clothes off, and before he could finish speaking, Jiang Li heard Jiang Li chuckle and say, Not a single piece left. Ugh, how vulgar. Bai Lingmiao immediately spat at Jiang Li. She looked at Jiang Li, wishing she could slap this guy right now. Even at this moment, Jiang Li still couldn't help but flirt, daring to tease her. Just as she was about to scold him again, she heard Lu Xinyan beside her say seriously, Senior sister, listen to him. Huh? Bai Lingmiao widened her eyes at Lu Xinyan. If it weren't for the fact that she had watched Lu Xinyan grow up, she would have thought Lu Xinyan was in cahoots with Jiang Li, wanting to see her make a fool of herself. Junior sister, I'm trying to help you vent. Why are you speaking up for him instead? This guy must have some bad intentions. But Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, Senior sister, no matter how outrageous he sounds, it's better to trust him on this matter. But, senior sister, even if you don't trust him, you have to trust me. I can't explain it to you, but I can only tell you that listening to him is the right choice. Lu Xinyan recalled the few pieces of advice Jiang Li had given her earlier and felt her cheeks burning. It was really too embarrassing. She didn't know what situation her senior sister would encounter, but she only knew that since Jiang Li said to be completely naked, then it had to be completely naked. From now on, you must stay by my side and must not leave my sight for even a moment. Lu Xinyan narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Although she trusted Jiang Li's fortune-telling, she didn't trust Jiang Li's character. This guy couldn't be trusted not to sneak a peek. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a bit regretful and sighed, alas. To be honest, I kind of had some thoughts. You're sighing? Good. You really do have impure thoughts. Bai Ling Miao stood up, ready to hit him. But Jiang Li looked dejected and said, I'm just lamenting how I have such an image in your hearts. Fine. I understand now. Seeing this, the two women exchanged glances. Could it be that they misunderstood Jiang Li? Looking at Jiang Li's injured expression, Lu Xinyan felt a bit sorry and was about to explain. But Jiang Li spoke again, Sister Bai, Sister Lu, don't waste time. After I check the fortune for the other disciples, I'll start my lecture. The two of them had no choice but to get up and step aside. They exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking they might have gone too far. However, just as they felt a hint of regret, they saw Jiang Li with a sly grin, holding a female disciple's hand and rubbing it repeatedly. Come on, Uncle, take a look at you. Let me help you read your palm. Oh, little girl, you have a fortune today. Smack. Unable to hold back any longer, Bai Ling Miao slapped the back of Jiang Li's head. Hey, stop it, you scoundrel. At least wait until I'm far enough away. She used just the right amount of force, enough to be dazed, but not hurt. However, even after being slapped onto the table, Jiang Li's hand did not let go of that female disciple. After a brief scuffle, Jiang Li, under the watchful eyes of Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, finally helped everyone to check their fortunes honestly. The two noticed that Jiang Li didn't read fortunes for everyone. He only seriously shared some fortune-telling wisdom with about 1 in 10 disciples. The rest were just jokes. Soon, Jiang Li began his lecture. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan sat below like the other ordinary disciples, listening attentively. Jiang Li was still as serious as yesterday, without holding back. Although he was still only discussing some introductory topics today, both of them still benefited greatly, especially Bai Ling Miao, who felt like she had gained something but couldn't quite grasp it, leaving her with an impatient feeling. Just like yesterday, almost all the disciples entered a state of cultivation while listening to Jiang Li's lecture. Soon, someone broke through their bottleneck and improved to a small realm. Then, one after another, disciples broke through, especially that female disciple with a graceful figure and a long career line, who directly advanced from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan were shocked to discover that all the disciples who broke through were the ones Jiang Li had seriously read fortunes for. Sister. Lu Xinyan looked at Bai Ling Miao with excitement. Although Jiang Li had already predicted her fortune and saved her life before, she was even more excited at this moment. The existence of these disciples undoubtedly proved that Jiang Li's fortune-telling was divine, without exception. This meant that Bai Ling Miao would definitely break through today and achieve the emperor level. Bai Ling Miao was equally excited, and that feeling in her heart grew stronger. Chapter 48. I want to eat you for a lifetime. Sister, he looks so happy. Lu Xinyan looked at Jiang Li and noticed that even every strand of his hair seemed to tremble with joy. The smile in his eyes was unstoppable. Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, It seems he really is happy for these disciples' breakthroughs. I've never seen someone like him who genuinely wants to mentor the younger generation. Lu Xinyan nodded. Indeed, he has no reservations at all. I can tell he is genuinely trying to help these disciples. Seeing those few disciples who broke through, his smile is so wide that it's almost uncontrollable, even happier than if he had broken through himself. Jiang Li was, of course, genuinely happy. The continuous system notification sounds in his ears made him want to laugh out loud. Does anyone have anything they don't understand? If so, just raise your hand. Jiang Li encouraged the female disciples below with his eyes. After yesterday's experience, as soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, someone eagerly raised their hand. Jiang Li smiled and pointed to the first girl who raised her hand. You come? She didn't hesitate, standing up to ask her question. Jiang Li answered her very seriously and without holding back. Soon, the lecture hall was filled with a lively buzz. Because there were fewer people today, Jiang Li quickly answered all the questions one by one. He understood the principle of gradual learning and did not push too hard or resort to rote teaching. Seeing that everyone truly had no more questions, he prepared to take a break early. Although he was happy, lecturing at such intensity was still a significant mental burden on him. After greeting Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, he prepared to leave directly. Brother Jiang. Lu Xinyan suddenly called out to him. Jiang Li, puzzled, asked, Junior Sister Lu, is there something? We agreed that today you must not leave my side. Lu Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Li thought walking with Lu Xinyan, chatting, and spending time together was something he would never dislike. After all, having such a stunning beauty by his side was enough to lift anyone's spirits, even if they did nothing but sit and admire her. However, when her purpose for being with him was to prevent him from looking at another woman, it made things less beautiful. To be honest, Jiang Li did want to go to the back mountain for a stroll, but now it seemed unlikely. He could only smile and say, "I'm honored." Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao smirked and whispered in Lu Xinyan's ear, "Keep an eye on him. Your purity is all in your hands." After saying this, the blush on Lu Xinyan's cheeks spread directly to her earlobes. "All right, I won't disturb your little world anymore. I'm going to cultivate. If I can really break through to the emperor level today," as he said, "I'll make a decision for our master and agree to your requests." Bai Ling Miao said with a laugh. "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Lu Xinyan hurriedly denied. Bai Ling Miao, however, remained silent, giving Jiang Li a meaningful look before heading straight toward the back mountain. The other disciples also very tactfully left, giving space to Jiang Li and the two women. Jiang Li awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, Junior Sister Lu, where are we going?" At that moment, Lu Xinyan felt a bit shy and couldn't look directly into his eyes, so she pretended to be casual and looked away, saying, "Senior brother, just go wherever you like. As long as you don't go to the back mountain, anywhere is fine." Seeing this, Jiang Li could only sigh and say, "Then why don't you take me around the sect? I've been here for 3 days, but I haven't had the chance to look around." Lu Xinyan nodded, without saying a word, and directly chose a direction to walk towards. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Junior sister, didn't you say I can't leave your line of sight for more than a breath?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan paused, unsure whether to look or not. "Lu Xinyan, what are you afraid of? You're doing this for your senior sister, not because you have a guilty conscience. So what if you look at him?" After giving herself a pep talk, Lu Xinyan took a deep breath, turned around, and widened her beautiful eyes, staring intently at Jiang Li's face. Jiang Li was momentarily speechless. He didn't expect Lu Xinyan to be so shy. Junior sister, are we still walking? I mean, we can walk side by side." Oh. Lu Xinyan's cheeks flushed even more. Jiang Li shook his head and took the initiative to walk alongside her, saying, "Junior sister, let's go this way." Lu Xinyan softly replied, the blush on her face visibly spreading to her long neck. Growing up, Lu Xinyan's life had been all about cultivation. Although Jiang Li had lived 2 lives, he still had skills with no outlet. The two just kept walking, but neither spoke again, not knowing what to say. As a man, Jiang Li broke the silence first. "Junior Sister Lu, what exactly happened after we met for the first time?" This was one of the few common topics between them. Jiang Li hadn't intended to bring it up, but as soon as he mentioned it, Lu Xinyan felt her cheeks burning. "Why are you asking this?" Jiang Li pretended to be casual, saying, "It's nothing, just asking casually." "Oh, that day." After Lu Xinyan briefly explained what happened that day, she suddenly looked at Jiang Li and asked, "What happened to Wan Wan after she was affected by the heart-eating worm in the secret realm? How did she break the curse?" "Oh, I gave her some powerful deworming medicine. And let me tell you," Jiang Li was halfway through when he hurriedly stopped. Sure enough, he noticed Lu Xinyan's expression had turned pale. "So, you know everything, don't you?" Jiang Li quickly pretended to be confused, saying, "What do I know? I don't know anything. I just calculated for you and thought that kind of medicine would help." "Then, why did you remind me to bring an extra set of clothes?" Lu Xinyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, not giving Jiang Li a chance to respond. "I just thought you didn't look good in men's clothing, and I thought you looked better in women's clothing," Jiang Li said nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. "You really don't know anything?" "I don't know, really don't know." "What are you talking about, junior sister?" Jiang Li retorted directly. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan slightly suppressed her doubts. "It's fine, I was just asking casually." Then, she took the initiative to change the subject and began to introduce Jiang Li to the scenery and the various buildings of Yangtze. As they walked, they unknowingly arrived at the mountain gate of Yangtze. Just as Lu Xinyan was introducing Jiang Li to the mountain protection formation, she suddenly said, "Senior brother, Wan Wan must have been so embarrassed when she couldn't hold it in. Ha! You should have seen her. She wanted to die." Feeling the pure, yet almost tangible killing intent beside him, Jiang Li couldn't help but swallow hard. Junior sister, listen to me. I will definitely keep this to myself and never let you down, I swear. Shameless, lewd, and you dare say you don't know. Lu Xinyan immediately glared at him, about to scold Jiang Li, but her expression changed as she pulled Jiang Li behind her. Then, she looked seriously towards the mountain gate. Seeing this, Jiang Li knew something was happening and cautiously hid behind Lu Xinyan, peeking out to look at the mountain gate. He saw an old man slowly walking towards Yangxiazong with the help of a young boy. Before Jiang Li could ask, Lu Xinyan spoke in a serious tone. Saint Realm. Chapter 49. The Sudden Saint Realm. Quickly go notify senior sister. I'll handle things here for now. Not knowing the visitor's intentions, Lu Xinyan could only proceed cautiously. Senior sister is in the middle of a breakthrough. She probably can't come. Let's see what happens first. It shouldn't be dangerous. Unlike Lu Xinyan, who felt under threat, Jiang Li remained calm and very curious. Lu Xinyan urged, the other party is from the Saint Realm. Until we know their intentions, I can't guarantee your safety, nor even my own. You should go back and let everyone prepare early. I'll stay here for now. Jiang Li, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, no need. I see you look good today. Your luck isn't great, but it's not bad either. There's no disaster. The luck above Lu Xinyan's head was only a normal milky white color and hadn't changed at all. Thus, Jiang Li judged that the old man probably had no malicious intent. Although aware of Jiang Li's divination skills, Lu Xinyan didn't dare to be careless in front of a being from the Saint Realm. It had been nearly 100 years since Ningzhou had seen a Saint Realm figure, and the sudden appearance of one made Lu Xinyan feel on edge. The only thing that somewhat reassured her was that the other party didn't hide his cultivation level, but openly displayed it, which indeed didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble. But it could also be that he simply looked down on them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinyan stepped out of the mountain gate and left the protective formation. Senior, she respectfully bowed to the old man. I am Lu Xinyan, a junior. I didn't know you were visiting, and I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. No harm, no harm. I didn't notify you in advance and came uninvited, scaring the young friend here. Please don't hold it against me. The old man, with white hair and beard, spoke kindly and was very approachable. Rather than a powerful saint, he seemed more like a friendly neighbor. Lu Xinyan let out a slight sigh of relief, saying, please let me know if there's anything I can do for you. The old man chuckled and said, I just came from the White Tiger Gate and heard that the Xuanzongling is with you. Lu Xinyan was taken aback and frowned slightly, saying, Senior, you're already in the Saint Realm, and you're still interested in the Xuanzongling? The old man laughed, of course. I have no use for it myself. It's for my useless disciple. Saying this, he turned to the boy beside him. You little brat, aren't you very proud? Let you see this one, who is a peerless genius that reached golden core at 12 and became an emperor at 18. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Xinyan and Jiang Li finally noticed that the small boy in front of them was already a golden core cultivator. Wow, this kid is at most 12 or 13. Jiang Li couldn't help but say. The young boy gave Lu Xinyan a slight bow, but didn't even look at Jiang Li, just glancing at him sideways and coldly saying, Trash. Hey, I. Jiang Li didn't dare to say more. If it weren't for the Saint Realm figure present, he would have taught this brat a lesson. Sifeng, don't be rude. Apologize to this young man. The old man reprimanded, but the boy named Sifeng merely let out a cold snort and proudly turned his head away, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi smiled bitterly and said, It's fine for me to teach my disciples. Please don't take it to heart, young man. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. On account of Ling Yunzi, Jiang Li decided not to hold it against this little brat. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was afraid. Senior, you worry too much. How could I possibly argue with a child? Ha ha ha, Jiang Li explained with a smile. No, you can't wait to beat him up to vent your frustration, Ling Yunzi said with a smile as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately reined in his smile, for Ling Yunzi had spoken his mind. Haha, don't be afraid. I don't know what you're thinking, but I made a divination before leaving. This kid is probably going to get beaten up today. At first, I wasn't sure, but after seeing you, I feel that this divination might apply to you. As he spoke, he sized up Jiang Li, and upon noticing that Jiang Li was wearing a Daoist robe, casually asked, Daoist? Do you know how to read fortunes? Jiang Li smiled slightly and replied, I know a little. Oh, Ling Yunzi's eyes lit up as he asked. 6 lines, strange doors, plum blossom, physiognomy, purple micro dipper, and character divination? Jiang Li couldn't help but glance at Lu Xinyan beside him and said, physiognomy, palm reading, and predicting good or bad fortune. Ling Yunzi immediately became interested and said, Daoist, let's talk about physiognomy. Just then, the little brat, Si Feng, complained from the side, Master, we are here to do serious business. Oh, let's talk about it later. I finally got to meet someone who knows divination. I want to chat more. Si Feng looked at Jiang Li with a cold smile and said, with his age, he must be over 20, yet he is still at the golden core stage. A waste like him, what divination could he possibly know? Ling Yunzi's expression immediately turned serious and said, you mustn't be rude. But Si Feng showed no fear towards his master. I'm just speaking the truth. Discussing divination with him is pointless. Just look at him. How could he understand anything? Does he really think wearing a Daoist robe makes him a Daoist? I see him as just a bald donkey with fur. The little brat was small, but his tongue was sharp. Jiang Li, with his short temper, could no longer endure it. He looked at the not-so-complete dark fortune hovering above Si Feng's head and realized that the old man was indeed right. If this divination wasn't meant for him, he would take the initiative to bring the cause and effect onto himself. This little brat wouldn't escape a beating today. Little brat, I may not know much, but I do know one thing. Senior Ling Yunzi is right. You can't escape this beating today. Ling Yunzi's eyes immediately revealed a hint of surprise. You can see that too, young man. Jiang Li nodded and said, Senior, how about I read a fortune for him? Ling Yunzi immediately nodded and said quickly, let us see. But Si Feng shouted, who wants him to read my fortune? Does he deserve it? Jiang Li glanced at Ling Yunzi, who stepped back slightly and gave him a look that said, do as you wish, then calmly looked elsewhere. Seeing this, Jiang Li felt reassured. You little brat, if I don't beat you until you blossom with peach flowers today, you won't know how to write father. Jiang Li thought with a grin. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Si Feng. Si Feng, however, sneered and said, Master, if that big sister is fine, he thinks he can teach me a lesson? Lu Xinyan, seeing this, became anxious and was about to speak when Ling Yunzi said calmly, Girl, don't worry. Let this young man teach this little brat a lesson. It's good for him to know that there are mountains beyond mountains. Lu Xinyan anxiously said, Your disciple is a prodigy. How could Jiang Li possibly be his opponent? Cultivation doesn't depend on age. With a genius like Si Feng, how could Jiang Li, who only reached the golden core stage at 20, be a match for him, especially since he has a master like Ling Yunzi? His innate conditions are even better than my own back then. Girl, this young Daoist is not as weak as you think. Ling Yunzi replied, still smiling, seemingly very optimistic about Jiang Li. Chapter 50. Battling with the little brat. Lu Xinyan had never seen Jiang Li duel with anyone. From Lin Wanwan's words, it seemed she hadn't heard of any conflicts Jiang Li had in the secret realm. Now all of a sudden, he was going to spar with a disciple of the Saint realm, and Lu Xinyan was very worried. Jiang Li, can you do it? Lu Xinyan couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li turned to her and smiled. Why are you asking me this in front of others? It's quite embarrassing. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but spit at him, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Ling Yunzi, however, looked at Jiang Li with a smile. His eyes filled with appreciation. This boy is no less than I was back then. He thought to himself, waste, even this sister knows you're not capable. Yet you dare to challenge me. Si Feng coldly looked at Jiang Li. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. I won't go too hard on you when I take the Xuanzong order from you. Hearing this, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and said, You call her sister, but keep calling me waste. It seems you are not entirely uncultured, little brat. You do have some awareness, but today, let me teach you what it means to not judge a book by its cover. What it means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. After saying that, Jiang Li took a swift step and was suddenly in front of little brat Si Feng, moving so fast that Si Feng had no time to react. Body cultivation. Si Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't the disciples of the Yinxiu sect all sword cultivators? Kuan hexagram, earth binding. Si Feng immediately murmured and formed a seal with one hand, preparing to strike the ground. But Jiang Li had already closed the distance. How had he given that chance? His hand shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, quick as lightning. He directly grabbed Si Feng's arm and lifted him up. However, Si Feng reacted quickly, realizing the danger of being close to a body cultivator, and immediately took action. He formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Sun hexagram, wind spirit." This time, his voice was much louder. After shouting this, Jiang Li felt as if he was not holding a person but a gust of wind. Who can catch the wind? Si Feng immediately escaped from his grasp like a gust of wind. Miscalculated. I didn't expect this waste to be a body cultivator, but it doesn't matter. I just landed. Si Feng was about to say something to regain his face. But before he could finish his sentence, a fist appeared before him, cutting off the second half of his words. Bang! Ouch! At the critical moment, Jiang Li transformed his fist into a finger, flicking it directly on Si Feng's forehead, giving him a light smack. Little brat, this is your first lesson today. When fighting, don't waste words. Si Feng immediately covered his head and shouted, "Wind spirit." Then, he turned into a gust of wind and floated away from Jiang Li. Just as he was about to cast another spell, Jiang Li caught up to him again, not giving him any time to cast. Without hesitation, Jiang Li swept low, knocking Si Feng to the ground. He then grabbed his hands and twisted them behind his back, squeezing tightly to prevent him from forming a one-handed seal. Finally, he lifted him up. "Little brat, here's another lesson for you. When fighting, don't shout out your moves in such a melodramatic way. Even if the name sounds grand, once you shout it out, others will be prepared. And what is the point of fighting then? So, who's the waste now?" Little trash. Si Feng had never suffered such humiliation and immediately shouted, "I was careless. Yinsho sect disciples are all sword cultivators. I thought you were too. If I had known you were a body cultivator, I wouldn't have let you get close. Hey, you're pretty good at making excuses. So, are you saying you refuse to accept it?" Jiang Li said, patting his little face. "Of course, if you have the guts. Let me down and we'll start over." Jiang Li laughed upon hearing this. This little brat still didn't understand the situation. He then looked at Ling Yunzi beside him and said, "Senior, haven't you told him how to fight?" Ling Yunzi laughed heartily and replied, "This little rascal has been spoiled by me. He usually looks down on everyone, so he doesn't understand these things. Today is just right for you to help me teach him a lesson. Can I do anything?" Jiang Li asked. "As long as he doesn't die, feel free." Jiang Li nodded and said, "In that case, I won't hold back." He then looked at the little brat, Si Feng, and grinned. "What are you going to do if you don't accept it?" Saying that, he directly struck him, sealing all of his cultivation. Then, he pulled down his pants and smacked his soft little bottom. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. Both Lu Xinyan and Ling Yunzi were stunned by Jiang Li's actions. The little brat's eyes widened in disbelief. You, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you." Si Feng struggled in Jiang Li's grasp, trying to break free. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan hurriedly shouted. Jiang Li quickly put down Si Feng. She then turned to Ling Yunzi and said, "Senior, Jiang Li doesn't mean any harm. He's just used to being reckless." At this moment, Lu Xinyan didn't even know how to explain for him. However, Ling Yunzi stroked his beard and laughed. It's fine. I already said that as long as he doesn't die, it's all good. But this is a good idea. How come I didn't think of it?" Lu Xinyan, however, was anxious and said, "Senior, Si Feng is still young. Being humiliated today may lead to." She was very worried that a proud little brat like Si Feng, being humiliated by Jiang Li, would seek revenge when he grew up. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Si Feng's master was a saint-level figure. But Ling Yunzi didn't see it that way. He chuckled. If today Jiang Li can teach him a lesson and make him submit, it might not be a bad thing. Lu Xinyan wanted to say that it might not be a good thing for Jiang Li, but she couldn't say that. She could only look at Jiang Li anxiously, hoping he would stop soon. "Little brat, you may not be much, but since Senior Ling spoils you, who else will spoil you outside? Remember this beating today." Jiang Li was quite harsh, and soon the little brat's bottom was red and swollen. I will definitely kill you." Si Feng shouted angrily. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a bolt of lightning struck towards Jiang Li without warning. Forced to act, Jiang Li had no choice but to throw him away and quickly dodge. Si Feng, using the power of the lightning, broke Jiang Li's seal. He glared fiercely at Jiang Li and gritted his teeth. "You waste who only knows how to train your body. Do you think physical cultivation can restrain me? Today, I'll let you see what a real cultivator is. Chapter 51. A Change of Fortune. Instinctively, Feng wanted to shout the name of a spell again. But seeing Jiang Li's seemingly mocking gaze, he held back. Having learned from his previous lesson, he quickly distanced himself from Jiang Li. Then, he clapped his hands on the ground, and a circle of earthen walls rose around Jiang Li, trapping him and blocking his line of sight. However, Jiang Li simply punched through the wall easily. At this moment, many earthen walls appeared densely between the two of them. Be careful, my disciple is really angry now. So be cautious. Ling Yunzi reminded quietly from the side. Master, who are you helping? Feng shouted angrily. Ling Yunzi only laughed twice and said nothing. Seeing this, Feng snorted coldly, and then said loudly to Jiang Li, now, I will let you see my true strength. Thunder rise. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds quickly gathered above Jiang Li's head. Bright arcs of lightning danced within the clouds. Jiang Li could feel that the lightning in the clouds was gathering rapidly, waiting to strike him once it reached its peak. Are you scared? This lightning, even a beginner in the nascent soul stage wouldn't dare to take it head-on. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might spare you. Jiang Li shook his head and said, that lightning of yours probably still needs some time to gather. Feng sneered. What? Do you want to get close like before? By the time you break through these earthen walls, my lightning will be ready, haha. Jiang Li didn't respond or break the walls. Instead, he simply stood still. Feng, confused, didn't he know what Jiang Li was up to, but he accelerated the gathering of the lightning in his hands. Jiang Li just waited, occasionally glancing at the thundercloud above. Finally, the lightning in the storm clouds had finished gathering. Waste. No matter what tricks you have, it's too late now. At this distance, even if you want to get close, it's impossible. Kneel and beg for mercy. Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, filled with anticipation. Jiang Li did not respond to him, but turned to Ling Yunzi and said, Senior, your disciple is too naive. Ling Yunzi laughed and replied, although I don't know what trick you have, I still want to remind you that this lightning is indeed extraordinary. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Jiang Li nodded and said, the techniques passed down from you must be good, but also depends on who uses them. After saying that, he looked at the little brat and smirked. I'm not getting close, and I can still handle you. You're just bluffing. Feng, seeing this, was no longer willing to waste words and was about to form a hand seal to summon the lightning to strike Jiang Li. Suddenly, Jiang Li formed a sword seal, and a flying sword instantly appeared in front of him, pointing at Feng's forehead. Feeling the coldness of the sword tip, Feng dared not move an inch. The hand seal he had just started was forcibly stopped. Gulp. Feng swallowed hard and said, You're a body cultivator. How come you're also a sword cultivator? Jiang Li squinted and smiled. When did I say I wasn't a sword cultivator? Then he coldly said, You call me a waste, but now I ask you, who is the real waste? You have all these incredible techniques, yet you can't even use them properly. A genius? Nonsense. Jiang Li then turned to Ling Yunzi and said, Senior, this technique seems very comprehensive. Just now, he used movement, control, and attack methods. If I guess correctly, there must be a defense technique too. Ling Yunzi laughed and said, That's right, this set of techniques has almost no shortcomings, and its attack power is extremely formidable. Jiang Li nodded and looked at the little brat. Such good techniques in your hands are wasted, and you still say you're not a waste? Where am I a waste? I've cultivated every technique to its current peak. This lightning strike, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand it. Among the same realm, almost no one can compete with me. What gives you the right to say I'm a waste? Feng was afraid to move, but still tried to argue. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. From the start, you underestimated me and thought I was just an ordinary body cultivator. Haven't you ever seen a dual cultivation practitioner? Your understanding is so superficial, and you still dare to call yourself a genius. Jiang Li spared no words, pointing out all of Feng's shortcomings in the most vicious language. Feng listened, wanting to refute, but he couldn't say a word. In the past few days, Jiang Li, who had become addicted to the teachings within the Yin Xiuzong sect, was getting increasingly animated, almost directly pointing at Feng's nose and scolding him as if he were an incompetent student. Ling Yunzi, seeing this, curiously asked, "Is he usually like this?" Lu Xinyan awkwardly replied, "Senior brother Jiang is responsible for teaching disciples in the sect." Oh, Ling Yunzi's eyes lit up at this, and he looked at Jiang Li with even more appreciation. "I was just careless. I won't do it next time." The little brat, embarrassed and red-faced from Jiang Li's scolding, could only find such an excuse. "Umph, do you think your enemy will let you go just because you were careless? What naive fool." Jiang Li scolded. Sifeng, being just a child of about 10 years old, had never faced such humiliation and immediately looked to Ling Yunzi for comfort. However, Ling Yunzi resolutely turned his head away, refusing to look at him. "Hey, where are you looking?" Jiang Li suddenly shouted, startling Sifeng into shivering, tears welling up in his big eyes. "Since you say you were careless, fine, I'll give you another chance. Let's start over and withdraw the spell," Jiang Li said coldly, without the support of Ling Yunzi. Knowing that his master would not help him, Sifeng had no choice but to listen to Jiang Li and withdraw the spell. Jiang Li also retracted his sword and noticed that the black aura above Sifeng's head had dissipated after he had just beaten him, replaced by a faint golden light. Clearly, this little brat was about to start having good luck. Having missed one opportunity, Jiang Li knew he couldn't let this chance slip by. He couldn't help but think that if he could draw out the cultivation technique of this little brat, it would be a huge gain. That would be a genuine saint-level technique. Jiang Li's eyes turned, and his previously stern face suddenly showed surprise. "Ah, senior, your disciple truly is a prodigy. He is about to have good fortune." Ling Yunzi was surprised by Jiang Li's words. He was already an expert in divination, almost to the level of divine insight. He looked at his disciple, frowned, and calculated for a while, but couldn't find any reason. Looking back at Jiang Li's slightly exaggerated smile, he had some understanding. He thought Jiang Li must be afraid that Sifeng would retaliate against him in the future and was deliberately saying something nice. Ling Yunzi understood this very well. After all, his reputation in the saint realm was not something anyone could disregard. It was already rare for someone like Jiang Li to be able to communicate with him calmly. Lu Xinyan, who was nearby, was also very careful around him, which was the most normal reaction for others. "Ha ha ha, maybe." Ling Yunzi laughed, preparing to say some polite words to comfort Jiang Li, even if he was protective of his disciples. He wouldn't want them to become the kind of people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. Jiang Li could tell what Ling Yunzi was implying and had a great deal of respect for the senior. "Senior, what I said is not flattery." Jiang Li smiled. Ling Yunzi, hearing this, was surprised. "Oh, how so?" In front of Ling Yunzi, a true master of divination, Jiang Li couldn't just make things up. "I observed that Sifeng, this little friend, has a long-lasting fortune. He indeed had some black aura surrounding him earlier, but it has now disappeared, turning into good fortune. If the senior agrees, why don't we take a look for him?" Ling Yunzi had looked for a long time, but couldn't see any sign of good fortune on Sifeng. So he curiously asked, "You really saw that?" Jiang Li nodded. "Absolutely, no exaggeration." If it came to cultivation techniques, Ling Yunzi wouldn't dare say he was invincible. But when it came to divination, he was definitely top-notch. He was curious about how Jiang Li could see something he couldn't. "Then please try, young man." Jiang Li replied with a smile. "Let's give it a try." Ling Yunzi immediately called Sifeng over. "Let Jiang Big Brother help you with the divination." Although Sifeng no longer dared to act recklessly in front of Jiang Li, he still had a poor expression towards him. "Master, you can't see it. What can he see? Don't tell me he's just trying to impress you." Sifeng had seen many such attempts before. There were plenty of people wanting to climb the social ladder by using his master's identity, and Jiang Li's approach was much too cliché. Ling Yunzi, hearing his disciple's words, also had some doubts. For a moment, his appreciation for Jiang Li diminished significantly. If Jiang Li was really just trying to get attention from him, that would be very disappointing. He thought he had found an extraordinary young man, but it turned out to be just his own wishful thinking. Jiang Li didn't notice Ling Yunzi's change, but looked at Sifeng and said, "How about a bet?" "If you say." The little brat still looked unconvinced, but had restrained himself somewhat. "If I guess correctly, you have to call me Dad or Big Brother from now on." Jiang Li almost let it slip, but changed his words to avoid being too arrogant in front of Ling Yunzi. All right, if I don't guess correctly, you call me Big Brother. Deal. After getting Sifeng's agreement, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Li. As he looked at the content on it, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Ling Yunzi treated him like a treasure. This little brat, aside from having a bad personality, truly had exceptional talent, even surpassing Lu Xinyan. Little brat, do you believe that if we fight again, you will have a sudden enlightenment? Hearing Jiang Li's words, before Sifeng could respond, Ling Yunzi laughed. Little one, that's too exaggerated. I might believe he could improve, but sudden enlightenment? In my life, I've hardly had a few opportunities like that, and he's only 13, lacking such life experience. Even Sifeng, who was extremely proud, spoke up. Although I'm very glad to hear you say that about me, that's just too outrageous. Lu Xinyan, feeling a bit awkward, covered her face and said, Senior brother, you probably don't know what sudden enlightenment means for cultivators, right? In my time of cultivation, I've only had it happen once. Seeing the three of them all looking skeptical, Jiang Li shook his head and smiled. Junior sister, if they don't believe me, do you really not believe either? Lu Xinyan looked at the smile in Jiang Li's eyes and recalled various past events. Senior, I believe in my senior brother. Sifeng might truly achieve what others cannot. Oh, you have such high hopes for this little brat? Ling Yunzi asked, pointing at Sifeng in surprise. Lu Xinyan shook her head. I believe in my senior brother. He can't possibly be wrong. Hearing this, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but look at Jiang Li again. There was no need to say more. Come on, young man. Let me teach you well how to fight with spells and how to attack. Without giving Sifeng a chance to prepare, Jiang Li directly grabbed the collar of his robe and threw him out. Sifeng flailed in the air, cursing several times before finally stabilizing himself and landing steadily. Without any hesitation, Sifeng came at Jiang Li with all his might, not daring to be careless, giving Jiang Li no opportunity. He built a dirt wall to block the view while moving rapidly to avoid getting caught. Additionally, he surrounded himself with a layer of rippling water shield and summoned thunderclouds to gather lightning. At the same time, countless flames like flying birds rushed towards Jiang Li, constantly harassing him. This time, he used almost all of his learned techniques, doing exactly what Jiang Li had said. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Jiang Li, who was also at the Golden Core stage, could definitely not be a match for him, a high disciple of the Holy Realm. In terms of foundation, there was too much of a gap. Jiang Li was able to win against him before simply because he had been careless. The first time, he didn't expect Jiang Li to be a body cultivator and got caught up close. The second time, he didn't expect Jiang Li to actually have dual cultivation and forgot to be on guard. This third time, he was very curious to see what other tricks Jiang Li had up his sleeve. He thought, is it possible that when it comes to pure strength, he isn't even my opponent? Just as he was pondering how Jiang Li would deal with him, Jiang Li unexpectedly broke through layer upon layer of earthen walls with his physical body, like a humanoid beast, and charged straight at him. Those earthen walls turned out to be no obstacle for him at all. A flying sword was flitting around him, preventing those firebirds from getting close. Upon seeing this, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but widen his eyes. This child had actually reached a level of mastery in the application of techniques that was beyond comprehension, as if it was all in one mind. Chapter 53. How did you calculate that? Ling Yunzi held Jiang Li in high regard. When he first saw him, he noticed that although this child had only reached the Golden Core stage at his age, his talent paled in comparison to Sifeng. However, his foundation was solid and without flaws. Therefore, he judged that Sifeng, who lacked practical experience and was overconfident, would not be his opponent. He wanted to use Jiang Li to teach his disciple a lesson. But now it seemed that Jiang Li not only had a solid foundation, but also a profound understanding and application of techniques that was breathtaking. Sifeng appeared quite imposing, with various techniques emerging one after another. In fact, many were ineffective attacks. Jiang Li, however, had no superfluous movements at all. It was clear that there was no comparison in their understanding of techniques. Even Ling Yunzi couldn't help but marvel that there was someone who could develop their own techniques to such a high level. Beside them, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Although she had always known that Jiang Li's understanding of the Qingling sword technique was beyond that of ordinary people, Even she was no match for him. But in this real combat scenario, Jiang Li was still able to display 120% of his strength, which made her look at him with new respect. The sword technique he's using should be the Qingling's sword technique from your sect, right? Ling Yunzi suddenly said. Lu Xinyan nodded and replied, Senior has a keen eye. That's correct. This sword technique has decent power, is agile, but lacks follow-through. Yet look at him. He has cleverly compensated for this through his own application, demonstrating that his understanding of this sword technique is even on par with the creator. Just this point makes it no exaggeration to say he is invincible among his peers. Although Ling Yunzi seemed to look down on the Qingling sword technique, he was qualified to do so, and Lu Xinyan didn't mind. Instead, Ling Yunzi's praise for Jiang Li surprised Lu Xinyan. Is senior brother really that formidable? Ling Yunzi nodded solemnly. If he can achieve this level with all techniques, he truly deserves the title of invincible among his peers. The grade of a technique determines its lower limit, but the practitioner determines its upper limit. Look at my disciple, who only relies on the most basic techniques, depending solely on the technique's inherent power to fight, while Jiang Li fully unleashes power beyond that of the technique itself. There's really no need to compare them. The difference is clear. If it weren't for Jiang Li giving me face, that brat wouldn't have lasted 3 rounds in his hands. Listening to Ling Yunzi's high praise for Jiang Li, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but grow more curious about him. What kind of remarkable person could achieve this? While the two were talking, Jiang Li had already relied on his absolute strength to once again approach the little brat. Sifeng only had time to let out a strange cry before being hit by Jiang Li's fist on the water shield. The water shield immediately emitted ripples, seemingly trying to dissipate the force of Jiang Li's punch. But the next moment, Jiang Li had already taken the sword in hand and struck down onto the water shield. The sword's body immediately burst forth with dazzling sword light, directly shattering the water shield into countless droplets in Sifeng's incredulous gaze. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise. This was a move from the Qingling sword technique, which she could also perform. But back when she was at the Golden Core stage, she couldn't unleash such power. Jiang Li didn't give Sifeng a chance to react. After breaking the water shield, he directly struck the sword against Sifeng's arm, interrupting his spell-casting motion. If he had used the blade this time, Sifeng's hand would have already been severed. Jiang Li once again pressed the long sword against his forehead and said, "Little brat, you lost." With brute force breaking through barriers and skillful power breaking through techniques. The offensive was like a tidal wave, continuous and unending. The application of techniques was exquisite without flaws. This child was truly a prodigy. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but praise. At this moment, in the eyes of the little brat, Jiang Li's figure almost filled his entire field of vision. Just now, he thought he hadn't underestimated his opponent at all and had exerted strength far beyond his usual capabilities. There were no issues with the consecutive connections of several techniques. He was confident that no ordinary Golden Core cultivator could match him in unleashing so many techniques in such a short time. Yet, in front of Jiang Li, it had no effect whatsoever. This time, the most powerful lightning technique hadn't even had time to brew before he was once again pressed against the forehead with a sword. Sifeng had been watching Jiang Li's movements with keen eyes. Unlike Lu Xinyan and Ling Yunzi, he saw Jiang Li's series of attacks flowing like clouds in water, filled with a unique beauty. Limit. A word suddenly popped into Sifeng's mind. All of Jiang Li's movements were illustrating this word. With the powerful physique of a body cultivator, he broke through the earthen walls, used sword techniques to fend off the harassing firebirds, and finally, after striking the water shield with a sword, he immediately seized the moment when the water shield was releasing its force to cut through it. The entire process was so precise, it was as if it was not completed by a human, without a single superfluous action. Just how thoroughly did he need to understand his own techniques to be able to execute this series of maneuvers? Especially when Jiang Li used sword techniques to block the firebirds, every strike was just right, as if they were perfectly coordinated, as if those firebirds were actively colliding with his sword. Every sword's force was just enough to break through his firebirds. Sifeng, being a top genius, naturally had an extraordinary innate admiration for strong individuals. Consequently, he had a heartfelt contempt for ordinary cultivators. This is why he had a good impression of Lu Xinyan. But look down on Jiang Li, a mere 20-year-old golden core cultivator. To others, a 20-year-old golden core cultivator might be regarded as a genius. But in his eyes, he was truly just ordinary. However, today this ordinary golden core cultivator, Jiang Li, had taught him a solid lesson. He had never imagined that fighting could reach the level of what Jiang Li had achieved. As he looked at Jiang Li, his gaze gradually shifted from initial disdain to later wariness, and now to admiration. He also wanted to have that kind of feeling Jiang Li possessed. He wanted to reach the limit like Jiang Li. In his mind, he kept replaying Jiang Li's movements. That unique beauty was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. A surge of Dao charm suddenly flowed out from him. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled slightly and withdrew the long sword from his forehead. Then he turned to Ling Yunzi and Lu Xinyan, who were watching, and said, "Senior, this little brat has had an epiphany." Lu Xinyan was somewhat prepared for this scene due to her trust in Jiang Li. However, Ling Yunzi's eyes widened in shock. He was not surprised that his disciple had really had an epiphany. But Jiang Li actually calculated something he couldn't figure out. He didn't even look at his terrifyingly talented disciple, instead staring at Jiang Li with a ghostly expression. "Quickly tell me, how did you calculate that?" Chapter 54. Ling Yunzi's Favor. "Like this, like that, do you understand?" Jiang Li said seriously. Ling Yunzi looked blankly at Lu Xinyan, and after pondering for a moment, he asked, "Girl, do you understand?" Lu Xinyan shook her head, looking at Ling Yunzi with very clear and somewhat foolish eyes. "If you, senior, don't understand, then I definitely don't." Ling Yunzi thought for a moment, then looked at Jiang Li. "Could you please say it again?" Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead, but patiently began again. "Like this, like that." "Ling Yunzi, I understand now. This is talent, something ordinary people can't learn." Jiang Li smiled with relief, wiping his sweat. "Senior, you are indeed an expert. You noticed that." Ling Yunzi's old face fell. "If I don't want to say it, I don't want to say it. Am I the kind of bad person who covets others' secrets? It's just that you guys are in this poor and remote place of Ningzhou. Once you go out, ask anyone in the 36 states of the human realm about my name. Who doesn't know I'm a well-known good person? If it were someone else, would they even talk to you here?" Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan hurriedly nodded in agreement. After the jokes, Ling Yunzi finally remembered his beloved disciple. He looked over at Si Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, frowning in deep thought, entering a state of forgetting himself, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This little brat is indeed favored by destiny. Just a simple sparring session can lead to such an opportunity. It's enviable." Saying this, he turned to Jiang Li. "I thank you on his behalf for your help." As he spoke, he actually cupped his fists in respect to Jiang Li. Ling Yunzi's actions made Jiang Li feel a bit flustered. "Senior, you flatter me. This is all thanks to the little kid Si Feng's own comprehension. It has nothing to do with the junior." Ling Yunzi shook his head. "Although I am old, my eyes are still sharp. I see clearly how it is. In a certain sense, your talent is what is truly rare in the world." Jiang Li quickly waved his hands in modesty. A 20-year-old golden core is indeed considered talented in Ningzhou, but compared to the little kid and Sister Lu, I'm far behind. Ling Yunzi patted his shoulder. "There are many types of talent. Their cultivation speed is extraordinary, which is one type. Your understanding and application of techniques have truly achieved marvelous uses, existing in one heart, which is also a type, and even more rare than theirs. Cultivation relies on time and perseverance, and will ultimately improve, but understanding of the Tao and the law is even more important. If your cultivation progresses slowly, it may actually be a good thing. I can see that although your cultivation is low, your foundation is solid. Although you're only 20 years old, you seem to have tempered yourself for 100 years, showing that you truly have put in hard work. From this, it can be seen that whether it is talent or temperament, you are top-notch. The only downside of low cultivation, in your case, combined with your calm and unhurried nature, actually complements each other. As long as you don't meet an early demise in the future, there will definitely be a place for you in this world." The more Ling Yunzi spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and his gaze towards Jiang Li was filled with fondness. "Are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Ling Yunzi suddenly asked. Jiang Li was taken aback. He clearly knew his own worth. His so-called cultivation of 100 years was merely derived from the cultivation points in the reward card. If he followed Ling Yunzi normally, he would probably expose himself in no time. Jiang Li looked at Lu Xinyan with some difficulty. Seeing Jiang Li look at her, Lu Xinyan's eyes also showed a hint of anxiety. It was an incredible opportunity for a Holy Realm expert to take on a disciple, something others would seek but cannot obtain. However, she didn't really want Jiang Li to become Ling Yunzi's disciple. This would mean Jiang Li would leave Yin Xiuzong. If they wanted to see each other again, it would probably not be easy. But she also knew that she could not let her own selfish thoughts hinder Jiang Li's future. Junior brother Jiang, it is a heavenly opportunity for you that the senior wants to take you as a disciple, she said. Senior, can I refuse? Jiang Li spoke abruptly. He truly didn't know if it was good or bad to directly refuse a Holy Realm's favor. He also didn't know if this world had the habit of crushing talent in the cradle. Ling Yunzi, upon hearing this, was not angry, but instead curious. Do you know how many people want to become my disciple but have no way in? Jiang Li smiled helplessly. I naturally understand that it is a blessing that senior values me, but one should have a beginning and an end. Since I am already a member of Yin Xiuzong, I will not change allegiances. As long as Yin Xiuzong does not fail me, I will not fail Yin Xiuzong. Ling Yunzi's eyes flashed with divine light, and his appreciation for Jiang Li grew even stronger. Good. Good for having a beginning and an end. Each person has their own aspirations, and I will not force you. If one day you come to your senses, there will always be a place for you under my door. Jiang Li immediately cupped his fists in salute. Thank you very much for your recognition, Senior. Ling Yunzi nodded, then looked towards the direction of Yin Xiuzong's mountain gate. Unbeknownst to Wen, many disciples of Yin Xiuzong had gathered there, including Lin Wanwan. Find a few people to help me keep an eye on this kid. Let's go in and talk. As he spoke, he did not give Lu Xinyan and Jiang Li a chance to refuse and directly walked into Yin Xiuzong as if he were the master of the place. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Ling Yunzi was so good-natured and kind-hearted, but what would the other Holy Realm experts be like? Lu Xinyan did not dare to delay, directly finding a few disciples in the integration stage to carefully guard the introspective seafoam. Then she hurriedly followed Ling Yunzi, leading him to Yin Xiuzong's reception hall. Once they were seated, Lu Xinyan spoke. Senior, I apologize. At this time, my senior sister, as the sect master, should have appeared to pay respects to you, but she is currently in a crucial moment of breaking through in seclusion, so it is really inconvenient. Ling Yunzi shook his head, dismissing the matter. These trivial formalities do not concern me. Cultivation is what matters, so you need not worry about it. Let's discuss important matters. Lu Xinyan naturally understood his meaning and cleverly took out the Xianzong Ling she had obtained from the White Tiger sect. Senior, this is the Xianzong Ling. When Lu Xinyan handed over the Xianzong Ling, there was an obvious hint of pain in her eyes. Ling Yunzi noticed this and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Lu Xinyan sighed slightly. Since Senior has asked, I will dare to speak frankly. It is indeed painful. With this token, Yin Xiuzong might be able to rise to another level, which concerns the future of almost 1,000 disciples in Yin Xiuzong. I am not generous to that extent. Ling Yunzi laughed heartily. Rest assured, I am not the kind of shameless person who would take advantage. I will naturally give you some compensation, and moreover, this Xianzong Ling is not as you think. It can only bring one person into that place. Chapter Pinch, Xian Tian sect. Jiang Li looked at the ancient token in Ling Yunzi's hand, flipping it up and down, and curiously asked, what exactly is this Xianzong Ling? Hearing Jiang Li's question, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of longing. The Xianzong Ling is the key to opening the Xian Tian sect. As long as one can enter, unexpected benefits, opportunities, and techniques can be obtained inside. Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. It seems that the opportunities inside the Xian Tian sect are quite significant. Even you two are so eager for it. That says a lot. Ling Yunzi nodded. Indeed, as long as the cultivators who come back alive from inside, they will at least become a local overlord. Achieving the Emperor realm will not be difficult. If it were just that, it would be fine, but what's even rarer is that someone has seen immortal artifacts inside. Immortal artifacts? Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. He had heard of the legends of immortals in this world, but no one had ever seen one. Not bad. It is rumored that the Xintian sect was originally a celestial sect, but for some unknown reason, it fell to the human realm, which is why there are countless opportunities inside. However, danger coexists. Lin Jianzi explained slightly. Jiang Li frowned and said, since there are so many opportunities in the Xintian sect, haven't powerful beings like you already occupied them? Lin Jianzi shook his head and said, do you think others don't want to? But the Xintian sect only opens once every 100 years, and only those below the nascent soul stage with a Xian sect token can enter. What kind of nonsensical setting is this? Jiang Li complaineth. You ask me, who should I ask? If you have the guts, go inside the Xintian sect and ask someone. But the probability of encountering living beings in there is probably not easier than ascending directly from where you are. Jiang Li picked up on Lin Jianzi's implication and immediately asked, living beings? Lin Jianzi nodded and said, there are no living creatures in there, but countless ghosts drift about, some of which are comparable in strength to the sacred realm. Jiang Li gasped and said, ghosts? Lin Jianzi nodded and said, you could say that. Are there female ghosts? Lin Jianzi, Lu Xinyan. Can you focus on something normal? Use soul dust. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but complain. Jiang Li chuckled and said, ISNT it said that ghosts don't break the law. Bang. Unable to hold back. Lu Xinyan kicked Jiang Li out with a dark face. Jiang Li limped back with a serious expression and asked, it seems like there are more than one existence comparable to the sacred realm, not to mention the nascent soul stage. Even if you went in, it might not end well. Lin Jianzi looked at the twitching corner of Jiang Li's mouth and said, as long as you don't provoke those ghosts, they won't attack you actively. I see. Hearing you say that, you want me to accompany the little brat, right? Jiang Li smiled slightly. Lin Jianzi nodded and said, that's right. A single Xian sect token can allow 3 people to enter. Since Si Feng is alone, apart from giving some compensation to the Yinshou sect, I can allow you to choose 2 more people to enter with him. I have said before, I won't take your token for free, and I won't covet half of the opportunities you gain inside. Moreover, with my name to protect you, it will at least reduce 80 of your troubles. It's much more cost-effective than going alone. So how about it? Don't you think I'm quite warm-hearted? Lin Jianzi stroked his grizzled beard, squinting his eyes, waiting to hear compliments from Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan. However, Jiang Li spoke in a sarcastic tone. So, senior, the trouble you mentioned probably doesn't refer to those ghosts inside the Xintian sect, right? 80%, the remaining 20%, you want to take me as your disciple. And the most important point is that you think I can act as a bodyguard for the little brat, right? Lin Jianzi felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He didn't expect that his little thoughts would be seen through by Jiang Li. Hey, how could that be? Jiang Li stared at Lin Jianzi without saying a word. All right, there is indeed a little bit of that intention. Lin Jianzi sighed and said, forget it, I won't hide it from you. I do have this plan. Although Si Feng's talent is determined, he is still young and inexperienced. I originally wanted to give you other compensations, but after seeing you today, I suddenly realized that no one is more suitable than you. Your combat power is decent, but what is most valuable is that you are also proficient in divination, understanding yin and yang, knowing the 8 trigrams, and measuring fortune and misfortune. You are simply the best candidate to enter the Xintian sect. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly, and any good impression she had of Lin Jianzi vanished at this moment. As expected, the old man is cunning. After using you, you still have to thank him. Senior, since you say it so clearly, then I will speak plainly. You want my senior brother to be a bodyguard for the little friend Si Feng. This benefit cannot just be the opportunities inside the Xintian sect, right? That token is still ours. Lin Jianzi looked at Lu Xinyan, then at Jiang Li, and said with a smile, girl, what else do you want? A sword, Lu Xinyan said without hesitation. A sword? Your Yinshou sect is originally a sword sect. Do you still lack swords? Lin Jianzi asked in confusion. Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, my senior brother doesn't have a suitable good sword by his side yet. The Yinshou sect is originally a women's sect, and most of the swords currently available are not suitable for him. With your connections and strength, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain a good sword. At this time, the sword Jiang Li had was still one he had taken from Murong Feng and hadn't had the chance to return it yet. Lu Xinyan teased. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat enough, right, senior? At this moment, Lu Xinyan seemed to have completely suppressed her inner fear of Lin Jianzi, the sacred realm. Lin Jianzi gave Lu Xinyan a meaningful glance and then smiled at Jiang Li, saying, "You have a good junior sister. Leave the sword matter to me." Did I say I agree? Jiang Li said somewhat speechlessly. Lu Xinyan immediately pulled Jiang Li behind her and said to Lin Jianzi, "Then, senior, it's a deal." Saying this, Lu Xinyan extended her hand, palm facing Lin Jianzi. "Ha ha, it's a deal." Lin Jianzi laughed and clapped hands with her 3 times to finalize this agreement. There is still a year before the Xintian sect opens. I want to keep Sifeng at the Yinxiu sect for a year. After a year, I will take him and Jiang Li to the Xintian sect. Brother, during this year, you should improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Although there are no requirements for the lower limit of cultivation in the Xintian sect, it's still better to be higher. After speaking, he looked at Jiang Li and said, "This year, you take good care of Sifeng. I can only teach him so much now. He is too naive. You need to put in more effort." Jiang Li wanted to refuse. But when he thought of the little brat's top-notch talent, which was not inferior to Lu Xinyan's, as a backup reward, it seemed like a good choice. So he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Jianzi smiled and said, "With this matter settled, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave." Saying this, he directly disappeared in front of the two. Chapter 56, Bailing Miao's Adventure. Junior sister, I don't want to go to that so-called Xintian sect. After Lin Jianzi left, Jiang Li spoke. Lu Xinyan exchanged glances with Jiang Li. Her cheeks flushed again. She could only turn her head, looking to the side curiously, and said, "Senior brother, there are countless treasures and extraordinary techniques in the Xintian sect. People have even seen celestial artifacts inside. And it is said that there are celestial techniques available only to those with fate. It is a place that all cultivators below the nascent soul stage dream of entering. Don't you want to go in and seek opportunities?" Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Not at all. Are you kidding? As long as he can calculate good and bad fortunes for others, what kind of good things can't he get? Why fight with others for opportunities? Even if there are many and good treasures in the Xintian sect, he could completely wait for these people to come out and find an opportunity to take them back from them." After the last experience in the White Tiger sect's secret realm, he deeply understood that staying alive is the most important. Lin Wanwan, such a genius, has the Yinxiu sect backing her. If it weren't for him, wouldn't she have almost been killed by Gulin Huan? Lu Xinyan, hearing this, became a bit anxious and said, "Senior brother, if we want to become immortals, we must stop. Hold on. If I could, I wouldn't even want to become an immortal." Jiang Li directly interrupted Lu Xinyan's preaching. Lu Xinyan was immediately furious. She had never seen such an unambitious man. "Then why are you cultivating?" "For fun," Jiang Li said softly. "You do whatever you want." The Xin sect token was originally prepared for Wanwan. "At worst, I'll find someone else." After saying this, Lu Xinyan puffed up angrily and walked away. Seeing this, Jiang Li shuklat. He has his own path and doesn't need others to point fingers. Even if Lu Xinyan pretends to be doing it for his own good, it doesn't work. Watching Lu Xinyan walk away, Jiang Li looked at the sky and found it was still early. He thought, where should I go wander around? I haven't been to the back mountain yet. Should I go take a look? Jiang Li couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile, putting his hands behind his back and headed towards the back mountain. Ding dong. The system's prompt sound rang out at this moment. Before he could check, he heard someone calling him. "Big brother, Jiang big brother, wait for me." Jiang Li turned around and saw the little brat, Sifeng, running towards him. "Jiang big brother, where are you going?" Sifeng looked at Jiang Li with admiration on his face. Jiang Li frowned slightly and asked, "Is there something you need?" He. I just ran into Sister Lu, and she said Master left me in Yinxiu Zone just so I could learn more from you. I think it's better to observe than to learn, so I want to follow you around and watch your every move. If I don't understand something, I'll ask you. Maybe it will be more effective." Hearing this, Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. He thought to himself that this kid's comprehension was indeed extraordinary. "Weren't you always calling me a waste? Now you're calling me big brother?" Jiang Li Tesa. "You are magnanimous and don't hold grudges against children. I'm just a kid, willing to take my losses. But now that I'm calling you big brother, It's from the heart. The little brat looked at Jiang Li, his eyes sparkling like countless stars, treating him completely as an idol. All right, I understand. Go to the preaching place and wait for me. I'll be preaching there every day. Seeing that this little brat was somewhat sensible, Jiang Li didn't want to keep arguing with him and prepared to send him off first. He originally thought of using him as a reward for taking on a disciple. Having one more wouldn't be a big deal, just a side task. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the little brat hadn't left and was still following him. When Jiang Li looked at him, Sifeng immediately grinned, revealing an innocent smile. Why are you still following me? Jiang Li said helplessly. Big brother, I already said I want to follow you and observe your every move. Jiang Li shook his head and said, no need, it's not necessary. But Sifeng stubbornly insisted, no, if I don't do this, it will be hard for me to learn your essence. Jiang Li suddenly had a thought and said, all right, but there's one rule you must follow. Sifeng grinned and said, Jiang, big brother, don't say just one rule. Even if it's 100, I'll listen to you. Jiang Li laughed heartily. The rule is, whatever I say, you just do it without asking why, understand? Okay. Jiang Li patted the little brat's shoulder and said, let's go, little brother. Big brother will take you around to get familiar. Faced with Jiang Li's sudden enthusiasm, Sifeng didn't think much and immediately followed him towards the back mountain. At that moment, in the deep pool of the back mountain, Bai Ling Miao was completely naked, immersing her graceful body in the water, with only her head floating on the surface, practicing her cultivation. However, after half a day had passed, she didn't feel anything particularly special about her cultivation. The strange feelings she had before had become more pronounced. She couldn't help but recall some novel points from Jiang Li's preaching earlier in the day. Although they were just some basic concepts from the introductory chapter, they weren't very helpful to her, but the ideas were quite fresh. Thus, she decided to give it a try and attempted to practice using the method Jiang Li had explained. But the next moment, she suddenly felt a pulling force coming from the bottom of the pool. Bai Ling Miao jumped out, but remembered Jiang Li's previous words. No matter what, she couldn't leave the water before breaking through. Trusting Jiang Li, Bai Ling Miao chose to stay in the water. However, that pulling force made it impossible for her to concentrate on her cultivation. As she stopped cultivating, that strange force disappeared, leaving her very puzzled. After pondering for a moment, she continued to operate the introductory chapter of the Great Return Heaven technique as Jiang Li had instructed. The pulling force immediately reappeared. This time, she didn't panic, but carefully felt this force. She discovered that the pulling force was coming from the bottom of the pool. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to dive to the bottom to investigate. With her cultivation at the Great Ascension stage within Yin Xiu Zone, she was confident she could protect herself even if there was danger. When she submerged to the bottom, she was immediately attracted by an object. It was a pair of jade pendants, one yin and one yang, fused together. The pulling force was coming from the jade pendants. She looked at the pendants and felt they were quite familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere. Soon, she recalled that these pendants were identical to the one worn by the founding ancestor in the portrait of Yin Xiu Zone. She immediately reached out to pick up the jade pendants. But just as her hand touched the pendants, a voice echoed in her mind. Good. I didn't expect there would still be junior disciples capable of comprehending the essence of my Great Return Heaven technique. The voice was filled with comfort and anticipation. Is this the voice of the ancestor? Bai Ling Miao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 57. The First Lesson. Ancestor. I, junior disciple Bai Ling Miao, pay my respects to you. Bai Ling Miao performed a water avoidance technique and immediately spoke in the water. But the voice continued in her mind. Junior disciple, listen carefully. This is just a voice. No matter what you say, I cannot hear you. This is merely a whim of mine. The fact that you triggered the message within this jade pendant shows that you have already cultivated my Great Return Heaven technique to a remarkable level. Ha. This is truly rare. Smart child, always deserving of more rewards. Since you have cultivated my technique to such a level, I naturally will not be stingy. Child, within this jade pendant, there is a 6-turn gathering yuan pill, which I obtained by chance. I intended to use it when breaking through, but unfortunately, I had no opportunity. Today, I will gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao was overjoyed. A 6-turn gathering yuan pill. Lu Xinyan spent countless efforts to obtain a 5-turn gathering yuan pill. I didn't expect that the ancestor would hide a 6-turn pill at the bottom of this back mountain pool. If I take it, I will surely step into the Emperor realm in one go. But then she thought, if she gave this pill to Lu Xinyan with her talent, it would at least increase her chances of success by 30% when breaking through to the Holy Realm. Bai Ling Miao was torn. She really wanted to consume it herself. But although she discovered this pill, it ultimately belonged to the ancestor and was a sect treasure. If she wanted to maximize the benefits, it would be most appropriate to give it to Lu Xinyan. However, her own cultivation, after struggling for a moment, Bai Ling Miao decided to keep this precious 6-turn pill for Lu Xinyan. Her talent was average, and even if she stepped into the Emperor realm, it would be difficult for her to break through again. But Lu Xinyan was different. With her, Yin Xiuzong would surely reach a new level. Thinking of this, Bai Ling Miao suppressed her greed and firmly grasped the jade pendant in her hand. At this moment, she couldn't care about cultivating anymore and prepared to leave the pool to store the pill safely. Crack! The jade pendant in her hand suddenly made a light sound, and Bai Ling Miao hurriedly opened her palm to check. She found that the pendant seemed to have been at the bottom of the pool for too long, and its spiritual energy had diminished significantly. It had just sensed her presence and actively sent out a signal, consuming all the remaining spiritual energy. Now that it had moved, it finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered, revealing a pill. The pill also seemed to show signs of losing potency due to being stored for too long, and it was happening quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pool water was dyed by the overwhelming medicinal power of the 6-turn pill, transforming into a pool of rich spiritual liquid. Bai Ling Miao was alarmed. If she let the pill evaporate like this, it wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. And at this moment, she was completely naked with no tools around to protect the pill. In a moment of desperation, she could only stuff the pill into her mouth. The moment the pill entered her mouth, it actively released its medicinal power and slid into her stomach. Under the impact of the powerful medicinal energy, Bai Ling Miao's eyes widened instantly. She felt a violent energy within her, constantly crashing against her organs and meridians. The potency of the 6-turn elixir was many times more intense than the 5th-tier elixirs she was familiar with. Even she, at the Great Ascension stage, was almost unable to withstand it. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the Great Reversal technique to digest the medicinal power in her body. At the same time, the medicinal energy that was dissipating in the pond began to converge towards her. Soon, her graceful figure was washed in a bright red by the overwhelming medicinal power, radiating an astonishing heat. It was as if she were a high-temperature furnace. The pond at this moment was also evaporating a large amount of milky white steam due to her scorching body. Before long, the area around the pond became misty, resembling a fairyland. It was at this moment that Jiang Li, accompanied by Si Feng, quietly approached. "Brother Jiang, what are we doing here?" Si Feng asked curiously. Earlier, it was said that he would take him around to familiarize himself with the environment. However, he discovered that Jiang Li's intention was very clear, directly leading him to this back mountain. "I'm taking you to see a beautiful view." Jiang Li chuckled. "Oh, what kind of beautiful view could there be?" Si Feng was somewhat curious. After turning a corner and climbing a ridge, they finally arrived at the pond where Bai Ling Miao was cultivating. At this moment, the milky white mist completely shrouded the area around the pond. They could vaguely see some trees and rocks. The two of them crouched on the ridge, overlooking this scene, feeling a sense of tranquility. "This is indeed nice, Brother Jiang. There's even a hot spring here." Si Feng was somewhat surprised. As he spoke, he stood up and was about to head toward the pond. "Come on, brother, after we've been fighting for so long. Let us soak in the hot spring to relax." Jiang Li, however, pulled him back and said, "Do you remember what I said before? You must listen to me." Si Feng nodded curiously, not knowing what Jiang Li was going to say. "You stay here, don't go anywhere, and don't look around. Wait for my signal, and then stand up, understood?" Jiang Li smilat. Si Feng nodded and curiously asked, "Brother, is there any deeper meaning to what you're doing?" He still remembered that Ling Yunzi had asked him to learn about handling matters from Jiang Li. Jiang Li laughed a couple of times and said, "This is your first lesson, really?" Si Feng felt a bit excited upon hearing this. Jiang Li patted his shoulder again and said, "Remember what I said? When I give you the signal, you stand up. Before that, don't look around, understood?" Sifeng nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Jiang, you can count on me." Seeing this, Jiang Li gave him several reminders before leaving. He turned left and right, finally finding a very concealed but excellent vantage point, and patiently waited. Bai Ling Miao in the pond had also finally reached the critical moment of breaking through. Boom! After a loud sound, the pond erupted with water splashes soaring 100 feet high. A graceful figure shot out from the water. Jiang Li immediately held his breath, focusing intently as he watched this scene. Wow, my goodness, senior sister Bai really is adept at hiding her strength. On the other side, Sifeng remembered Jiang Li's instructions and restrained his curiosity without peeking. Because of her concentration during the breakthrough, Bai Ling Miao did not immediately notice the concealed Jiang Li and Sifeng nearby. But once she stabilized her breath, she finally sensed a presence right beside her. "Who?" Bai Ling Miao immediately shouted sharply and hurriedly put on her clothes from the pond's edge. Jiang Li took advantage of the slight lapse in her focus to mimic a bird call. Upon hearing this, Sifeng immediately stood up. Bai Ling Miao also noticed him at once. "Who are you, little brat?" The pressure of the imperial realm instantly surged towards Sifeng. However, the golden core stage, Sifeng was immediately stunned in place by this overwhelming pressure. A child? Just as Bai Ling Miao was about to take action, she suddenly realized that the person was merely a 12 or 13-year-old boy, and her brows furrowed. Meanwhile, Jiang Li took this opportunity to circle back from another direction and shouted loudly, "Hey, kid, what are you doing here? Who let you come here?" Chapter 58, Slightly Superior. Huh? Me? This? Sifeng was completely confused at this moment. Weren't they just enjoying the scenery? How did another person suddenly appear? And he was an Imperial Realm expert. "No, Brother Jiang, it's not what you think." Jiang Li stepped forward and covered his mouth with one hand while giving him a light slap on the back of his head. "Didn't I tell you not to run around? Who let you come here?" Sifeng finally managed to escape Jiang Li's grasp and asked in confusion, "Aren't you?" "Yes, I told you to wait for me. Why did you come to the back mountain?" Jiang Li directly took over the conversation. Then he pulled Sifeng behind him and said to Bai Ling Miao, "Senior sister, he didn't offend you, did he?" Bai Ling Miao squinted her eyes, but did not see anything unusual on Jiang Li's face, slowly shaking her head. That's good, that's good. "Ah, congratulations, senior sister. You finally broke through to the Imperial Realm." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao finally revealed a hint of a smile. Years of accumulation had finally resulted in a meteoric rise. "If it weren't for my junior brother, I might still be stuck in the Great Ascension stage for who knows how long." Jiang Li shook his head and said, "It's all due to senior sister's own opportunities. I just helped facilitate it. Even without me, you would still achieve the Imperial Realm." As he spoke, he pulled out Sifeng from behind and introduced him. "Senior sister, this is the kid Sifeng. He is a disciple of Senior Ling Yunzi." Jiang Li then recounted everything that had happened earlier to Bai Ling Miao. "So he is a disciple of Senior Ling Yunzi. No wonder he has already reached the golden core stage at such a young age. He truly is a talented youth." The look in Bai Ling Miao's eyes when she regarded Sifeng shifted from initial vigilance to realization. Just then, Lu Xinyan also noticed the commotion in the back mountain and hurried over. "Senior sister, are you all right?" She looked at Bai Ling Miao anxiously, and upon discovering that she had become an emperor, her face immediately showed joy. "Senior sister, you did it," she exclaimed excitedly. However, she then noticed Jiang Li and Sifeng beside her, and her brow furrowed. "What are you two doing here?" Bai Ling Miao smiled and explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. Little brother Sifeng accidentally wandered into the back mountain, and junior brother Jiang came here to find him." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's expression softened a bit. But when she made eye contact with Jiang Li, she noticed that his gaze seemed a bit too innocent, although they hadn't known each other long. Based on her understanding of Jiang Li, this guy was definitely a lecher. At this moment, Bai Ling Miao had just emerged from the pond, her hair still wet, and her clothes somewhat disheveled, which was quite different from her usual demeanor. Jiang Li could not possibly regard Bai Ling Miao in such a state. Yet now, this guy was completely focused straight ahead and didn't even glance at her. She immediately concluded that this guy was up to something. After suspiciously looking at Jiang Li, she turned to the still bewildered Seafoam and asked, "Little brother Seafoam, why are you here?" I was following. Cough, cough, yes. Why are you here?" Jiang Li emphasized the question again. Seafoam looked at Jiang Li, then at Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "I was just curious and accidentally followed a little beast here. I didn't mean to offend senior sister Bai. Please punish me." Seafoam stared innocently with big eyes, wanting to cry without tears. He wasn't pretending. He truly felt wronged. You just got lucky and didn't cause a big disaster. Otherwise, I would have spanked you." Jiang Li threatened him while walking up to him, slightly bending over, and with his back to Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, he smiled and winked at him. Lu Xinyan wanted to say something more, but at that moment, Bai Ling Miao spoke up. "Junior sister, Brother Seafing only acted by accident. He didn't mean it. He is a guest, so we mustn't be rude." Hearing this, Lu Xinyan could only nod and stop talking. However, her gaze towards Jiang Li was filled with suspicion. Jiang Li's behavior was just too normal. That was the biggest abnormality. "Junior sister, cheer up. From today on, our Yangxuzong will be a dual emperor sect." Although there were some minor incidents, Bai Ling Miao was still very excited inside. Today, she felt she had understood a part of her obsession. "Let's go back." Bai Ling Miao immediately took Lu Xinyan's hand and beckoned Jiang Li to prepare to leave the back mountain. Jiang Li, however, chuckled and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll take this little brat for a stroll." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao stared at Jiang Li for 2 seconds, making him break out in a cold sweat. "All right." Bai Ling Miao suddenly smiled brightly, as if her appearance had become even more beautiful after becoming an emperor. After saying that, the two sisters left the back mountain hand in hand. After Jiang Li and Seafing watched them leave, Seafing finally couldn't hold back and complained, "Brother Jiang, it was clearly you who brought me here, and you were the one who made me lay here. Why are you lying?" Jiang Li patted his shoulder and said, "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. When you're out, you need to have your own opinions. You mustn't just follow what others say. Otherwise, you might fall into someone else's trap and end up in an irreversible situation, regretting it too late." Seafing scratched his head and said, "But you told me to listen to you before and not to refute. That was before, this is now. Don't take the past as the present." Jiang Li casually replied and turned to leave. "Hey, keep up. It's getting dark. There are wolves in the back mountain. Be careful, or they might eat you." Seeing Seafeng pondering his words, Jiang Li had to turn back and remind him. In Jiang Li's eyes, Seafeng was a gifted child with deep fortune. Although he had a high opinion of himself and often looked down on those weaker than him, that was just the nature of a child. Aside from that, Jiang Li actually quite liked Seafeng. Moreover, almost everyone had this trait. It was just that some people hid it better. Not to mention, just because the kid had shown loyalty by not betraying him earlier, Jiang Li had a good impression of him. With some proper guidance, he could be a great asset in the future. "Huh? Oh." Hearing Jiang Li call him, Seafeng quickly responded and chased after him. Along the way, the two didn't talk. It was only when they arrived at the front yard that Seafeng suddenly said, "Brother Jiang, were you just using me as a shield?" Jiang Li laughed and said, "Not bad. Your wits aren't as dull as I thought." Upon hearing this, Seafeng's face darkened. "I took you as my real older brother, and you used me as a shield. Brother Jiang, am I really that foolish?" Jiang Li patted his shoulder and smiled. "Little Feng, you're not foolish. On the contrary, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met. You just aren't used to applying your intelligence in other areas. But don't worry, since Senior Ling Yun entrusted you to me, I won't let you suffer. From now on, I'll protect you." "Really?" Seafeng immediately smiled happily. At this moment, Jiang Li realized that the kid actually had a pair of dimples. Looking at Seafeng, who was only 12 or 13 years old, but already showing signs of being extraordinary, Jiang Li couldn't help but think that with such high talent, a deep background, and a striking appearance, how many girls would this guy attract in the future? Fortunately, he had a slight edge. If others walked alongside him, wouldn't all the attention be stolen? Chapter 59. The Gossiping Futuju. After personally helping his little brother choose a cave residence nearby, Jiang Li returned to his own cave early. Although many things happened today, the rewards were quite substantial. Not to mention the rewards he received from the more than 10 disciples during the morning lecture. What he was most looking forward to were the rewards from Bai Ling Miao and Seafeng. With a thought, 14 light screens appeared before him. A total of 14 opportunities. One of them was a 5-choice 3, which should be by Ling Miao's. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Li decided to first draw 2 from the earlier 2 5-choice 1 rewards, and then go for the 10 consecutive draws, with Bai Ling Miao's and Sifeng's rewards last. After thinking this through, he randomly drew 2 from the first 2 5-choice 1 rewards. As expected, there was no golden light. 2 rewards for increasing cultivation. 1 for 3 years, and 1 for 5 years. For his current cultivation, it was better than nothing. He also discovered one thing. The cultivation rewards were actually different. Just like the 100 years of cultivation he drew earlier was essentially a copy of that scattered cultivator's cultivation. If it were Lu Xinyan's 100 years of cultivation, he guessed he would jump to the legendary peak realm directly. After all, Lu Xinyan, who was now in her 20s, was already at the Emperor realm. If she cultivated for 100 years, she would definitely reach the peak realm. But that was clearly unlikely. The maximum value for copying cultivation should be the other's current limit. However, there was one advantage. After being enhanced by the system, the cultivation he gained was definitely solid, without any impurities. This was similar to learning skills. After exchanging for the 8 years of cultivation, it indeed only slightly increased his golden core realm cultivation, just as he had expected. No expectations meant no disappointments. Jiang Li directly opened the 10 consecutive draws. Tap, tap. I'm tapping. While murmuring, Jiang Li quickly selected 10 cards with both hands. As the cards were flipped open, beams of light began to flicker. White light, white light. White light after 9 consecutive white lights. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth. A golden legend appeared? Jiang Li was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that a golden legend would come from those ordinary disciples. He immediately looked at the card shining with golden light, and it turned out to be a talent card. On it was a faceless mask with only eye holes. Seeing this, Jiang Li curiously learned it directly. Soon, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had struck gold. Jiang Li couldn't help but mutter to himself. Talent mimicry, as long as Jiang Li wanted. He could mimic the demeanor, voice, and tone of anyone he had seen. If he learned disguise or transformation techniques in the future, this would be an incredible skill for walking the world, deceiving, robbing, and causing chaos. He thought for a moment and slightly opened his mouth. Big brother Jiang Li. But the voice was actually Lu Xinyan's. Jiang Li shuddered at his own thoughts and hurriedly expelled some unrealistic ideas from his mind. Then he checked the other rewards. However, there were no more good items, just a bunch of useless life skills. Adhering to the idea that having many skills is never a burden, he learned them all. After that, he turned his attention to the last 2 items. One was by Ling Yao's 5-choice 3, and the other was Sifeng's 5-choice 1. After thinking for a while, Jiang Li decided to use Bai Ling Miao's reward first. Although Bai Ling Miao's cultivation was much higher than Sifeng's, even if it turned out golden, there was a high probability that he would draw rewards like the Great Reversal Technique and the Pure Spirit Sword Technique. As for Bai Ling Miao's cultivation, Jiang Li didn't dare to think about it. Although Bai Ling Miao's talent was far inferior to Lu Xinyan's, she was not someone ordinary people could compare with. Her cultivation was 1 year for 1 year. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li directly selected the 3 cards in the middle. First, a normal white light appeared. But soon after, 2 dazzling golden lights suddenly appeared, dazzling Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Li was overjoyed. It flashed again. Just as he was amazed by his luck today and opened his eyes, he immediately wore a knowing expression. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. He drew the 2 ultimate skills of Yinsho sect, the Great Turnaround Technique and the Clear Spirit Sword Technique. But what good is that? In comparison, the reward that only flashed white light seemed much better. It was a skill that could perfectly control the heat. Originally, Jiang Li was thinking about having this skill complement the perfect braised pork recipe he learned earlier and develop into a chef. But then he suddenly thought, in this world, besides chefs needing to control the heat, there's also alchemy. In the future, he could also take on the role of an alchemist. Although he felt a bit disappointed, Jiang Li adjusted his mindset and focused on the reward from Sifeng. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Master Lao Jun, please show your power. Open for me. After mumbling a bit, Jiang Li decisively chose the reward in the middle. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light flashed, forcing Jiang Li to close his eyes again. At this moment, his excitement was beyond words. Sifeng, this little brat, had a talent and skills that were determined to exist. Since it flashed golden light, it must be something good. He didn't open his eyes immediately, but covered them with his hand and slowly loosened it. As he loosened, he chanted, "Cultivation technique, talent, cultivation technique, talent." When he finally opened his eyes, he saw a card in front of him depicting a bound book. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up as he immediately chose to learn it. The card instantly transformed into a golden light and entered his forehead. Bagua Futianju, Jiang Li murmurat. It turned out that the technique this little brat displayed during the day was this Bagua Futianju. Qian, Kun, Ke, Li, Xin, Sun, Gen, Dui. These 8 characters form the Bagua Futianju. Qian is heaven, Kun is earth, Gun is water, Li is fire, Zhen is thunder, Sun is wind, Gen is mountain, Dui is marsh. Each hexagram has corresponding techniques, each with its own merits. During the day, Sifeng had displayed the techniques of the 4 hexagrams, Kun, Kan, Zhen, and Sun. Jiang Li now fully understood the Bagua Futianju and realized that Sifeng only mastered these 4 hexagrams for now and only had a slight accomplishment. However, for the Kun hexagram, that little brat could only create some earthen walls to restrict the opponent's movement and obstruct their line of sight. But the true Kun hexagram can completely change the terrain and even cause a massive earthquake. Although due to his cultivation level, he likely wouldn't be able to create an earthquake now. He definitely wouldn't just conjure a few earthen walls to fool people. Jiang Li formed the Kun character seal with his hand, and his eyes sparkled. The floor beneath him quickly cracked and turned to dust. Then, with his intention, it transformed into a vividly animated rabbit. Seeing this, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder it was a saint-level technique. Just this move was far stronger than the clear spirit sword technique, which was purely an attack-type technique. Moreover, in the Qian character technique, there was an illusion technique that could be used in dreams. After experimenting with the techniques of other hexagrams, Jiang Li, filled with excitement, prepared to use the illusion technique within the Qian character to verify with Lu Xinyan in a dream whether the previous skills were useful. Chapter 60, Private Tutor Class. The next day, as dawn broke, Sifeng walked out of his cave dwelling, ready to find Jiang Li and continue learning. However, he was informed by a junior disciple of Yinshuo's sect that Jiang Li had already gone to the preaching venue. Brother Jiang is actually so hardworking. Thinking that Jiang Li was even more diligent than himself, Sifeng felt he needed to work harder and not embarrass Jiang Li. However, when he arrived at the preaching venue, he saw a rather bizarre scene. Unlike the solemn and serious preaching he had imagined, in front of him was a long line of young girls. And Jiang Li was sitting behind a table at the front of the line. "Your hands are a bit dry today, girl. You must pay attention to skincare next." Jiang Li reluctantly let go of a female disciple's hand and smiled at the next person. Sifeng curiously approached and asked, Brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Li glanced at him and, seeing that his luck was just an ordinary milky white color, lost interest. He merely gave him a faint look and said, "Can't you tell? I'm reading palmistry." After saying this, he turned back to the female disciple with a smile. "Xiaowen, you asked a question during the first preaching session. I remember you. Come, let the elder read your palm." Saying that, he took the female disciple's delicate hand in his own. "Oh, not bad. Your lifeline is very long. Unfortunately, your career line is a bit shallow, but don't worry. Listen to the elder's lessons, and you still have a chance to reverse your fate." Looking at Jiang Li, who resembled a creepy uncle, Sifeng felt Jiang Li's image in his heart was gradually collapsing. He was just young, not stupid. Combining what happened yesterday with the current scene, he had confirmed that Jiang Li was just an old lecher. Brother Jiang, does reading palms require looking at the back of the hand? Ling Yunzi was a master of hexagram techniques. Although Sifeng hadn't learned it yet, he had seen enough to directly question him. As soon as he spoke, he could see the female disciple and Jiang Li rolling their eyes at him. Before Jiang Li could speak, the female disciple named Xiaowen directly responded. Elder Jiang's palmistry is accurate. Little brat, don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. Elder Jiang has never been wrong in reading palms. No, sister, can't you see he's just playing around? Sifeng retorted, what do you care? Go play over there. After Xiaowen rebutted, she turned to Jiang Li and said, Elder, please continue reading my palm. Do I still have a chance to break through to the Golden Core realm? Sifeng suddenly felt very wronged. He didn't understand why. When he was just trying to help by speaking the truth, she still complained about him. Jiang Li smiled and pointed to a nearby open space, saying, go sit over there, I'll start class soon. Hearing this, Sifeng could only walk aside in confusion. Deep in thought, before long, Jiang Li had read through all the disciples in front of him. However, unlike yesterday, today only 3 people had a faint golden aura above their heads. But Jiang Li was not discouraged. As long as he persevered in helping these female disciples improve their cultivation and build a solid foundation, his future would be bright. Soon, the preaching officially began. Although Sifeng hadn't learned the great turnaround technique, he could actively absorb a lot of useful information from Jiang Li's preaching, especially when Jiang Li spoke. His words were humorous and lively, completely different from the style of his own master. After Jiang Li finished speaking, he still felt a bit unsatisfied and was very curious about the live questioning afterward. Jiang Li watched Sifeng's performance the entire time. He once again sighed that heaven was indeed unfair. Compared to Sifeng, the talents of these female disciples were simply a mess. Many times, before he finished speaking, Sifeng had already grasped the meaning he wanted to convey. Even during questioning, he raised many quite tricky questions. This was still based on the fact that he hadn't learned the great turnaround technique. No teacher dislikes clever students. After thinking for a while, Jiang Li decided to give him a little extra help. Let us go. I'll give you a private class. Jiang Li called out, leading him toward the martial arts arena of Yinshou sect. The other female disciples, seeing this, curiously followed along. Sifeng, somewhat puzzled, followed Jiang Li and asked, Brother Jiang, what are we going to do at the arena? I can't beat you. I'll help you solve some of your problems with techniques. Jiang Li replied without looking back. Sifeng smiled and said, Brother Jiang, I practice the Bagua Fusion Ju passed down by my master, not the great return to heaven skill of the Yinshou sect. My master wants me to learn from you about dealing with matters, so you don't need to worry about the techniques. Sifeng knew that Jiang Li had an absolute understanding of techniques and spells. However, he still didn't know the Bagua Fusion Ju, which limited his help. If it were just sparring, it would have been enough before. Jiang Li, however, smiled and said, since your master entrusted you to me, I must take responsibility for you. It's not just about simple experience in dealing with matters. We can't neglect other aspects either. All right, you have the final say, Sifeng said helplessly. Soon, Jiang Li and Sifeng arrived at the training ground. Hearing the wind, Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao curiously rushed over to see the excitement. Before long, the training ground was surrounded by female disciples of the Yinshou sect, forming layers of onlookers. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Shall we spar? Sifeng asked curiously, unable to guess how Jiang Li would teach him. Jiang Li smiled and said, just perform the several techniques you used before again. Sifeng nodded at this. The surrounding female disciples all craned their necks, eager to see this legendary saint-level technique. Sifeng formed a Kuan character seal with his hands, and the ground continuously rose with one tall earth wall after another, directly surrounding Jiang Li inside. Everyone gasped in amazement upon seeing this. Wow, such a large-scale change in terrain. Is he really just at the Golden Core stage? How impressive. No wonder he is a disciple of a sage. He is only 12 or 13 years old, a genius like Elder Lu. Hearing everyone's praise, Sifeng couldn't help but show a hint of pride. This time, he performed better than when he previously sparred with Jiang Li. Not only were there more walls, but their hardness was also stronger than before. He was confident that even if Jiang Li forcibly broke through the earth walls, it wouldn't be as easy as last time. How about it, Brother Jiang? He said proudly. Actually, regarding techniques, I can comprehend them on my own without needing others to teach me much. Often, my master only teaches the basics, and the rest I figure out myself. The implication was that he was proud of his talent. He acknowledged Jiang Li's strength, but felt he didn't need others to teach him about techniques. However, Jiang Li coldly replied, "A pile of dog shit." "What?" Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Your understanding of this technique is still too superficial. It's simply a pile of dog shit." "Brother Jiang, that's going too far. I've improved a lot compared to yesterday." Sifeng retorted, "Such a large-scale change in terrain, how many golden core cultivators can achieve that?" Jiang Li sneered, "What? Do you think you're amazing?" Sifeng immediately nodded, saying, "Brother Jiang, although I also want to be low-key, my strength doesn't allow it. I lost to you because of my lack of experience, not because of insufficient strength." As a 13-year-old golden core cultivator, Sifeng had the right to be arrogant. If Jiang Li hadn't defeated him, he wouldn't be so humble now. The surrounding female disciples also began to speak out. "Elder Jiang seems a bit biased. Such a large-scale change in terrain is not easy even for a nascent soul stage cultivator." Yes, our sect's two ultimate skills don't have this capability. This is the sage's technique after all. Although our sect's Qingling sword technique is strong, it still falls short. Only the Great Return to Heaven skill can barely match it. Bai Ling Miao whispered next to Lu Xinyan, "Has junior brother Jiang become addicted to lecturing these days? Why is he even teaching this saint disciple?" Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, "He has that qualification." Bai Ling Miao disagreed, although he has a deep understanding of the Great Return to Heaven skill. These are two different techniques. They are not the same. Lu Xinyan, however, looked at Jiang Li's back and insisted, "Although I don't know what he's thinking. I feel he is not someone who acts without purpose." Bai Ling Miao, uncertain, replied, "Let's just wait and see." "Senior sister," Lu Xinyan suddenly said seriously. Bai Ling Miao looked at her, unsure of what she was going to say. "Do you think it's possible that he also knows the Bagua Fuxinju?" A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flashed in Lu Xinyan's eyes. Bai Ling Miao laughed and said, "Junior sister, don't say silly things. How could that be possible? Since he knows the Great Return to Heaven skill and the Qingling sword technique, why couldn't he know the Bagua Fuxinju?" Lu Xinyan seemed to think of something, and the brilliance in her eyes grew even more dazzling. "What do you mean?" Bai Ling Miao was confused by Lu Xinyan's words. "Do you think he could deduce someone else's technique just by looking at it once?" Bai Ling Miao immediately laughed and said, "How could that be possible? How could there be such a person in the world? The Great Return to Heaven skill might have been passed down by a senior of the sect before, and he just happened to obtain it. It's all just coincidence." Bai Ling Miao still didn't believe it. Both techniques have been passed down, and he alone has comprehended them? There's no such thing as coincidence. Bai Ling Miao didn't take it seriously. Lu Xinyan said nothing more, but quietly watched Jiang Li, as if expecting something. Jiang Li treated the surrounding discussions as if he hadn't heard them, and instead smiled and said, "Watch closely." After saying that, Sifeng saw Jiang Li actually forming the same Kuan character seal as him. He immediately widened his eyes and murmured in disbelief, "No way. He also knows the Bagua Fuxinju?" Others, including Bai Ling Miao, also showed disbelief. Only Lu Xinyan revealed a knowing expression in her eyes. Sure enough, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the ground beneath Jiang Li's feet began to change. Then, soil and gravel quickly coalesced, transforming into a small rabbit. Upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. "Ha ha! I thought Elder Jiang was going to perform the Bagua Fuxinju. Turns out it was just a trick to fool us. That startled me. I was wondering what he was going to do. It turns out he just made a rabbit. But you have to admit, this rabbit is really cute." Bai Ling Miao also let out a slight sigh of relief, saying, "This guy really knows how to joke." Only Lu Xinyan's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. Her gaze fixed on the rabbit. "Senior sister, don't you think this rabbit is a bit different?" She said, "It's just a rabbit. Any cultivator who knows some object manipulation technique can make one." Bai Ling Miao casually replied. Senior sister looked closely, listening to Lu Xinyan's words. Bai Ling Miao also curiously stared at the rabbit. After a moment, she too showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, so lifelike. Not only is the rabbit's fur distinct, but its eyes also look alive. He actually has such precise control. Senior sister, can you achieve this effect with ordinary object manipulation techniques at the Golden Core stage? Lu Xinyan asked. Probably not, since I haven't practiced it, but Jiang Li might just have an affinity for this kind of thing. Bai Ling Miao said uncertainly. But what does this have to do with sparring? Is he going to use this little rabbit to bite someone? Lu Xinyan suddenly realized, I understand now. He wants Sifeng to train his precise control, not just simply create an earth wall to change the terrain. Is that so? But a rabbit this small is easy to make. If it's bigger, the difficulty will increase exponentially, with the time spent controlling it. It would be better to make some earth walls, simple and useful. Bai Ling Miao countered. Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, Senior sister, your talent is average. So you don't understand. Some people are meant to break the norm. What if Jiang Li can amplify this precise control infinitely? What you said is too hurtful to senior sister. You're just too infatuated with him. Bai Ling Miao's words ended the debate between the two. Sifeng was quite clever. When he saw the rabbit appear, he immediately understood what Jiang Li wanted to teach him. Brother Jiang, are you trying to teach me precise control to achieve better results against the enemy? Jiang Li nodded and said, that's right. A simple earth wall has too many ways to break it. While it's simple and practical, it lacks variation. Shifeng, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Of course, I understand this principle. If I had a realm of void refinement or divine transformation, I would do this, but I'm just at the golden core stage now. Jiang Li, however, said seriously, it's precisely because you're at the golden core stage that everyone thinks you can't do it. You need to go against the grain. If you were just an ordinary disciple with average talent, that would be fine, but will you only compare yourself to ordinary people? Shifeng was taken aback. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but stir. Although Elder John's words made sense, they felt somewhat offended. So, I can't even control a rabbit? Am I worse than an ordinary disciple? A female disciple at the golden core stage almost burst into tears. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm here to support you. After a moment of silence, Shifeng said earnestly, Brother Jiang, I think what you said is very right, but this is simply impossible. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands, and the soil on the ground began to gather, quickly forming a rabbit. However, it took much longer than Jiang Li. Creating this simple thing is easy, but applying it in actual combat at my current level is simply impossible. Even if I managed to create it, I would have long missed the best opportunity. So, you think this is impossible? Jiang Li smiled and said. Shifeng nodded. That's right. Your suggestion is great, but it's too idealistic. I can't do it, and no one can. Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled even brighter. What if I can? Little brat. Today I'll teach you another principle. Don't let fixed thinking limit your perspective. You can't do it. It's just that you can't. After saying this, he formed another Kuan character seal in front of Shifeng, smiling and shouting, your favorite tune, Kuan character, Earth-Binding Soil Dragon Tornado. As soon as he finished speaking, Shifeng felt the ground beneath him suddenly tremble. A giant dragon seemed to break through the ground with a dragon-esque roar. Chapter 62. Shifeng's confidence is shattered. Why you? This is not you, this. Shifeng stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing earth dragon, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Not only him, but the others were also shocked, staring at the lifelike earth dragon, their jaws dropping. Junior sister, I have average talent, you have good talent. Can you tell me if you could do this when you were at the golden core stage? Bai Ling Miao felt that the scene before her had completely refreshed her worldview. After spending over a decade accepting Lu Xinyan's exceptional talent, she thought it would be hard to be impacted. So when Shifeng appeared, she didn't react much. After all, compared to Lu Xinyan, little brat Shifeng was still lacking. Lu Xinyan didn't have a holy realm master, but Jiang Li completely surpassed her understanding. In Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes, there was a mix of shock and wonder. Although she felt an inexplicable trust in Jiang Li, when he actually performed such an outrageous feat, she was still more shocked. You're not, Brother Jiang, you also know the Bagua footed technique? Finally, Shifeng voiced his doubts. No way, Jiang Li directly denied. Then what's going on? This is clearly the technique of the Kuan character seal from the Bagua Fudu technique. Shifeng immediately questioned. What? Is it only you who can control things with the Bagua Fudu technique? Jiang Li raturta. But the fluctuations of the technique just now were exactly the same as the Bagua Fudu technique. Shifeng was sure he wasn't mistaken. But he heard Jiang Li stubbornly say, nonsense, this is clearly the Bagua Hantian technique. Shifeng, with a dark face, said, Brother Jiang, if you don't admit it, at least be a bit more creative with the name. It's just a single character change. What is it not allowed? Jiang Li said shamelessly. As long as it's not your bagua-footed technique, that's fine. Then, Jiang Li directly controlled the Earth Dragon, using its claws to pick up Shifeng. Little brat, instead of getting tangled up in these trivial matters, why not consider how you can reach my level? Didn't you say it was impossible? Now I've done it. What do you have to say? Shifeng tried to struggle free from the dragon's claws, but found that the Earth Dragon made of soil was incredibly hard. Not only that, this dragon possessed both form and spirit, exuding a faint dragon might that greatly intimidated him. At this point, escaping was even more difficult. Compared to Jiang Li's move, his method of creating a few earthen walls was ridiculously inadequate. Brother Jiang, let me down. At this moment, there were too many onlookers, and the 12 or 13-year-old Shifeng was at the age where he cared most about his small face turning red from embarrassment. However, Jiang Li didn't care about this at all. Want to come down? Prove yourself. If I don't make you recognize the gap today, you and T know that what I say is all golden advice. Hearing Jiang Li say this, Shifeng got angry. Then I'll smash your Earth Dragon. Hee. Do you think it's your broken Earth wall? Jiang Li skufa. Upon hearing this, Shifeng immediately formed a Qian character seal, and a flying sword flew out from his storage bag, radiating a cold light as it slashed towards the dragon's claw gripping him. Jiang Li smiled slightly and said, Qian belongs to metal. Although it has its killing power, it's hard to overcome my earth technique. Little brat, you used the wrong method. Indeed, when the flying sword struck the dragon's claw, the scene Shifeng had anticipated did not occur. The sword, although embedded deep in the dragon's claw, did not sever it completely and got stuck inside. No matter how he manipulated it, it wouldn't budge. Little brat, you should have used the Zhen character seal or the Sun character seal. These two seals belong to wood and would overcome earth. Isn't this a simple principle? Listening to Jiang Li's words, Shifeng, although feeling a bit rebellious, had to admit that Jiang Li was right. He immediately changed his strategy and formed the Sun character seal. Suddenly, a sapling broke through the soil on the dragon's claw. Soon, the roots pierced through the dragon's claw, allowing Shifeng to escape, his face lighting up with joy. But before he could be happy for long, Jiang Li's voice echoed in his ear. Kid, you've just escaped. What are you so happy about? Shifeng looked up and saw Jiang Li forming a Qian character seal. Earth produces metal. Metal overcomes wood. Thanks for your flying sword. As Jiang Li's words fell, Shifeng saw the flying sword that had been embedded in the dragon's body transform into a dragon claw, replacing the claw that had been pierced by the roots. Then, with a gentle grasp, it turned the tree he had just summoned into a pile of rotten wood. My sword. Shifeng barely had time to exclaim before he was once again grabbed by the dragon's claw. He prepared to use the same trick again, but was shocked to find it completely ineffective. Hey, little brat, aren't you clever? Why isn't your brain working today? Can't you see that this claw is transformed from your flying sword, which belongs to metal? How can wood overcome metal? You should use fire now. Listening to Jiang Li's merciless scolding, Shifeng couldn't find a single rebuttal. He could only keep a straight face and follow Jiang Li's advice, forming a Li character seal in his hands. Then, a ball of intense flame appeared out of nowhere, attempting to directly melt the dragon's claw. But in the next moment, Jiang Li was already standing on the dragon's claw, pointing his finger at his forehead. Little brat, if it were a real fight, no one would tell you what to do. The enemy won't wait for you to come up with all these countermeasures. After saying this, he kicked the newly summoned flame apart and leaped down from the dragon's claw while grabbing Shifeng. Then he snapped his fingers. The Earth Dragon immediately turned back into soil, returning to the earth. The once chaotic training ground also returned to its original state. With a clang of the sword, Sifang's flying sword was returned to him by Jiang Li. If I were your enemy, just the backlash from taking your flying sword would be enough for you to drink a jar of it. After saying this, Jiang Li threw Sifang to the ground, then squatted down and looked at him, saying, Do you still think I'm unqualified to teach you magic? Sifang looked up at Jiang Li in a daze, tears in his eyes, and said, Brother Jiang, am I really useless? This time, he was genuinely hit hard. Losing to Jiang Li before was due to lack of experience. But what about this time? Jiang Li used his own magic techniques. Although he only revealed 2 types, they were far superior to Sifang's. No, it couldn't even be described as just better. Even if his own master came, they might not be able to achieve this level. For the first time in his life, he felt so useless. Chapter 63. Not good at comforting women. Jiang Li looked at the somewhat overly beaten Si-Feng and scratched his head awkwardly. That go a bit too far? Jiang Li said shyly. At this moment, Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan also walked over. Don't pay attention to him. This guy isn't normal. What kind of good person can conjure an earth dragon at the Golden Core stage? Bai Ling Miao glared at Jiang Li and comforted Si-Feng. This is a disciple of the sacred realm. Since he has been entrusted to our Yinxiu sect, as the sect leader, I must take responsibility for him. If Jiang Li crushes his will to cultivate, who can bear the wrath of a sacred realm disciple? However, I really can't do it. Si-Feng's tears were already swirling in his eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. Bai Ling Miao quickly embraced him, setting aside his extraordinary talents. He was just a 12 or 13-year-old kid. Don't compare yourself to him. He just has some talents in magic that are hard for ordinary people to reach. Look, he only reached the Golden Core stage at 20. Compared to you, he's far behind. What good is being good at magic? In 3 to 5 years, you'll be at the divine transformation or returning to void stage, or even at the emperor level, while he'll still be at the Golden Core, easily defeated by you. Hearing this, Jiang Li touched his nose and smiled without retorting. Si-Feng then doubted. Really? Of course. The facts are right in front of you. You're still young. You can't judge a hero by temporary success or failure. Jiang Li is special. Only he can show off in front of you. Others wouldn't even last 3 moves against you. Bai Ling Miao wasn't just talking nonsense. The earth wall that Jiang Li called trash was seen as divine skill by other Golden Core cultivators. Moreover, Si-Feng had many such techniques. His foundation was far deeper than that of ordinary cultivators. Seeing Bai Ling Miao's serious expression, Si-Feng finally wavered. Before Jiang Li, he had never experienced such a serious sense of defeat. Bai Ling Miao noticed that her words were having an effect and quickly signaled Lu Xinyan to say a few words. Lu Xinyan saw this and said, "Don't say you, I couldn't reach his level when I was at the Golden Core stage either." Hearing Lu Xinyan say the same thing, Si-Feng finally calmed down. He regained his composure and looked at Jiang Li, saying, "Brother Jiang, please teach me magic." Jiang Li rolled his eyes at him and said, "Didn't you think I was unqualified? What are you doing?" Lu Xinyan immediately pinched him and said, "Speak nicely." Jiang Li could only reply irritably, "That was my intention. As long as you don't mind my low cultivation level, I can teach you." Si-Feng quickly shook his head and said, "I absolutely won't." Saying this, he directly knelt on the ground and was about to bow to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, seeing this, thought this kid is quite sensible and hurriedly helped him up. "Don't bow. Your master entrusted you to me. I will do my best not to embarrass the Yinxiu sect." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but show a relieved smile. No matter how unreliable Jiang Li was, at least at this moment, he had unconsciously regarded himself as part of the Yinxiu sect. "However, my requirements for you will be very strict. You need to be mentally prepared," Jiang Li said. Si-Feng immediately nodded, looking determined, and said, "Brother Jiang, don't worry. I definitely won't slack off." Jiang Li nodded. "That's good. You have a year. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage shouldn't be a problem. I won't worry about this aspect. I will focus on your magic techniques and combat skills, aiming for you to achieve half of my accomplishments." Si-Feng shook his head and said, "No, I will definitely be at the same level as Brother Jiang." Jiang Li could only smile at this. "Want me like me? Even if your master comes, it won't work." But he couldn't just crush the child's self-esteem. "All right, what we've covered today is enough for you to digest for a while. For now, think about it on your own, and don't go to the lecture hall. You're not a disciple of the Yinxiu sect, so you should avoid some things." Si-Feng immediately felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Yes, I was reckless." Bai Ling Miao, however, was not concerned and said, "It's fine. If you want to listen, go listen. Learning from different sources is also good, as long as you don't spread it outside." If it were an ordinary person, Bai Ling Miao would definitely be unwilling 100 times over. But Si-Feng was a disciple of a sage, and such a good opportunity to build a relationship. As the sect leader, how could she let it slip by? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Don't listen to her. What does a woman understand? After saying this, Jiang Li received a heavy punch on the head, resulting in a large bump. Bai Lingyao looked at him with a cold smile and said, "You've learned some skills. Now you dare to slander the sect leader?" Jiang Li quickly smiled and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." At this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly spoke up. "Senior brother, I have an unreasonable request." Seeing Lu Xinyan's serious expression, Jiang Li immediately straightened up and said, "Junior sister, please speak." However, the big bump on his head made him look quite comical. "I want to discuss swordsmanship with senior brother during my free time." "Don't worry, I won't disturb your cultivation. Just whenever you have free time." Jiang Li naturally wouldn't refuse. He would love for Lu Xinyan to improve every day so he could draw better rewards. The chances of drawing good things from talents like Lu Xinyan and Sifeng were incredibly high. "Hey, what are you talking about?" "Junior sister, whatever you want. Senior brother will go through fire and water to fulfill it. Why not discuss it now?" Lu Xinyan was taken aback. She didn't expect Jiang Li to seem even more enthusiastic than her. However, this kind of proactive attitude was quite to her liking. "But today has already wasted a lot of your time, and after a year of cultivation, you still have to go to Xuantiangong." Jiang Li waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about whether I go or not. My cultivation won't fall behind." "Then, senior brother, I dare to ask for your guidance. This time, we won't use chopsticks as swords, right?" Lu Xinyan had an eager look on her face. It seemed that she was still haunted by the previous lesson Jiang Li gave her with chopsticks. Seeing the good show about to unfold, the Yinxiu sect disciples who were originally preparing to disperse all stopped. Bai Lingyao and Sifeng also stepped aside. "Senior brother, as always, I will suppress my cultivation to be the same as yours. You don't need to hold back, and I won't hold back either. How about it?" Lu Xinyan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, completely different from her usual demeanor. Jiang Li smiled slightly and said, "Junior sister, I'm afraid you'll cry like a little kid after I beat you. I'm really not good at comforting women." Lu Xinyan's lips curled into an enchanting arc as she raised her hand to summon a long sword. "I want to see what you look like crying." Chapter 64. Handsome. "Senior brother, give it your all, and let me see the gap between us." Lu Xinyan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was eager to see just how strong Jiang Li could be when he fully unleashed the Qingling sword technique. "I don't know how big the gap is, but, junior sister, I'm afraid you might end up as a tragedy soon." Jiang Li chuckled lightly, forming a sword gesture with his hand, and a sword sound like a dragon's roar immediately echoed. Then, a beam of sword light pierced through space, heading straight for Lu Xinyan's brow. "Zulfast." Lu Xinyan only had time to think this thought as she instinctively raised her hand to block. But Jiang Li didn't give her that chance. A flash of divine light flickered in his eyes, and he immediately spotted the flaw at Lu Xinyan's shoulder. Jiang Li directly activated his talent skill, weakness perception. The flying sword, which was about to be blocked by Lu Xinyan, suddenly came to a halt and turned in a strange manner, stabbing directly at Lu Xinyan's shoulder. This made a trace of doubt flash in Lu Xinyan's eyes. She was well aware of the flaw at her shoulder. When she raised her sword to block, her shoulder would sink slightly to gain leverage, slowing down her movement for a moment, a subconscious habit she hadn't changed for many years. However, she never took it seriously. First, there was clothing covering it, and that slight movement wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Secondly, no one could seize that fleeting moment to defeat her. She didn't know if it was coincidence or if Jiang Li did it on purpose, but he actually attacked her shoulder right away. Lu Xinyan hurriedly changed her move, trying to compensate. With Jiang Li's understanding of the Qingling sword technique, he could guess what Lu Xinyan intended to do. He didn't give her a chance to continue and countered with an illusory move. Lu Xinyan successfully blocked the sword aimed at her shoulder, but she was already pinned at her throat by Jiang Li's sword. "Junior sister, 3 moves?" Jiang Li smiled slightly and withdrew his sword. The entire process was so fast that it only took a breath's time. What he thought would at least be a fair spar turned out to be shockingly quick. Lu Xinyan was stunned herself. She had not lasted as long as Sifeng. The entire martial arts arena was silent, and no one dared to breathe. They could accept Sifeng's defeat, as that little brat, no matter how talented, was still just a child. But Lu Xinyan was a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. Although she could suppress her realm, she was still an emperor. "Is it over? Has it ended just like that?" A female disciple spoke in disbelief. "No, I just lower my head for a moment, Can someone tell me that Elder Jiang's sword was just against Elder Lu's neck? I didn't see it wrong, did I? 3 moves, 1 breath. If it were a real life-and-death struggle, wouldn't that mean? This thought was left unspoken, but everyone knew what it implied. In a fight of the same realm, Lu Xinyan couldn't last even a breath in Jiang Li's hands. Hiss! The disciples collectively gasped. What kind of concept is this? Everyone looked at Jiang Li as if he were a monster. Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but say, luckily, his cultivation speed is slow. Otherwise, would anyone have a chance to survive? Lu Xinyan looked at the sword in her hand and then at Jiang Li, who was smiling at her. Was she feeling wronged? Unwilling? Lu Xinyan didn't even know how she felt right now. In short, it was very complicated. Junior sister noticed that Lu Xinyan's expression seemed a bit off, and Jiang Li quickly spoke up, wanted to say a few words of comfort. Senior brother, let's do it again. After saying that, Lu Xinyan also used the Qingling sword technique, controlling her long sword to turn into a flying rainbow and slashed at Jiang Li. Hey, wait. Why is she still so eager? Jiang Li could only respond, but the result was still the same as before. 3 moves, 1 breath. Lu Xinyan was once again pinned at her snow-white neck by Jiang Li's sword. Jiang Li withdrew his long sword and said, Junior sister, let me explain. Senior brother, let's do it again. Lu Xinyan, however, did not listen. This time, she directly held her sword and charged at Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li had no choice but to meet her with his sword technique. But the result, as expected, was another 3 moves, 1 breath. Lu Xinyan was once again pinned at her neck by Jiang Li's sword. Junior sister, regarding our Qingling sword technique, there are a few points you need to pay attention to. Again, Lu Xinyan was completely unable to listen. Since that night, when she was educated by Jiang Li with chopsticks, she had thought long and hard for 3 nights about countermeasures. But the result was even harder to accept than that night. Last time, she could say she was careless. What about today? Lu Xinyan, who was essentially just as proud as Sifeng, couldn't tolerate being defeated so easily. But Jiang Li was getting a bit frustrated with Lu Xinyan's relentless attacks. He thought to take this opportunity to guide her properly, laying the groundwork for future rewards. Now this girl was stuck in her stubbornness. Wasn't this just wasting his time? Sure enough, once a proud person breaks through, they become harder to deal with than usual. This time, Jiang Li didn't indulge her any longer. As soon as Lu Xinyan finished saying, let's do it again, Jiang Li lunged at her with a sword strike that was almost at its peak, not giving her a chance to move at all. Facing this sword, Lu Xinyan felt that no matter how she responded, it was futile. She hadn't even raised her sword, yet when Jiang Li's sword was already horizontal in front of her, this time, she didn't even get a single move in. Junior sister, calm down. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, applying slight pressure with his sword hand. The sharp blade instantly cut a small gash on Lu Xinyan's perfectly slender neck. Crimson blood trickled down the blade toward the guard of the long sword. Lu Xinyan stared at that drop of blood, and her eyes finally regained clarity. She slowly stepped back, holding her sword with both hands, and slightly lowered her head, saying, I'm sorry for causing trouble for senior brother. Jiang Li saw this and broke into a smile. Wasn't I handsome just now? Lu Xinyan also smiled brightly. Handsome? The already stunning Lu Xinyan looked even more enchanting at this moment. Especially with that small wound on her neck, it added a touch of fragility to this young empress. Bai Ling Miao took the opportunity to walk over, seemingly complaining, but actually showing concern. Junior sister, how did you lose your composure? Lu Xinyan cast an apologetic glance at her. I'm sorry for worrying you, senior sister. She allowed a long breath, looked seriously at Jiang Li, and said, Senior brother, please enlighten me. Jiang Li nodded with a smile. It should be so. The oppressive atmosphere was instantly swept away. The martial arts arena became lively again. The female disciples surrounding them instantly began chattering away, discussing how amazing the battle between Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan had been. Hey, did you see that? Elder Jiang's last sword was incredibly cool, wasn't it? I saw it. No wonder Elder Lu fell for Elder Jiang at first sight. I used to think Elder Jiang was just living off her, but now it seems he clearly conquered Elder Lu with his strength. From now on, Elder Jiang is my idol. Wow, so cool. 2 great talents have both fallen to my idol's sword. If anyone says my Elder Jiang's cultivation is low, I'll be angry with them. Is that low cultivation? That's just leaving a way out for the talents. Low EQ. Elder John's cultivation is so low. High EQ. He's so outstanding, he can only use this method to leave others a way out. Chapter 65. Is this also acceptable? Just as everyone was marveling at Jiang Li's strength and incredibility, Lin Wanwan, standing in the crowd, furrowed her brows slightly. When Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan were sparring, her position was facing Jiang Li. From Jiang Li's eyes, she seemed to see a very familiar scene. That was something that would only occur when she used her own talent ability. Could it be that he can also? Lin Wanwan thought to herself. Lin Wanwan's talent, although not worth mentioning compared to the likes of Si Feng and Lu Xinyan, is still a rare prodigy. Based on the earlier situation where Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan fought, she became even more certain that Jiang Li must also be able to see others' flaws. However, Jiang Li gave her the impression that he was far stronger than she was. Her own talent had an appallingly low success rate, but Jiang Li seemed to see through everything every time. Could it be that Jiang Li had some special training method? Lin Wanwan thought to herself, her eyes growing brighter. If Jiang Li really had such a method, didn't that mean she could too? But just thinking about the scene when she went to Jiang Li's cave and was bullied by him made Lin Wanwan feel a wave of embarrassment. It was so humiliating. This was also the reason she had been avoiding Jiang Li for the past few days. But now it seemed that if she wanted to improve herself, she couldn't avoid Jiang Li at all. After giving Lu Xinyan some pointers, Jiang Li teamed up with Si Feng and headed towards his cave. After sparring with two top prodigies today, he felt a bit tired. Big brother Jiang, you're amazing. I've never seen anyone as strong as you. Si Feng expressed his admiration for Jiang Li all the way. If it were just him who had been beaten, he might have felt a bit upset. But with Lu Xinyan, who was already at the Emperor realm, Si Feng felt that his little setbacks were trivial. At the same time, his admiration for Jiang Li grew even more fervent. Under Si Feng's flattery, Jiang Li's vanity was immensely satisfied. Ha ha, low-key, don't be too flashy. Don't be too flashy. The pleased Jiang Li immediately decided to treat himself and his little brother Si Feng to something special. Let's go. Today I'll let you experience my extraordinary side. Oh, Si Feng was slightly surprised, not knowing what Jiang Li was planning. He watched as Jiang Li turned a corner and took him to the back mountain. Before long, they had caught quite a few wild game. They then went to the pharmacy and found many spices. Soon, the two set up a barbecue grill in front of Jiang Li's cave. Big brother Jiang, is this your extraordinary side? Si Feng was stunned, not expecting that Jiang Li was talking about culinary skills. What, looking down on it? Si Feng waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. It's just that this has nothing to do with cultivation. I didn't expect big brother Jiang to have the time to study this. Jiang Li's expression became serious as he said, do you understand the balance of work and rest? If you only cultivate every day, your brain will get messed up. Si Feng thought that only Jiang Li could say such a thing, and he really couldn't refute it. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted into Si Feng's nostrils, making his fingers itch, and he couldn't help but salivate. Seeing this, Jiang Li chuckled and handed him a skewer of roasted meat. Si Feng grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich flavor of the meat immediately filled his mouth, making it hard for him to stop. Previously, he had mostly eaten various spiritual vegetables and immortal fruits. Although they were all rare and good things, they were indeed a bit bland, and he had never tasted such rich grilled meat. The first time he had this ordinary grilled meat made him feel like he might cry. Wow, this is so delicious. What have I been eating before? After saying that, he looked at Jiang Li eagerly. Jiang Li saw this and smiled. Take as much as you want, there's plenty. Huh? What are you two doing? Just as the two were enjoying their feast, Lin Wanwan walked over. She had originally thought about how awkward it would be to see Jiang Li again and what to say to ease the tension. She didn't expect to find them barbecuing right away. Oh, junior nephew is here. You're in for a treat. Come quickly. Jiang Li naturally didn't think about those unnecessary things and immediately called her over. Lin Wanwan sniffed the rich aroma of the meat and forgot all about her embarrassment. Quickly walking over. Uncle Master, you really are in the mood. She was just about to say a few polite words when Jiang Li shoved a skewer of meat into her mouth. Her eyes almost popped out from the shock, and she forgot to say anything, just hurriedly eating. Jiang Li said impatiently, No more pleasantries. Just eat. How could she, a rare beauty, let Jiang Li's impolite action slide? She was just about to scold him when the roasted meat in her mouth made her choke back her words. She couldn't care about talking anymore and began to munch away with sea foam. It was only because Jiang Li had the perfect skill for roasting meat that he satisfied the appetites of these two gluttons. After they were full, Jiang Li handed each of them a cup of tea and said, "After eating so much meat, drink some tea to ease the greasiness." After thanking him, they held their cups and took small sips, their faces showing indescribable satisfaction. "Big brother Jiang, can we do this again tomorrow?" Sifeng looked up at Jiang Li with an expectant face. Lin Wanwan beside him also showed a hint of anticipation. Jiang Li sighed at the sight. Just a barbecue, and he had corrupted two prodigies. After giving each of them a light smack on the head, Jiang Li scolded. "It's fine to eat like this once in a while, but you need to balance work and rest. What? Do you want to eat this every day? I'm not your babysitter. Do you want me to wipe your bottoms too?" Upon hearing this, Sifeng pouted, holding his head in a pitiful manner. Lin Wanwan also looked at Jiang Li with a resentful gaze. This was the second time Jiang Li had smacked her head. Jiang Li ignored their expressions and turned to Lin Wanwan, asking, "If you have something to say, just say it. You've been hesitating for a long time." Lin Wanwan glanced at Sifeng, who remained silent. Jiang Li then looked at Sifeng and said, "Little brat, if you're full, get lost. Why are you still hanging around? I'm making space for you. Do you really think I'm a child who knows nothing?" Sifeng stood up, patted his butt, and left. "You little rascal." Jiang Li laughed and turned to Lin Wanwan. "Now, how can you talk?" After taking a sip of tea, Lin Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to say, "Uncle Master, do you also have the talent to see through others' flaws?" Jiang Li was taken aback for a moment before understanding. He hadn't expected Lin Wanwan to be so perceptive, figuring out the clues just from today's sparring. Jiang Li thought for a moment and then remained silent, lightly tapping a small stool that Sifeng had been sitting on. Despite not using much force, the stool shattered instantly. Lin Wanwan's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This is possible? Chapter 66. Lin Wanwan's method to enhance her talent. "What can't you do it?" Jiang Li asked in surprise. Lin Wanwan shook her head. "Flaws. Don't only talented people have them?" "Not just that," Jiang Li said as he demonstrated again, infusing a bit of spiritual energy into a bamboo skewer and launching it at a nearby small tree. As the skewer hit the tree, both the skewer and the tree exploded. Lin Wanwan was stunned for a moment before she grabbed Jiang Li's hands tightly. "Uncle Master, teach me. Please teach me." The way Lin Wanwan looked at Jiang Li was like a hungry dog seeing fresh, steaming food. "Let go. If someone sees us like this, they misunderstand. We can talk about it when we get back to my cave." Upon hearing Jiang Li's words, Lin Wanwan realized she had been too excited. She quickly released her grip, her face flushing as she explained, "Sorry, Uncle Master, I was too abrupt." Jiang Li didn't mind and shook his head. "No problem. Now tell me, what is your talent like at the moment?" Lin Wanwan sighed. "Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I was really excited when I first discovered this talent, but later I found it to be quite useless. Every time I fight or spar with my sisters, I always struggle to see through things in time, and it leaves my eyes feeling sore and unbearable. Over time, I just stopped using it." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Have you ever thought about targeted training?" Lin Wanwan complained, "I have, but it's innate. There's nothing to learn from others, and overall the results are minimal. Not to mention, you can even see the weaknesses of inanimate objects like your master uncle." Then she got a bit excited and asked, "Master uncle, you're so amazing. Can you tell me how you practiced?" "Oh, it's innate," Jiang Li awkwardly replied. How could he say that his talent was drawn from her? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan instantly felt disheartened. "Well, it seems there's no hope. I thought I was someone extraordinary, but it turns out I'm just an ordinary person." In the past few days, Lin Wanwan had been quite affected. First, she learned from her master that Jiang Li was not some hidden expert. And then suddenly a disciple of a sage named Sifeng appeared. If we don't count Lu Xinyan, she was originally the first pride of the Yinchi sect. However, her presence in the past few days had been quite low, which made her very uncomfortable. But it wasn't without a solution. Jiang Li pundareth. If he could analyze the differences between the two, he thought it was still possible. After all, his talent was simply an upgraded version of Lin Wanwan's. Immediately, Jiang Li asked Lin Wanwan to carefully describe her situation when using her talent. According to your words, you must concentrate particularly hard each time to have a chance of success. But in actual combat, you won't be given that opportunity, right? Lin Wanwan nodded vigorously, yes. By the time I focus, others have already struck me with 10 swords, and the consumption of spiritual power is enormous. Jiang Li stroked his chin and said, then can we understand that the primary goal is to shorten the time needed to concentrate, which would also help solve the problem of spiritual power consumption? That's what I was thinking, but how should I practice? Lin Wanwan scratched her head, unable to come up with a good method. Jiang Li contemplata. What kind of situation or what kind of thing can attract your attention at a glance? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's face turned slightly red, a handsome guy. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, and he suddenly clapped his hands. I got it. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan hurriedly asked, Master Uncle, what did you think of Jiang Li Shukulat? I can't say yet. After the lecture tomorrow, I'll take you to a place. Lin Wanwan looked a bit puzzled. Are we leaving the sect? Jiang Li nodded. That's right. If you want to catch your eye and attract your attention, this is the only way. Can you tell me where we're going? I need to ask my master for leave. Jiang Li shook his head. Don't worry about that. I'll talk to your senior sister. If I tell you now, it won't work. Saying this, he stood up and stretched. All right, it's been a busy day, and it's getting late. I'm going back to rest. You clean this up before you leave. After saying that, without giving Lin Wanwan a chance to refuse, he directly ran back to his cave. Lin Wanwan looked at the mess and leftover scraps on the ground, shaking her head in distress. At her age, when had she ever done this? Upon returning to his cave, Jiang Li immediately drew the rewards from the several divinations that had manifested today. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything good. It only increased the cultivation of 10 ordinary disciples, which was better than nothing. The next morning, Jiang Li went to the lecture hall early again. Following the usual routine, he first did some handshaking and fortune-telling. There weren't many people with golden divination signs on their heads today, but there were 2 unfortunate disciples whose luck seemed slightly dark. It didn't seem serious. At most, they did have a nosebleed or something similar. After giving some advice, he began his passionate lecture. With the experience from the previous days, he was already quite adept at lecturing. After finishing early, Jiang Li saw Lin Wanwan approaching with panda eyes. Master Uncle, Lin Wanwan called out from a distance. Jiang Li, seeing this, asked, what happened to you? I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night, and I didn't cultivate either, so I just stayed up. Jiang Li, seeing this, speechlessly formed a hand seal. A stream of clear water sprayed from his palm and splashed on Lin Wanwan's face. I said you didn't come to listen this morning to wake up a bit. After all, you're the first beauty of Ningzhou. Don't embarrass your master uncle. Lin Wanwan shivered, and her consciousness instantly became much clearer. As she slightly circulated her cultivation method, the fatigue on her body vanished. I've already talked to your master. We can leave now. Oh, by the way, you should change your clothes. This isn't convenient. Lin Wanwan looked down at her dress, which was bright and vibrant, and suited her well. What's wrong with this? Change into a set of men's clothes. It's more convenient. Jiang Li didn't explain and directly ordered. Oh, okay. Lin Wanwan didn't take it seriously, and after agreeing, she hurriedly went to change clothes. In a moment, she turned around. Jiang Li noticed that the luck above her head was an ordinary white with a hint of dark red, as if she was about to see some blood. He immediately called out to Lin Wanwan, Junior niece, your luck is a bit lacking today. You might bleed a little. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan looked serious. Is it serious? It's nothing serious. Come on, Master Uncle will give you a divination. Lin Wanwan relaxed a bit and directly extended her hand to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, seeing this, smiled and was about to grab it when he heard a cold snort from beside him. Be honest with your hands. Jiang Li turned to see Lu Xinyan standing behind him, having appeared without him noticing. Lin Wanwan hurriedly greeted, Master Uncle. Lu Xinyan glared at Jiang Li and said to Lin Wanwan, Don't let him take advantage of you again. Ah, but Master Uncle Jiang said my luck is lacking. Shouldn't I check my palm? Lin Wanwan explained. Lu Xinyan coldly huffed. He is also quite skilled at reading faces. It's not necessary to check palms, right, Jiang Li? Actually, checking bones is a bit more accurate. Jiang Li muttered. What did you say? Nothing. Junior niece Wanwan just has a bit of minor misfortune. It can indeed be checked by just looking at her face. Although reluctant, Jiang Li had to give up. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Missing 1 or 2 wouldn't matter. After Lin Wanwan agreed, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Li. It seemed that because the divination sign was too small, the hints on the light curtain were almost explicit. Thinking of the place he was going to take the girl, Jiang Li immediately felt a bit awkward. Jiang Li said with some embarrassment, Wanwan, you should prepare yourself. You might really bleed a bit today. Lin Wanwan asked in surprise, Master Uncle, can't you resolve it? Jiang Li felt a bit awkward. I think bleeding today would be more beneficial for you. Don't worry, it's just a minor disaster. There is no need to resolve it, just endure it. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan didn't think much of it. However, Lu Xinyan became interested. I heard senior sister say you're taking her out? Where to? Oh, just taking a stroll in Ningzhou City. I haven't been out for a while, so I want to go back and take a look. Jiang Li casually said. Then take me with you. Jiang Li's expression instantly changed to one of difficulty. What do you want to go for? If you two can go, why can't I? Lu Xinyan asked in confusion. Oh, we're going to do serious business. Jiang Li replied. What? A dignified Emperor Realm cultivator, would cause trouble? Besides, you two little golden core cultivators, if you offend someone in Ningzhou City, I would even be able to save you in time. It's better if I go with you. Listening to Lu Xinyan's words, Jiang Li was speechless. I've been in Ningzhou City for a while and haven't seen many cultivators. Lu Xinyan shot him a glance and said, with your level of cultivation, even if someone stands right in front of you, you wouldn't notice. Did you even realize when I stood in front of you back then? Did you? And let me tell you, Ningzhou City is the territory of a mighty dynasty. Even our Yinchi sect must abide by the rules there. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. You never know who you might offend. With me around, it will save you a lot of trouble. With such reasoning from Lu Xinyan, Jiang Li had nothing to retort. He could only say, let us make this clear. I can take you there, but once we arrive, you mustn't turn against me or hit anyone, understand? Lu Xinyan immediately nodded and said, don't worry, I am a dignified empress. How could I be so unreliable? Saying this, she eagerly pulled Lin Wanwan to go change clothes. Before long, 2 handsome young men appeared in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li circled around them and exclaimed, everything else is fine, but what's going on here? Why is it missing? Following Jiang Li's gaze, both girls looked down at their chests and couldn't help but blush. Spitting out pervert. Big brother Jiang, take me with you. Just as the 3 were about to set off, Sifeng approached, eyes filled with longing. Adults' matters are not for kids to meddle in. Make sure to finish the homework I assigned you. I will be checking when you return. After pushing him aside, Jiang Li left with the 2 girls, while Sifeng could only make a face behind them and mumble a few words. Soon, the 3 arrived back at Ningzhou City. Returning to Ningzhou City and seeing the bustling streets, Jiang Li felt like he was back in the human world. The scenery of Yinchi's sect was nice, but it always lacked a sense of liveliness. After the novelty wore off, it was just about the same. Jiang Li was still more accustomed to the environment of Ningzhou City. Jiang Li led the way while the 2 girls followed behind him. However, it was quite an odd sight to see a young man in a Daoist robe, followed by 2 elegantly dressed young men in white. Hey, this direction isn't the street where I met you before. Lu Xinyan noticed that Jiang Li was not taking them to the Horse Market Street, but to another place in Ningzhou City. The streets here were much cleaner than Horse Market Street, yet just as lively. Horse Market Street had all sorts of people, mostly poor. He wouldn't take you to such a place. Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan exchanged glances, unsure of where Jiang Li intended to take them. But soon, they found out the answer. Oh my, such handsome young men and Daoist priests. Come in and have some fun. Young master, come quickly. Ladies, come out quickly. Look, 2 young masters, even more beautiful than us, have arrived. Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan looked at Jiang Li, who was walking ahead and greeting everyone with a smile. Their faces dark as soot. They never expected Jiang Li would bring them to such a place. Senior brother, is this your serious business? Feeling the icy glares from behind, Jiang Li paused slightly and then smiled back. We agreed, no turning against each other and no hitting people. Then why did you bring us to such a place? I think it's you who wanted to come. Jiang Li hurriedly explained, no, I've never been here before. I truly have serious business. It's to help Wanwan cultivate. Oh, isn't this the Daoist priest who charges extra? I haven't seen you for some time. Xiao Taohong was just talking about you yesterday. Where are you going to make money now? Just as Jiang Li finished explaining, an alluring old madam swayed over, her ample bosom bouncing as she approached. Lu Xinyan immediately sneered. So you are a regular here. Is this what you mean by never having been here before? Jiang Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained again. I've only calculated fortune for the girls here and checked their fates. That's all. After saying this, he turned to the old madam with a righteous expression and said, Don't spread nonsense. I am a monk. Do not tarnish my reputation. Seeing this, the old madam glanced at Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan behind him, her eyes twinkling. Oh, aren't you here to thank the Daoist for his previous help in dispelling disasters? If the Daoist has business here, feel free to tell me. I guarantee I will arrange everything for you. Hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He indeed had business. He took out some silver and stuffed it into the old madam's hands, saying, I want to inquire about something. Is the Zue phone building still around? Can you get me 3 invitations? The old madam looked at the beautiful Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan behind Jiang Li and suddenly understood. She leaned closer to Jiang Li and whispered, I heard Xiao Taohong wanted to keep you overnight, but you refused. It turns out you enjoy this. Stop beating around the bush. Do you have it or not? Yes, of course. But Jiang Li didn't hesitate and stuffed another handful of silver in her hand, saying, Money is not an issue. I want the best quality. The old madam glanced at the silver in her hand, her face instantly beaming with a smile. Rest assured, Daoist, it's still early. You 3 come in for some tea first and wait for my good news. After saying this, she welcomed Jiang Li and the 2 girls into her establishment, and, after arranging tea for them, left in high spirits. The Zue phone building is an even more luxurious brothel than this, Lu Xinyan said, her eyes filled with coldness. Jiang Li shook his head and said, Don't worry. You will know when the time comes. Chapter 68. The Male Wind Pavilion. At night, the Flower and Willow Drum Alley was brightly lit and bustling with activity. All the brothels had opened their doors, and on the balconies stood many young women dressed scantily, waiting for wealthy guests. Waves of customers passed by Jiang Li and the others, always glancing at the 3 strange figures who only drank tea and did nothing else. Just as Lu Xinyan was about to lose her temper, the old madam finally returned, trembling slightly. Daoist, I have fulfilled my promise. Here are the items you requested. The first-class invitations. Jiang Li took them with a satisfied smile and handed over a pile of silver as a reward. Then, amid the old madam's constant gratitude, he led Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan out. Jiang Li, can you finally tell us where we are going? At this moment, Lu Xinyan didn't even want to call him senior brother anymore. Jiang Li shook his head and said, Don't rush, we'll be there soon. Before long, Jiang Li led the 2 to a very luxurious 9-story building. The plaque hanging above boldly displayed the golden characters Zue phone building. Compared to the various brothels in Flower and Willow Drum Alley, this place was far more imposing and lacked the dusty atmosphere of the others. Although many people were coming and going, one could tell from their attire and demeanor that those who came here were of a much higher status than elsewhere. Most importantly, there were no women here flaunting their bodies to attract customers. This isn't a brothel, is it? Lu Xinyan asked. Jiang Li shook his head, but did not speak, instead directly walking inside. Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan exchanged glances and followed him in. As soon as they entered, Jiang Li was stopped by a servant at the door. Dear guest, do you have an invitation? Jiang Li took out the invitation from his pocket and handed it over. We're together. Upon seeing that it was a first-class invitation, the servant immediately put on a flattering smile and said, Please come in, dear guest. However, when he looked at Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan behind Jiang Li, his expression changed. Lu Xinyan noticed, but didn't understand why. Once the 3 entered, the servant turned to his companion and said, Did you see that? This is how to play. He brought his own. This young master's background is impressive. He actually found such beauties. His companion nodded and said, They are not inferior to Ling Gu'er. Lu Xinyan naturally didn't hear any of this. After entering the Zue phone building with Jiang Li, she realized that the interior was even more luxurious than the exterior. The furnishings and decorations here are made from many rare treasures. The grandeur is such that even she, as the empress, is in awe. It's not that she cannot afford these items, but using them as mere decorations is quite extravagant. A well-dressed attendant approached as Jiang Li and the others entered. "You three are distinguished guests. Please follow me. There are currently 5 available rooms in the A section. Feel free to choose." Saying this, he led Jiang Li to a room on the 4th floor. After casually selecting a room, the attendant, with a professional smile, said, "If this is your first time here, I can introduce you to our shop's specialties." Seeing Jiang Li nod, the attendant smiled and opened a door inside the room, revealing a small platform behind it. When the 3 reached the small platform, they found it to be a hidden paradise. It had a total of 9 levels, with countless rooms arranged in a large circular barrel shape, allowing a direct view of the ground below and the starry sky above, providing an excellent line of sight with no blind spots. In the center was a massive cross-shaped platform. The attendant pointed at the platform and said, "In about an hour, the selection will begin. At that time, the gentleman will come up from the small doors, and the platform can rotate, so you don't need to worry about not seeing clearly. If you have any favorites, just let me know." After finishing, he suddenly added, "Oh right, you're in luck today. The son of the city guard will also be here, and for this reason, there will be no fewer than 10 new gentlemen on stage today. If you don't know anyone, you might want to pay attention." Just as he finished speaking, several young attendants came in from outside, bringing various fruits, vegetables, pastries, and drinks to place on the table in the room. "Would you like it placed inside or here?" Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, "Just leave it here, and you can go out. No need to come back unless I call for you." The attendant maintained his warm smile, but did not speak or move. Seeing this, Jiang Li slapped his forehead in realization, took out a silver ingot from his pocket, and tossed it to the attendant. After catching it, the attendant flicked his wrist, and the silver vanished without a trace. After glancing at Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan, who were following Jiang Li, the attendant showed a knowing expression and exited. Once they were alone, Lin Wanwan immediately looked around and asked, "Master Uncle, what exactly is this place? Can it help train my talent?" Jiang Li nodded and replied, "I thought of this place based on your situation. It should be useful." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan's face showed a look of anticipation. However, Lu Xinyan frowned slightly and asked, "What did that person mean by gentleman?" Jiang Li chuckled. "Didn't he say it would be in about an hour? You'll find out soon." Then he looked at Lin Wanwan and said, "Soon it will be time to train your skills, so don't let me down. I've already spent the little money I had for you." Lin Wanwan's eyes filled with determination as she said, "Master Uncle, don't worry." Thus, the 3 of them sat on the balcony, eating fruits and vegetables while waiting for the selection. Meanwhile, in one of the 2 rooms on the 9th floor, 2 young men stepped out. Their location allowed them to overlook any balcony on the 9th floor below. Others cannot see them. Brotersu, I've already spoken with the owner of this Zue phone tower in advance today. You can speak up if you see anyone you like. Although Lu Zichuan's words were full of enthusiasm, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. As the son of the city guard, he had to accompany such a waste to this kind of male establishment. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed about it. But he had no choice. After all, this waste had a good father. How could the esteemed general of the Imperial Cavalry, a late-stage cultivator, end up with such a useless son? Sulindran laughed heartily. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. Since we've come, let us not waste time and get started." Upon hearing this, Lu Zichuan nodded and said to the attendant behind him, "Tell your boss to start now. No need to wait." The attendant nodded and went out. Shortly after, he returned with a report. At the same time, all the lanterns hanging outside Zue Phone Tower lit up simultaneously, illuminating the inside as brightly as daylight. Melodious music began to play at that moment. Lin Wanwan, who was eating fruit, was slightly taken aback. "Hasn't it been less than an hour?" Chapter 69, Talent Training. As soon as Lin Wanwan finished speaking, the cross-platform below began to slowly rotate. Then, a circle of small doors on the 1st floor opened completely. One exceptionally handsome man after another stepped out from inside, walking onto the platform. Lu Xinyan was fine. She wasn't interested in such superficially attractive men. But Lin Wanwan was completely mesmerized. Talented individuals are still human, with their own preferences and flaws. Lin Wanwan had a little-known quirk. She was a face-conscious person. She loved looking at handsome men. In her words, it was appreciation. Usually, she was either cultivating were on her way to cultivate. Although she had encountered a few good-looking male cultivators, like Gu Linhuan from the White Tiger sect, who was actually quite handsome when excluding personal feelings and positions. And of course, her master uncle Jiang. However, neither of them could compare to the impact of the men she was seeing today. Oh my gosh, they're so beautiful, so handsome. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled. Jiang Li rolled his eyes. No need to be so infatuated. Just call over whoever you like. Hey, can I? Lin Wanwan asked excitedly. Of course not. Don't forget what I brought you here for. Jiang Li gave her a light smack on the head. Tell me their weaknesses as fast as you can. These people should be enough to sharpen your focus, right? Lin Wanwan didn't look back and replied, That's enough. They are too distracting. Lin Wanwan leaned directly on the railing, craning her neck to watch continuously. The men on the cross-platform were not only good-looking, their expressions and movements were also very alluring. Hey, did you hear what I said? You can't just look, you have to use your talent. Viang, lidemin dit her. Lin Wanwan didn't turn around and said, I know. Oh no, how embarrassing. That little brother is looking at me. While saying this, Lin Wanwan reached out her hand to greet him. Lu Xinyan was not like Lin Wanwan, who had rarely left the sect and hadn't seen much of the world. She quickly realized what this so-called Zue foam tower was all about. She pulled Jiang Li closer and squinted. This place is Shu. Don't speak. Wanwan doesn't know. I'm just bringing her here to train her talent. Is that all? Lu Xinyan asked suspiciously. Don't lead Wanwan astray. Jiang Li shook his head. How could that be? Lu Xinyan's eyes gleamed coldly. Let me tell you, sister only has this one proud disciple. If you ruin her, even if you're my senior brother, I will not let you off. Oh, don't worry. As long as you don't say anything, Wanwan won't think too much. If it works, we'll have to come often in the future. Just don't let anything slip. Oof. Lu Xinyan snorted coldly. I'll only give you this one chance. If it doesn't work, we'll head back to the sect immediately. Jiang Li nodded. Let us give it a try. Saying this, he shouted to Lin Wanwan, quick. Did you see anything? Ah, so handsome. Ah, the first one on the left, 3 inches to the right of his lower abdomen, left shoulder, right ankle bone. The second one on the left, between his eyebrows, back of the head, right shoulder blade, left thigh inner side. The third one on the left. Oh, they are all mortals, with weaknesses all over, but they are so handsome. Lin Wanwan didn't hesitate at all, quickly reporting the weaknesses of the men below with speed and precision. Jiang Li also activated the talent of weakness perception, confirming the accuracy of what Lin Wanwan said one by one. Not bad. The speed improved a bit, but the accuracy dropped, missing a lot. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lu Xinyan, saying, It works. Lu Xinyan snorted coldly and said, Wanwan, watch me. Lin Wanwan instinctively looked at Lu Xinyan and frowned after a while. Can't tell. All right, it's fine. After speaking, Lu Xinyan sneered. A bunch of mortals, even without her talent, can figure out 8 or 9 out of 10. Is this your method? Jiang Li, however, smiled slightly and said, At least her speed has improved a bit. One step at a time. Lu Xinyan, hearing this, couldn't refute. Senior brother, can't we think of other methods? The environment here is such that Wanwan is pure-hearted. I'm afraid. Junior sister, in a year, the candidate's going to Xiantian sect. Apart from me and Sifeng, will definitely be Wanwan. If she can't improve her strength as much as possible in this year, don't mention bringing back opportunities. What are the chances of her even coming back alive? Don't say that the Xiantian sect has only opportunities and no dangers. Lu Xinyan frowned and remained silent for a moment, then said, This mundane world is most likely to corrupt one's Dao heart. Wanwan has a high talent for cultivation and also has some cunning. If it's just a simple duel, I'm not worried, but she knows very little about these mundane matters. And I'm afraid she will get lost in it. Do you like those people below? Jiang Li asked. Lu Xinyan glanced at them and frowned. How could a mere vase catch my eye? Well then, this girl just likes to look at pretty things. Just consider it appreciating vases. You have to trust her. She remembered to train her talent just now, which shows she hasn't lost her true self. Saying this, Jiang Li turned to Lin Wanwan and asked, Wanwan, how about picking one to be your husband? Lin Wanwan replied without turning her head, Just a bunch of vases. They're not worthy to be my husband. Jiang Li spread his hands and said, You see, I knew it. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan had nothing to say. You must notify me when you come again. I will accompany you. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and said. Jiang Li was surprised. Aren't you going to cultivate? This is such a waste of time. You could spend a lot of time for Wan and the disciples in the sect. Why can't I, as an elder? Lu Xinyan retorted. I'm not the same as you. Jiang Li said helplessly. You're still at the Golden Core realm. I'm at the Emperor realm. Don't underestimate people. And know your audience, senior brother. Lu Xinyan emphasized the term senior brother heavily. Jiang Li shrugged and said, if you don't care, what can I say? After that, he continued to train Lin Wan, constantly asking questions and making her observe as quickly as possible, then answer. The handsome men on the cross-platform were replaced by batches every little while. This also made it convenient for Jiang Li to train Lin Wan's talent, so she wouldn't memorize the answers. While Jiang Li was training Lin Wan, he was unaware that someone had already set their sights on them. Brother Su, do you see anyone you like? Lu Zichuan asked with a smile, but saw that Su Linran's gaze was not on the handsome men below at all. Brother Lu, look over there. There are two stunning beauties. Following Su Linran's gaze, Lu Zichuan quickly found Jiang Li and the others on the 4th floor. Brother Lu, could you do me a favor and bring those two beauties to me? Lu Zichuan's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this. Bringing guys to Zue Feng Tower was one thing, but now he had to ask others for male pets? How would he? Lu Zichuan, mix in this Ningzhou city in the future, but thinking of the other party's identity and his father's instructions. Lu Zichuan reluctantly waved his hand and called the attendant over. Find out the background of those people on the 4th floor. Chapter 70. Seeing Nosebleeds. Hee. So many handsome guys. Lin Wan completely became infatuated, drooling as she admired the handsome men on the platform below. Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan sat steadily to the side, sipping tea. To say the least, Zue Feng Tower's invitation is indeed expensive, but it's really worth it. Just the tea and fruits here are quite good, enough to justify the price. Zue Feng Tower clearly doesn't rely solely on ticket sales for profit, but rather on commissions. However, they wouldn't make any money from Jiang Li. He had no intention of ordering those men up. That's enough for today, junior sister. We should head back, Jiang Li said. Lu Xinyan looked at Lin Wan, who was in high spirits, and said, Wan rarely has such a happy time. Why not watch a little longer? Jiang Li shook his head and said, we can't watch any longer. If we do, we'll be exposed. If Wan learns about the backgrounds of these people below, it will be difficult to find a place that can train her talent. Lu Xinyan nodded and said, all right then, let's go. Jiang Li immediately patted Lin Wan on the shoulder and said, Master niece, it's time to go. Lin Wan, clearly still unsatisfied, said, Uncle Master, let us practice a little longer. I feel my talent has indeed improved. Haste makes waste. Opportunities are still plentiful. Gradual progress is the way to go. Let's go back and digest it, and ensure it can be effective in actual combat before coming back. Hearing Jiang Li say this, Lin Wan had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, when she turned around, Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan were both shocked. No way, you really have nosebleed. They saw that Lin Wan's nostrils were actually bleeding, yet she was unaware. Lu Xinyan slapped her forehead and said, let's go, we really should leave. After speaking, she stood up and walked outside. Jiang Li smiled and handed Lin Wan a handkerchief, pointing to her nose before following her out. Lin Wan, realizing what happened only after wiping her nose, found that she had actually bled from watching handsome guys. Her already flushed face turned even redder, and there was even a faint mist rising from her head. This was truly embarrassing. The attendant outside was puzzled to see the three leaving so early. Although he guessed that Jiang Li wouldn't choose those men below, leaving so early still surprised him. Dear guest, there's more exciting entertainment later. Are you leaving so soon? Jiang Li smiled and said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You did well. Next time, you should be the one to receive us. Saying this, he tossed a silver ingot to the attendant. The attendant received the silver and smiled even wider. If the guest could have chosen those handsome men, he, as the attendant, would also receive a corresponding commission. But comparatively, Jiang Li, such a generous yet low-maintenance guest, was much more preferred. Looking forward to your next visit. The attendant watched the three until they disappeared at the end of the street before retracting his smile and returning to Zue Feng Tower. Strange guests. He shook his head, and just as he returned, another attendant called out to him. "Third brother, a noble person is looking for you." "Which noble?" Third brother asked curiously. "The ninth floor Tianzi room." The other party only said this and said no more. But third brother understood in his heart. There were only 2 rooms on the ninth floor, and only one had been opened today. No need to say, it was the young master from the city guard's family. What would such a distinguished person want with him? Could it be that he has taken a liking to him? Such things are actually common in Zue Feng Tower. He just didn't expect that one day he would encounter it himself. He sighed and resigned himself to follow the attendant to the door of the Tianzi room. "Third brother, don't forget your brothers when you get rich." Third brother shot the other a glare, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Come in." After getting permission, third brother walked in. At a glance, he saw 2 young men with extraordinary demeanor. One had sharp eyes and an extraordinary presence. Although he wore a faint smile on his face, he could sense the other person's aura that kept people at bay. The other person, while looking ordinary, was dressed impeccably. Although there were no excessive decorations, the fabric alone, in his eyes, was enough to buy the Zue Feng Lu. Truly it was priceless. However, compared to that sharp-eyed young man, his temperament was lacking by a significant margin. Clearly, he was just a wealthy young master of noble status. A commoner has seen the nobility. After bending down, Sangge didn't dare to raise his head. Lu Zichuan obviously had no intention of letting him do so and directly asked, "What is the background of the person you received today?" Sangge first let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that today's Pai Yinzi was safe. But then he frowned. "Noble, we have rules. We cannot discuss guests." "It's fine. I've already talked to your boss. Just say whatever I ask you." Lu Zichuan was somewhat irritated at this moment. He just planned to take those 2 playthings, but unexpectedly, they left before he could. A simple matter had now become somewhat troublesome. That Su Linran was clearly insistent on those 2. Sangge also knew who he was dealing with and didn't dare to hide anything. In response to the noble, those 3 should be led by that Daoist, who has never come here before, and the other 2 should be his favored boys. "Nonsense, can I see that? I'm asking you about his background, what connections he has, and whether he has any cultivation and how strong it is," Lu Zichuan said impatiently. Sangge noticed the displeasure in the other person's tone and immediately panicked. "Noble, forgive me. They only let me wait outside after a brief introduction, so I don't know." At this moment, Su Linran spoke up. "What, Brother Lu, can't you even handle such a small matter? This is your territory." Lu Zichuan, feeling angry inside, could only vent at Sangge. "Useless, you know nothing, what use are you?" Upon hearing this, Sangge was immediately frightened and prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. I'm incompetent, but I really have no way." All right, when he was leaving, that Daoist said he would come again and would still want me to accompany him. Hearing this, Lu Zichuan relaxed a bit and said to Su Linran, "Brother Su, it seems you will have to wait for 2 more days." Su Linran smiled. "No problem. Since there's still an opportunity, waiting for 2 more days is fine. Beautiful people are rare, and if this matter were too simple, it would be somewhat uninteresting. The rest are just crude and vulgar. Lu brother, let's go. I happen to need to recuperate these days." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Zichuan also stood up, tossed a gold ingot to Sangge, and said, "You know what to do." After saying that, he left Zue Feng Lu with Su Linran. Once the 2 left, Sangge felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, collapsing to the ground. When Lu Zichuan said, "What use do I have for you?" he thought he was doomed. Seeing the gold ingot by his feet, he quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Doing this line of work, you never know when you might offend a noble, and you wouldn't even know how you died. But the rewards are also astonishing. At least this gold ingot, even after the boss takes a cut, would still be a considerable income, enough to cover his living expenses for half a year. Chapter 71. Uninvited Guests. Although Jiang Li and the others returned early, by the time they got back to Yanxiu sect, it was already nearing the middle of the night. Without much conversation, the 3 dispersed and returned to their own caves. In the following days, Jiang Li lived a routine life. He would go early to read fortunes, give lectures, then provide private lessons to Si Feng and Lin Wanwan. After that, he would discuss Dao with Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, and at night, he would draw lots. However, his recent harvest hadn't been very good. It seemed that he had run out of good luck. Since drawing the Bagua Futu, he hadn't obtained anything useful. Even Lin Wanwan's fortune only yielded a light-scented pink belly band, in line with the principle of not wasting. Jiang Li planned to wait for an opportunity to give this item to his good brother, Yuanda. If he liked shorts, he would surely like a belly band too. It's definitely not, because he wanted to keep it as a memento. Master Uncle, shouldn't we go for special training? I feel like I've hit a bottleneck these days. Early in the morning, Lin Wanwan found Jiang Li, who was reading palms, taking advantage in the lecture hall. Jiang Li looked up, observing the luck above Lin Wanwan's head, which was still white without any changes, and felt a bit anxious. From Lin Wanwan's situation these past few days, it seemed that going to Zue Fenglu was effective. However, there hadn't been any substantial progress. Her realm was temporarily stuck at the Golden Core stage, showing little improvement. In a year, this girl would have to go to Xintian's sect, and if she continued to be distracted like this, she might not even be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, her innate ability, if honed well, would greatly assist her in battles. It couldn't be abandoned. Go ask your master for leave, and then call your master Lu. Let's go to Zue Fenglu again tonight, Jiang Li said. Lin Wanwan immediately became happy. Thank you, Master Uncle. After saying that, she quickly ran off without a trace. Brother Jiang, I want to go too. Si Feng also approached and said. Jiang Li shot him an annoyed glance. What does a little brat like you want to do? Si Feng pouted. I heard Sister Lin say it's just to look at men. I'm also a man. What's there to be afraid of? I just haven't been to a mortal city for a long time. I want to take a look. My master said to let you teach me the ways of dealing with things. The sisters in the sect all pamper me. I don't have any practice opportunities. Brother Jiang, please let me go. Ever since returning last time, Si Feng had developed a strong interest in Ningzhou City after hearing Lin Wanwan's descriptions, especially about the luxurious decorations of Zue Fenglu. He had been pestering Jiang Li to take him along repeatedly. This time, upon hearing that Jiang Li was going again, how could he miss this opportunity? Unable to endure Si Feng's persistent pleas, Jiang Li checked his luck and found nothing wrong, so he ultimately agreed. After all, it was just to take a look, and he wouldn't let them see any of the filthy sights later. He figured it shouldn't be a big problem. Thus, after the lecture, the four of them set off to Ningzhou City once again, this time familiar with the route. The four didn't wait idly, but wandered around Ningzhou City. It wasn't until nightfall that Jiang Li led the three to Zue Fenglu. Since Jiang Li and the others left last time, Sangu had been waiting at the door every day just to await their return. However, for several days in a row, he had not seen them again. Today, he was still waiting at the door, constantly looking around. It wasn't that he was eagerly anticipating Jiang Li's arrival, but he knew that Lu Zichuan, the son of the city guard, probably wouldn't be able to endure waiting for too long. Hey, do you remember us? Just as Sangu was lost in thought, he heard someone speak, and he hurriedly looked up, just about to politely respond to the guests. He discovered that standing before him was none other than the Jiang Li he had been longing for. Daoist, you finally came. He revealed a bright and sincere smile. Jiang Li was taken aback, thinking to himself, this guy misses me that much? Did he want... Jiang Li didn't want to think further. It was just too disgusting. Daoist, is it still the same as before? As he spoke, he looked at the two people behind Jiang Li. Seeing that it was still the same two from last time, he felt a bit relieved. If Jiang Li had come alone this time, things would have been quite troublesome. Then he saw Si Feng next to Lin Wanwan and immediately gasped. This person's energy is indeed quite immense, and they know how to have fun. Those two older ones are already the best of the best. Whether it's in looks or temperament, they are top choices. Today, they surprisingly brought a younger one. And although this one is a bit smaller, looking at their appearance, they might even surpass the others. Many guests prefer someone younger. Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan, disguised as boys, have made some alterations. If judged by the tastes of those who like boys, they really don't look like the original flavor of young boys, making them even more pleasing to the eye. But that's only relatively speaking. After bringing Jiang Li and the others upstairs and settling everything, the third brother wisely stepped out. I've been taking a tip. Jiang Li, who had just taken out silver, looked surprised at the already closed door. Just save me some trouble. Little did he know, the third brother was no longer concerned about collecting tips. He was already eager to arrange for someone to go to the city lord's mansion to send a message. Because the timing was just right, they didn't have to wait long, and the young men appeared amidst the melodious music. Upon seeing a large group of handsome men again, Lin Wanwan was immediately captivated. Instead, Sifeng, upon seeing these people, said disdainfully, "Brother Jiang, does Wanwan really like looking at these people? Doesn't she find them disgusting? Why do I always want to hit them?" Jiang Li smiled slightly upon seeing this. Sifeng's reaction was indeed the normal response of a man seeing such things. Everyone has their own preferences. Your Wanwan's sister is just appreciating beauty. Jiang Li explained. "I can't accept it. I just want to hit them. I thought there was something nice to see, but I won't come next time. It's boring." After just a short while, Sifeng was already impatient, but could only boredly munch on fruits. However, Lin Wanwan seemed to be making progress. Just when Jiang Li thought Lin Wanwan might have some gains today, a knock came from outside. "Daoist, young Master Lu wants to see you." Jiang Li frowned slightly upon hearing this. He didn't know any young Master Lu. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed two young men pushing the door open with a few servants following. Jiang Li looked at these unexpected guests, his frown deepening. Chapter 72. Lu Qingyuan. Jiang Li frowned and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The two young men who entered were both at the nascent soul stage. They appear to be in their 20s, not quite 30. Having such cultivation indicates that their background is definitely not insignificant. Lu Zichuan also quickly scanned the cultivation levels of the others. Jiang Li was at the golden core stage, which was acceptable for his age, just mediocre. But that little kid, at such a young age, was already at the golden core stage, which was beyond his expectations and made him somewhat wary. Such a top-tier prodigy is definitely not something an ordinary person could teach. As for the other two, they were just ordinary people, but they indeed looked exceptionally good. If he weren't sure of his own orientation, he might have felt a bit tempted. Because Lin Wanwan was disguised as a boy, with Lu Xinyan's help, she concealed her cultivation, so Lu Zichuan couldn't see through her level. After Jiang Li asked a question, both sides unusually kept silent, weighing their options in their hearts. Since Jiang Li wasn't speaking, Lu Xinyan and the others naturally didn't open their mouths either. But on Lu Zichuan's side, it was a different story. Su Linran, upon seeing Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan up close, was immediately captivated by their looks. Whether in appearance or temperament, those young men outside were like heaven and earth compared to these two. There was no comparison at all. After taking another glance and seeing Sifeng, his eyes brightened even more. As for Sifeng's golden core cultivation, he didn't even take it to heart. "Ha ha, great. Today is truly my lucky day." Saying this, he took out a pouch of money from his bosom, threw it at Jiang Li without looking, and said, "Daoist, take the money and get lost. I want these beauties." Jiang Li did not catch it, letting the pouch fall to the ground. He squinted at Lu Zichuan and said, "Friend, your friend has a bad omen." At this moment, Lu Zichuan was inwardly lamenting. The person in front of him was clearly not to be trifled with. He was utterly unwilling to conflict with someone like this. "This Daoist, there might be some misunderstanding. Please allow me. What are you looking at? Get lost." Su Linran, seeing Jiang Li still standing there unmoved, immediately scolded. Jiang Li smiled slightly and said, "Friend, it seems this isn't a misunderstanding. Moreover, your friend's ominous aura is overwhelming, with red mixed in black, solid but not dissipating. It's a sign of great misfortune. I'm afraid he won't survive tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Zichuan's face changed. "Friend, do you know who he is?" Seeing that both of them were at the nascent soul stage, yet dared to threaten like this. The Daoist in front of him was either bluffing or truly had a powerful background, not fearing them. Lu Zichuan leaned towards the latter possibility. After all, among the entire Ningzhou, the only person comparable to a golden core cultivator at Sifeng's age would likely be that Empress of Yanshizong. No matter who you are, he can't escape this calamity. It's absurd to flirt with Lu Xinyan. The last person who flirted with her was the emperor-level powerhouse who Sanhang of the White Tiger sect. Now the grass of that situation is probably 3 feet tall. Just based on these two in front of him, they were not enough for Lu Xinyan to blow away. The key point was that he wasn't lying to Lu Zichuan. The luck above Su Linran's head was now black mixed with red, red enough to almost drip blood. From his experience, this didn't even need to be calculated. He was truly not far from death. Jiang Li turned to look at Lu Xinyan and found her expression very calm. But those who knew her understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Brother Lu, why waste words with him? Break his legs and throw him out. Don't waste my beautiful spring morning with these beauties. After Su Linran finished speaking, he didn't even look at Jiang Li, just bypassed him and walked towards Lu Xinyan. Lu Zichuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Brother Su, don't. But Su Linran didn't listen at all, his eyes only on the beauty before him. Looking at Lu Xinyan, who was within arm's reach, Su Linran chuckled and reached out, wanting to touch her face. Ha ha ha, such a stunning beauty can only be appreciated by me. Lu Zichuan immediately tried to intervene, pulling Su Linran back. But Jiang Li stepped forward, blocking him. Friend, sometimes having some friends die early might actually be a help for you. Lu Zichuan grabbed Jiang Li, trying to push him aside. In a moment of panic, he even directly used his nascent soul power. But he found that he couldn't push Jiang Li at all. Body cultivation? Lu Zichuan was both shocked and angry. He did not expect that this person in front of him was actually a body cultivator. Do you know who he is? He is the son of the great General Su Lai of the Imperial Dynasty. Before he could finish his words, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure swept through the entire Drunken Wind Tower. Imperial Realm. Lu Zichuan stared in horror at Lu Xinyan, raising his hand to grasp, and lifted Su Linran by the neck into the air. Su Linran flailed his arms and legs, as if drowning in water. Su Lia's son, Su. Suddenly, Su Linran spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze becoming vacant until all sparkles left his eyes. Although it was a distance kill, after Lu Xinyan threw Su Linran to the ground, she still disdainfully shook her hand. After witnessing this scene, Lu Zichuan felt as if all his energy and blood had been drained, collapsing to the ground. It's over. It's all over. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the city lord's mansion in Ningzhou, rushing towards this direction rapidly. Compared to Lu Xinyan, it was still far from enough. The voice of Ningzhou's city guard, Lu Qingyuan, echoed above the Drunken Wind Tower. Is that esteemed friend visiting my Ningzhou city? Lu Qingyuan greets you here. Although he was only at the Great Ascension stage, the position of the Ningzhou city guard was an official title appointed by the Imperial Dynasty, giving him the qualification to be on equal footing with the Emperor's realm. Hearing his father's voice, Lu Zichuan immediately ran out. Father, something bad has happened. Before he could see the unknown figure in the Emperor's realm, he saw his son running out in a panic. Lu Qingyuan's heart sank. Zichuan, didn't I ask you to accompany young Master Su? Why are you here? What does the figure in the Emperor's realm have to do with you? Seeing Lu Zichuan's expression, he knew things were bad. Sure enough, the next moment Lu Zichuan delivered a thunderbolt. Su Linran is dead in the Drunken Wind Tower. Lu Qingyuan's face turned very ugly. He waved his hand to stop Lu Zichuan, who was about to speak, and clasped his hands. Please, esteemed friend, reveal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyan slowly walked out from the Drunken Wind Tower. Lu Daoyu, I trust you are well. Seeing Lu Xinyan, Lu Qingyuan let out a small sigh of relief. What he feared most was that the other party was some unknown powerhouse from the Emperor's realm who would kill Su Linran and leave without a trace. Now that it was Lu Xinyan, the local boss of Ningzhou, it was much easier to handle. So it is Daoyu Lu? Lu Qingyuan greets you. Esteemed friend, you have presented me with quite a dilemma. Chapter 73, Conflict. Esteemed friend, do you know who you have killed? Lu Qingyuan said helplessly. I heard it's the son of Su Lai. Lu Xinyan replied coldly. Lu Qingyuan was momentarily speechless by her words. His intention was to make her understand how difficult the situation was. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan seemed completely unfazed. Su Lai is the Imperial Dynasty's appointed general of cavalry. Both in strength and status, he is extremely transcendent. Daoyu, you have killed his son. This matter will probably not end well. As the Ningzhou city guard, Lu Qingyuan was naturally very shrewd. Su Linran was already dead. This was an unchangeable fact. He would undoubtedly have irreconcilable conflicts with Su Lai over this matter. After all, the incident occurred on Lu Qingyuan's territory, and the dead are of no value. Why not take this opportunity to get closer to Lu Xinyan? After all, Both Lu Xinyan's own realm combat power and the strength of the Yin Xiuzong would greatly aid him in securing his position as the Ningzhou city guard. Therefore, he wanted to use his connections to help Lu Xinyan resolve this matter and gain her favor. However, Lu Xinyan's next words made him choke again. No matter. Let him come find me. Lu Xinyan's aloofness made Lu Qingyuan feel at a loss. He wanted to say something more, but Lu Xinyan coldly said, Lu Daoyu, regarding the last incident with the White Tiger sect, my Yin Xiuzong has already given you face. What, do you want me to continue bowing to Su Lai this time? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan quickly waved his hands. Daoyu Lu, you misunderstand. I just want to help you. After all, Su Lai is, in any case, an imperial general. His strength and background. His imperial generals cannot suppress my Yin Xiuzong. Lu Xinyan directly interrupted his words. Lu Qingyuan's face turned very ugly at this moment. Lu Xinyan's refusal to yield infuriated him. Since she did not want to be friends with him, then they could only be enemies. Lu Qingyuan's gaze also turned cold. Esteemed friend, this Su Linran is General Su Lai's most beloved son. He died in my Ningzhou city, so I cannot escape responsibility. Since you are aware of this, I must report this matter to General Su. The implication was clear, since you do not recognize kindness. Do not blame me for showing no mercy and joining forces against you. To be honest, Lu Qingyuan felt extremely constrained in his position as city guard. In the 36 states of the human Dao, each state had a main city, and each city had a city guard. Yet he was the only one whose cultivation was still only at the Great Ascension stage. Although Ningzhou was the weakest among the 36 states, and the Emperor's realm now had only Lu Xinyan remaining, his sense of presence was still pitifully small. It could even be said that his words could not even reach outside Ningzhou city. If it weren't for the backing of the imperial dynasty, he wouldn't even have the qualification to speak in front of Lu Xinyan. He was unwilling. So last time he leveraged the name of the imperial dynasty to forcefully protect the White Tiger sect from Yin Xiuzong, hoping to expand his voice in Ningzhou. The White Tiger sect was also quite understanding and began to befriend him, showing signs of following his lead. He took this opportunity to establish a connection with Su Lai. Su Lai was a newly appointed general of the dynasty, and his foundation was still quite weak compared to other generals. At this time, a well-established sect was preparing to turn to him, and both sides found common ground. As the middleman, Lu Qingyuan naturally stood to gain a lot. But now, Su Linran's death completely shattered his plans. There would naturally be no impact between Su Lai and the White Tiger sect. However, his relationship with Su Lai had dropped to freezing point. No matter how one looked at it, Su Linran died in your Ningzhou city. If Lu Xinyan could understand a bit, Yin Xiuzong could befriend him, and Su Linran's death would just be a death. His purpose could still be achieved. But Lu Xinyan directly ignored him. How could Lu Qingyuan just swallow this loss? Are you threatening me? Lu Xinyan's gaze was icy. She was not adept at handling interpersonal relationships, but that did not mean she knew nothing. Lu Qingyuan's previous assistance to the White Tiger sect had already displeased her greatly. If it weren't for various considerations, she would never have compromised. This time, the other party actually dared to threaten her. Esteemed friend, I am merely stating some truths. Please do not misunderstand. Lu Qingyuan's attitude was firm, his tone cold. Lu Xinyan said coldly, you can do as you wish, but you should also think carefully about the consequences. Perhaps they are not something you can bear. Presently, Yin Xiuzong was terrifyingly powerful. Looking across the 36 states of the human Dao, there were not many sects with dual emperors. It was not something he, a mere city guard who wasn't even in the emperor's realm, could contend with. However, she did not intend to tell Lu Qingyuan this. Her own senior sister clearly had no intention of making this public. Lu Xinyan, like Sifeng, was the kind of top talent who only cared about cultivation and disliked dealing with mundane matters. But that did not mean she understood nothing. The fact that her senior sister did not publicly announce the dual emperor status of Yin Xiuzong meant she was hoping for someone to come looking for trouble. This would allow Yin Xiuzong to gain fame in the 36 states and secure a place. At this time, how could she let this good opportunity slip away? As for Su Lai, the imperial cavalry general, such a mixed-bag general, the dynasty had appointed countless, and his influence was not significant, as long as she was willing. The dynasty would also grant her a similar title. Moreover, this matter also involved someone, our little friend Sifeng. If Ling Yunzi knew that his precious disciple had almost been taken as a concubine, even if Ling Yunzi had a good temper and the dynasty was protective, Su Lai would still have to suffer. After giving Lu Qingyuan a meaningful glance, Lu Xinyan called Jiang Li and the others back to Yin Xiuzong. As Jiang Li passed by Lu Zichuan, he glanced at the golden aura of fortune above his head and smiled. If you are sincere, come to Yin Xiuzong to find me. I have something to say to you. Lu Zichuan was surprised to hear this. Now, his father's relationship with Yin Xiuzong had directly dropped to freezing point. He didn't understand why Jiang Li would say such things to him. However, inexplicably, he suddenly recalled what Jiang Li had said about Su Linran earlier, and his heart felt a bit enlightened. Daoist, if you have something to say, just say it. Now is not the time to talk. Whether you come or not depends on yourself. I want to force you. However, I can tell you that your father's future may depend on you. Believe it or not. After saying this, Jiang Li left with Lu Xinyan. Lu Zichuan looked at his back in confusion, his intuition telling him that this Daoist was not simple. Chapter 74. The Profound Meaning of Jiang Li. Father, do you really want to conflict with Yin Xiuzong? After Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan left, Lu Zichuan inquired. Lu Qingyuan's face darkened as he said, "Do you think I want this? Didn't you see that they looked down on us and refused to cooperate? But there is no need for that." Lu Zichuan implied that he wanted Lu Qingyuan to back down. Father, we don't need to fight for superiority. It's not shameful to bow down for a while. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zichuan still said out loud, "Bow down? Why should I bow down? I'm the city guard appointed by the dynasty, holding a whole state in my hands. Looking at all 36 states, which city guard would bow down to a sect?" Lu Qingyuan glared. Lu Zichuan wanted to say that in the other 35 states, no one bowed to the sects, but there were no city guards at the Great Ascension realm. Ultimately, he couldn't say it. Father, this is only temporary. If we endure for a while, we can exchange it for a future rise. Lu Zichuan comforted. Zichuan, you don't understand. If we back down once, we'll back down step by step. This time, Su Linran died in Ningzhou City. What about next time? Or the time after that? If this continues, who will cooperate with us? Only by being tough and thoroughly hurting someone like Lu Xinyan can our Lu family truly establish a foothold in Ningzhou. Hearing this, Lu Zichuan continued to advise. But this matter isn't in our favor. It was Su Linran who acted recklessly and tried to tease the Empress Lu Xinyan. Father, you have no reason to stand up for him. Lu Qingyuan didn't care and said, so what? I gave her a chance, considering we are both from Ningzhou. Resisting Su Lai's pressure together. She was ungrateful, and what can I do about it? But my Lu family can just watch from the sidelines. Strengthening ourselves is the right path. Seeking alliances will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, helping this outsider, Su Lai, against our Ningzhou strongman. Doesn't he sound good? Lu Zichuan shook his head. When to act and what kind of thing to do, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. After saying this, Lu Qingyuan directly returned to the city Lord's mansion. Lu Zichuan looked at his father's back, unsure of what to do. To him, his father's actions weren't right or wrong. They just didn't seem appropriate in this situation. Su Linran was rude first, and had offended a female emperor. The key was how Su Linran had offended her. It was unfortunate that he wanted to treat her as a plaything. In such a situation, no matter who it was, there was only one way to die. Lu Zichuan had not been implicated in this matter, which was already generous of Lu Xinyan. But his father not only did not appreciate it, but also wanted to take the opportunity to force the other party. Even if the method was relatively gentle, it was still an insult to the imperial realm. However, he also understood his father's mental block. Among the 36 city guards appointed by the dynasty, he was the only one at the Great Ascension stage, but perhaps due to talent or other reasons. Lu Qingyuan had always been unable to reach the imperial realm and could only find another way to stabilize his position in Ningzhou City. Did he really have to go find that Daoist? Lu Zichuan thought of Jiang Li's words before he left and ultimately decided to visit Yin Xiuzong to hear what the other party wanted to say. Brother Jiang, why did you say those things to Lu Zichuan in the end? On the way back, Six Wind asked in confusion. That young Master Lu looks much smarter than his father. The key is that the city guard of Ningzhou must be Lu Qingyuan. Jiang Li explained that. Huh? What do you mean? That Lu Qingyuan has already become enemies with us. Even if it's not to the death, he would love to slash us on sight. Why do you say he's the best candidate for the city guard of Ningzhou? Wouldn't it be better for Sister Lu to kill that guy and change the city guard? Six Wind asked in confusion. In Six Wind's words, he naturally regarded himself and Jiang Li as one of their own, which made Jiang Li very pleased. Not good at all. Lu Xinyan and Lin Wanwan also looked at him with puzzled eyes. This kind of thing had always been handled by Ling Miao. She really couldn't think too much about it. It was easy to get a headache. So was I too tough today? Jiang Li smiled and said to Lu Xinyan, Sister Lu did very well today. The dignity of the imperial realm must not be insulted. If any random cat or dog can bully you without any response, then everyone would want to step on Yin Xiuzong. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the others, Jiang Li continued, the existence of Lu Qingyuan and Lu Zichuan as a father-son pair is more beneficial than harmful for Yin Xiuzong. First of all, Lu Qingyuan's cultivation is only at the great ascension stage. No matter how he jumps around, this is an unchangeable fact. For Yin Xiuzong, which now has two emperors, dealing with Su Lai and kicking Lu Qingyuan out of the position of city guard in Ningzhou is not difficult. But what about afterward? Once Lu Qingyuan is gone, even if the dynasty doesn't make things difficult for us, they will definitely send someone with abilities and strength far beyond Lu Qingyuan. At that time, it will definitely not be good for Yin Xiuzong's development in Ningzhou. On the contrary, keeping Lu Qingyuan, a great ascension city guard, is very convenient for us to handle. Moreover, Lu Zichuan is much smarter than Lu Qingyuan. You may not have noticed, but when he broke into our room, he had already made the most accurate judgment of the situation in an instant. If it weren't for that Su Linran being such a hindrance, today would definitely have been a peaceful day, and maybe we could have eaten and taken advantage of everything, with young Master Lu footing the bill. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xinyan said at that time, if Lu Zichuan hadn't tried to stop Su Linran, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Jiang Li smiled and said, you see, that is his cleverness. At that time, he didn't even know you were the Empress of Yin Xiuzong. This time, we just happen to take this opportunity to firmly grasp Lu Qingyuan, and then I will use some means to let Lu Zichuan shine in front of his father, making a comeback, increasing his speaking power. At least in the short term, we don't have to worry about Lu Qingyuan plotting behind the scenes. Lin Wanwan thought for a moment and asked, Master, according to what you said, this Lu Zichuan is much smarter than his father. Are you not afraid of raising a tiger to trouble us? Also, from your meaning, we still need to cooperate with the other party. If that's the case, why not cooperate from the beginning instead of going through all this? Jiang Li smiled and said, as the dynasty's appointed city guard of Ningzhou, it is absolutely impossible to subdue him. We can only cooperate. But cooperation also needs to have a hierarchy. First, we must teach him a harsh lesson to make him understand who is the boss. During cooperation, any little thoughts must be weighed. Lu Qingyuan is not capable, has an average city government, but likes to stir up trouble. If we don't hurt him, no one can think of being stable. The others listened to Jiang Li's analysis and felt dizzy. They had never thought that there were so many intricacies in this matter and looked at Jiang Li with admiration, especially Six Wind. At this moment, he truly understood his master's good intentions. Chapter 75, by Ling Miao's Praise. After returning to Yin Xiuzong, everyone returned to their own caves to rest. However, Lu Xinyan directly went to find Bai Ling Miao and recounted today's events in detail, including Jiang Li's words. Junior sister, my junior brother and your senior brother are truly worth knowing. It's simply worth 1,000 times. Bai Ling Miao listened to Lu Xinyan's words, her appreciation never faltering for a moment. Junior sister, with such a talented general in our Yinshou sect, how can we not prosper? The wishes of our founder will finally see the light of day. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan asked in confusion, what founder's wishes? Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, back when our founder established the Yinshou sect, he was determined to expand its influence beyond Ningzhou. Unfortunately, The subsequent sect leaders lacked the strength to do so. You are the most gifted disciple in the history of the Yinxiu sect. But you have been so focused on your cultivation that you have shown no interest in these matters, leaving me to bear the burden of being the sect leader. It's becoming a joke that the strongest expert in the sect is not the leader. Fortunately, I have also reached the Emperor realm. Otherwise, who knows how many years the Yinxiu sect would have been laughed at. When this topic came up, Bai Lingmiao couldn't help but sigh. Lu Xinyan, feeling a bit embarrassed, hugged Bai Lingmiao's arm and said, "It's just that I'm really not good at this. I'm sorry, my dear sister. All right, enough of this useless talk. The best decision you made in these years was bringing Jiang Li back to the sect. Let me tell you, this senior brother, no matter what you thought before, from today onward, you must sincerely treat him as your senior brother," Bai Lingmiao said with a serious expression. Lu Xinyan pouted. "How can I not treat him as a senior brother? Don't think I can't see through your little thoughts. You have feelings for him, but you find his strength too low, which makes you conflicted. Even if he masters the great reversal technique and the pure spirit sword technique to perfection, you still believe that cultivation is the foundation for a cultivator. You are different from Sifeng, although he has the same talent as you. He is still a child with low cultivation, so he genuinely acknowledges Jiang Li. But you may acknowledge him verbally, but deep down, you still look down on him a little, and perhaps you don't even realize it. Even after Jiang Li has done so many unimaginable things. You know, he went to Ningzhou City to hone his talent for fun, and your first thought was to follow him, thinking he was unreliable. This all stems from your inherent pride. But junior sister, Bai Lingmiao grasped her shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. I may not have your cultivation talent, but I have seen countless people and am confident that I have some insight in judging character. Considering the recent events, I can assure you that Jiang Li's future achievements will not be beneath yours. He may even surpass you. Your pride is your greatest weapon on the cultivation path, but it could also be the root of your entanglements. Opening your heart and acknowledging that Jiang Li is stronger than you in certain aspects is not a bad thing. Just in terms of openness, Jiang Li is already far more magnanimous than you. Compared to him, you seem like a small golden core cultivator. Listening to Bai Lingmiao's words, Lu Xinyan retorted, "Sister, you make it sound like I'm terrible. Am I really that bad?" Bai Lingmiao tapped her forehead and said, "Let us not go far. Just look at what happened today in Ningzhou City. Your handling of it can only be described as average, while his was simply perfect. Even I didn't think as deeply as he did." Huh? But he only said a couple of words to Lu Zichuan at the end. The rest were just his analyses and thoughts. Lu Xinyan questioned. She understood that Jiang Li's words held great value, but she didn't think they warranted such high praise from Bai Lingmiao. After all, Bai Lingmiao had single-handedly supported the Yinxiu sect with her cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. Her emperor realm seemed more like a decoration. Lu Xinyan couldn't believe that Bai Lingmiao would say she was inferior to Jiang Li. Just the fact that he thinks Lu Qingyuan is still suitable for the position of Ningzhou City Guard shows that your mindset is far less than his. I could never have thought of that in such a situation, let alone remember to say something to pique Lu Qingyuan's son's curiosity as I left. Are you saying Lu Zichuan will definitely come to find Jiang Li? Lu Xinyan asked in surprise. Exactly. And he'll come tomorrow, Bai Lingmiao affirmed. That's impossible. Today I embarrassed Lu Qingyuan thoroughly. How could his son come to find Jiang Li? Lu Xinyan expressed doubt. Just a reminder, you must call Jiang Li your senior brother in front of me. You two haven't even gotten started. Bai Lingmiao suddenly teased. Oh sister, what are you saying? Lu Xinyan's face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao snorted and said, Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't think that just because Jiang Li's cultivation is still low, your pride won't let you lower yourself. The female disciples in the sect are all watching. You must not regret it later. Lu Xinyan immediately replied proudly. I won't regret it. You're just too proud to admit it. Not to mention, that girl Wan is much more generous than you. If it weren't for considering you as her senior, she might have made the first move. Huh? Lu Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. In recent days, that girl had mentioned Jiang Li to Bai Lingmiao noticeably more often. You know how much Jiang Li has cared for her. How could it just be a concern from an elder for a junior? Lu Xinyan thought, her hands clenched tightly in her long sleeves. No way. Jiang Li cares deeply about the cultivation of all disciples in the sect. Lu Xinyan countered. So you should understand how many competitors you have now. Bai Ling Miao teased with a smile. Oh, sister, you're trying to trap me in conversation. That is not what I meant. I don't like him. Lu Xinyan's gaze wandered, not daring to meet Bai Ling Miao's eyes. If it really were so, it would be good. I wonder what charm Jiang Li has that has captivated you all to this extent. When she thought of the deep pool in the back mountain, Bai Ling Miao's face also involuntarily flushed. Jiang Li's little tricks were certainly not something she could overlook. Let's get back on track. Lu Zichuan will definitely come to find Jiang Li tomorrow. I can't make an appearance for now, so you need to cooperate with him well and apply enough pressure. Realizing she had gotten sidetracked, Bai Ling Miao quickly redirected the conversation. Sister, are you so sure he will come tomorrow? Lu Xinyan asked. I just have faith in Jiang Li's judgment. Since he has acted this way, he must have his confidence. Lu Zichuan will definitely come. Sigh, sister. Why do you trust Jiang Li so much? Lu Xinyan suddenly asked. Huh? Me? I trust my own judgment, because I was the one who brought him into the sect. Bai Ling Miao smiled slightly, giving a reason that she felt was quite reliable. Oh, I see. So how should I apply pressure on Lu Zichuan tomorrow? Lu Xinyan asked, not doubting her. You can adapt as you see fit. Just be clear that our Yinxiu sect is completely indifferent to the existence of the Lu family. Lu Xinyan nodded thoughtfully. After chatting for a bit longer, she returned to her cave abode to wait for dawn. Jiang Li and the others naturally had a good night's sleep. However, Lu Zichuan did not have such a comfortable night, tossing and turning all night. Thinking about what to say, Lu Zichuan hurried from Ningzhou City to Yinxiu sect early in the morning. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not meet Jiang Li immediately. He was stopped outside the mountain gate by the guarding disciples of the Yinxiu sect, and after waiting for quite some time, he finally saw Jiang Li. This left Lu Zichuan, whose mood was already not very good, feeling a bit irritable. Oh dear, I forgot to inform the disciples. It's truly rude to keep young Master Lu waiting for so long. As soon as he saw Lu Zichuan, Jiang Li sincerely apologized. This eased some of Lu Zichuan's irritation, as he was there to bow his head, not to act like a big shot from the city guard. Brother Jiang, you are too polite. Lu Zichuan smiled slightly and said, Brother Jiang, I thought about your last words all night yesterday and still don't quite understand. I specially came here today to ask you for clarification. Jiang Li looked at the dazzling golden light shining from the top of Lu Zichuan's head and also smiled, saying, Brother Lu, you have good fortune. Lu Zichuan didn't care about that. What he was most concerned about was the conflict between his father, Lu Xinyan, and Yin Xiuzong. Brother Jiang, let's get straight to the point. What did you mean yesterday when you said my father's future depends on me? Jiang Li waved his hand and said, Don't be hasty. Let's talk about you first. It's not bragging, but I am quite proficient in divination. I see the golden light of fortune flickering above your head, and there are auspicious clouds following you. A great joy will surely come soon. If Brother Lu trusts me, why not let me calculate a divination for you? Lu Zichuan frowned slightly and replied, Brother Jiang, I came to find you after hearing your words, not to have my fortune told. If you just want to tease me, then you'll be disappointed. Also, if you think I came here to bow to your sect, you're very mistaken. I just feel that my father would be better off collaborating with your sect instead of with that outsider Su Lai. After all, we're all from Ningzhou, and Su Lai is the outsider. Moreover, I came here with sincerity. If Brother Jiang just wants to humiliate me, then I must say I have overestimated you. Yin Xiuzong may not be the best partner for my Lu family. Lu Zichuan's words were very appropriate, neither humble nor overbearing. He pretended to stand up to leave. If Jiang Li were really just a blowhard, he would be very disappointed. Why is Brother Lu so impatient? Can't you listen to my words? Jiang Li smiled. Lu Zichuan shook his head and said, I came here with sincerity, but I haven't seen your sect's sincerity. At least, even your sect's leader hasn't come out to see me. Not seeing you is because you are not worthy. Before Jiang Li could speak, Lu Xinyan's voice came from afar. As soon as her words fell, Lu Xinyan's figure appeared before the two. You are just a mere yuanying stage cultivator, not worthy of my Yin Xiuzong's leader coming to see you. Lu Xinyan looked at Lu Zichuan with a cold expression and continued. I let you go yesterday, not because of your father, the city guard, but because you still understand some manners. Go back and tell your father that if you want to play, I will play with him. Facing the pressure of an imperial realm, Lu Zichuan broke out in cold sweat. He could still handle conversations with Jiang Li, a mere Jindan stage cultivator. Even if he knew he was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't show any signs of defeat. But in front of Lu Xinyan, a genuine imperial realm presence, just her standing there without saying a word brought pressure that made Lu Zichuan feel fearful. Senior, I come representing the Lu family, so my identity cannot be measured by strength. Your sex leader, by coming to see me, is not about worthiness. After saying this, Lu Zichuan felt like he had used up all the courage he had accumulated over the years. Not to mention you. Even if Lu Qingyuan himself came, he wouldn't have the qualifications to see my sex leader. Lu Xinyan's words made Lu Zichuan clench his fists tightly in his sleeves, but he couldn't say a single tough word. After all, Lu Xinyan had given Lu Qingyuan no face yesterday. Junior sister, how can you speak like that? The guest is here, be a bit more polite. Jiang Li scolded from the side. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lu Zichuan almost couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Li, a Jindan stage cultivator, actually called Lu Xinyan junior sister? But what shocked him even more was that Lu Xinyan didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. She obediently stepped aside and sat down quietly, seemingly sulking. Sorry to make Brother Lu laugh. My junior sister has a high cultivation level and a high temperament, and she tends to speak bluntly, Jiang Li said with an apologetic smile. At this moment, Lu Zichuan's mind was somewhat in a daze. He couldn't understand who among the two was truly in the imperial realm. His gaze towards Jiang Li shifted completely. This young man in a Daoist robe was undoubtedly a profound existence. Even Lu Xinyan, the only imperial realm in Ningzhou, listened to him. What kind of existence must Jiang Li be then? As for the notion that Lu Xinyan was collaborating with Jiang Li to act, he hadn't even considered it. An imperial realm acting just to highlight another person in front of a mere Yuanying stage cultivator? There was no need at all. No witties, no witties. Lu Zichuan mechanically said. The scene before him was too shocking to his worldview. Let's get back to the main topic. Fellow Daoist, your fortune has been quite prosperous lately. You are likely to encounter great luck soon. Since we hit it off, why not let me calculate a divination for you? Jiang Li suggested. However, my father, that's a minor issue. His situation ultimately depends on you, right? Isn't that so, junior sister? Jiang Li smiled and asked. Lu Xinyan impatiently replied, that's right. Lu Zichuan didn't understand why Jiang Li insisted on divining for him, but he knew he couldn't refuse now. All right then, please, Brother Jiang, give me a divination. Chapter 77, Child of Destiny? Lu Zichuan had many questions in his heart. Why did Jiang Li say that Lu Qingyuan's future depended on him? Although Lu Qingyuan's plan to pressure Lu Xinyan and Yin Xiuzong alongside Su Lai was a poor move, why did Lu Xinyan seem completely unconcerned? He had already inquired about Yin Xiuzong's details in advance and didn't see anything particularly special about them. Moreover, if it weren't for Hu Sanqing's sudden death at Lu Xinyan's hands, in terms of overall strength, Yin Xiuzong was even inferior to Bai Human. After all, Yin Xiuzong only recruited female disciples, which had many restrictions. Also, why was Jiang Li Lu Xinyan's senior brother? Wasn't Yin Xiuzong supposed to only recruit female disciples? Furthermore, Hu Sanqing's death seemed too suspicious. Back then, among Ningzhou's two great imperial realms, Hu Sanqing ranked before Lu Xinyan. Suddenly, Lu Zichuan felt that this matter might be related to Jiang Li. Before this, there was no one like Jiang Li in Ningzhou. A Jindan stage cultivator was a senior brother to an imperial realm? Who would believe that? Hu Sanqing had just died, and Jiang Li appeared out of nowhere right after. There was no way this was a coincidence. Lu Zichuan would bet his life on it. The most crucial question remained. Why did Jiang Li insist on divining for him? Regardless of his thoughts, Jiang Li's purpose had been achieved. Part of the reason for calling Lu Zichuan was, as he had said, to Lu Xinyan and others. The other part was probably because he had been too aggressive with his reward grinding. In recent days, he hadn't drawn anything good. After seeing the shining golden light above Lu Zichuan's head, he decided to give it a try. He wanted to see if the reason he hadn't drawn anything good was related to grinding rewards. After receiving Lu Zichuan's affirmative answer, A screen displaying the divination symbols appeared in front of Jiang Li. Oh, the legendary child of destiny? Jiang Li was slightly surprised when he saw the content on the screen. He originally thought this guy was just having a stroke of good luck, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be an enormous fortune. Looking at the words on the screen, Jiang Li momentarily didn't know what to say. At the same time, it also affected how he would handle the relationship between him and Lu Zichuan. Brother Jiang, is there a problem? Seeing Jiang Li's surprised expression, Lu Zichuan's heart suddenly lifted. It's nothing. Jiang Li suddenly turned to Lu Xinyan and said, Junior sister, you really are something. How long has the guest been here? And you haven't even brought a cup of tea? Quickly, get some tea for them. Lu Xinyan. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't seem to be joking, Lu Xinyan felt a bit confused. Wasn't it agreed that she would play the role of the red-faced character? Why was it different from the script they discussed? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, Jiang Li reminded again. Oh, although she didn't understand, Lu Xinyan still agreed and went out to instruct the junior disciples to serve tea for Lu Zichuan. Jiang Li then eagerly pulled Lu Zichuan to sit down and said, Brother Lu, you're about to have a great fortune. Lu Zichuan, bewildered by Jiang Li's actions, spoke up. Brother Jiang, if you have something to say, please be straightforward. I'm not good at playing guessing games. Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, Brother Lu, it's just a literal meaning. You're about to have great fortune, and it's an immense luck. However, good things often come with difficulties, and if not handled properly, sigh. Hearing Jiang Li's tone fluctuate, Lu Zichuan's heart began to race. What will happen if it's not handled properly? He hurriedly asked, Do you know why I said your father's future is tied to you and insisted on pulling you to tell your fortune? Jiang Li said mysteriously. Lu Zichuan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Right now, he was completely intrigued by Jiang Li falling into his rhythm. I've long seen that you are not an ordinary person, Brother Lu. Whether in talent or temperament, you are among the best. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key point is that your fortune and blessings are profound, far exceeding that of ordinary people. You could say that you are the child of destiny. Jiang Li said with wide eyes, very excited. Really? Looking at Jiang Li's exaggerated expression, Lu Zichuan couldn't help but believe him to some extent. Of course it's true. The divination shows that you will meet a person or an object that will change your life. Jiang Li said mysteriously. A person? Could it be? He looked at Jiang Li, thinking it wouldn't be you, right? Jiang Li quickly waved his hand and said, Don't think too much, it's not me. This person will not only help you in your cultivation, but will also help you defy the odds and reach the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, I have 3 pieces of advice, and if you don't heed them, this opportunity might just slip away. Hearing this, Lu Zichuan quickly said, Brother Jiang, please tell me. It wasn't that Lu Zichuan was particularly gullible, believing everything Jiang Li said. It was just that what Jiang Li said was too tempting. The child of destiny. Although he considered himself to have good talent, he had never dared to think of himself as a child of fortune. Not to mention, even looking at Lu Xinyan, the number 1 in the imperial realm of Ningzhou, he hadn't dared to claim to be a child of fortune himself. For the first time being told this, even though Lu Zichuan had 12 points of vigilance, it immediately diminished to only 3. Brother Lu, words alone are not enough. You might not believe me, but you must keep an eye out for this person, Su Lai. He has ulterior motives. If your father wants to cooperate with him, the final outcome will definitely not be good. You must pay attention. No matter what Su Lai asks you to do, you must not agree. And you must go against him. Lu Zichuan frowned and said, Is this the first piece of advice? Jiang Li nodded and said, That's right. If your father listens to him, Brother Lu, your opportunity might just slip away. But you don't need to worry. This matter isn't too serious. And you can easily change it. As for how, you will know in due time and understand that what I said is not false. Lu Zichuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I will pay attention. So what's the second piece of advice? Jiang Li, however, shook his head and said, Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. I have 2 clever plans in a pouch. Wait until the first piece of advice proves true, and then you can open them in order. Saying this, Jiang Li took out paper and pen, wrote 2 notes, put them into 2 pouches, and handed them to Lu Zichuan. Lu Zichuan had never experienced anything like this before and carefully stored the pouches away. Brother Lu, you also need to pay attention to one more thing, and that is your father. Jiang Li continued. To be honest, compared to you, your father is a bit lacking. Saying this might hurt the father-son relationship, but I won't say much about your father's thoughts. I can only tell you that sometimes setbacks might not be a bad thing. Lu Zichuan, upon hearing this, pondered. Please speak plainly, Brother Jiang. If you trust me, we can do this and that, Jiang Li said with a grin. That doesn't seem appropriate. After all, he is my father. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Moreover, this is all for your father's good. Chapter 78. The Sword Casting Pool of the White Tiger Sect. Where did everyone go? When Lu Xinyan returned, Lu Zichuan had already left. Did you finish discussing everything? Why leave without having lunch? Jiang Li said as a matter of course. Lu Xinyan pouted. I didn't hear what you both talked about. Nothing much. Just taught him some experiences of being a rebellious son. Jiang Li Shukulat. Without explanation, Jiang Li then asked, Junior sister, what is the sword casting pool of the White Tiger Sect? This was the information he obtained from Lu Zichuan's divination. Lu Zichuan's immense opportunity came from here. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan clapped her hands, suddenly realizing, I've been feeling like I forgot something recently. Now that you mention this, I remember. Thanks to you. We can freely use the sword casting pool of the White Tiger Sect. Saying this, the two sat back down, and after a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinyan spoke. Speaking of which, the origin of the White Tiger Sect is closely related to this sword casting pool. The sword casting pool existed long before the White Tiger Sect was founded, and no one knows its origins or how many years it has existed. After the founding ancestor of the White Tiger Sect discovered the sword casting pool, he built the current White Tiger Sect around it. The aura of metal within the sword casting pool is very rich, and the sword energy lingers for years, making it extremely dangerous. The sword is a weapon of killing, and both are aligned with the white tiger and the four symbols, hence the name White Tiger Sect. As long as someone can withstand the sword energy within the sword casting pool, they can absorb the sword energy with their own sword and use it for themselves. Jiang Li asked, absorb the sword energy from the pool? That's right. The sword energy in the sword casting pool is terrifying. When stored in a sword and combined with one's own cultivation during battle, it can unleash destructive power far exceeding double one's own strength. The closer you are to the center of the pool, the better the effect. Lu Xinyan explained. So this sword casting pool is like a power bank. Jiang Li stroked his chin, pondering. Power bank? Lu Xinyan looked confused, not understanding what it meant. After a brief explanation, she understood and laughed. That is quite fitting. But changing it to an inflatable treasure might be even better. Jiang Li couldn't help but scoff at the thought of an inflatable treasure, junior sister. But since it's called the sword casting pool, it can't just be used to absorb the sword energy, right? That clearly doesn't match the name. Lu Xinyan nodded. That's right. Absorbing sword energy is just the simplest function of the sword casting pool. However, if one can forge a good sword in the sword casting pool, that sword won't need to absorb sword energy from the pool anymore to achieve the same effect. Wow, that's terrifying. Over double the destructive power? That's outrageous. It's incredible that we've managed to hold our ground against the White Tiger Sect for so many years without defeat. Jiang Li Gaspat. Lu Xinyan, hearing this, smiled wryly and shook her head. It's not that easy. First of all, a sword forged in the sword casting pool can only be used by the one who forged it. If an ordinary spiritual weapon absorbs the sword energy from the pool, there's a risk of shattering. The lower the quality, the higher the chance of shattering. Even if it doesn't shatter this time, the chances of it breaking when absorbing next time will increase exponentially until the sword is completely ruined. How many people can bear the cost of continuously damaging their treasured sword? Then let's just forge the sword inside, Jiang Li said nonchalantly. Lu Xinyan shook her head helplessly and replied, Senior brother, can you forge a sword? Of course I can't. Jiang Li Raplia. Lu Xinyan was speechless. Do you think being a swordsmith is that easy? To forge a qualified sword, there are dozens of processes from selecting materials, forging, to grinding the blade. The higher the quality of the sword, the more complicated it is, and the longer the forging time required. Not to mention, with your golden core cultivation, being able to stay inside for a day is already a rare occurrence. For an ordinary person, not only is it hard to spend a lot of time forging a sword inside, but it's also a miracle not to be killed by the omnipresent sword energy inside. Since the establishment of the White Tiger sect, the number of people who have forged swords by hand in the sword forging pool can be counted on 2 hands. What about you, junior sister? With your cultivation, you should be able to withstand that sword energy and forge a sword, right? Jiang Li asked. Lu Xinyan shook her head. It's not that simple. To forge a sword suitable for the Emperor realm in the sword forging pool, you need to go deep into the pool. Otherwise, even if you manage to forge it, it won't achieve the desired effect. And it would be better to use an ordinary spirit sword. The sword energy in the depths of the forging pool is not so easy to withstand. Among those who have forged swords by hand in the forging pool, the highest cultivation level is only at the great ascension stage. Otherwise, the White Tiger sect would have already unified Ningzhou. If Hu Sanqing were also forging swords inside, it would probably be much harder for me to kill him. Speaking of this matter and recalling the previous awkwardness, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush, especially when Jiang Li, the only one who knew, was right in front of her. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Li, only to find that he seemed completely unaware, which made her a bit angry. So it seems there must be some incredible secret or opportunity in that sword forging pool. Why hasn't the White Tiger sect explored it further? Jiang Li was completely focused on the White Tiger sect's sword forging pool and did not notice Lu Xinyan's abnormality, continuing to ask. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's expression immediately dropped, and she impatiently said, Everyone knows there are great secrets in the sword forging pool. To explore it, one must have a strength. Do you think the White Tiger sect is made up of fools? The sword energy in the deepest part of the sword pool, let alone me. Even a Saint Realm expert might not be able to withstand it unless they are at the peak. Otherwise, it's impossible. After saying this, Lu Xinyan lost interest in the conversation and didn't ask what Jiang Li and Lu Zichun talked about. She stood up angrily and walked out. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. I still have questions for you. Jiang Li hurriedly called out. Go ask a ghost, don't ask me, I don't know. Lu Xinyan replied without looking back and quickly disappeared from Jiang Li's sight. What is wrong with this woman? Jiang Li scratched his head, but his mind was still on the White Tiger sect's sword forging pool. Chapter 79, Soulier. The reason Jiang Li's attitude towards Lu Zichun changed 180 degrees was because of this sword forging pool. Anyone with eyes can see the extraordinary nature of the sword forging pool and the opportunities within it. However, due to various reasons, no one has been able to glimpse the opportunities inside the sword forging pool. And Lu Zichun is obviously the destined child who can obtain the opportunities inside. Jiang Li didn't know exactly what was inside. He only derived a conclusion from the divination that what Lu Zichun obtained would be something akin to a personal grandfather. This is also an important reason for him to judge Lu Zichun as the destined child. The protagonist standard Jiang Li is too familiar with. Jiang Li's intention was to get this grandfather. Strictly speaking, it was the vessel carrying the grandfather. According to common settings, the personal grandfather of the destined child not only teaches various heaven-defying techniques, but also possesses something that is a coveted treasure. At the very least, it's something that can change one's life. He can't draw such a living being, but he has a great chance to obtain this treasure. As long as he helps Lu Zichun seize this opportunity that belongs to him, even if he can't get it this time, there'll be a next time, and the time after that. As long as he maintains a good relationship with Lu Zichun and occasionally reads his palm or face, he doesn't believe he can't draw it out. With enough effort, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. However, Jiang Li sensed something different from this matter. The so-called imperial-appointed General Su Lai seemed to also be interested in the White Tiger sect's sword forging pool. Logically speaking, since the White Tiger sect and Yin Xiuzong are enemies, and Yin Xiuzong retaliated by killing Hu Sanqing, the White Tiger sect should submit to Yin Xiuzong. It's just that because of Lu Qingyuan, the city guard of Ningzhou, Yin Xiuzong did not completely destroy the White Tiger sect. In the end, they only used a secret realm controlled by the White Tiger sect as compensation. But even so, outsiders who want to plot against the White Tiger sect must first consider Yin Xiuzong's feelings. This is also an unwritten rule in the cultivation world, in the 36 states of the human realm. After all, this territory was conquered by me, You can't just come and pick the peaches without a word. But this Su Lai did just that. Even if he was just appointed as the imperial general and eager to expand his power, that reason doesn't hold water. Combined with Lu Zichuan's divination, Jiang Li concluded that this Su Lai must know something. At the very least, he has some understanding of the sword forging pool. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be that Hu Sanqing just died, and Su Lai sought out Lu Qingyuan. Only Lu Qingyuan, this brainless city guard, would be so eager to flatter Su Lai, without considering why he would come to find you. Moreover, it can be seen from the divination that if Su Lai's wishes come true, he will definitely kill Lu Qingyuan and his son afterward to silence them. But it must be said that although Lu Qingyuan is not impressive, he has a good son. Lu Zichuan not only has a much better temperament than his father, but also has incredibly good fortune. Regarding the incident at Zuifeng Lu Qingyuan had a chance to escape. If Lu Zichuan hadn't handled it properly and was as brainless as Su Lai's useless son Su Lin ran, Lu Zichuan's grave grass should already be sprouting. Coincidentally, when facing Lu Xinyan, an Emperor Realm expert, he encountered no issues. Jiang Li thought it was somewhat absurd afterward. Don't look at Lu Xinyan acting casually when she is with him. She is a genuine Emperor Realm expert, the only one in Ningzhou on the surface. The prestige is not to be underestimated. Because of this, Lu Qingyuan had a chance to distance himself from Su Linran's death and push all the contradictions onto Lu Xinyan and Yin Xiuzong. But he didn't do that. Not only did he not do that, but he also tried to use this matter to pressure and threaten Lu Xinyan. A great ascension stage, threatening an Emperor Realm expert. Only he could think of that. Lu Xinyan didn't kill him on the spot, which already took the imperial face into consideration. But this guy just likes to court death. He directly turned hostile, feeling that Lu Xinyan had embarrassed him, and plainly stated he would join Su Lai to deal with Lu Xinyan. Truly, without Lu Zichuan, Lu Qingyuan would undoubtedly be dead. He didn't consider that in a conflict between two Emperor Realm experts, could a great ascension stage like him intervene? Being a pawn in someone else's game. Even if he dies, the imperial court wouldn't say anything, only secretly cursing him as a fool. But it was precisely Lu Zichuan's existence that caught Jiang Li's attention. With the subsequent divination, Lu Qingyuan still escaped a fate of certain death. Jiang Li didn't know whether to say he had a good son or that a fool had his blessings. In the end, Jiang Li could only attribute it to Lu Zichuan's astonishing fortune. On the other hand, after Lu Zichuan returned to Ningzhou City, he locked himself in his room and saw no one. He carefully sorted out his thoughts. After the initial excitement, he now calmed down and began to think about the possible traps in Jiang Li's words. He wasn't like his father, who acted without thinking. He was never very supportive of Lu Qingyuan collaborating with Su Lai. Now, after Jiang Li made a calculation and recalling some things that only he knew, he was even more convinced that Su Lai had ulterior motives. His father, the cheap city guard, was hardly taken seriously by anyone. If it weren't for Yin Xiuzong also being part of Ningzhou, he definitely wouldn't let his father off so easily and simply let by him and go. Thinking back to when his father shamelessly went to mediate, he felt embarrassed. Face is something mutually given. If someone gives you face, you must return the favor. Ordinary people wouldn't come to Lu Qingyuan to plot against by human after the events unfolded, because anyone with a brain would think that Lu Qingyuan would never offend Yin Xiuzong. But unexpectedly, Su Lai did come. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyuan agreed. One was plotting in secret. The other was being overly clever. A perfect match. Now that Lu Zichuan thought about it, he felt a sense of frustration. It was now certain that Su Lai definitely had issues. What was uncertain was what Jiang Li, or rather Yin Xiuzong, could gain from this matter. He didn't believe in hatred or love without reason. Jiang Li's sudden enthusiasm made him realize that the other party must have ulterior motives as well. But the problem was, he couldn't figure it out. The suggestions Jiang Li gave him truly seemed to be for his and Lu Qingyuan's benefit. Just as he was deep in thought, a violent aura suddenly slammed into the city guard's mansion. Lu Qingyuan, get out here and pay for my son's life. Lu Zichuan was suddenly jolted awake from his contemplation. Su Lai had arrived. When Lu Zichuan reached the main hall of the city lord's mansion, he saw a very robust middle-aged man sitting majestically in the main seat. Behind him stood a handsome young man in the nascent soul realm, with an extraordinary demeanor. The young man crossed his arms and held an ancient-style long sword, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lu Zichuan as he entered. Lu Zichuan furrowed his brows slightly, sizing up the other party. From this person, Lu Zichuan couldn't help but feel a sense of threat. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he felt that he and the other party seemed to be fundamentally incompatible. Zichuan, you came at the right time. Quickly tell your Uncle Su about what happened at Drunken Wind Tower. It seems Su Lai had already been somewhat calmed by his father. At that moment, Su Lai appeared relatively calm. Don't try to get close to me. Do you think I would acknowledge you as my uncle? Su Li is norted coldly. Lu Qingyuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He didn't expect Su Lai to be so disrespectful and publicly humiliate his son. Just as Lu Qingyuan was about to speak, Lu Zichuan quickly interjected, Father, what Senior Su said is absolutely right. With my cultivation level before Senior, I am like an ant. How could I not know my place and try to get close? This kid still has some self-awareness. After staring at Lu Zichuan for a couple of moments, Su Lai said, I asked you, was my son with you before he died? Upon hearing this, Lu Zichuan immediately displayed a look of indignation and sorrow. That's right. Brother Su was with me before he passed away. Senior, Brother Su was wronged. Before he could finish his 2 sentences, tears streamed down Lu Zichuan's face. He cried with such heartbreak. Senior, it's all my fault for not being able to protect Brother Su, which led to his untimely death. If I hadn't taken him there, he wouldn't have. Although Su Lai loved his little son very much, he also knew his son's character. All right, stop saying that. Just tell me, my son was killed by Lu Xinyan, right? Lu Zichuan quickly nodded. That's right. I saw with my own eyes Yin Xiuzong's Empress Lu Xinyan kill Brother Su. That's enough. Saying this, he turned to Lu Qingyuan and asked, killing demand a life. Debts must be repaid. Lu Qingyuan, do you have any objections to this matter? What General Su said is absolutely right. Are you willing to go with me to Yin Xiuzong to seek justice for my son? Although he said this, Su Lai's tone didn't seem like he was discussing it with Lu Qingyuan. Moreover, in his view, Lu Qingyuan should also be quite troubled by this matter. But he wanted to force him to take a side. What he didn't expect was that Lu Qingyuan seemed even more eager. It is my duty. Even if you don't speak, I will go to Yin Xiuzong to seek justice for your son. As long as Ningzhou remains part of the 36 states of the human realm, I, as the city guard of Ningzhou, will never allow such unjust killings to occur in my territory. Lu Qingyuan said with righteous indignation, as if it were his own son who had died. Su Lai looked at the very agitated Lu Qingyuan and was somewhat unsure of his thoughts. Su Lai couldn't help but glance at his eldest son, Su Linxuan. There was also some surprise in Su Linxuan's eyes. Seeing their teammate so invested left the father and son at a loss. General Su, time is of the essence. Shall we go to Yin Xiuzong to seek justice now? At that moment, Lu Qingyuan was still immersed in the dream of going to Yin Xiuzong with Su Lai to seek justice. Then raise his head high and reaffirm his unique authority in Ningzhou. No matter how he looked at it, his chances of winning were overwhelming. Su Lai was a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse, and although Lu Xinyan was extraordinarily talented, she was still too young. Even if Yin Xiuzong had the advantage of being a local tyrant, with him as the city guard Ningzhou, combined with Su Lai, who was like a dragon crossing the river, they could definitely suppress Yin Xiuzong, the local tyrant, thoroughly. He certainly hadn't thought of killing Lu Xinyan. He just wanted Yin Xiuzong to completely abandon the interests of Baihuman, allowing Su Lai to take over Baihuman smoothly. Well, Brother Lu, I think we should discuss this further. When things seem out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. Su Lai felt that Lu Qingyuan's approach was a bit too much, and it was better to be cautious. After all, this teammate was a bit too proactive. According to the script, shouldn't he be the one forcing Lu Qingyuan to take a side and then pressuring Yin Xiuzong? Anyone who didn't know would think he was the one being forced. That's not right. General Su, you may not know that Lu Xinyan, relying on being the only Emperor Realm in Ningzhou, is quite arrogant and disregards others. Your son was completely killed by her on baseless charges. Think about it. How could your son, such a clever person, possibly offend an Emperor Realm? Everything must have been because Lu Xinyan was dissatisfied with your intention to take over Baihuman, and she did it intentionally to give you a warning. Upon hearing Lu Qingyuan say this, Su Lai suddenly felt that, based on this reasoning, Lu Xinyan seemed to have done nothing wrong. After all, on the surface, he really was trying to intervene in by human without even greeting them first. So he was in the wrong to begin with. Why did Lu Qingyuan look like he was eager for him to go to war with Yin Xiuzong and Lu Xinyan? It must be a trap. No need to rush, just wait and see. After saying this, Su Lai stood up, preparing to end the conversation. Arrange accommodations for the two of us. We will decide how to proceed tomorrow. After saying this, he ignored Lu Qingyuan's reaction and treated the place like his own home as he walked out. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan had no choice but to instruct his servants to make arrangements quickly. There are some things that I don't quite understand. Why does Su Lai's reaction differ from what I imagined? Isn't Su Linran his most beloved youngest son? At first, everything seemed normal. But why did he suddenly lose interest later? For Lu Qingyuan and Su Lai, who were puzzled, only Lu Zichuan, standing from a third-party perspective, noticed the problem. His own father was indeed too clever for his own good and overly enthusiastic. On the other hand, Su Lai had ulterior motives, and his father's enthusiasm made him feel somewhat restrained. This was almost identical to what Jiang Li had said and what he had thought. Originally, Jiang Li wanted him to stir things up between the two of them, making his father a bit more proactive, which would facilitate his later appearance to prove that his judgment was better. But now it seems unnecessary. His father was even more enthusiastic than he had imagined, to the point that Su Lai was starting to doubt him. However, Su Lai was clearly not a simple-minded person like his father. Given time, he could assess Lu Qingyuan's true intentions overnight. Everything would still proceed according to his and Jiang Li's plan, and he didn't need to exert much effort. He just had to watch things unfold naturally. Thinking of this, Lu Zichuan couldn't help but sigh. Even if Su Lai were driven away, could someone like his father outsmart Yin Xiuzong? At the same time, he gained some insight. The reason Jiang Li chose to befriend him was probably because he thought his father was simple-minded. Zichuan, how about it? Today, I completely overshadowed Su Lai's momentum. Did you see how Su Lai looked just now? He had no trace of coming to question me. This is the correct attitude for cooperation. That Lu Xinyan, being a woman, is so arrogant and self-willed, thinking she has the final say in Ningzhou. It's time for her to suffer a bit. Lu Qingyan proudly boasted in front of his son. This was the key he had just realized after pondering. Lu Zichuan's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a smile as he said, "Father, you are indeed wise and powerful, with an extraordinary presence. Even a strong figure like Su Lai must put away his arrogance in front of you." Ha, that's right. Chapter 81. The Su family father and son. Father, we have found out the truth, and it seems our understanding of Lu Qingyuan might be somewhat off, Su Linxuan said with a strange expression. Seeing this, Su Lai frowned and said, "Speak clearly. No one related to your brother's death can be spared." Su Linxuan nodded and said, "This Lu Qingyuan is not as we imagined. He is a person with deep scheming. On the contrary, he is ambitious yet incompetent, unable to see the situation." He then shared what he had learned about Lu Qingyuan's actions. Even Su Lai, with his imperial realm cultivation, couldn't help but feel his blood surge upon hearing what Lu Qingyuan had done. He was truly taken aback. "Are you saying that we were basically playing mind games with thin air?" Su Linxuan said awkwardly. "It seems so. This guy purely wants to use us to get back at Yin Xiuzong and Lu Xinyan." Smack. Su Lai slapped the table beside him, splintering it into pieces. "I can't believe I was played by a useless person," Su Linxuan said helplessly. "Father, to be fair, we overthought it. We can't really blame him. Sooner, you are clever. What do you think we should do now?" Su Lai asked. Su Linxuan lowered his head, stroked his chin, and after a moment of silence said, "Although Lu Qingyuan is a bit foolish, his position as the city guard is a point we can use. Since he wants to take down Yin Xiuzong to establish his voice in Ningzhou, we can take advantage of that. We want the White Tiger Sect's forging pool, and we can also take Yin Xiuzong. Doesn't he want to establish his authority? Then let's help him do it thoroughly, directly taking down Lu Xinyan." Saying this, Su Linxuan made a gesture of cutting his throat. Su Lai, hearing this, expressed some concern. "After all, we are outsiders. If we kill a local imperial realm expert right after arriving in Ningzhou, I fear it will provoke a backlash from the Ningzhou cultivators, making it difficult for us to control Ningzhou. Su Linxuan shook his head and said, Father, what I mean is perhaps we don't need to kill Lu Qingyuan. Su Lai frowned and said, You don't want to avenge your younger brother anymore? Although he was killed by Lu Xinyan, the Lu father and son can't escape responsibility. Most importantly, the secret of the White Tiger sect's forging pool must not be leaked. Su Linxuan smiled and said, Father, keeping Lu Qingyuan alive might be more beneficial for us than killing him. First, as long as he is alive, someone else will take the blame for killing Lu Xinyan, preventing us from being rejected by the Ningzhou cultivators. Secondly, you are a general of the dynasty. If you kill Lu Qingyuan, even if it is done perfectly, it will be hard to explain to the dynasty. After all, the dynasty only cares about results, not processes. Lu Qingyuan is the city guard appointed by the dynasty. If he dies, the implications are too great. I believe Lu Xinyan must have considered this too, which is why she didn't move against this fool. Otherwise, for what he did, he deserves to die 10 times. Su Lai fell silent, closing his eyes, from the frantic twitching of his eyelids. It was evident that he was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, Lu Qingyuan must die, but that can be postponed. Once you obtain the opportunity in the forging pool, and I have turned Ningzhou into our Su family's backyard, then it will be time for Lu Qingyuan to meet his end. Your brother's spirit must be appeased. Su Linxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his father did not completely lose his reason due to Su Linran's death. His father was indeed thinking clearly. But there was one thing his son was somewhat puzzled about. Logically speaking, how did a useless person like Lu Qingyuan end up in the position of city guard in Ningzhou? Even if Ningzhou is a small place, the dynasty wouldn't send such an incompetent person, right? Su Lai's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm as he said, It's simple. He has a good sister. A good sister? Su Linxuan thought for a moment and suddenly realized, You mean the favored Ru Guifei in the imperial palace? Su Lai nodded and said, Exactly. Ru Guifei is Lu Qingyuan's cousin. Su Linxuan expressed some unease. Father, if Lu Qingyuan has Ru Guifei backing him, what if we scheme against him? What about Ru Guifei? Don't worry. Lu Qingyuan, sitting in the position of city guard, has already exhausted all the goodwill between him and Ru Guifei. If it weren't for that, do you think that fool would have made his relationship with Ru Guifei known to everyone in the 36 states? He wouldn't dare. If we kill this poor relative for Ru Guifei, she might even thank us. Su Linxuan still felt worried. But after all, they are relatives. What if? There won't be any what-ifs. I am completely confident in this matter. Su Linxuan did not say more upon hearing this. He trusted his father's judgment. Father, to avoid long nights filled with dreams, let's first deal with Lu Xinyan tomorrow, then head to the White Tiger sect to prevent any disruptions at a critical moment. May I dare to ask, do you have confidence in dealing with Lu Xinyan? After all, Hu Sanqing from the White Tiger sect was killed by this woman. Su Lai laughed heartily and said, How could a useless person like Hu Sanqing compare me? Ningzhou is such a small place. It is not a breeding ground for experts. Moreover, I have already inquired that Hu Sanqing was killed by Lu Xinyan because he was too foolish and his own technique backfired. Then it's foolproof. Su Linxuan laughed. It must be so. The father and son exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. A moment later, Su Linxuan sighed and said, It's a pity for my younger brother. I thought it was just a common matter, letting him walk through it to gain some experience, but I didn't expect it to harm him. At this point, Su Lai repressed a smile and looked at him with a fierce gaze, saying, That wretched servant Lu Xinyan, along with those two foolish pigs, Lu Qingyuan and his son, will pay the price for honor. Then he turned to Su Linxuan and said, Sun'er, you are the most talented among your brothers. The journey to Xiantian sect a year from now will depend on you to restore the glory of the Su family. Su Linxuan nodded heavily and said, Father, please rest assured, if I previously had an 80% certainty after obtaining the opportunity in the sword casting pool, I will have 100% certainty. Su Lai patted his shoulder earnestly and said, I know there is a fierce tiger in your heart, and I have constrained you. After tonight, let go and unleash your potential. Among your brothers, you are the one I trust the most. The position of the head of the Su family will only belong to you in the future. Don't disappoint me. Su Linxuan nodded firmly and said, I won't let you down. Chapter 82. Just watch. The next morning, before Su Lai could find Lu Qingyuan to inform him of the results, Lu Qingyuan came first. General Su, did you rest well yesterday? Based on yesterday's judgment, Lu Qingyuan was no longer as cautious as before when facing Su Lai, speaking much more casually. Su Lai noted Lu Qingyuan's change in demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it. I'm Fine. Brother Lu, what brings you here so early? Lu Qingyuan's expression changed, and he said with a pained look, naturally, it's about avenging my son. To be honest, General Su, I feel a kinship with your son. During these days in Ningzhou City, I regarded him as a nephew. His death pains my heart, and I wish I could kill Lu Xinyan right away to avenge him. I only regret my own lack of strength, unable to deal with that wretched woman. As he spoke, Lu Qingyuan suddenly regained his previous vigor, saying, now that you, General Su, have come, we must make that wretched woman pay the price she deserves. General Su, Brother Su, what are you waiting for? Let's go to Yinshou Sect now and seek justice for my nephew Lin Ran. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's eager face, Su Lai couldn't help but twitch his eyes. If he hadn't thoroughly investigated this person yesterday, he might have genuinely believed this guy treated his son like a close relative. To be honest, Lu Qingyuan's acting skills were quite impressive. At this moment, Su Lai naturally wouldn't expose him, and he solemnly said, it's rare for Brother Lu to have such intentions. I'm deeply grateful. Let's go to Yinshou Sect now and demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. Let's go right now. He immediately rallied the guards of Ningzhou City and followed Su Lai, marching towards Yinshou Sect in a grand display. Along the way, many cultivators saw this spectacle and were curious, wondering what the city guard of Ningzhou City was up to. But soon, news spread about Lu Xinyan killing the son of General Su Lai, the newly appointed general of the empire. This spectacle seemed to be heading toward the slaughter of the sect. Everyone knew that Su Lai was the newly appointed general of the empire, a powerful cultivator at the peak of the imperial realm with incredible combat strength. This time, our empress had kicked a hard rock. Not at all. How could Su Lai do anything to Yinshou Sect, as this was Ningzhou? As long as Lu Xinyan stayed within the sect and relied on the sect's protective formations. What was there to fear? Foolish and naive. She could hide for a moment, but could she hide for a lifetime? You say I'm foolish and naive, but I think you're the one who is stupid. This is Ningzhou, Lu Xinyan's home ground. What right does Su Lai, an outsider, have to trap Lu Xinyan? Are you blind? Can't you see that the Ningzhou city guard is standing with Su Lai? Those nearly 1,000 guards are just for show? Haha, just these useless people. You think they can bully men and dominate women? If it comes to a real fight, those female disciples of Yinshou Sect could wipe the floor with them. What a joke, this is the city guard. Brother, you don't seem to have been in Ningzhou City for long, right? What do you mean by that? Haha, just watch and you'll understand. Such conversations were plentiful within and outside Ningzhou City. Gradually, the news spread wider, and more people learned about it. Many cultivators, eager to see the excitement, rushed to Yinshou Sect in advance, waiting for a good show. Master, it's bad. Master. While Bai Ling Miao was discussing doctrines with Lu Xinyan, she frowned at a flustered female disciple who rushed in. What's the rush? The sky is falling, and you have your master Lu to support you. Lu Xinyan looked at her senior sister speechlessly. Senior sister, is it really okay for you to speak like that? Haha, if the sky falls, let the tallest one hold it up. In our sect, you're the tallest one. Is there a problem? Lu Xinyan helplessly facepalmed. Senior sister, haven't you noticed that ever since Jiang Li arrived, you've become more unrestrained? The old you was very composed. Oh, really? You must be overthinking it. Though she said that, Bai Ling Miao thought in her heart, I've been seen completely. What's there to hold back? Lu Xinyan shook her head, not getting caught up in that issue, and instead asked the female disciple, so what happened? Seeing that the two major figures of the sect were still in a light-hearted mood, the female disciple calmed down a lot. Master, many cultivators have come outside, including those from Rianzong and Beishan sect. Almost half of the sects in Ningzhou are here. I inquired a bit, and it seems someone is coming to seek revenge on us. They are all here to watch the battle. Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao exchanged glances, both of their eyes flashing with light. What about Master Jiang? Bai Ling Miao asked. Master Jiang is currently giving a fortune-telling session. It should be about done now. Bai Ling Miao said impatiently. Call him over, and then notify the disciples above the golden core stage and the deacons to prepare for battle. Not long after the order was given, Bai Ling Miao saw Jiang Li and Sifeng walking over, chatting and laughing. She could vaguely hear words like white, tender, soft, enjoying alone, and Jiang Li had a lewd smile on his face. Sifeng, on the other hand, looked full of admiration. Senior sister Bai, junior sister Lu. What do you need me for? Jiang Li, who had just read the fortunes of several stunning female disciples, was in a good mood today. Seeing Jiang Li like this and listening to his words made Bai Ling Miao furious. How can you, as a sect elder, not have a bit of seriousness every day? Jiang Li looked puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? Just look at Sifeng. He was just a bit naive, but now that he's followed you at such a young age, he already has the potential to become a lecher, and you still have the nerve to ask what's wrong? Ultimately, he was still a kid with a thin skin. Sifeng, blushing, said, Senior sister Bai, how could I possibly be a lecher? Bai Ling Miao coldly huffed. Now you still know to be ashamed. It won't be good to say that later. I don't even know what Elder Ling Yun is thinking, letting you learn from him. Why not learn something better? Jiang Li awkwardly touched his nose and said, Senior sister, is it really necessary to hold such a grudge against me? Lu Xinyan also defended Jiang Li. Senior brother is just a bit off. He's not as bad as you say. At the same time, she was a bit curious about why her senior sister, who had just mentioned so many of Jiang Li's good qualities, was now so angry. What could Bai Ling Miao say? She couldn't exactly say Jiang Li had seen her body, right? Prejudices in the heart are like a mountain. Senior sister, if you say that, it will make me very sad. Jiang Li pretended to be aggrieved, speaking in a low, hoarse voice. Go to hell, lecher, Bai Ling Miao scolded. Jiang Li took it as her dissatisfaction with him taking advantage of the female disciples of the sect during fortune-telling, and with his thick skin, he completely ignored it. After joking a few words, Jiang Li asked, I heard from the disciples that many cultivators have come outside, saying they are here to watch the excitement. Is Su Lai coming? Bai Ling Miao nodded and said it should be. Jiang Li smiled and said, whether Yin Xiuzong can take the first step to dominate Ningzhou depends on your performance today, senior sister. Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but smile and said, just wait and see. Chapter 83. Two Emperors. No one dislikes showing off. Since Jiang Li arrived at Yin Xiuzong, Bai Ling Miao felt that the pressure on her had suddenly decreased. Without the constraints of the sect's mundane affairs, Bai Ling Miao slowly began to become uncontrollably uninhibited. Just thinking about making a dazzling entrance and catching the opponent off guard made her feel exhilarated. Just as she was discussing the lines for their entrance with Jiang Li, a deep voice rang out from outside the mountain gate, echoing in the air above Yin Xiuzong. Lu Xinyan, come out and pay with your life for my son. At this moment, Su Lai was like an angry lion. He stared angrily at the tall mountain gate with the three large characters Yin Xiuzong and his disheveled hair blew in the wind. His imposing figure made one feel an overwhelming pressure at first glance. The might of a late-stage emperor was evident. Behind him, Lu Qingyuan looked at the mountain gate of Yin Xiuzong with a smug expression, feeling extremely pleased. In the past, you treated me with indifference. From now on, you will find it hard to reach me. Son, today is the day our Lu family stands tall and truly controls Ningzhou. Just watch how your father regains the face lost that day. Little by little, Lu Qingyuan looked at the explosive momentum of Su Lai ahead, as if he were seeing himself. Lu Zichuan looked at his father in speechlessness, feeling helpless, not knowing if his father would still be this confident in a little while. Although Jiang Li hadn't told him what trump cards Yin Xiuzong had, he still sensed Jiang Li's unwavering confidence from his tone. If it were only this, he wouldn't have placed his bets on Yin Xiuzong. More importantly, it was that boy, only 12 or 13 years old, at the Golden Course stage. With such a presence, standing behind him was at least an emperor. This was the real reason Lu Zichuan had confidence in Yin Xiuzong. No matter how strong Su Lai was, he definitely couldn't take on two opponents. After all, the emperor stage is not something trivial. It represents the top-tier powerhouses, the face of state. In the gap of their conversation, the impatient Su Lai punched towards the plaque on the mountain gate of Yin Xiuzong. The onlookers gasped in shock. Such an action could sometimes be more thorough than directly killing someone. This was a declaration of a fight to the death. Destroying a mountain gate was equivalent to digging up someone's ancestral grave. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan's laughter abruptly stopped, and his face turned gray. This was not what he had in mind. No, not at all. I just wanted to come and reclaim my dignity. To let Lu Xinyan know who truly calls the shots in Ningzhou. Why did Su Lai have to destroy the mountain gate? But at this moment, no matter what he thought, it was too late. Just as the situation was reaching a critical point, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. A dazzling sword light shot out from within Yin Xiuzong, directly cutting down Su Lai's fist. Who dares to cause trouble in my Yin Xiuzong? Everyone heard a clear and pleasant voice ring out. As the sword light dissipated, Lu Xinyan, dressed in white like snow, stood before the mountain gate of Yin Xiuzong, holding a long sword, standing proudly. Following her, female disciples of Yin Xiuzong poured out from the mountain gate, lined up in order of strength. All drew their swords, their eyes filled with killing intent. Besides Lu Xinyan, an emperor, there were also dozens of female cultivators at the integration and body refinement stages, exuding astonishing fluctuations of power. The number of female cultivators at the transformation stage exceeded 100, while those at the nascent soul and golden core stages were countless. The onlooking cultivators were all surprised. So this is the strength of our Ningzhou's #1 sect. Indeed, extraordinary. Look at those female disciples. The killing intent in their eyes is overwhelming. They clearly are not to be trifled with. In comparison, the city guards looked quite pitiful, unlike the well-coordinated and battle-ready female cultivators of Yin Xiuzong. The Ningzhou city guards behind Su Lai looked more like a hodgepodge hastily put together. When they surged out from Ningzhou City, they looked impressive with over 1,000 cultivators. Especially in a small place like Ningzhou, it was quite a spectacle. But upon arriving at Yin Xiuzong, they each revealed their true colors. They neither stood nor sat properly, looking as if they were on vacation. Brother, can you see the difference now? How can the city guards be this weak? If you didn't often stay in Ningzhou City, you would know that the cultivators and the city guards were just there to collect a salary and pass the days. How could they compare to the disciples of the #1 sect in Ningzhou like Yin Xiuzong? Besides those who joined the city guards, how good do you think their strength and talent would be? Just look at that stingy Lu Qingyuan. How much do you think he invests in the city guards? Su Lai was a general appointed by the dynasty, and although it was merely a title, he knew a thing or two about battle formations. At the very least, as an emperor, he could tell the strength of a cultivator at a glance. Looking at the disciples of Yin Xiuzong and then at the city guards behind him, Su Lai felt a surge of unnamed rage rising up. These useless people would be better off not coming. They were of no use other than to embarrass him. Fortunately, he never considered Lu Qingyuan important, nor would he regard these city guards as a support. Lu Xinyan, is it you who killed my son? Su Lai directly questioned. If you mean that pervert who likes men, then indeed I killed him, Lu Xinyan said with a cold smile. Su Lai's anger intensified upon hearing this. He naturally knew what kind of person his son was, but being publicly humiliated like this by Lu Xinyan made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Oh, my son actually has a preference for men. What? My son sells himself? What? My son can't hold his shit? What nonsense are you talking? You are all discriminating against my Beishan sect. As an emperor, Su Lai naturally had excellent hearing. These words, more or less, reached his ears. Lu Xinyan, good, very good. Lu Xinyan coldly snorted. What? You are preparing to destroy my mountain gate. Do I still need to give you face? Su Lai. Swear that today I will wash Yin Xiuzong in blood, slaughter the sect, and leave no one alive. You probably won't be able to fulfill that vow today. With just your small initial stage, Emperor, do you really think you can stop me? One alone won't work. How about two? Chapter 84. Who is Handan? As soon as Lu Xinyan's voice fell, a loud sword cry rang out again from within Yin Xiuzong. Bai Ling Miao, dressed in the same white clothing, appeared at the mountain gate of Yin Xiuzong, standing side by side with Lu Xinyan. One of the two women was stunningly beautiful, while the other was graceful and poised. Together with the numerous female disciples of Yin Xiuzong behind them, they formed a beautiful scene. Su Lai's eyes widened as he looked at the suddenly appearing Bai Ling Miao. His expression turned grim. An emperor, Su Lai gritted his teeth and said, Yin Xiuzong actually has two emperors. He suddenly turned to Lu Qingyuan and said, Did you not say there was only Lu Xinyan? Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Ling Miao with the same incredulous expression. I previously saw her as a major completion stage cultivator. This is impossible. Not long had passed since he last saw Bai Ling Miao. At that time, she was clearly still a major completion stage cultivator like him. He still remembered that after dealing with the matters between Yin Xiuzong and the White Tiger sect, they had discussed for a while as cultivators stuck at the major completion stage. At that time, Bai Ling Miao, like him, was still brooding over being stuck at the Great Ascension stage. It had only been a short while, not even a month, and how did he become an emperor? Lu Qingyuan suddenly felt as if he had been betrayed by a close brother. They had agreed to grow old together, yet he secretly took a shortcut. After stuttering for a long time, Lu Qingyuan couldn't explain anything to Su Lai. In the end, he directly turned to Bai Ling Miao and questioned, "What is going on? Last time you were also at the Great Ascension stage. How did you become an emperor?" His words even carried a hint of grievance. Bai Ling Miao, however, wore a look of triumph and said, "Daoist Lu, thank you for keeping my breakthrough a secret so well otherwise." Bai Ling Miao intentionally left the sentence unfinished, but his gaze showed a hint of mutual understanding and camaraderie. Seeing this, Su Lai immediately glared at Lu Qingyuan and said, "Lu Qingyuan, how dare you scheme against me?" Lu Qingyuan hurriedly explained, No, General Su, you've misunderstood. It's not like that." Saying this, he angrily shouted at Bai Ling Miao, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Ling Miao laughed and said, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let me rephrase. Lu Qingyuan, as a fellow from Ningzhou. How could you collude with outsiders against my Yin Xiuzong? Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyuan felt like crying without tears. "No, General Su, it's really not what you think." If Bai Ling Miao hadn't said that last line, he would have really thought Lu Qingyuan was in cahoots with Yin Xiuzong to plot against him. But with Bai Ling Miao saying this, he immediately understood that the other party was just teasing him for fun. Watching Lu Qingyuan, who looked anxious and still thinking about how to explain himself, Su Lai couldn't help but shout, "Shut up, you fool who doesn't even realize he is being played." Lu Zichuan also tugged at his father's sleeve and said, "Father, just stand there and don't say anything." Lu Zichuan felt embarrassed for the first time standing next to his father like this. Lu Qingyuan finally reacted, his face turning red and pale. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something fierce, but ultimately couldn't get the words out. The onlooking Ningzhou cultivators watched this scene, wanting to laugh but also feeling hesitant, each one turning red in the face. After all, Yin Xiuzong could afford to ignore Lu Qingyuan, the city guard. But they couldn't. However, everyone was still very surprised by Bai Ling Miao suddenly becoming an emperor. A sect with two emperors was not something to be underestimated. Not just in small Ningzhou, but even across the entire 36 states. After scolding Lu Qingyuan, Su Lai looked at the two emperors in front of him, feeling stuck. He couldn't leave nor stay. Lu Xinyan snorted and said, "Su Lai, what about your earlier vow? Aren't you going to fulfill it?" Su Lai coldly snorted and said, "Today He stammered and couldn't get the words slaughter the sect, annihilate the clan out. "General Su, go for it. Show those two women what you're made of." Suddenly, a somewhat lewd voice came from the crowd of onlookers. Su Lai turned sharply to look at the crowd, but didn't see who spoke. Then, from another side of the crowd, a charming female voice said, "General Su is such a good man. I like you like this. I've long been displeased with those two vile women from Yin Xiuzong. General Su, hurry up and fight them." Su Lai looked again in the direction of the voice, but didn't see any women in the crowd. Soon, different voices began to pop up from the onlookers, all saying similar things. "General Su, why are you being cowardly? Weren't you just talking about slaughtering the sect and annihilating the clan? We're all waiting to see. Oh, turns out you're just a silver-sounding brass gun. Looks good but is useless. Disperse. Not even as good as a second-rate dog." "Who's a second-rate dog?" "That's the dirt dog raised by my neighbor's second uncle's nephew. It barks ferociously." Su Lai trembled in anger but felt helpless. There were just too many people watching, and he was firmly locked in by the auras of Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao. Su Lai didn't dare to recklessly search for the speaker, but his face was thoroughly lost. Fight? What the heck would he fight? He was indeed at the late stage of the emperor realm, but he wasn't a fool. The opponents were not only two emperors, but clearly well prepared. If a fight broke out at this moment, Not only would he not gain the upper hand, even if he killed one out of rage, he would come out unscathed. Just when he was stuck in a dilemma, Jiang Li had quietly circled back to Yin Xiuzong, grinning as he secretly watched Su Lai outside the mountain gate, wearing a face as if he had eaten a fly. "How is it going?" Jiang Li looked at Sifeng with a smug expression. Sifeng looked at Jiang Li in admiration and said, "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you could imitate voices too. I couldn't tell your original tone at all. That's amazing. Ha ha ha. It's just a little trick. I can do much more." After so many days together, Sifeng's admiration for Jiang Li was boundless. He had never thought someone could be so versatile. He discovered that there was almost nothing Jiang Li couldn't do. Cooking, writing lyrics, playing instruments, singing, he excelled at all. He had even seen Jiang Li mend clothes. He once asked Jiang Li how he managed to find so much time to learn so many things. If he focused all his energy on cultivation, wouldn't he be on par with himself? Jiang Li just smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "In the martial world, having many skills is never a burden. But you mustn't learn from me. I'm gifted, able to remember everything at a glance and master it. If it were anyone else, they'd just be stumbling around. By the way, don't ask me who Han Dan is. He's just a big fool." Just as Su Lai's chest heaved rapidly, his anger boiling over, Su Linxuan stepped forward and whispered beside him, "Father, you must not fall for their provocation. You can't deal with them right now. They're wary of your identity and want to act rashly. The main matter is urgent." After hearing Su Linxuan's words, Su Lai gradually calmed down. He coldly gazed at Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao and said, "All right, very good. Today I, Su Lai, admit defeat. However, regarding the matter of you killing my son, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, while I may not be able to deal with you today, don't think your disciples can leave this sect easily. One goes out, I kill one. Two go out, I kill a pair. Don't doubt my resolve. Since you've made me, Su Lai, lose face today, I'll be a petty person to the end. My son has already died at your hands. I can do anything." Bai Ling Miao, upon hearing this, sneered and said, "Su Lai, just based on your words, you want to be able to leave today. Su Li laf maniakari. I admit I can't possibly be a match for both of you, but if you want to keep me here, that is absolutely impossible. Don't forget, I still have Daoist Lu and his city guards behind me. If you don't believe it, let us give it a try. It's not that he feared a fool like Lu Qingyuan, but a madman like Su Lai." Bai Ling Miao knew that since the other party could say such words in front of everyone, it meant he was prepared to abandon the dignity of the Emperor realm and was utterly shameless. Jiang Li, hidden inside the mountain gate, couldn't he help but give Su Lai a thumbs up. If it weren't for their differing positions, he would have a lot of respect for Su Lai. In just a few words, Su Lai had completely reversed the situation and regained the initiative. Yin Xiuzong was a large sect, but as far as Su Lai knew, besides having a few sons, he didn't possess much influence. This was also one of the reasons they looked at the White Tiger Gate. Being enemies with someone like this, if Yin Xiuzong couldn't eliminate him in one blow, they'd suffer greatly. Neither Bai Ling Miao nor Lu Xinyan were the type to be cold-blooded and indifferent to their disciples. As for face, as Su Lai said, it was already lost today, so it didn't matter. If it were Jiang Li, he would have acted similarly. Indeed, Bai Ling Miao looked troubled at this moment, unsure of what to do. Keeping Su Lai alive, with him and Lu Xinyan, they should be able to manage it. But the cost paid must be great. However, after hearing Su Lai's words, she felt unwilling. She didn't want someone like him constantly spying on Yin Xiuzong. "Zhongzhu, we are not afraid of death, so there's no need to worry about us." Suddenly, a disciple of Yin Xiuzong behind her spoke up. Bai Ling Miao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her eyes became slightly moist. She had worked hard for Yin Xiuzong for many years, and this moment seemed to bring her some reward. Her gaze also became resolute, and with a plan in mind, she looked up at Su Lai. Su Lai, however, was a bit flustered. He didn't intend to really fight these two women to the death. "Su Li, your son was disrespectful first. Staying in this world is a disaster. Since you want an explanation today, fine. Yin Xiuzong will give you one. From now on, Yin Xiuzong and you, Su Lai, will be at odds until death." Bai Ling Miao's gaze was firm as she unsheathed her long sword with a clang and shouted, "Disciples of Yin Xiuzong, prepare for battle." In an instant, the The sound of swords ringing echoed continuously. The female disciples of Yin Xiuzong raised their long swords, aiming at Su Lai and at the father-son duo of Lu Qingyuan and the city guards of Ningzhou behind him. Watching this intense scene, Sifeng felt no excitement at all. It was still Jiang Li who had spoken earlier. "Brother Jiang, why did you say that just now? Aren't you afraid that Su Lai will escape and really harm the sisters of Yin Xiuzong?" Jiang Li chuckled and said, "First of all, this old man won't die today, so there's no need for us to waste our efforts. Secondly, he will never fight us to the death." "Why is that?" Sifeng asked in confusion. "Because I can read faces. This old man's death date is not today. And do you really think this old fellow is a lone wolf who fears nothing? He's very calculating. He will soon have to soften up. Do you believe it?" In Jiang Li's eyes, although the fortune above Su Lai's head was black, it did not represent the blood-red color of impending doom. It indicated that Su Lai would suffer a great loss today, but would not lose his life. The two sides would not fight. Furthermore, from Lu Zichuan's divination, he knew that this old man had ulterior motives and would definitely not waste time on Yin Xiuzong. "Just wait a moment. I'll go say a few words to the city guards." Just as Jiang Li was about to go incite the city guards, someone on their side spoke up first, causing Jiang Li to pause. Weren't we just supposed to go through the motions? Why are we getting serious? No way. It's not like my son is dead. Why should I fight to the death? Whoever wants to fight can go ahead. I could just quit the city guards, right? I can just quit. If someone's son is dead, they can come and take my life. If I die, who will take care of my poor blind mother? I'm leaving." They were a family of 2 emperors, and looking at their disciples, each one an elite, we are just a bunch of small fries. It's better to go home and have some porridge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled. It seems our dear Lu Zichuan is quite a good ally. To dare say such things in front of Su Lai, these city guards wouldn't have the guts without Lu Qingyuan's order. Of course, Lu Qingyuan would not say this, but Lu Zichuan could fully represent him. In the eyes of the city guards, Lu's family was just Lu Zichuan, so what he said was no different from Lu Qingyuan. After hearing these voices, Su Lai looked at Lu Qingyuan with a dark expression. He knew that without Lu Qingyuan's orders, these people wouldn't dare to speak like that. "So you are with them?" Su Lai gritted his teeth. Lu Qingyuan looked completely confused, not knowing what was going on. Moreover, those under him knew their own business. The city guards under him probably really thought this way, but how could they say it out loud? But he didn't have time to consider this now and hurriedly tried to explain to Su Lai. However, after Su Lai said one sentence, he glared at him and stopped looking at him. Finally, he sighed heavily and said, "Daoist Bai, let us sit down and talk." Seeing that Su Lai had truly softened, Sifeng's eyes widened in amazement as he looked at Jiang Li, his admiration reaching new heights. "Brother Jiang, you are amazing. It really is just like you said." Jiang Li crossed his arms with pride and said, "Just learn from me." Chapter 86 Negotiations. Such a disappointing outcome naturally left many onlookers among the cultivators feeling unsatisfied. They didn't want to see a negotiation. They wanted to see a real fight. After all, a verbal duel was not as exciting as a real battle. But they also understood that if it wasn't absolutely necessary, there would definitely be no life-and-death battles between emperors. However, the fact that Bai Ling Miao had also become an emperor put even more pressure on them. With a dual emperor family, it would be even harder for other sects in Ningzhou to rise. But compared to Su Lai, the sense of disparity might be less. In Lu Zichuan's eyes, Su Lai's face looked as foul as a piece of dry dog poop. Su Lai dared not enter Yin Xiuzong, and Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao would definitely not follow him to Ningzhou City. It was unclear whose idea it was, but a long table was set up in front of the mountain gate of Yin Xiuzong. On one side sat Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, along with some Yin Xiuzong stewards in the fusion stage. On the other side were Su Lai and his son, along with Lu Qingyuan and his son. Bang! Su Lai slammed the table and said sternly, "You must give me a satisfactory explanation for my son's death." Bang! Bai Ling Miao also slammed the table and retorted forcefully, "An explanation for you? Who will give Yin Xiuzong an explanation? Your son was reckless and dared to tease my junior sister. He deserved to die." "Nonsense. Clearly your junior sister seduced my son." "Bullshit. Who doesn't know your son is infamous for being unable to control himself, hiding inside the mountain gate? Sifeng watched the two emperors mercilessly hurling insults at each other and felt his worldview collapsing in that moment. Brother Jiang, is this normal? Jiang Li. It's not that they can't fight, but a few insults to relieve the pressure is understandable. Since they're negotiating, it's just a matter of whose aura is stronger. However, he didn't expect that Bai Shiji would be so foul-mouthed. He hadn't seen that before. Jiang Li took out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket, shared some with Sifeng, and watched with great interest. Su Lai, after all, was a man, and his verbal skills could not compare to Bai Lingmiao's. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. He angrily looked at Su Linxuan, signaling him to say something to regain face. Bai Lingmiao kept tugging at Lu Xinyan's sleeve onto the table, urging her to say something and vent her frustrations too. Su Linxuan and Lu Xinyan had their heads lowered almost to the table's edge. Their faces were not as thick-skinned as Su Lai and Bai Lingmiao. Instead, Lu Zichuan looked at Su Lai and Bai Lingmiao with admiration, feeling a bit eager to try. Seeing that his father had no room to interject, Lu Zichuan couldn't help but sigh. He knew it was time for him to step in. Ahem, two seniors, may I dare to interrupt? The two emperors turned to look at him, the pressure making Lu Zichuan's breath momentarily catch. But he still forced himself to speak. Seniors, if this continues, who knows when it will end? Everyone else is watching. As he spoke, he gestured to the surroundings, indicating that other cultivators from Ningzhou were watching the show. Upon seeing this, both of them snorted heavily and fell silent. Lu Zichuan sighed in relief. The pressure from two emperors was not something ordinary people could withstand. He took a deep breath and said, "There's no need to investigate the cause of this matter. Senior Su, please accept my condolences, and Senior Bai, please calm your anger. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. I think both of you should show some sincerity to resolve this grudge. That would be the best approach. Otherwise, if we fight, we will both suffer losses and allow others to take advantage, which will be detrimental to both of your reputations. Both seniors, why not share your demands?" After a moment of silence, Su Lai finally spoke in a deep voice. "Even if my son has made 1,000 mistakes, he is still my son, Su Lai. I can overlook it, but you must give me an explanation. I want the Baihu Gate, and you, Yin Xiuzong, must support me in this matter." Bai Lingmiao snorted coldly and said, "Dream on, not to mention that your son brought this upon himself. Does his worthless life deserve the entire Baihu Gate? I can see that you deliberately let your useless son cause trouble, trying to scheme for the Baihu Gate. The Baihu Gate was established by me, Yin Xiuzong. Even if I currently don't have the time to take it for myself, I will never hand it over." Su Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Are you implying that my son died in vain? He sought his own death, so it is indeed a death in vain. I have already been magnanimous by not pursuing your son for colliding with my junior sister. So, does that mean there's nothing to discuss?" Su Lai's hair and beard bristled, and his pressure as a late-stage emperor surged towards Bai Lingmiao like a tide. Bai Lingmiao was naturally unafraid, her beautiful eyes glaring as she released her own imperial might. Lu Xinyan, who had been silent, also radiated her imperial aura, joining Bai Lingmiao in resistance. Although neither of them could match Su Lai alone, 2 against 1 still proved to be a challenge for him. Don't think that just because there are 2 of you, I will be afraid. Su Lai, have roamed the human realm for hundreds of years. Do you think I have no friends? At worst, I will risk everything and pay some price to slaughter your Yin Xiuzong. I grew up unafraid. If you have the guts, come at me. Don't think that just because you have friends, we don't have any. All right, let's see who can try." Seeing that both sides were about to clash again, Lu Zichuan quickly spoke up. "Seniors, please calm down. In my opinion, how about we each take a step back?" The two looked at each other and finally nodded. Having reached this point, fighting was impossible. Su Lai was very angry, but thinking of his true purpose, he chose to back down first. "Fine, I can give up the Baihu Gate, but I want the sword casting pool of the Baihu Gate." Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao immediately said, "Impossible. The most important thing about the Baihu Gate is the sword casting pool, and it cannot be moved. If you occupy the sword casting pool, what is the difference from occupying the Baihu Gate? This won't do, that won't do. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Su Lai was immediately enraged. He had already made such a huge concession, yet Bai Ling Miao still wouldn't budge. Do you have a way to seize the opportunities within the sword-casting pool? Bai Ling Miao suddenly asked, with a strange glimmer in her eyes. Su Lai immediately denied it, saying, "You think too much. You should know that the Xuantiangong is about to open. I just want my son Lin Sun to personally forge a sword in the sword-casting pool before that." Bai Ling Miao, however, sneered and said, "Just to forge a sword, does it require you to go through such trouble? Believe it or not, I just don't want my son to be disturbed while forging. My son Lin Sun is exceptionally gifted, and even compared to Lu Dao, he is not inferior. Naturally, I don't want any accidents, after all. Before he grows up, he is just a genius, and you should understand this better than I do." As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Xinyan. This reason was perfect. Before becoming an emperor, Yin Xiuzong also took great care of Lu Xinyan, fearing that even a small accident would lead to her demise. Bai Ling Miao then smiled and said, "Ha, it truly shows the heart of parents everywhere. Since that's the case, if I continue to be unreasonable, it would seem that Yin Xiuzong is being unreasonable. In that case, I will also take a step back. Your useless son is already dead, and we haven't suffered any loss. Let's put this matter to rest. As long as you don't scheme for the Baihu Gate, you can use the sword-casting pool once." Su Lai snorted coldly, said nothing, and simply nodded in agreement. Chapter 87, Consensus. However, Bai Ling Miao suddenly changed the subject. "What else do you want to do?" Su Lai asked angrily. "You should know that each time the sword-casting pool is opened, it must be sealed for 10 years to restore the sword energy inside. Therefore, this time, it can not only allow your son to enter." Su Lai immediately shook his head and said, "No way. I've already lost one son. I cannot let my son's life be in your hands." Su Lai thought Bai Ling Miao also wanted to enter the sword-casting pool. If that were the case, Lin Sun's chances of seizing opportunities in the sword-casting pool would be discovered, and there would be no chance of success. Seeing Su Lai's misunderstanding, Bai Ling Miao laughed and said, "Rest assured, I won't go in. I also have a few disciples who want to go in and absorb some sword energy." Upon hearing this, Su Lai thought for a moment and said, "Their cultivation must not exceed my son's, and they can only be below the nascent soul stage." Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, "All right, the number cannot be too many, at most 3. Bai Ling Miao nodded again. "Good." Su Lai still felt a bit uneasy, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Zichuan. "You go in as well, to protect my son." Lu Zichuan was taken aback and pointed to his own nose, saying, "Me?" "Exactly." Su Lai gave Lu Zichuan no chance to refuse and directly looked at Bai Ling Miao, saying, "Is there a problem?" Bai Ling Miao shook her head and said, "No problem." "When will the sword-casting pool be opened?" "Tomorrow." "Good." As she spoke, Bai Ling Miao raised her hand toward Su Lai and said, "After this matter, there will be no more grievances between us. You, Su Lai, must not covet even a fraction of the Baihu Gate from now on. After this matter, our grievances will be settled once and for all. But you must make an oath that you will never allow your disciples to use deceit in the sword-casting pool to disturb my son." Su Lai said coldly, "Once a word is spoken, even 4 horses cannot chase it back." Saying this, the two struck their palms together, marking their consensus. At this point, both of them let out a slight sigh of relief. Thus, this matter ended in a rather anticlimactic way, and the anticipated battle of the emperors did not occur, leaving the cultivators of Ningzhou somewhat disappointed. Ningzhou City Guard Office. Su Lai glared at Lu Qingyuan and said, "Do you dare to play me for a fool?" Lu Qingyuan explained uneasily, "General Su, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Are the words of those city guards under your command also a misunderstanding?" Su Lai said coldly. "Ah." Lu Qingyuan was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to explain. But Su Lai did not pursue it further, instead looking at Lu Zichuan, who had been keeping his head down and silent. "You are good, much better than your useless father." Lu Zichuan smiled bitterly and said, "Seeing your flattery is unwarranted. I'm not as good as my father. If I say you are good, then you are good. However, I am very dissatisfied with what happened today between you and your father." Without waiting for Lu Zichuan to explain, Su Lai spoke again. "I won't mention the previous matters. One cannot outsmart fate. I will take it that you truly didn't know. Bai Ling Miao broke through to the Emperor realm. But that does not mean I, Su Lai, am a fool. Today's events are filled with strangeness. Lu Zichuan, Su Lai suddenly called out. Senior. Lu Zichuan appeared obedient. I want you to assist Lin Sun with all your might in the sword casting pool and stay by his side. However, you must not absorb the sword energy within the sword casting pool. Lu Zichuan, upon hearing this, was slightly puzzled and was about to ask. Su Lai directly interrupted him, saying, You don't need to ask why. Just do as you're told. Once you enter the sword casting pool, all will follow Lin Sun's instructions. After this matter, there will be no more ties between our two families. Hearing Su Lai's words, Lu Qingyuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that Su Lai would find trouble afterward. Who would have thought that Bai Ling Miao had actually become an emperor? Not only did he not establish his authority, but he almost ended up looking like a clown. It's a good thing I didn't say much today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how much face I would lose. Seeing that Su Lai was not going to pursue the matter, he immediately spoke up. General Su, don't worry. Zichuan will definitely listen to Lin Sun, the virtuous nephew. Su Lai glanced at him and coldly snorted. It's best to be so. Saying that, he took Su Linxian back to their temporary residence at the city guard's office. Father, there are no outsiders now, Su Linxian said softly. Today's matter seems a bit off. That Bai Ling Miao looks like she's been in cahoots with the emperor for quite some time, yet she waited until we came to jump out. Someone must have plotted against us early on, Su Lai sternly said. Who else but Lu Qingyuan could it be? Is it really him? Su Linxian was somewhat unconvinced. After all, what he had found out before was that Lu Qingyuan was indeed an incompetent person. He is the local tyrant of Ningzhou. How could he not be aware of the big and small matters here? He confidently claimed that Yin Xiuzong only had one emperor-level expert, causing me to lose such great face today. We all underestimated this person. At first, he genuinely wanted to cooperate with us. But your brother's death must have been an accident. However, this incident forced him to ally with Yin Xiuzong. He must have anticipated that we would take action against him, which is why he did this. We were all deceived by him. Hearing his father's words, Su Linxian also started to believe it a bit. However, it didn't matter. Although it was a bit more complicated than expected and they missed the chance to take down the White Tiger Gate, fortunately, the opportunity at the sword casting pool would still fall into their hands. As long as you can bring that item out from the Xuanianzong, our Su family can still rise, and the White Tiger Gate is merely an embellishment. Su Linxian nodded and said, Father, don't worry, my son will do his utmost. Su Lai smiled and said, You don't need to worry too much. Lu Qingyuan and Bai Ling Miao think they have trapped us father and son, but they don't know they are just playing into our hands. Saying this, Su Lai squinted his eyes and coldly said, Tomorrow, Bai Ling Miao will definitely let her strongest disciple in the nascent soul stage from Yin Xiuzong enter the sword casting pool, along with Lu Zichuan. I was still worried about where to find suitable offerings, but they have come to us. We will first collect interest from them, and after the Xuanianzong matter is settled, I will come back to settle the accounts with them. Bai Ling Miao probably still thinks we were really afraid of them. How naive. Su Linxian laughed and said, I guess they are now celebrating that you, father, have suffered losses. Let them be proud for a while. Once you break through to the Saint Realm, it will be their doom. In Su Lai's eyes, it seemed that infinite anger was burning. Father, don't worry. I will definitely bring back that item from the Xuanianzong to help you step into the Saint Realm and restore the glory of our Su family. Su Linxian said with determination. Su Lai patted Su Linshuan's shoulder. Get some rest early. Tomorrow, we will first collect the interest. Chapter 88. The Sickly Ghost for Counting Numbers. The next morning, Su Lai took Su Linxian and the Lu family father and son to the White Tiger Gate. However, when they saw the three disciples from Yin Xiuzong that Bai Ling Miao brought, they all showed strange expressions. White Daoist, is this the disciple your Yin Xiuzong is sending to enter the sword casting pool? Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, That's right. Behind Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan stood none other than Lin Wanwan, Si Feng, and Jiang Li, three small cultivators who were only at the Golden Core stage. White Daoist, those three can probably only move at the edge of the sword casting pool. Going in would just be a waste of an opportunity. The sword casting pool takes 10 years to recover each time it opens. He originally thought Bai Lingmiao would definitely send the best nascent soul disciples from Yin Xiuzone. Unexpectedly, only 3 young golden core cultivators came. With high cultivation, he worried that Su Linxian wouldn't be able to handle them. But with low cultivation, he feared the offerings would be insufficient and they wouldn't be able to obtain the opportunity within the sword casting pool. Su Lai narrowed his eyes and said, "White Daoist, the next time the sword casting pool wants to open, it will be in 10 years. Aren't you going to find some suitable disciples?" Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, "They're the most suitable. Besides, I'm doing this to dispel your doubts, right? Those 3 definitely won't threaten your precious son." Upon hearing this, Su Lai was momentarily speechless. It was he who insisted yesterday that no cultivators above a nascent soul stage could enter the sword casting pool with Su Linxian. Today, Bai Ling Miao deliberately found 3 golden core cultivators. Did Bai Ling Miao know his intentions and was doing it on purpose? But then, Su Lai dismissed this thought. If the other party knew his intentions, with Bai Ling Miao's character, she wouldn't be the type to let her disciples go in to die. He examined the 3 people behind Bai Ling Miao closely and quickly noticed something extraordinary. Lin Wanwan seemed to have an excellent foundation. She looked only about 20 years old, but was already a golden core cultivator, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Although her talent was somewhat inferior to Su Linxuan's, it wasn't much of a difference. Moreover, he could always sense a very special fluctuation from Lin Wanwan's eyes, as if she had some special talent. What he felt was indeed not wrong. Recently, under Jiang Li's training, Lin Wanwan's talent had been greatly developed, and the results were remarkable. Therefore, she had been somewhat uncontrollable in the past few days, subconsciously wanting to see through others' weaknesses. When Su Lai looked at Si Feng, he was even more astonished. With his eyesight, he could see at a glance that Si Feng's bone age definitely wouldn't exceed 13 years. A 13-year-old golden core cultivator with such talent is a top existence across the 36 states. In a small place like Ningzhou, there was practically no one comparable. A rare gem. The presence of these 2 assured Su Lai that Bai Ling Miao was not lying. Moreover, having such talented people as offerings might yield even better results. Su Lai was secretly delighted, feeling that the connections in the world were truly marvelous, that every little detail was preordained. If he were to directly seize the White Tiger Gate, it might not be easy to find such good offerings. Now, they had come right to his doorstep. He immediately turned his gaze to the last person. Since the first 2 were so outstanding, the last one couldn't be bad either. However, when he saw Jiang Li, who was slouching and wearing an ill-fitting Daoist robe, he frowned slightly. Although having early golden core cultivation at this age was also impressive compared to Lin Wanwan, it still fell short, not to mention compared to Si Feng. Most importantly, this person's energy and spirit were far inferior to the first 2. He was even yawning, looking like a sickly ghost. This was clearly just for show. However, with the pleasant surprise of the first 2, and with Lu Zichuan's decent talent, being a genuine nascent soul prodigy, that should be enough. At this moment, Jiang Li had dark circles under his eyes and a face full of despair. No one would fare much better after being tormented by 2 emperor-level cultivators all night. He really didn't want to come to this broken sword casting pool. With this time, wouldn't it be better to touch the hands of female disciples in Yin Xiuzone? No, to read palms and discuss Dao? He truly regretted telling Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan about the matters in the divination. He had told them that the opportunities here were destined for Lu Zichuan. They didn't believe him and insisted that Lin Wanwan and Si Feng also come in to take a chance. They even forced him to come in to keep an eye on them, acting as a babysitter. Since that's the case, then let us not delay. Let us open the sword casting pool now. Although he was somewhat displeased with Jiang Li's presence, thinking of Lin Wanwan and Si Feng as excellent offerings, Su Lai couldn't help but say anxiously, fearing there would be changes. Bai Ling Miao smiled and said, "Good." Saying that, she instructed the only Mayana elder of the White Tiger Gate to open the sword casting pool. The elder is the one from the secret realm before. At this moment, he feels an immense sadness in his heart. The once mighty White Tiger sect, one of the 2 major sects in Ningzhou, is now at the mercy of outsiders. Even the opening of their own sword forging pool has to be directed by others, and their own disciples can't even enter. thinking of the two culprits from his sect, Hu Sanqing and his disciple Gu Lin Huan. He grinds his teeth in hatred. Why provoke trouble when you lack ability? The ancestral land, inherited for thousands of years, has actually been entered by outsiders today. The descendants are unfilial. Although called a pool, the sword forging pool has nothing to do with a pond. It is named so because the sword energy within is as omnipresent as water in a pond. In fact, the sword forging pool is just a small hill within the White Tiger sect. At the foot of the hill, there is a dark cave entrance. Outside the entrance, there is a formation set up by the White Tiger sect. It is used to prevent thieves from sneaking into the sword forging pool, and it can also firmly lock the overflowing sword energy inside. Every 10 years, suitable disciples of the White Tiger sect are selected to enter and absorb sword energy or forge swords directly. The elder took out a sword-shaped jade pendant from his bosom, which is the key to the sword forging pool. After casting a few spells, the key emitted a sword sound and automatically flew to the cave entrance, disappearing with a ripple from outside the entrance. The formation outside the entrance also opened, revealing an entrance. Several talented individuals, please enter. Remember, you can only stay in the sword forging pool for a month at most. How much sword energy you can absorb depends entirely on your own strength. After a month, you must come out. Otherwise, the sword energy inside will dissipate rapidly. It will be increasingly difficult to cultivate the current reserves. So please do not be greedy for the sake of future generations. After the elder finished speaking, he sighed and stepped aside, saying no more. Su Lai didn't even glance at him, a flash of excitement in his eyes as he looked at Su Linshuan and said, "Sooner." Su Linshuan also couldn't hide his excitement. Nodding vigorously, "I will not let my father's expectations down." After saying this, he took the lead and walked in. Lu Zichuan said nothing more and closely followed behind him. As for Jiang Li, he was unwillingly pulled in by Sifeng and Lin Wanwan, walking into the sword forging pool under by Ling Miao's expectant gaze. Chapter 89. Entering the sword forging pool. As soon as they entered the cave, the five of them were immediately enveloped by the omnipresent sword energy within. Fortunately, the sword energy at the entrance was not very powerful. The few of them slightly circulated their protective energy, and even their clothes were not cut. Lin Wanwan drew his sword, trying to absorb the unowned sword energy into the blade. However, as soon as he drew the sword energy seemed to be attracted and actively surged into the sword. That was easy, Lin Wanwan said in surprise. It seemed different from what the White Tiger sect described. Su Linshuan sneered. The sword energy here is merely the weakest. Absorbing it into the sword is useless. I advise you to put your sword away as soon as possible. If the sword is filled with this sword energy, you will regret it. He didn't want Lin Wanwan and the others to stop here, so he had to remind them. This place is not the best place to use them as sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan hurriedly put his sword away. Seeing this, Su Linshuan said nothing more and headed deeper into the cave. Lu Zichuan glanced at Jiang Li and chose to follow him. He remembered Jiang Li's earlier words. Su Lai told him not to absorb sword energy in the sword forging pool and to listen to Su Linshuan. He only needed to absorb the sword energy at a critical moment. As for listening to Su Linshuan, even if Jiang Li hadn't said it, he wouldn't have done so. At the same time, he was eager to know what his own opportunity was that made Su Lai go to such lengths. Let us walk further in. Sifeng also sensed the extraordinary sword energy here and urged Jiang Li and Lin Wanwan. Can't we just stay here? You can just absorb a little with your talent. Even without the sword energy here, you won't be weak, Jiang Li said lazily, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. No way. My master told me before leaving that if the opportunity here belongs to me and I waste time here, what will my master think? Lin Wanwan retorted. Exactly. My talent is so high. The opportunity must choose me. Sifeng chimed in. Jiang Li looked at the dullness above their heads and mocked. The luck above your heads is plain and unremarkable, and it's even dark with a hint of white. Don't talk about opportunities. Even the sword energy here, 1T belonged to you in the end. You might as well rest early. Uncle Master, you're just lazy. Don't make excuses. Lin Wanwan said unhappily. I'm just speaking the truth, believe it or not. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine to stay here and wait. But if you follow deeper, you'll end up with nothing and get covered in dirt. Jiang Li couldn't be bothered to read their fortunes. Such trivial fortunes were of no use except to draw some useless garbage. In these days, he even drew Lin Wanwan's underpants, coupled with the belly band he drew before. And if he drew 2 more pairs of socks, he would have gathered all his intimate clothing. He felt like he was turning into a pervert. Naturally, Lin Wanwan and Sifeng would not listen to Jiang Li, especially after Jiang Li said they would not be in danger. They became even bolder. Then you stay here. We'll go in and see the excitement. After saying this, the 2 curious babies, one big and one small, walked deeper in. Jiang Li shook his head at the sight and leaned against the stone wall, dozing off. After being tormented by Lu Xinyan and by Ling Miao all night, he really couldn't hold on any longer. On the other side, as they ventured deeper into the cave, the sword energy within became increasingly powerful. Gradually, both Su Linxuan and Lu Zichuan no longer felt the ease they had before. Calculating the distance and the size of the sword forging pool observed from the outside, they hadn't even walked halfway to the center. Keep going, Su Linxuan said, until he figured out Su Linxuan's intentions. Lu Zichuan naturally wouldn't act rashly and obediently followed him further in. After walking for a while longer, the 2 secretly estimated that they had walked about 2/3 of the way. At this point, the sword energy here had only left them with the ability to resist. They had no strength left to talk about absorption, let alone stay here to forge swords. Lu Zichuan thought for a moment and said, Brother Su, it seems we won't be able to forge swords here for long. In my opinion, it's better to retreat. It seemed Lu Zichuan's kind words had an effect. At this moment, Su Linxuan changed his previously cold demeanor and said, Thank you, Brother Lu, but this place is just right. I have my own method. Lu Zichuan shrugged and said nothing. Su Linxuan then closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. He then took out a formation plate and some materials for setting up a formation. Soon, he laid down a formation around the 2. However, Lu Zichuan couldn't understand what this formation was, but it definitely had nothing to do with forging swords. Before he could ask, Su Linxuan took out a sword embryo and placed it in the center of the formation, seeming to see the doubt in Lu Zichuan's eyes. Whether to appease him or for some other reason, Su Linxuan explained to himself, If it were an ordinary method, I indeed couldn't forge swords here. But with this formation and a prepared sword embryo, it becomes much easier. Don't ask me for the specific method. This is a secret of my Su family. He then added another explanation. Naturally, Lu Zichuan wouldn't believe it and became secretly vigilant. Don't be too nervous. Just help me defend. And once I succeed in forging the sword, I won't let you absorb the sword energy, because I need you to resist the sword energy attacks here. So it doesn't affect my forging. Once the sword is successfully forged, both Su and my father will surely reward Brother Lu. Su Linxuan explained while placing some fragments that looked like sword sheath pieces around the formation. After a while, once everything was arranged, he smiled at Lu Zichuan and said, Brother Lu, just stand behind me and help me block the sword energy coming from behind. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Lu Zichuan looked into his eyes and smiled, saying, Naturally, my Lu family has failed to assist General Su. That's already a mistake. Now that I have a chance to make up for it, I will give it my all. Su Linxuan nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Zichuan nodded and stood behind him, facing away, fully committed to blocking the omnipresent sword energy. Su Linxuan then began to form hand seals and activated the formation. Soon, Lu Zichuan understood why Su Linxuan wanted him to help block the sword energy. The moment the formation was activated, those sword energies that were merely passively attacking them suddenly became violent and surged towards the formation. The formation was fine, but the person controlling it had to face this endless sword energy. In an instant, Lu Zichuan felt the pressure mount. He not only had to take care of himself, but also help Su Linxuan resist, leaving him almost no time to think, only able to defend passively. When Lu Zichuan first entered the sword forging pool, he didn't take the sword energy in the pool too seriously. Although this sword energy did have some impact on him and was indeed formidable, he felt it was just some inanimate force. as long as he was careful and cautious. Going a bit deeper wouldn't be a problem. But now Lu Zichuan had completely abandoned that unrealistic idea. His only thought was, when would this guy behind him finish? These surging sword energies were like waves crashing towards him, one after another, leaving him overwhelmed with no extra time to think. Hey, this is a bit different. Why are these sword energies suddenly so violent? Right now, let alone absorbing the sword energy. Just being able to ensure he wasn't turned to pieces by it was already a blessing. Unlike Lu Zichuan's predicament, Su Linxuan had his back guarded. The formation in front absorbed all the sword energies coming from other directions. Su Linxuan was now even more composed than before setting up the formation. Hearing Lu Zichuan's inquiry, Su Linxuan encouraged him. Brother Lu, hold on a bit longer. Won't be long now. It will be completed soon. How long is soon? Soon is soon, Brother Lu. I'm counting on you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zichuan cursed silently in his heart and could only continue to resist the sword energy. Fortunately, it seems Su Linxuan had deliberately chosen this distance. Although the sword energy here was violent and exhausting for Lu Zichuan to handle, it was still within the limits of his endurance. He looked unsteady but did not fall, as the sword energy continuously poured into the formation. The sword sheath fragments placed within began to change. The originally dull and rusty surfaces, under the wash of the sword energy, became renewed and emitted a faint glow. Although they were still just a pile of fragments, it was evident that they were extraordinary. Su Linxuan was delighted to see this. It worked. The secret of the sword forging pool was also a coincidence. By chance, Su Lai got hold of this pile of sword sheath fragments and learned that deep within the White Tiger Sect's sword forging pool, there was a divine sword buried. After inquiring from various sources and confirming that the divine sword had not been discovered and taken by the White Tiger Sect's people, he began to formulate a plan. He knew it was unrealistic to directly pull out the mysterious sword from deep within the forging pool. So he thought of using the sword sheath as a lure to draw out the divine sword. Originally, Su Lai wanted to come in personally to retrieve it. After all, with his strength, he would be more assured. But as the Xuantiangong was about to open, thinking of the legendary item inside, Su Lai ultimately decided to let his most talented son, Su Linxuan, seize this opportunity. As for the value of Lu Zichuan and the others, when the divine weapon emerges, it would naturally be excellent to use their blood to reforge its edge, as these broken sword sheaths regain their brilliance under the torrent of sword energy. A pulsating sound similar to a heartbeat inexplicably echoed in the sword forging pool. Dong dong dong. The light in Su Linxuan's eyes brightened further. Under his control, the sword sheath fragments in the formation began to reassemble. Soon, a damaged sword sheath appeared before him. Although somewhat broken, the exquisite decorations and uniquely patterned textures on the sheath indicated that it was an extraordinary treasure when intact. Just comprehending this sword sheath would likely yield significant rewards. Su Linxuan gazed at the sword sheath before him, his eyes filled with fervor. If one sword sheath was like this, how incredible would that divine sword be? Brother Lu, hold on for a little longer, Su Linxuan instructed, then walked directly into the formation. He pulled the sword blank at the center of the formation directly into his hands. With the enhancement of the formation and the sword sheath, this sword blank had already taken on a hint of the divine sword's aura. Although faint, it was indeed real. Su Linxuan aimed the sword blank at the sword sheath and slowly inserted it. The moment the sword blank made contact with the sword sheath, it trembled violently as if it had a spirit. A powerful resistance emanated from the sheath, as if the sword blank in Su Linxuan's hand was unworthy to be inserted within. Seeing this, Su Linxuan immediately formed hand seals. The formation beneath his feet flashed with dazzling brilliance, enhancing the little divine sword aura that had been infused into the sword blank. At this moment, the sword sheath also stopped trembling. It seemed to sense a familiar aura from the sword blank and no longer resisted its insertion. Seeing this, Su Linxuan couldn't help but smile. Just as his father had predicted, he muttered to himself. Su Lai knew that directly pulling out the divine sword from deep within the forging pool would be extremely difficult. So he took a different approach. Utilizing the characteristic of the divine sword having a spirit, combined with the sword sheath fragments in hand, to design the formation under Su Linxuan's feet. The goal was to use the omnipresent sword energy in the forging pool to activate the nearly lifeless sword sheath, helping it recover. Then, using a sword blank with no attribute aura, also leveraging the power of the formation, he could infuse a trace of the divine sword's aura to trick the sword sheath into accepting it. The divine sword deep within the forging pool would naturally sense everything. It was like, originally my wife, and I was just away for a while, and you were planning to dress up to sleep with my wife? The divine sword, sensing betrayal, would undoubtedly erupt in anger and rush out from deep within the forging pool. At that point, retrieving the divine sword would be much easier. Sure enough, just as the sword blank was about to be inserted into the sword sheath, Su Linxuan and Lu Zichuan felt as if some ancient beast was awakening. Moreover, a unique aura had firmly locked onto them. At this moment, both felt their hair stand on end and cold sweat trickled down their backs. A pulse even stronger than when the sword sheath was reassembling resonated through the air. Dong dong dong. This time, both felt their hearts involuntarily beating in sync with the frequency of this pulse. Simultaneously, the already violent sword energy grew even more intense. In just a moment, Lu Zichuan felt his blood surge violently. Before he could stabilize his blood flow, he was forced to spit out a mouthful of blood due to the overwhelming pressure. Brother Lu, hold on a moment longer. It's about to succeed. Seeing this, Su Linxuan hurriedly shouted. At this moment, he was in the formation and would not be disturbed by the sword energy, nor had he ever worried about this. The reason he pretended to let Lu Zichuan guard his back was, on one hand, to gain his trust, and, on the other hand, to hold him back. Soon, when the divine sword emerged, he would need to use him to sacrifice the sword and quell its ferocity. After all, he had just turned the divine sword green. As for Lin Wanwan and the other two, as long as they were in this sword forging pool, he was not worried about their escape. Hearing Su Linxuan's words and considering the current situation, Lu Zichuan knew that he could no longer listen to him. He had just tested it slightly and was already injured. If he continued, he feared for his life. He would not naively believe that his father was still outside the sword forging pool, and Su Linxuan would not dare to kill him. He immediately took out the pouch that Jiang Li had given him, opened it, and took out the note inside. It clearly read 2 lines. I know you don't believe me, you spat blood, right? Below, there was a mocking smiley face. With just a few strokes, Jiang Li's essence was captured. Lu Zichuan's face darkened, and then there was a second line. What are you still dazed for? Run. Chapter 91. Wanting to live or die. Lu Zichuan was momentarily stunned, then threw away the note in his hand and ran away. His speed was so fast that even Su Linxuan, who was still immersed in joy within the formation, did not notice for a moment. Brother Lu, just hold on a little longer, and then you. Su Linxuan said with a smile, turning to look at the place where Lu Zichuan had been standing. Then, he froze in place. Where is he? He shouted, and immediately began to search around. Without Lu Zichuan, who would quell the ferocity of the divine sword. Concerned about complications arising from too many people, Su Lai and his son calculated carefully and concluded that using a forming Yuan-Ing stage as a sacrifice was the best choice. It could quell the ferocity of the divine sword that had just awakened, while not posing a threat to Su Linxuan. They just needed to use Lu Zichuan first to wear him down, then slowly find the other few people. Now that Lu Zichuan was gone, who would quell the ferocity of the divine sword besides him? Just as he was feeling flustered, the feeling of being locked onto by something intensified. He knew this was a sign that the divine sword was about to awaken completely. If he did not find a sacrifice before the divine sword arrived, he would become the sacrifice. Sweet peach instantly emerget on sununtai linksunesporead. The best course of action at this moment was to immediately discard the sword sheath and the sword embryo. But if he did that, all his efforts would be wasted. After thinking for a moment, Su Linxuan gritted his teeth, grabbed the sword sheath and sword embryo, and dashed out of the formation, running towards the outskirts of the sword forging pool. He had to race against time to find Lu Zichuan before the divine sword fully awakened, or one of Lin Wanwan and Sifeng. However, after running a few steps, the beads of sweat on Su Linxuan's forehead became denser. The reason was simple. At this moment, The space in the sword forging pool seemed to be becoming chaotic due to the awakening of the divine sword. Originally just an ordinary, dimly lit cave. Although his vision was somewhat obstructed by the light and sword energy, only able to see a radius of 3 zhang. The space inside this small hill was not very large, and there were no winding paths. But now, he had been running for a long time and found that the power of the sword energy around him was increasing rather than decreasing. This meant he was running deeper into the sword forging pool. In the meantime, he tried running in several directions, and although there were instances where the sword energy weakened, he ultimately had to confirm one thing. He was lost. The space in the sword forging pool had completely become chaotic and overlapping. At this moment, Su Linxuan could only feel a sense of despair, rushing towards him like the current darkness and sword energy. He had schemed for so long and even lost a brother. Was the final outcome to abandon the divine sword? He was very reluctant, but powerless. He knew that if he abandoned the sword sheath and sword embryo in his hands now, he still had a chance to live. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. After sensing the speed of the divine sword's awakening, the unwilling Su Linxuan decided to try one last time. This time, he ran directly towards the depths of the sword forging pool, ready to risk everything. This time, it seemed that Lady Luck had smiled upon him. After running for a while, he saw a figure leaning against something. Su Linxuan's eyes brightened, whether it was Lu Zichuan or Lin Wanwan or Sifeng. If any one of them was here, it would be enough to quell the divine sword's awakening rage. Then he would have a chance to temporarily calm the divine sword before looking for the other few people to completely reforge the divine sword. However, as he approached the person, seeing the other person's haggard and sunken-eyed appearance, his heart sank. He remembered the other person's name was Jiang Li. With this appearance, would he really be of any use? Su Linxuan couldn't help but doubt. But time was of the essence, and he had no other choice but to take a gamble. It's just bad luck for you, Su Linxuan muttered, preparing to subdue Jiang Li, disarm him to prevent him from running away like Lu Zichuan. Staying here is worse than those 2 idiots. Jiang Li opened his eyes helplessly. He was really tired right now. He didn't know if the divine sword had woken up with rage, but he certainly did. Why did Bailing Miao and Lu Xinyan dare to let him take Lin Wanwan and Sifeng into danger? Besides Jiang Li's ability to foresee fortune and misfortune, more importantly, was Jiang Li's own strength. The two had long been curious about Jiang Li's limits of power. After several tests, they reached a conclusion. Just a golden core stage, Jiang Li could exhibit strength comparable to the Yuan Ying stage. In fact, both of them suspected that Jiang Li still had not revealed his true strength. Throughout the tests, Jiang Li had only used Yin Xiuzong's Great Return technique and the Qingling sword technique. The strange 8 trigrams suppressing heaven-shaking technique had never been exhibited from start to finish. Jiang Li looked at Su Linxuan, who had rushed up, holding a tattered sword sheath with a sword embryo stuck in it, and said irritably, "I just want to have a good sleep." As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Su Linxuan felt that Jiang Li's gaze suddenly became very terrifying in that instant. It seemed as if everything about him was seen through by Jiang Li. Then, he felt that the right arm reaching for Jiang Li became light, and a warm liquid splashed onto his face. The next moment, a piercing pain surged through him. Su Linxuan's scream immediately echoed in the sword forging pool. Jiang Li's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Su Linxuan, who was pale and collapsed on the ground, still tightly gripping the tattered sword sheath. "Do you know that I haven't slept a wink all night, you little brat?" After severing Su Linxuan's arm, Jiang Li regained some calmness. He looked at Su Linxuan, whose luck was blackened and red, and sneered, "Short-lived ghost." Saying this, he took 2 steps forward and squatted in front of him. Su Linxuan had a ghostly expression, half lying on the ground, clutching his severed arm, pushing against the ground with his feet, continuously retreating. "You don't come over. My father is Su Lai, the great general of the Imperial Cavalry, a being at the late stage of the Imperial realm. If I die, he will avenge me. You have a hexagram. Do you want to live or die?" Su Linxuan did not hear Jiang Li's words at all, only retreating in fear. Jiang Li's earlier strike had completely frightened him. He had no chance to react, and his arm was severed by the person in front of him. Such strength was unheard of. The other party was definitely not at the golden core stage. I ask you, do you want to live or die? Jiang Li slapped Su Linxuan directly across the face, which finally calmed him down. Su Linxuan, holding his severed arm, looked at Jiang Li, whose eyes still held a trace of unusual color, and after swallowing hard, he said, Daoist, I want to live. Oh dear, who is so ruthless to have beaten young Master Su like this? Jiang Li suddenly changed his expression. Looking at the severed arm of Su Linxuan, his face filled with shock. Su Linxuan looked at Jiang Li's rapidly changing expression and, for a moment, didn't even feel the pain. Isn't this the mess you made? Daoist, stop joking. Isn't this your doing? Su Linxuan weakly said. Jiang Li suddenly slapped his forehead. Realization dawning on him. I got it. It must be the result of my morning grumpiness. I have a habit that if someone calls me while I'm sleeping, I just chop them. I'm so sorry. Let me help you stitch it up. Su Linxuan was puzzled by his words. Stitch it up? He watched as Jiang Li picked up the severed arm from the ground and pressed it against his shoulder. Then, he really pulled out a needle and thread from his pocket and started stitching it together. Su Linxuan was stunned by this scene for a moment. Who would have thought this skill would come in handy one day? Jiang Li quickly stitched up Su Linxuan's arm and nodded in satisfaction. He had so many little skills like this. Su Linxuan looked at the bow tie at the joint of his arm and shoulder, feeling like he could cry, but had no tears. Daoist, there's no need to stitch it. I can reattach it myself. For nascent soul stage cultivator, reattaching a severed limb was not difficult at all. Just take it as me giving you a chance to make amends. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. What? You don't accept my apology? Su Linxuan helplessly nodded. Thank you for sparing my life, Daoist. Please forgive my offenses. Once we get outside, I will certainly reward you handsomely. I must take my leave now. Saying this, he prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, he had completely lost interest in the divine sword in the forging pool. No treasure was worth his life. Friend, wait. You have a divination. Jiang Li called out to stop him. Su Linxuan froze at his words and awkwardly turned back, asking Daoist, what do you mean? Didn't I just ask you if you want to live or die? You said you want to live. That counts as a divination. Let me help you break it down. You will definitely die today, Jiang Li said seriously. Su Linxuan wanted to say that keeping a distance from Jiang Li was his biggest chance of survival, but he still patiently asked, please, Daoist, save me. At this moment, he was sure that Jiang Li just wanted to take advantage of him. But under the roof, one had to bow their head. This time, Su Linxuan admitted defeat. As long as he got out of the forging pool, he had plenty of ways to deal with Jiang Li, even if he was from a Yanxiu sect. However, at the same time, he was also very wary of Jiang Li. A golden core stage cultivator possessed strength that could almost kill him in an instant. This man in a Daoist robe was truly terrifying. If the other party was also going to the Xiantian sect. Thinking of this, Su Linxuan immediately understood that Jiang Li was definitely someone who wanted to enter the Xiantian sect. If he had the divine sword in hand, he naturally wouldn't fear Jiang Li. But without it, retrieving that item from the Xiantian sect for Su Li would probably be difficult. Jiang Li smiled slightly upon hearing this. Su Li was outside. Su Linxuan couldn't die yet, or it would be hard to explain. Jiang Li didn't want Su Li to completely go berserk because of this guy's death, which would affect the Yanxiu sect. He pretended to calculate with his fingers and then looked at the divination results with a knowing expression, saying, Su Daoist, if I'm not mistaken. You didn't come in here just to forge a sword, right? Su Linxuan's eyes flashed with surprise at Jiang Li's words. Before he could speak, Jiang Li continued, If I were you, I would throw that thing away right now. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. Hearing Jiang Li say this, Su Linxuan immediately became convinced that Jiang Li must have some extraordinary abilities. He believed him to a certain extent and also felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Daoist, do you have a way to break it? If there was even a slight chance, how could he give up the divine sword? Jiang Li shook his head and said, Let me put it this way. Even if you throw it away now, whether you can save your life is still questionable. Are you still greedy? Su Linxuan gritted his teeth and said, Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will take the risk. No, there's not even the slightest chance, Jiang Li said firmly. Su Linxuan then directly took off the storage bag from his waist, saying, Daoist, there are spirit stones in here. He then tried to hand the storage bag filled with spirit stones to Jiang Li. But Jiang Li did not accept it. If Su Linquan were a beautiful woman, he might have helped, but unfortunately, Su Linquan was a man. Jiang Li shook his head and continued, I advise you. You have at most 10 breaths left, and your calamity will descend. At that time, even if I help you first, it won't work. If Su Linquan still refused to listen, then he really had no way to help. Not all calamities could be resolved. Everything depended on whether the other party cooperated. If it were before entering the forging pool, he might have had a way. But now, time is too short. In fact, even without Jiang Li saying it, Su Linquan, holding the sword sheath, knew that the divine sword was about to awaken. Without finding a way to deal with Chun and the others, and unable to fight Jiang Li, the divine sword would definitely turn on him first. 8 breaths. Jiang Li's voice rang in his ears like a death knell. Su Linquan looked at the sword sheath in his hand, sensing the chaotic fluctuations coming from the forging pool. His eyes filled with hesitation. 5 breaths. Jiang Li even began to slowly step back, distancing himself from Su Linquan. 3 breaths. Clang. A sword cry suddenly echoed from deep within the forging pool. This sound completely awakened Su Linquan's survival instinct, suppressing the greed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he threw the sword sheath away. Due to the chaotic space within the forging pool, the sword sheath disappeared after flying a distance, leaving no trace of where it fell. After the sheath vanished, Su Linquan clutched his reattached arm and gasped for breath. This feeling of choice was not pleasant for him. Just when he was about to feel grateful for surviving, he realized that the sensation of being watched had not disappeared. He suddenly stood up, looking at Jiang Li in horror. Daoist. Jiang Li quickly reassured him, I know. It's okay, we can still save you. As he spoke, a tremendous sword intent suddenly erupted. The sword energy throughout the forging pool began to surge wildly, attacking everything around them indiscriminately. Fortunately, the sword energy where the two were located was very weak, causing them no harm. However, they could feel that the entire space had begun to progress from chaos to overlap. Jiang Li's face also showed a grave expression at this moment. He wasn't worried about Lin Wanwan and Sifeng. Based on the luck above their heads, they would not encounter any problems. There was no need to mention Lu Zichuan. The luck above his head was almost blinding. But this guy in front of him had luck that was darkening rapidly, almost bleeding red. From the divination, this guy could still be saved. But what about himself? He couldn't see his own luck. And standing next to such a jinx was like being next to a lightning rod. If he saved him, it would be like pulling out the lightning rod. If the lightning rod fell, it wouldn't be struck by lightning, but who would the lightning strike in the end? In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on Jiang Li's forehead. Damn, those two women are really disasters, causing no end of trouble. Chapter 93. It's all about balance. At this moment, Jiang Li hesitated whether to save or not to save. In the end, he made up his mind to save. The reason was simple. If you don't save him, when danger comes, he might still be affected. If you do save him, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Quickly take off your clothes. Jiang Li urged. Huh? Su Linquan was quite confused upon hearing this, but he saw that Jiang Li had already started to loosen his clothing. This Taoist priest, isn't this inappropriate? Is this really the only way to survive? Su Linquan was very conflicted. He wasn't his useless brother Su Lin ran. His orientation was perfectly normal. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take it off. Do you think I want this? Jiang Li urged again. Should we cultivate some feelings first? Should we do that? Su Linquan said somewhat nervously. Get the hell out of here. I've told you the way. Whether you live or die is none of my business. In the divination, there is only one way for Su Linquan to survive, and that was to strip completely. Although Jiang Li didn't know why, he felt that if he followed through, it might be useful. In a flash, Jiang Li stripped down to nothing. He even threw his storage bag far away. Then he covered his important parts with his hands and squatted in a corner. Now, even he could feel that terrifying sword intent seemed to contain a gaze, watching his every move. Seeing Jiang Li's actions, Su Linquan realized he had misunderstood. He quickly stripped down as well, squatting at a distance from Jiang Li. Jiang Li snorted coldly and said nothing. Almost the moment Su Linquan squatted down, the sword energy in the space where they were suddenly paused, then wildly rushed in one direction. In just a moment, there was no sword energy left here, and it became eerily quiet, as if the danger had passed. But Su Linxuan looked worried, because he knew that the divine sword had fully awakened and was not far from them. The sword energy here sensed the arrival of the divine sword, which was returning to its origin. Sure enough, the next moment, both of them felt an invisible sharp, prickling sensation piercing their skin all over. Then, they saw an ancient long sword appear in the space where they were. An invisible pressure enveloped both of them. The moment the ancient sword appeared, the prickling sensation became even stronger. Both of them even started to bleed. Jiang Li felt as if a gaze swept across him. In a daze, he seemed to hear a female voice, commoner. No threat. Then, the ancient sword disappeared. Although the ancient sword was gone, neither of them dared to move. At the same time, a clear prompt sound echoed in Jiang Li's mind. Ding dong. After hearing this sound, Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. This was the prompt sound of the reward after Su Linxuan's divination came true. He looked up at Su Linxuan and found that the fortune above his head had now turned into an unremarkable milky white. The danger should be resolved. But he still didn't move. He waited a full quarter of an hour, confirming that there was no danger before slowly getting up and picking up his clothes to put them on. Get up, it's fine now. Looking at Su Linxuan still squatting on the ground, Jiang Li said in a deep voice. Su Linxuan, still somewhat dazed, just stood up when a shadow covered his face. It was Jiang Li throwing his clothes back to him. Hurry up and put on. It's embarrassing to be exposed like that. Su Linxuan awkwardly put on his clothes and gratefully glanced at Jiang Li, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, Taoist priest." This was a sincere expression. At the moment the divine sword appeared, his heart was almost in his throat. Knowing that the divine sword had disappeared, his heart, which was about to jump out of his throat, slowly returned to its place. Knowing much more about the divine sword than Jiang Li, he clearly understood how great the danger just was. Jiang Li waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. "What is the origin of that sword?" Jiang Li asked. Upon hearing this, Su Linxuan slowly replied, "I don't know the specifics, just that it's a sword that fell from an ancient battlefield, a genuine supreme weapon. But it's already damaged." He briefly shared what he could say and didn't hide too much. Although Su Linxuan didn't consider himself a traditional good person, he was the type to repay kindness with resentment either. He would go to any lengths for opportunities, but he didn't want to disregard his bottom line as a person. "Today, I thank the Taoist priest again for saving my life," he solemnly said. "In the future, if the Taoist priest needs anything, Su Linxuan will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Your brother Su Linxuan awkwardly replied, 'That is a different matter.'" Jiang Li shook his head and smiled without speaking. Su Linxuan might not care too much, but he didn't think Su Li would forgive Lu Xinyan for the grudge of killing his son just because of him. "Don't you think it's a pity to miss such an opportunity?" Su Linxuan shook his head. "Of course there is regret. But after almost being killed by that sword, I understood that it wasn't my opportunity. Forcing to seize it would only lead to death. Fortune lies in danger." Jiang Li teased. Su Linxuan bitterly smiled. "Taoist priest, please don't mock me. If this opportunity were to fall into someone else's hands?" Jiang Li asked tentatively. "Then it would be their opportunity. I have no fortune to enjoy it, and it should naturally belong to the virtuous. And what if that person is Lu Zichuan?" A strange look flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. After personally experiencing the power of that sword, Jiang Li grew wary. From Yin Xiuzong's standpoint, he could tolerate the Lu family continuing in Ningzhou City, as it aligned with Yin Xiuzong's interests. It wouldn't be difficult to control that fool Lu Qingyuan. Lu Zichuan was also a smart person, and his cultivation wasn't high, making cooperation possible. But after obtaining that sword, would Lu Zichuan still be the same? Jiang Li couldn't guarantee it. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Su Linxuan was first surprised, then frowned and asked, "What does the Taoist priest mean?" "Just the literal meaning. That incredible fortune will likely fall upon him." Jiang Li, the Taoist priest isn't joking? If it were anyone else, even Lin Wanwan and Si Feng, he could accept it. But if it were Lu Zichuan, that would be a different story. Just thinking about how they had been played by the Lu family made a hint of killing intent rise in Su Linxuan's eyes. He didn't realize that the instigator was actually the benefactor in front of him. I have a slight understanding of fortune-telling. His fortune is much stronger than yours. Enough to bear that sword without being backlashed. Jiang Li said quietly. In that case, after we go out, I must prepare a generous gift to congratulate young Master Lu. Su Linxuan almost gritted his teeth as he said this. Seeing his aim achieved, Jiang Li, who knew that too many words could lead to mistakes, stopped saying more. Chapter 94. Perform. Su Linxuan said he had bad luck because he encountered Jiang Li and ultimately managed to avoid the killing calamity. Lu Zichuan said he was lucky, but because of the chaotic folding space in the sword forging pool, he accidentally stumbled into the deepest part, a place no one had stepped into besides the first-generation ancestor of the White Tigers. However, all Lu Zichuan saw here was a broken formation covered in patterns, and, at the center of the formation, a gap that seemed to have been pierced by a sword. Everything was eerily quiet, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Lu Zichuan squatted down at the center of the formation and touched the gap on the ground, muttering to himself. This should be where the sword was inserted? Lu Zichuan, puzzled, took out a sword from his storage bag. He wasn't a sword cultivator. This was just a sword he had specially found for the sword forging pool. In case of emergencies, then, almost as if possessed, he inserted the sword into the gap. When he came back to his senses, he found that the formation beneath his feet had inexplicably activated. Lu Zichuan instantly showed a look of horror. Everything that just happened was truly too bizarre. He was just about to leave immediately, but suddenly found that his hand gripping the sword hilt could not be loosened. Then, a surge of sinister energy erupted into the sky, directly enveloping him. Lu Zichuan had no time to react. His vision went black, and he fainted. He heard shouts of battle echoing in his ears. When Lu Zichuan regained his senses, he found himself in the midst of a battlefield. In front of him, there was a monstrous beast he had never seen before, baring its bloody maw and lunging at him. The beast was so powerful. Just its mouth filled with sharp teeth was much larger than his entire body. Its strength far surpassed even that of Su Lai and Lu Xinyan, who were at the Emperor realm. The aura it emitted made his very soul feel like it was shattering. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. But in the next moment, a flash of cold light appeared. The beast was instantly sliced into a pile of flesh. Then, Lu Zichuan found himself moving rapidly, the speed shocking beyond belief. At this moment, he also realized that he was merely attached to another person's body, experiencing that person's events. As he watched the person wielding the long sword, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the smooth blade. It bore some resemblance to himself, but the other person was much colder, with a face like a mask. As the other person continuously slaughtered several incredibly powerful beasts, Lu Zichuan gradually calmed down. The person he was attached to was undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse, and for the time being, his life was not in danger. Thus, he curiously surveyed the battlefield. However, it was only a casual glance that revealed too much for him to comprehend. Giants nearly as tall as the heavens, dragons and phoenixes flying freely, and various divine beasts that only appeared in legends were all visible here. Tao Tai Yinglong and Shang Liu were battling against a group of beings capable of manipulating the stars and plucking hearts from the moon with a wave of their hands. Each movement unleashed spells powerful enough to destroy the world. The battle between the two sides shook the heavens and the earth, causing the sun and moon to topple. Initially, he thought the person he was attached to was a supreme powerhouse, but it now seemed he was just a mere pawn. After all, those legendary existences could likely obliterate him with just a glance. Sure enough, not long after, he was swept into the aftermath of a battle between an Yinglong and a golden-armored war god. He had no chance to resist and was sent flying, his vision going dark as he lost consciousness again. When Lu Zichuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself back on the formation. He was still gripping the sword hilt, but the sword body had disappeared. It seemed it couldn't withstand the impact of that sinister energy. Where exactly is this? Lu Zichuan muttered to himself. The ancient divine demon battlefield. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind him. Lu Zichuan was startled and quickly turned around in defense. But he found that behind him was just an ancient long sword. Although somewhat damaged, He recognized it as the sword held by the person he had just been attached to. At this moment, Lu Zichuan's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Although the sword appeared to have no malice now, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He also realized that this should be the reason Su Linshuan came here. However, shouldn't this sword be in Su Linshuan's possession? How did it end up here? What about Su Linshuan? Is he dead? Just as his mind raced with thoughts on how to escape, he suddenly saw a green-clad woman emerge from the ancient sword, gracefully bowing to him. "I've finally waited for you, master." Lu Zichuan. Huh? Lu Zichuan was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly took out the last pouch given to him by Jiang Li. Inside, the note read, "Act." Lu Zichuan felt like crying without tears. Thinking Jiang Li had given him a life-saving method, it turned out to be telling him to act. As for who to act as, Lu Zichuan didn't need to think. It was obviously the existence he had just attached to. "Get up." The green-clad woman immediately stood up, looking at Lu Zichuan with excitement. "Master, I knew you would definitely come back to find me. You finally succeeded." Lu Zichuan listened, confused, but he tried to conceal his unease and laughed awkwardly. "Of course. What I say I will do. I knew Master wouldn't abandon me. After all these years, you truly haven't disappointed Green Ji." The girl named Green Ji spoke cheerfully, her eyes gleaming with joy. It seemed like she would directly leap into his arms if Lu Zichuan said a word. Master, your cultivation." Suddenly, Green Ji frowned as she looked at Lu Zichuan. Lu Zichuan was nearly scared out of his wits. Had she discovered he was an imposter? "Your cultivation. How has it fallen to this state? Who did this to you? Was it those people in the cave? Green Ji will tear them to pieces." Hearing this, Lu Zichuan immediately thought of Jiang Li and the others and quickly waved his hands. No, wasn't them. Then he suddenly remembered Su Linshuan. The other party was clearly planning to scheme against him. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame them. Just as Lu Zichuan was about to speak, he thought better and asked, "Green Ji, how much strength do you have left now?" Green Ji, hearing this, replied apologetically, "Thank you for your concern, master. After all these years, Green Ji's strength has long diminished to a fraction. Today, awakening has almost exhausted the little power I had left. Without a millennium of nurturing, I fear I cannot return to my peak. I won't be able to help Master much. It's a shame, but killing those few civilians is still not a problem." "And the Emperor Realm?" Lu Zichuan asked. "Emperor Realm?" Green Ji asked in confusion. Lu Zichuan immediately realized that her existence was too ancient, and she probably wasn't familiar with the current terminology. He quickly described the strength of the Emperor Realm. Upon hearing this, Green Ji sneered. "So it's only at the peak of the mortal realm, yet they dare to call themselves emperors. Master, rest assured, in just 50 years, Green Ji can slay them as easily as crushing an ant." Upon hearing this, Lu Zichuan immediately dismissed the thought in his mind and silently thought, "A gentleman takes revenge." 10 years is not too late. Chapter 95. The Despairing Elder of the White Tiger Sect. Lu Zichuan couldn't tell if it was because he had just woken up or if it was due to her damaged state. But he found that Green Ji seemed somewhat slow-witted. In his haste, many of his words did not withstand scrutiny. Even his poorly thought-out excuse of being heavily injured, losing his cultivation, and having amnesia was completely believed by Green Ji, who was full of admiration for him. After some conversation, Lu Zichuan managed to extract a lot of useful information. The most unbelievable thing to him was the ancient existences. It was an era filled with numerous powerful geniuses, where gods, demons, and beasts coexisted. A cultivator like him, at the nascent soul stage, was merely considered common folk in her eyes. However, Lu Zichuan wasn't very interested in that. After all, that was all in the past. He was more interested in the unique techniques and secrets Green Ji mentioned. Using his amnesia as an excuse, he could extract many unparalleled techniques from her. This was where Green Ji's true value lay. As for Su Lai and Su Linshuan, let's spare their lives for now. "Master, my sword sheath is in the cave. With the presence of the sword sheath, my restoration speed will greatly increase. Please retrieve it quickly." Lu Zichuan naturally had no objections. Once Green Ji returned to the sword, he held it and walked toward the direction she pointed out. Then, Wherever Lu Zichuan went, the sword energy in that area would be retracted by Green Princess, which could be considered a way to replenish some strength. You too? When Lu Zichuan arrived at the place where the sword sheath was located, he found Lin Wanwan and Sifeng working together to resist the overwhelming sword energy. At that moment, the two were covered in dirt and were struggling against the violent sword energy. Clearly, they did not have Lu Zichuan's good fortune to walk unimpeded to the depths of the sword pool. The intensity of the sword energy in the space where they were at that moment was nearly at the limit of what they could endure. Due to the spatial distortion, they dared not move around casually. If it weren't for Sifeng possessing the saint-level technique, 8 trigrams Fudu Ju, and Lin Wanwan's strength having skyrocketed under Jiang Li's training, they would have probably been shredded into meat paste by the sword energy long ago. They could still hold on for a while here. But if they took one wrong step and entered a place with even more terrifying sword energy, they would likely meet their end on the spot. At this moment, both of them regretted not waiting with Jiang Li at the outer perimeter. Upon seeing Lu Zichuan, they felt as if they had seen a savior. Lu Zichuan was in the nascent soul stage, and it was absolutely no problem for him to protect them here. Brother Lu, please help us. We can't hold on any longer. Sifeng, at this moment, disregarded his pride and hurriedly called for help. He was proud, but not foolish. Seeing this, Lu Zichuan casually waved his hand, and the overwhelming sword energy vanished without a trace, being drawn into the Green Princess sword. He had no intention of hiding this. The changes in the sword forging pool could not be concealed from those outside. There were only a few people who had entered, even if he wanted to blend in. It was impossible. With the sword energy's assault gone, Lin Wanwan and Sifeng both sighed in relief and slumped down to the ground, exhausted. Why did you two come so deep? Lu Zichuan asked. At this moment, Lin Wanwan, too exhausted to care about maintaining her Leda-like image, gasped for breath and said, "We were fine at first, but that sword sheath appeared out of nowhere, and then the sword energy here became violent, multiplying in power." Just as she was about to say more, she saw Lu Zichuan beckon, and the sword sheath flew into his hand. Lu Zichuan pulled out the sword embryo from the sheath and casually tossed it aside. Then, right in front of Lin Wanwan and Sifeng, he inserted the Green Princess sword into it. Naturally, Lin Wanwan and Sifeng were not fools. They exchanged glances and understood what was going on. Although they felt a bit envious of Lu Zichuan's opportunity, they did not feel too jealous. After all, their talents were much higher than Lu Zichuan's. "Sorry, you too, but some things, I'm afraid you'll have to return." Lu Zichuan smiled as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword energy that Lin Wanwan and Sifeng had absorbed during this time automatically flew out of their swords and merged into the Green Princess sword. Seeing this, both of them wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Just as Jiang Li had said, aside from getting covered in dirt, they gained nothing. With the Green Princess regaining its master, the space in the sword forging pool began to slowly recover. Soon, the space returned to its original state. After the three returned along the same path, they saw Jiang Li and Su Linxuan at the entrance. When Lu Zichuan saw that Su Linxuan was actually alive and standing there well, his expression changed. But he quickly returned to normal and took the initiative to greet them. "Daoist Fian, Brotersu." Su Linxuan glanced at him, snorted coldly without speaking, and instead said to Jiang Li, "Daoist, it seems that this gift from Su must be prepared." Jiang Li smiled and shook his head without replying, nodding to Lu Zichuan as a greeting. Then he looked at the wilted Lin Wanwan and Sifeng and asked, "How about you two? Full of gains, right?" The two pouted and said nothing, causing Jiang Li to burst into laughter. Then he looked at Su Linxuan and Lu Zichuan with a meaningful expression and said, "Opportunities are a matter of luck. Gaining them is fortunate. Losing them is fate. The road is still long. There is no need to dwell on temporary gains and losses." After saying this, he led Lin Wanwan and Sifeng toward the newly revealed exit. As the Green Princess followed Lu Zichuan, the small hill that carried the sword forging pool finally completed its mission and began to collapse. Lu Zichuan gave Su Linxuan a kind smile and said, "Brother Su, sorry." Su Linxuan snorted coldly without speaking and followed Jiang Li out. Lu Zichuan didn't take it to heart and walked out as well. Waiting outside were Lu Xinyan, Bai Ling Miao, Su Lai, and Lu Qingyuan. When they saw Jiang Li and the others come out first, they all looked surprised. It was really too fast. It hadn't even been a day before they could ask. They saw Su Linchuan and Lu Zichuan come out as well. Then, the small hill known as the sword-forging pool collapsed directly into a pile of rubble under everyone's astonished gazes. The elder of the White Tiger sect stared wide-eyed at everything before him, unable to say a word. He trembled as he pointed at the ruins, repeatedly glancing at the people beside him, letting out helpless, unconscious cries. It seemed he hoped someone could give him an explanation, but unfortunately, whether it was Su Lai, who knew everything, or Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, or even the confused Lu Qingyuan, none could provide him with an answer. Looking at Jiang Li and the 5 who came out unscathed, before they opened their mouths, no one knew what had happened inside. Especially Su Li, whose heart sank even more. The fact that Jiang Li and the others were alive made him realize that the plan had gone awry. Chapter 96. The plans of the Su father and son. No one paid attention to the elder of the White Tiger sect's wails, just as no one would heed the cries of the defeated. People always focused on the glorious victors. However, at this moment, neither Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao nor Su Lai and Lu Qingyuan knew who the ultimate beneficiary of this sword-forging pool was. Jiang Li, are you all right? Seeing Lin Wanwan and Sifeng looking disheveled and in a sorry state, Bai Ling Miao hurriedly asked. Jiang Li casually replied with a double entendre. What could possibly be wrong? Nothing at all. Wasn't it just that nothing happened? A pure white trip. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan and Sifeng both awkwardly lowered their heads. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao had some guesses in her heart. Although she believed in Jiang Li's judgment, as the head of a sect, there were some things that had to be fought for. Even if she knew they were unattainable, she had to have that attitude. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. Bai Ling Miao carefully checked Lin Wanwan and Sifeng and found that apart from being a bit exhausted with some minor injuries and looking dirty, there was nothing serious, so she breathed a slight sigh of relief. As her disciple, she would feel heartbroken if Lin Wanwan were injured. As for Sifeng, a talented individual entrusted to Yinshi's sect by the Saint Linjianzi, if he were injured, she also couldn't escape responsibility. Then, looking at Jiang Li, who had dark circles under his eyes and was yawning, as if he hadn't woken up, Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but feel angry. Others went in to fight for their lives, and he, on the other hand, seemed like he had just taken a nap. Bai Ling Miao said angrily, "Didn't I tell you to watch over them? How'd they end up like this while you're perfectly fine?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li immediately protested. "I told them not to run around. What can I do if they don't listen?" Bai Ling Miao opened her mouth, just as she was about to say something. Jiang Li interrupted her, continuing, "I already told you not to come. It's useless, but you didn't listen. What can I do?" Bai Ling Miao was immediately speechless by Jiang Li's words. "Sister, when are we going back to the sect? Last night, you two were just too fierce. I really can't take it anymore. Can I go back and sleep for a while?" Jiang Li covered his mouth and yawned again. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan both blushed and simultaneously retorted, "Don't talk nonsense." Sifeng suddenly became spirited, looking at Jiang Li, then at Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, grinning widely. Jiang Li, not in the mood, slapped him on the back of the head and said, "What are you thinking, you little brat?" Sifeng rubbed the back of his head, giving him a pitiful glance, feeling wronged and unable to say a word. He hadn't said anything yet. With all those lewd thoughts in his eyes, "I can see it even if you don't speak." Jiang Li Kursha. Upon hearing this, Sifeng felt even more wronged. On the side, Lin Wanwan narrowed her eyes, looking at her master and uncle, then at Jiang Li. Alarm bells rang in her heart. Wasn't it only Uncle Lu? How did Master get involved too? Lin Wanwan thought to herself, her lips unconsciously pouting. She became even more curious about what happened last night. Unlike the playful scene here, the situation on the other side was completely different. The Su and Lu families were at two extremes. One side had faces so gloomy they looked like they could drip water. The other side was smiling like flowers in bloom. So, the opportunity was seized by Lu Zichuan. Su Lai's gaze was fixed on the Lu family, his tone icy. After all this trouble, they even lost a son. In the end, it was all for nothing. At this moment, his hatred for the Lu family was even greater than for Lu Xinyan and Yin Xiuzong, who killed Su Linran. He even suspected that Su Linran's death was orchestrated by Lu Qingyuan, all for today. As for how they knew about his scheme for the forging pool, he didn't care. He only cared about the outcome. For now, as long as he knew that among him, Yin Xiuzong, and the Lu family, the final beneficiary was the Lu family. That was enough. Su Linqiu nodded and said, "That's right, it must be him. My son is incompetent and couldn't accomplish what his father entrusted him with. Please punish me." Su Lai sighed. "You're not wrong. You've done well. If it weren't for your quick decision, I might have lost another son today." Although Su Lai was dissatisfied, he valued Su Linqiu, the most outstanding of his sons, highly. The shame of today, we father and son will surely avenge in the future. Su Linqiu nodded, then asked, "Father, should we kill the Lu family now?" Su Lai shook his head. "Not for now. Lu Zichuan has gained such a great opportunity. In the future, he will undoubtedly have the support of the Lu Guifei. As long as they are not foolish, they will definitely seek help from her." After saying this, Su Lai felt a deep sense of defeat. He had thought that this small Ningzhou would be a good place for him to showcase his talents. He never expected that the people here were more stubborn and sinister than he imagined. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the troops. However, since we can't act openly, let's do it in secret. There is no reason for a thief to last 1,000 days. I must let the Lu family know the consequences of provoking me. Su Linqiu also nodded. He couldn't swallow this anger either. "But father, our disadvantage lies in the fact that the dragon has crossed the river without the home ground advantage. How do you plan to deal with them?" Previously, with the forging pool, Yin Xiuzong would never easily hand over the White Tiger Gate, but now that the forging pool is gone, the value of the White Tiger Gate has decreased by more than half. Now is precisely a good opportunity for us to take control of the White Tiger Gate. Upon hearing this, Su Linqiu's eyes lit up. The reason the White Tiger Gate could stand against Yin Xiuzong and Ningzhou was largely due to the forging pool. In terms of martial arts inheritance, it was actually inferior to Yin Xiuzong's. Otherwise, how could a mid-stage emperor like Hu Sanheng be killed by Lu Xinyan, who was at the early stage? Now that the forging pool is gone, the value of the White Tiger Gate has plummeted. In the future, it won't even be surprising if it falls to a third-rate sect in 100 years. Aside from the forging pool, the overall structure of the White Tiger Gate has not been lost. It may be useless to others, but for the Su family, it is an excellent asset. If the Su family wants to restore its former glory, taking the White Tiger Gate will save them a lot of detours. Moreover, Ningzhou is a small place. Although it lacks resources, the competition isn't fierce. For them, it is an excellent place for development. More importantly, Su Linqiu felt that Jiang Li's existence might be the key to the Su family's future prosperity. "Father, have you considered that since Linran's death was likely instigated by the Lu family, do we still need to target Yin Xiuzong?" Heeding Su Linun's words, Su Lai frowned. "What are you trying to say?" Su Linqiu succinctly explained the situation between him and Jiang Li. After listening, Su Lai looked at Jiang Li with a hint of surprise. Skilled in divination and extraordinarily powerful. Did we underestimate him? In his eyes, Jiang Li still seemed to be a carefree and unserious person, looking nothing like an extraordinary genius. Su Linqiu affirmed, "Father, how do you assess my strength in your eyes?" Speaking of this, a hint of pride flashed across Su Lai's face. "Among the younger generation, although I wouldn't say you're the pinnacle, it's not your fault. It's truly my incompetence in not being able to provide you with better resources. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to any of the holy sons and daughters from the 36 states." He knew he wasn't as strong as his father claimed, but he still had some confidence. "Father, do you think those holy sons and daughters could cut off my arm with one sword?" he said, revealing his arm, which still had a butterfly knot tied on it. "Sun you?" Su Linqiu's face turned red as he quickly tore off the stitching Jiang Li had used to close the wound. "Don't mind the details." Su Lai thought little of it and coughed lightly. "If someone could cut off your arm with one sword, even if it was when you were unprepared, then Jiang Li is certainly not someone ordinary." Su Linqiu nodded. "You said, a person like this, if nothing unexpected happens. How far do you think he can go in the future?" Su Lai pondered for a moment and said, "But looking at his age, he's still at the golden core stage. The golden core can kill my nascent soul. What if he reaches the great ascension stage? Wouldn't that mean he could? Su Linchuan didn't finish, but Su Lai was shocked. However, he maintained his composure and said, whether he can maintain such combat power to fight beyond his level at that time is still uncertain. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Father, which is better? Sending charcoal in the snow or adding flowers to the brocade? I don't need to say more. Having a strong ally is far better than having a strong enemy. Su Lai frowned. I know you all don't like Lin Ran very much, but have you considered how I feel about getting along with the enemy who killed my son? Hearing this, Su Linchuan quickly lowered his head. I dare not. Su Lai looked at Su Linchuan before him and finally sighed. If there are no great opportunities, my future is likely hopeless. Sooner, the world will soon belong to you young people. Think for yourself. Su Linchuan's eyes brightened. Although Su Lai didn't say it, he was still making some concessions. He looked up at his father, his gaze firm. Father, don't worry. Even without the divine sword, I will definitely bring back that item from the Zeniangong for you. Your path is still long, and I want to enjoy a few more carefree years under your wing. Su Lai nodded in appreciation. My thoughts won't change, but since you want to do something, then you can negotiate the matter of taking control of the White Tiger Gate with Yin Xiuzong. How about it? Upon hearing this, Su Linchuan did not refuse and directly agreed. Su Lai looked at his son and sighed again, unable to help but think of Su Lin Ran. He knows his youngest son's temperament well, but he can't resist the love for his child. Even he cannot let go. In stark contrast to the unity of the Su family is Lu Zichuan and his foolish father. After briefly explaining the previous events, Lu Zichuan immediately said seriously, Father, contact Aunt immediately and inform her of this matter. Hearing this, Lu Qingyuan sneered and said, Why tell her? You were still young back then. I only asked her for a position as the city guard, but she made all sorts of excuses. If it weren't for me being persistent and using reason to persuade her, we would still be in the mud somewhere. Since she became the city guard, she hasn't said a word. Why would you still acknowledge such a heartless person? Lu Zichuan really wanted to pry open his father's head to see what was inside. The Lu Guifei his father mentioned was indeed heartless and cold-blooded. However, from Lu Qingyuan's few words, Lu Zichuan saw an aunt who was both frustrated and helpless. If their aunt were truly cold-hearted, as long